This story starts with a girl is standing in front of a beautiful manor. Butler said, "Your Grace, your fiancé, Lady Karina, is here to see you." Milian stops writing and asked, "What?" "He is ruler of Xantar, Duke Milian Pastellio." He asked, "Fong, isn't the wedding a year from now?" While bowing his head, Fong replied, "Yes, your Grace." He said, "But since she's come all this way, I think you should at least go and see her." Milian stands up and started walking. He said, "Why?" in angry tone. "How could she be this rude? What in the world is she thinking?" He said, "Though we're engaged, I can't believe that she would barge in here without even informing us ahead of time." While Fong is walking beside him, he said, "And she just had to come now, when winter is around the corner, and I have more important matters to deal with." Milian thinks in his mind, "We must accumulate enough food to last and make preparations to fight against demonic monsters. Please don't forget to subscribe and help me to reach 1K subs as soon as possible. Thanks for your support." Milian stops at a door and asked while opening the door, "Is it too late to call off the engagement now?" Karina said, "That sounds wonderful." Milian looks at her and thinks in his mind, "TSK, did she overhear?" He said, "What did you just say?" Karina said, "I'm willing to call off the engagement. In return, I'd like to live here for a period of about 6 to 10 months. Milian asked, "Who?" Karina replied, "Me." Milian asked, "Are you out of your mind?" Karina replied, "Not at all." She said, "I don't need a room in the main building. I'm fine with staying in the annex, as well." She digs up a paper from her robe and said, "I even brought the document to break off the engagement." While presenting the paper to Milian, she said, "Here you go." Milian looks at her, and then looks at her clothes. She's wearing worn out and shabby clothes. He asked, "Is your family struggling financially?" Karina tilts her head and while confused asked, "Pardon?" While looking at her clothes, Milian asked, "Did you travel like that? Where are the rest of your bags?" Karina said, I didn't bring anything else, in case something happened to me." He asked, "How did you come all this way?" She said while remembering her journey in her mind, I paid for a carriage ride, got off and walked for a while, then hitchhiked the rest of the way." Milian asked, "When did you depart?" Karina replied, 2 months ago. Milian takes a sigh and said, "You could have sent a message during that time. No, more importantly, how could you embark on a dangerous journey all by yourself? How naive can you be?" Karina replied, "That's because..." While smiling, she said, "This may be my first trip as well as my last." While remembering the scenery of her journey of forest and wildlife, she said, "I've always wanted to accomplish something with my own strength." Milian thinks in his mind, well, it wouldn't make sense for a noble lady to go on such a reckless journey more than once. Karina asked, "May I please stay here?" Milian walks close to her and asked, "What will you do if I say no?" Karina thinks and said, "Well, I did think of going from place to place and working here, and there is my plan B." Milian takes a sigh and thinks in his mind, what kind of a plan is that? He looks at her and thinks, is she really the same person I saw at the engagement ceremony? He recalls his memories of his engagement with Karina in his mind. He thinks in his mind, I had no idea that she was this rash. Karina said while smiling, "But I believe you won't say no, yes?" He asked, "What makes you think that?" She replied, "That's because Your Grace doesn't like me." While showing him the paper, she said, "I'm quite good at catching on to stuff like that. As you can see, I've already filled out the form to call off our engagement." He said, "Very well. Come in for now." She said, "Thank you. I promise not to be a bother. You won't even know that I'm here." She said, "And when I suddenly disappear one day, just think that I've returned home." While closing her eyes, she said, "Or you can think that you've been freed from an annoying burden." Milian said, "As you wish. Fong, prepare a room for her." Karina tells in her mind, "And that was how I ended up living in the manor of my fiancé who hated me." Before some time, Karina and her family was sitting at the dining table. Karina's father said, "Lia, you look very well today." Abilia said, "It's all thanks to the wonderful medicine that you and mother bring me every day." Felden said, how could you call that wonderful? It looked awfully bitter. Yuck. Karina's mother said with closed eyes. Leah's ill. She needs to eat her medicine to get well, even if it's bitter. Enfric said, I also bought you a gift to cheer you up, Leah. Felden asked, no fair. What about me? Enfric said, of course, I brought you one too. Abelia said, thank you, Enfric. Karina tells his story of her childhood. She tells, when I was little, I wondered why I was the only one with dull, brown hair in my family. While looking at her family photos, she tells, we all share the same blood, but I don't look like them at all. While putting her spoon back on table, she tells, later on, I found out that I had inherited my dark hair from one of my grandparents. She stands up and said, I'm finished. May I be excused? Karina's mother said, all right. Karina walks away and closed the door to the dining hall. She said, while walking, they don't even care. While walking, she thinks in her mind, it's all right. It doesn't bother me anymore. She staggers while walking. She grabs the side of a pillar and stands. She then started running. She stops and vomited up everything she ate. She thinks in her mind, he didn't say, my condition would deteriorate this quickly. A few days ago, while writing on the paper, doctor said, I'm sorry to say this, but your organs seem to be functioning at only half of their potential. Karina asked, is it that serious? Doctor replied, yes. It's a miracle you're still walking about. If you suddenly became like this, though you were healthy before, I suspect that it could be the art disease. Karina gets shocked after hearing that. She asked, the art disease? Doctor explained, oh Karina, among artists, there are a few gifted individuals who can bring about miracles. And among these individuals, there are some whose abilities cost them their life force. That being the case, I assume you can create miracles as well. Karina said with a sad face. Yes. Doctor said, every time you use your power, your health must have weakened considerably. Why didn't you get a checkup? If you discovered that you had this illness beforehand, it wouldn't have worsened to this extent. The doctor asked, didn't your family say anything? Karina shakes her head. Karina talks in her mind, the reason why I didn't tell my family about this is because they wouldn't have listened. While remembering her miracle art, she tells, I guess you could say it was out of pride. While imagining her parents in her mind, she tells, of course, it wasn't that my parents didn't love me. They always tried to be fair. But my younger siblings needed my parents more than I did because they were younger and ill. Inevitably, mother and father couldn't afford to be fair all the time. She tells, I was neither the firstborn nor the youngest in the family. I was the second child who could look after myself. Naturally, the amount of attention my parents gave me was smaller than a grain of sand. She started shaking while thinking, if I tell them now, they'll probably start paying more attention to me. But how will I know whether they truly care for me? What if they're just interested in my ability? Back to present. The doctor asked, you said you're vomiting blood and feeling anemic? Karina replied, yes. Doctor said, that's serious. I'm sorry to say this. With a serious face, doctor said, but you have a year to live, at most. He said, since you won't be able to eat properly anymore, your body will become weaker. While Karina is shocked, he said, so even 1 year is a stretch. Karina asked, is there anything I can do to live? Doctor replied, no, not as far as I know. But come back after a while if you still wish to live a little longer. I may come up with something. While sitting near the window, Karina saw birds flying. She thinks in her mind, I wish I had wings too. She said, I'm going to die. She squeezes her hand and thinks, but before that happens, I want to do everything I had ever wanted to do. I'm not going to force myself to smile. I'm not going to act like I can do everything alone. She thinks, and I'm going to start speaking up for myself. While leaning on the window, she thinks in her mind, what will everyone think when they find out about my illness? While imagining her family, she thinks in her mind, if they start treating me like I'm an inconvenience. While taking a sigh, she thinks, I don't think I'll be able to bear it. That's why I can't tell them. She thinks while looking outside the window, should I just run away? But I have only a year left. Even if I do run away, where will I go? What will I do? While standing up, she thinks in her mind, I wish there was someone who would look at me for the way I am, regardless of whether they like me or not. She remembers something in her mind. Karina recalls her engagement day in her mind, in which Milian asked, "Are you a sheep?" He said, "You meekly do everything you're told, going this way and that. If you didn't want to come here, you shouldn't have." Karina looks at him. While walking, she thinks in her mind, but if I think about it, he didn't reject the engagement either. She thinks, then, shall I go to the north? While imagining herself on journey, she thinks it'll be a journey I'll embark on, with my own 2 feet. She thinks in her mind, all right. But what should I bring with me? While writing on a paper, Karina thinks in her mind, I should exchange gold for cash beforehand, make sure to pack comfortable clothes, jerky, water, and she thinks, I need to bring the document to call off the engagement. She started writing. While writing, she thinks in her mind, I should probably drop by to see that doctor again. While sitting in front of mirror, she thinks in her mind, anyway, I didn't go down to eat breakfast, but no one came to find me. While looking sad, she thinks, I do realize they don't know I'm ill, but I still feel a little sad. She shakes her head to shake off the gloomy thoughts and thinks it's all right. I only have a week to get ready, so I need to begin now. While touching her money bag, she thinks I've prepared enough pocket money. While standing in front of the mirror and looking at her, she recalls her memories. Someone walks to Karina and said, "Excuse me." Karina asked, "Yes? What is it?" She asked, "Are you well acquainted with Lord Enfrick? I saw you talking to him a few moments ago." Karina replied, "Yes." Karina answering her, Karina thinks in her mind, that's because he's my brother. The girl started talking to the other girl, "Oh, how I envy you. He's quite dashing, isn't he?" The other girl said, "Count and Countess Leopold are both very admirable people, and their children are all famous, aren't they?" While imagining Enfrick, she said, "First, Lord Enfrick. They say that he's well versed in literary arts, is a skilled swordsman, and that he's more than capable to become the head of House Leopold at any time." She said, "That's right. And I also heard that a young noblewoman confessed her love to him through a letter not long ago." While imagining Felden, she said, "And Lord Felden. They say that he's always surrounded by people because he's full of life. And we mustn't forget Lady Abelia." While imagining Abelia, she said, "She has beautiful, wavy blonde hair flowing down her back, and blue eyes that shine like jewels. I saw her the other day, and you wouldn't believe how lovely she was. It's no wonder she's the most well-known lady in high society. But she's quite ill." After listening to them talking to each other, Karina walks away. The first girl said, "Yes, that's why the Leopolds are so careful about her health. Come to think of it, there was someone else." The other girl said, "Yes, someone quite plain was always with them. I wonder who she is. Could it be? Where did she go?" Karina was remembering all of this while standing in front of a mirror. She puts her hand on her cheeks and said, "Someone plain." While walking in the hallway, she thinks in her mind, I remember turning away and going straight back home that day. I wonder what happened afterward. While walking down the stairs, Karina saw Nocturne. Nocturne also saw Karina. Nocturne said, "Oh, hello, Lady Karina." Karina glares at him for a moment, and she said, "It's been a while, Nocturne. What brings you here?" He cheerfully replied, "Yeah. I mean, Lady Abelia is getting her checkup today." Karina thinks in her mind, "Yeah, huh?" While remembering her younger self, Karina thinks in her mind, I once had feelings for him, but... While imagining Nocturne and Abelia, she thinks in her mind Nocturne only had eyes for Abelia. Perhaps it was because she reminded him of his little sister, who died when she was young. I had no choice but to let my affection for him wither away. While passing by Nocturne, Karina said, "I see. I'll be going now." Nocturne looks at Karina, gets an intuition, and said, "You don't look too well. Are you alright?" Karina thinks in her mind, "Since when did you care?" She said, "I guess I didn't get enough sleep." Nocturne hen said, "I could give you a checkup along with Lady Abelia, if you'd like." Karina said that's alright. While both of them were talking while standing at stairs, Abelia came. Abelia walks to Karina and cheerfully hugs her. While hugging, she said, "Karina!" Due to this unexpected hug, Karina stumbles and Nocturne grabs Karina. Karina looks surprised by Nocturne's gesture. While looking at Abelia, Nocturne said, "It's dangerous to run around here, Leah." Abelia said, "Sorry, Nocturne. I was just so happy to see Karina." Karina. Abelia keeps hugging Karina. She asked Karina, "Where are you going?" Karina replied, "I'm going out." Karina grabs Abelia by her shoulders and said, "Abelia, you should be more careful. What if you fell down the stairs?" Abelia said, "I knew you would catch me." After hearing Abelia, Karina mumbles something. No one heard anything. Nocturne and Abelia looks confused. "Huh!" Karina said, "It's nothing. You should go get your checkup done so you'll get better." While putting on a pout, Abelia said, "But Nocturne always scolds me." Abelia said, "Besides, I feel better these days. Can I go outside with you?" Karina pushes her hand away and said, "Nocturne came all the way here to help you. It wouldn't do to just send him back." Abelia looks a little sad and said, "But..." Nocturne said, "Leah, I'm sad that you think I only scold you. I'm just doing my job." He said, "Since Lady Karina has plans, we should let her go and head upstairs now." Abelia said, "Okay." Abelia drooped her shoulders and said, "You're so lucky to be able to go outside every day, Karina." After hearing Abelia, Karina gets shocked. She clenches her hands and thinks in her mind, "What? Lucky? How could you say that? You have no idea what I had to endure." Karina remembers a time. While taking care of Abelia, Karina tells in her mind, "Abelia loved clinging to me. So I always had to stay by her side and tend to her." While remembering the letters, she tells in her mind, "All those tea party invitations gathered dust on my desk because I couldn't go. Naturally." She tells in her mind, "I wished I could attend parties and have fun. I never got a chance to make any friends. That's how it was all the time." While talking to Karina, her mother said, "I'm sorry, Karina. Enfric fell off his horse, so I need to go and see him." Karina said with a sad face, "But today's my birthday." While maids are tending to her dress, Karina's mother said, "Your brother could have been seriously injured." Karina asked, "What about father?" Her mother said, "He's already left for the academy. Tell the butler what you'd like for your birthday." While looking at newborn kids, Karina said, "Wow, they're so tiny. Are they my younger siblings?" While lying on bed, Karina's mother said, "That's right. Since you're a big sister now, you need to take good care of them, alright?" Karina cheerfully said, "Okay." Karina imagines herself with her siblings walking, while she looks happy. Abelia coughs. Karina thinks in her mind, "Did she cough?" Karina said, "Mother, Abelia just..." Her mother said, "Karina, go to your room now." Her mother said to the maid with a worried look in her face, "Call for the doctor immediately." The maid said, "Yes, my lady." While another time, Karina said, "No. Felden. Give it back." While Felden is a kid, he grabs the toy. Karina pulls it from him and said, "Mother made me this for my birthday." Felden falls with a thump sound and started crying. Karina gets startled after looking at Felden crying. Karina's mother burst open the door and said angrily, "Goodness, Karina. What in the world are you doing? How could you treat your younger brother like that?" Karina said, "But Felden tried to take my..." Her mother interrupts Karina and shouted, "He's just a baby. Give it to him." While holding Felden, her mother said, "You must be kind to the little ones so they'll follow in your footsteps. Just let Felden play with that. My darling boy, are you alright?" While Karina is hugging the toy, her mother said, "Be a good girl, Karina." She said, "Karina, do as you're told. Do you want to be punished by your father?" Karina said. No, but… Her mother said, then stop acting like a child. Karina gives her toy to Feldon. At another time, Karina said to her mother, Mother, I feel dizzy. While sewing, her mother said, What? She puts her hand on Karina's forehead and said, Oh my, you have a fever. She said Abelia has a fever as well. The doctor is with her now, so I'll send him over to you afterward. She holds Karina up and said, Let's go to your room for now. I'll carry you there. Karina said, Okay. Karina looks happy and she smiles looking at her mother. Someone knocks on the door. The butler said to Karina's mother, My lady, the doctor wishes to talk to you about Lady Abelia. Her mother asked, Is something wrong? All right. Tell him I'll be right there. She drops Karina and said to her, I'm sorry, Karina. I'll call a maid for you. Go to your room and get some rest. I'll be there as soon as I'm done. She said, Since you're a big girl now, you'll be able to look after yourself, yes? Karina asked. Can't you carry me to my room, mother? Her mother said, Ha. But you're healthy. She remembers other times where her mother said, You must be understanding of your sister since she's ill. You're such a good girl, Karina. She tells I had to be a good child if I wanted to receive praise from my parents. While looking at sick Abelia, she tells Abelia was sicker than I was. While imagining Feldon, she tells Feldon was younger than I was. While looking at the picture, she tells an Enfric lived far away from home. She tells my parents always seemed to have an excuse for not prioritizing me. That was how I slowly closed my heart and decided not to reach out to them when I turned 10. While drawing, she tells instead, I found a new hobby. Her eyes sparkles yellow when she is drawing. She tells I didn't know my creations were miracles then. While looking at a butterfly drawing, she tells, but I felt fulfilled whenever I filled the paper with my drawings. The butterfly from her drawing becomes alive and started flying. Karina looks at butterfly with awe. She joyfully runs to her parents and said, Mother, Father! Look at this picture I drew! Her mother said to Karina while holding the paper, Karina! Enfric won first place at the Academy Swordsmanship competition. We suspect that he'll graduate early. Karina said, Wow, that's fantastic. Her mother joyfully said, That's right. I wonder who he takes after. While Karina's father said, I want to see it too. While showing her drawing, Karina said, Mother, I drew this picture today. Her mother takes a glance at her drawing and turns her head away and said, Yes, good job. Her mother said to her father, Anyway, we must throw a small party when he comes home for the weekend. While Karina is standing behind them looking sad, she said, Abelia is getting better these days, too. So many good things are happening. Karina thinks in her mind, Won't you look my way, just once? At another time, Karina's mother said, Karina! While sitting on a chair drawing, Karina said, Yes? Her mother shouted, Did you take what was on my desk? Karina replied, No. Her mother said, Don't lie. She said, Then why is it in Abelia's hands? I told you it's dangerous. With a blank expression, Karina said, I didn't do. While Abelia is crying besides her mother, she said, Why can't you be a good big sister? Why must you cause so much trouble? Karina thinks in her mind she doesn't want to listen to me. She said, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. At another time, Karina's father said to her, Enfric's graduation ceremony is tomorrow, so would it be alright if we push back your birthday party, Karina? Karina thinks in her mind, compared to Enfric's many talents, which everyone praises, my drawings are nothing. It's not like having my party a bit later is going to mean there'll be less food or presents. At another time, while holding Abelia, Karina's mother said to her, Karina, it's all right to have your tea party another day, yes? Abelia's not well again. Karina think in her mind, of course, since I'm healthier than her. It's okay. She said, Yes, that's fine. I'm perfectly fine. She tells, the more I said those words, the more I drew. That's when I realized that my pictures only came to life if I drew sincerely with all my heart. Sometimes I drew for just an hour. At other times, I drew for an entire day. Countless pictures came to life and vanished. While remembering herself crying, she tells I loved my creations more than my family, who wouldn't look at me no matter how much I cried for them. She tells while remembering her creations at times, they were animals that consoled me when I was upset, or just friends that listened to what I had to say. And that was how I soon reached the point of no return. While walking away, Karina said then, I'll see you later. She thinks in her mind, I feel like I'm going to throw up. Abilia shouted while standing on stairs, Karina. She said, buy me something yummy from the market. I want to try stuff like kebabs, too. Nocturne said to Abilia. Yeah, be careful. Karina said while looking happy. All right. Abilia said, hurry back, Karina. While walking in the garden, Karina thinks in her mind. Karina Leopold. She thinks you're the worst. How could you get jealous of your own little sister? The doctor asked Karina, did you decide that you want to live? While smiling, Karina said, no, I need medicine. Doctor asked, medicine? What kind of medicine? She said, I'm going to leave this place. I've never been in control of my own life, not even once. She said, I don't want to live like this anymore. The doctor asked him, so, where are you going? She replied, it's a place at the end of the northern region. She said, have you heard of Zentar? While cheerfully smiling, doctor said, you might as well dig your own grave now. He said you'd be better off taking a pill that'll kill you in a snap of a finger than going to a place like that. While walking away from her, he said, if you're here to ask to be killed, you're at the wrong place. Get out of here. Karina said, no, you misunderstand. She said, is there a way to get there safely without dying? I was planning to take 2 months to get there. While the doctor is thinking, she said, and rest for a day or two every week at an inn. Would it be impossible? While pulling his chair, doctor asked, but why go north? She said, I have an acquaintance there. He said, but the north is unbelievably freezing. On top of that, winter's only 2 months away. She said, I don't think that'll be a problem, since I plan on only staying indoors. With a worried look, doctor asked, what are you trying to do, exactly? While looking at him, Karina thinks in her mind, he's looking at me as if I'm an ignorant child. She said, I would like to get there without dying. That's all I want. The doctor asked, when do you plan on leaving? She said, next week. While writing something, doctor said, there's not much time left. If you have heart disease, there's not a lot I can do about your declining health. He said, but I can delay the process. If you stop taking the pills, your condition will get a lot worse. And I'll only prescribe you 2 months' worth of them. After hearing the doctor, Karina cheered up and said, that's more than enough. Karina gives money to the doctor. He said, that's too much money. This medicine isn't even that expensive. Karina said, you're prescribing me 2 months' worth of medicine. And I also wanted to give this to you as a sign of thanks. I don't have anywhere to spend this, anyway. I'll see you in 6 days, sir. While looking at her leaving, doctor thinks in his mind, she's so young, and yet she's so quick to give up. I wonder what kind of life she lived to look so relieved about leaving. While walking in the bazaar, Karina thinks in her mind, once I get the medicine, I'll be all set to go. While walking in bazaar, she smells the aroma of kebabs. She thinks in her mind, that smells heavenly. The stall owner said to Karina, don't be shy and give it a try, miss. You'll thank me later. Karina remembers Abilia in her mind saying, I want to try stuff like kebabs, too. While smiling, Karina said to the stall owner, I'll have 2 to go, please. While sitting in the carriage, Karina looks outside. She looks at a girl wiping a little girl's face with an handkerchief. She remembers Abilia's words in her mind. You're so lucky to be able to go outside every day, Karina. While looking sad, she thinks in her mind, I know she didn't mean it in a bad way, and I know that she adores me as well, though I don't know why. While her heart throbs, she thinks in her mind, I wish I could be more easygoing about things like this. While coming from the gate and walking, she thinks in her mid, after all, Abelia and Felden are younger than me, and I should be understanding as their older sister. She said I guessed this would be perfect for a light snack before dinner. Felden asked Karina, "Where have you been?" Karina replied, "Hello, Felden." While sniffing the bag Karina is holding, Felden said, "Smells delicious." He snatches the bag from Karina and said while smiling, "Isn't this too heavy, Karina? I'll carry it for you." Karina said, "You only offer to help when I have food." While smiling she said, "Go and eat it with Abelia. She told me to buy her some." While running away Felsen said, "Yahoo, thanks, Karina." "Hey, Abelia! Look what I've got!" Karina thinks in her mind, "I'm drained. I should take a quick nap." At night Karina was sleeping in her bedroom. She heard a voice saying, "Karina Leopold!" She rises up from bed and asked, "What brings you to my room at this hour?" "Father," her father angrily said. "Karina, did you buy street food for Abelia?" Karina replied, "Yes. I went out today." While her mother and Felden are standing behind her father, he said, "Ha, you know that Abelia should be careful about what she eats, don't you?" While looking down, Karina thinks in her mind, "So this is what brought them to my room. I simply got her what she wanted." Karina asked, "Did something happen to Abelia?" Her father said, "There must have been something wrong with the food. She threw up everything to the point of dehydration." While remembering Abelia vomiting up, he said, "How could you be so thoughtless? You're her older sister." Her mother said, "Your father's right, Karina. You're an adult now. You should have been more careful." Karina said, "But Leah." Her father interrupts her and shouted, "I don't want to hear your excuses." Felden said, "Father, Mother." Karina just. Karina talks to herself in her mind, "Keep calm. This will end as it always has if you say sorry. They're simply worried about Abelia. There's no one else to blame." But she thinks in her mind, "Why are they taking it all out on me?" Karina said to her father, "So what?" Her father gets stunned. "Huh?" He asked, "What did you just say?" Karina said, "What do you want me to do?" She thinks in her mind, "How much longer do I have to endure this? For a year?" While she clenches her clothes, she thinks in her mind, "Until the day I die. Will they know how I felt after my death?" Her father said, "What an insolent." Karina interrupts him and said, "I simply bought those kebabs for Abelia because she asked me to." She said, "And you should have firmly told her that she shouldn't eat such foods because they may be bad for her health." Her father said, "What? How ignorant are you about your sisters?" Karina interrupts her father again and said, "No. I thought that it'd be alright because Abelia asked me to buy her some." While getting shocked, her mother said, "Karina, how could you talk back to your father like that?" She thinks in her mind, "Ha, my head hurts." She said, "What do you mean? I simply told him my opinion, that's all. I don't believe I did anything wrong." Her mother said, "Ha, but if you were going to buy her food like that, you should have gotten permission from the doctor." Karina said, "What do you mean by food like that? Felden was fine after he ate it." She said, "Besides, I bought some after trying one myself, so I thought it'd be alright." She said to her father, "I'll be careful from now on, father. And please warn Abelia about this as well." While trying to get calm, her father said, "Alright. Please be more cautious." While her father, turning Felden, asked her mother, "Mother, may I go see Abelia?" She replied, "Go on." Her father stopped at the door and said, "Karina, you know that your sister has been unwell since the day she was born, don't you?" Karina said, "Yes." He said, "You might feel like this isn't fair, but you're perfectly healthy. So please understand." Karina said, "All right." She thinks in her mind, "I'm sick of hearing about how healthy I am. It's not like I'm the only healthy one in this family. And Frick and Felden are perfectly fine as well. Why does he always talk as if being born healthy is a sin, and keeps demanding me to make sacrifices?" Karina said, "I know." Karina's mother said, "Your father must be worked up because Leah passed out. Karina, please be understanding." She asked Karina. You're not upset or anything, are you? While they were going, Karina said, Is that all you have to say to me? Both of her parents stopped. Her father asked, What? Karina asked mockingly. I'm surprised you even knew where my room was, father. Mother, he replied. Of course we knew. Karina said, I thought that both of you had forgotten, since you never came here to see me these past few years. After listening to Karina, both of them get shocked. Karina said to them, Please tell Abilia that I'm sorry I caused such an inconvenience. I'm tired, so I'd like to get some rest. They left after that. While lying on her bed, Karina thinks in her mind, Ha! I didn't do anything wrong. I hope Abilia's alright. While looking worried, she thinks in her mind, as for dehydration, I've been through it a couple times recently myself. It'll be alright. It's not a big deal. After that, Karina quickly stands up and take her colors and started drawing. She draws a little fairy, and she came to life. The little fairy starts lying. Karina said, Hello there, Miss Fairy. While the little fairy hugs her, she thinks in her mind, I should just forget it all, like I always did. I have my drawings. She thinks creating art is the only way I can breathe. I cannot stop drawing, even if I have to exchange my life for it. After all, it's my everything. The next day, maid asked Karina, Oh my! Are you here to eat in the dining room today, Lady Karina? Karina remembers Felden and Abilia apologizing to her. Felden said, Karina, sorry about the other day. While crying, Abilia said, Karina, I'm sorry. I won't ask you to buy me street food ever again, so will you forgive me? And please come to the dining room for our meals, too. While standing in front of the door, Karina said, Yes, I will. The maid said, That's good to hear. Everyone will be pleased. Karina talks in her mind, Today will be my last day here, anyway. While sitting on the dining table, Karina thinks in her mind, I don't think I'll be able to eat anything other than that salad. Her father said to her, Ahem. Karina, I noticed that your birthday is in 2 days. She said, Yes, that's right. She thinks in her mind, I forgot that my birthday was coming up. Her father said that happens to be Enfrick's day off, so we thought it'd be nice to go on a picnic all together. He said, Would it be alright to push back your birthday party? Karina said, Do as you wish. However, I don't think I'll be able to attend the picnic. I have plans. Her father asked, Is it so important that you must miss a family event? While standing up from the dining table, she said, Yes, I'm sorry. I hope you all have a lovely time without me. I'm done eating, so I'll excuse myself first. After that, she dashed back to her room. She places a paper on the table. While standing in front of the mirror, she thinks in her mind, I thought I couldn't be any more disappointed or sad. While writing on the paper, she thinks this might as well be my last birthday. She thinks father didn't even seem sorry when he asked if my party could be postponed. He acted like I would obviously say yes. It looks like my last memory of this place is going to be horrid too. After putting her robe, she gets ready to leave. She thinks in her mind still, since they're family, I wondered whether I should at least say something to them before leaving. But I just ended up leaving a simple letter on my table. After that, she left on her journey. In the Zenta region. While taking bath, Karina thinks in her mind, it's a relief that he didn't kick me out. A few minutes ago, Milian said while going away, As you wish. Fong, prepare a room for her. He said to her, We'll talk after you get washed up. Karina nodded to him. While looking at the medicine bottle, she thinks, I only have 3 pills left. She closes her eyes and remembers the doctor's words in her mind, I've given you plenty of medicine, but if you end up with only 3 pills left, stop taking them. Once you do, you'll come down with a fever in 3 days. Your health will decline rapidly afterward. It'll be as if all the water pent up behind a dam comes bursting out. After the bath, while rinsing her hair, Karina thinks in her mind, if my calculations are correct, my body temperature will start rising tonight. She remembers the doctor's words again: if your fever rises to an unbearable level, take a pill once every 2 days. P.S. Don't resist sleep. It's a sign that your body is fighting to stay alive. While standing, she thinks in her mind, is this what it's like to be a grandfather? While remembering her journey, she thinks the journey was exhausting, but it was tremendously fun as well. Though I only have 1 year to live as I wish. After getting ready, she thinks, no, that's more than enough for me. I should do whatever I want. And in order to do that, she remembers something in her mind. While standing in front of Milian, she thinks in her mind, this study smells like paper and ink. I think I kind of understand why he seems so touchy now. While looking away from him, she thinks in her mind, I'm sorry to bother you when you're busy. Milian said, take a seat first. Karina said, all right. Both Milian and Karina sat on sofas and the butler pours them tea. Milian said, now, explain why you came all the way to Zentar. Karina asked him, must I? Milian said with a frustrated look, I think I have the right to know, seeing how you're the one who asked me to let you live here for a while. He asked, did you get into a fight with your family or something? Karina clenches her clothes and said, I suppose you can say that. Milian said, considering the fact that you spent 2 whole months just to get here, I understand how desperately you wanted to leave. While Karina is looking down and sad, he asked, was the fight that serious? Karina talks in her mind, he is partly right. While imagining her family in her mind, I just wanted to spend my last days in peace, and, in order to do that, I needed to be far away from my family. She thinks in her mind, to be honest, a part of me wished that they would regret how they treated me after I died. I know I'm being childish, but... While holding the teacup, she said, everyone needs time to be alone sometimes. Milian said, yes, but now's not a good time. Winter's the busiest season of the year in Zentar, so I won't be able to tend to your needs. Karina joyfully said, that sounds great. While looking gloomy, Milian thinks in his mind, what in the world is this tiny lady trying to say? No, more importantly. Karina started babbling. She said, so if you happen to have an annex that you're not using, may I use it? If I were given a room right next to your graces, I imagine that it'd be awfully awkward when we run into each other, and... While looking at her babble, Milian thinks in his mind, is this really the same lady that I met at the engagement ceremony? She seems rather different now. He said ahem, the annex needs a bit of touching up. Karina asked, is it dusty? Milian said, no, it's clean, but it needs to be refurbished, and I have yet to assign servants there. While putting her cup and table, she said, if there's fire and warm water, it's more than enough. I don't even need a maid. Milian said, if you say so. It's ready for use, so you may move in whenever you'd like. Fang, make preparations. He said, and don't even think about going outside by yourself. With a concerning look on his face, he said, the north is different from the south during the winter. It's dangerous because you never know when a demonic monster could appear. Karina stands up and said, don't worry. I don't plan on venturing out. I'd like to get some rest. May I go to the annex right away? Milian said, go ahead. While going away, Karina said to Milian, thank you for allowing me to stay here. Milian said, I didn't exactly have a choice. It's not like I could kick you out. While walking, Karina stops at the door. While opening the door, she said, Your Grace, I'm sorry to be an inconvenience. She left while Milian and Fang are still there. While walking, Karina collapsed at the side of a wall. She thinks, I feel a bit dizzy. Karina was sleeping on the bed. While lying on bed, she thinks in her mind, it's so cold. While looking at the light, she thinks the light's still on over there. She rises up from bed. While walking holding a lantern, she thinks in her mind, I should fetch a kettle and a towel to cool my forehead while I have enough strength to move. While walking, she thinks, is the kitchen this way? This place is bigger than Leopold Manor, so it's hard to find my way around. While walking, she hears a creepy sound and gets spooked. She then heard voice of someone walking, and then she heard a voice saying, Lady Karina? She gets scared. She screamed and swings the lantern to the person calling her. The person avoids her swing. She then glances at the person. Milian asked, "What are you doing up so late?" While taking a sigh of relief, she said, "Well, what brings your grace here at this hour?" Milian said, "Ah." While scratching his neck, he thinks in his mind, "I can't tell her that I came because I was worried about her." He said, "I was taking a walk when I remembered the heaters in the annex were broken, so I came to check on them." Karina said, "Oh? Is that so?" He steps up to her and extends his hand towards her, and she flinches. He said, "But..." While getting confused, he asked, "Lady Karina, are you hiding something from me?" While looking at her worried face, he said, "If anything is wrong, tell me." Karina said, "It's nothing." With an angry face, he thinks in his mind, "Nothing?" He then grabs her hand and started walking. While walking, he thinks in his mind, while looking at her, she's out of breath, her cheeks are red, and unlike before, her voice is shaking. He said to her, "You have a fever?" Karina said, "It's all right. I'm sure it'll go away if I get enough rest." He said, "I should have seen this coming when you told me that it took you 2 months to get here. Why didn't you just say you were feeling unwell? Only a foolish bear would try to endure something like this." Karina imagines a bear in her mind and asked, "A bear?" He said, "On the battlefield, it's more troublesome to deal with someone who dies from hiding their wounds. So, if you don't want your condition to worsen even more, I need you to tell me about these things beforehand." He asked, "Do you understand?" With a sorry face, she said, "I'm sorry." She thinks in her mind, "Wait a minute. Why do I have to be scolded here like this in the middle of the night?" Karina said, "I..." Milian interrupts her, and he raised his hand in front of Karina's face. Abd asked, "Lady Karina, how many fingers am I holding up?" Karina thinks in her mind while her vision of his fingers is blurry, "There's no way he's holding up 6 fingers, and since I'm seeing doubles." She said, 3. Milian looks at his 2 dingers. She thinks in her mind, "Did I get it right?" Milian said, "You really are such a handful." He then lifts her up and holds her in his arms. While surprised, Karina said, "I'm fine." He said, "This isn't a good place for a patient to live in. I'll take you to the main building." Karina said, "But..." He said, "I know that you don't want to, but I'd be a horrible host if I just let you stay in the annex." Karina said, "Okay." Milian starts walking while holding her in his arms. He said to her, "I'll call someone to take care of you. Get some sleep." While feeling dizzy, Karina said, "No doctors." Milian asked, "What?" She said, "Don't call a doctor, no matter what, please." He said, "All right. Just go to sleep." She said, "Your Grace, you promise?" Milian brings her to the main building. She falls asleep on bed. While looking at Karina sleeping, Milian thinks just. He first stops his hand and then thinks in his mind, "What is she trying to hide from me?" 2 months ago. Maid said to Karina's father, "Goodness, your lordship! Lady Karina's nowhere to be found." He said, "Why are you making such a fuss? She frequently goes out on her own, doesn't she?" While bowing her head, Maid said, "I apologize, my lord." "Well, I don't think that's the case this time." While presenting a letter, Maid said, "I found this letter on her table when I was cleaning Lady Karina's room this morning." The letter's content were as follows. "I'm going to go on a journey. Karina Leopold." He said, "What in the world?" While reaching her hand to the letter, her mother asked, "What is it?" After reading it, she asked, "Where could she have gone without saying a word?" He father asked the maid, "When's the last time you saw her?" She said, "Well, I believe I saw her go outside 2 days ago." He asked, "What about yesterday?" She said, "Yesterday? I don't recall seeing her." He asked, "Did any of you see Karina yesterday?" Felden and Abilia looks oblivious. Abilia asked, "Since she wasn't in her room, I thought she went to the market again." Felden said, "I haven't seen her recently either." Enfric said, "Perhaps she was upset that the picnic overlapped with her birthday. I should have picked a different date." Enfric remembers his conversations with Karina in his mind. He said, "Karina, if you're upset, you can say so. Don't forget that mother and father love you. Karina said, I know. I'm their child, so they probably do love me, somewhere deep inside their heart. But one thing is for certain. I'm not their favorite. After putting the letter on the table, her mother wipes her mouth and said honestly, how could she be so inconsiderate? Didn't she realize we'd worry once we discovered she was gone? If she hated the picnic so much, she could have said so. Her father said to the butler she couldn't have gone too far. Dispatch a few of our men and find out where she went. Her mother asked the maid, did any money go missing? The maid replied, just 2 gold coins from today and yesterday combined, your ladyship. Her father said, see? She couldn't have made it too far with so little money. He said she'll probably be back after 2 weeks or so. I'll make sure to scold her properly when she returns. Her mother said, I hope nothing happens to her. Her father said, what an ungrateful child. This will serve as a good lesson for her when she finally realizes how blessed she was to live in comfort under this roof. After a few days, while standing beside the table, her father shouted, Karina Leopold. What in the world is she thinking? While crumpling the paper, he said, no matter how upset she was, how could she do this? His mother came and asked, darling, what's wrong? He said, it seems that Karina went south. She asked, so, how is she? While putting his left hand on his face, he said they lost her when she got on a carriage headed for the capital. He thinks in his mind, I understand that Karina might feel upset, but how could she stir up trouble on purpose? What a disgrace to the family. While sitting, her mother said, who knows what may happen to her? We must send more people and bring her. Her father interrupts her mother and said, bring her back? For what? If she hates being here so much, let her be. She left of her own volition, so I refuse to let her into this manner unless she gets on her knees and begs for forgiveness. He called his butler Cassis. He said to him, I don't care how much it costs to keep tracking her down. Find her. Cassis replied while bowing she head, yes, my lord. Her mother said, I know that it was rash of Karina to do something like this, but I can only imagine how dismayed she must have been. Her father said, stop making excuses for her. She ran away because she was upset about a birthday party. He said, if word gets out about this, I won't be able to hold my head up. She's a smart girl. I'm sure she'll be back before that happens. Her father asked her mother, how's Leah? Isn't she lonely now that Karina's not here? Her mother, with a worry face, said, it seems as though she goes in and out of Karina's room, but she doesn't say much. Still, it must be hard for her. Her father said, she's more mature than her childish sister. Her mother said, though Abilia acts out sometimes, she's quite thoughtful. I'm sure Karina had her reasons for acting this way too. While imagining Karina in his mind, he said, what in the world could she possibly have been upset about? We gave her enough pocket money and always bought her the things she asked for. Her father said, we must have spoiled that girl. Her mother thinks in her mind that's true. We gave her everything a child could ever want. No, let's not talk about this anymore. She'll probably return in a month, at least. Karina opens her eyes and blinks. She was lying in bed. Milian asked, are you awake? He was sitting on a chait while reading a paper. Karina turns her head and looks at him and said, Your Grace? She gets shocked and talks in her head, it really is him. Milian said, you still have a fever? Stay in bed. While rising up from bed, Karina asked, Your Grace, what are you doing here? Milian replied, don't you remember? You refused to see a doctor, and it was too late to call for anyone. He steps up to her and said, so I decided to stay by your side until morning. While Milian is pushing her into the bed, Karina asked, really? He said, then why else would I be reading my papers in here instead of my study? She said, but, am I not a bother to you? Milian talks in his mind, why would she be a bother? She's a patient, so of course, I have to take care of her. He said, I am the owner of this manor, Lady Karina. Since I accepted your offer, it's all right for you to act like a guest. With a relieving face, Karina said, okay. Milian sits on a chair near the bed and asks, do you need anything? I've never looked after anyone before, so I'm quite new to this. Karina asked, really? This is your first time? He replied, that's right. She said, this is a first for me too. While smirking, he thinks in his mind, of course it is. There's no way a noble lady would ever need to tend to someone who's ill. She's babbling nonsense because of her fever. Karina said while smiling, but it is quite nice to have someone nearby when you're sick. She said, I'm used to looking after my siblings, so. Milian thinks in his mind, she must have been referring to being taken care of, not taking care of someone else. He talks in his mind, come to think of it, I believe I heard that Count Leopold's youngest daughter is quite sick. While imagining the Leopold family in his mind, he thinks things can be difficult for a family with a patient. For instance, it's inevitable for a parent's attention and affection to tilt in one direction. He said, anyway, it seems like your fever's not going down, which is a problem. Karina said, I have medicine in my bag. I forgot to bring it. Milian stands up and said, I'll go get it then. Karina grabs his hand and said, no. Not right now. Milian said, no? Your fever's still high. Karina said, it doesn't matter. Milian sits back on chair and said, you're more stubborn than a donkey. Karina giggles while lying down in bed. She thinks in her mind while holding Milian's hand, I feel cold and heavy. The room is really dark, but his hand is so warm. It feels so good that I can't help but giggle. Milian said to her, it's still dawn. You should get some more sleep. Karina asked, will you leave if I fall asleep? Milian squeezes her hand and said, no. I'm going to stay until Fong wakes up. I'll be right here until you fall asleep, so don't worry. Karina gets stunned after hearing him. She thinks in her mind, it feels like I just got an unexpected birthday present. She falls asleep after that. While sitting, Milian looks at her and thinks in his mind, should I send a letter to her family? No, I suppose it'd be better to do that once winter passes. He thinks she probably needs time to sort out whatever she's troubled with. He thinks it doesn't seem like she wants to depend on her family, so I don't think helping her out for 3 to 4 months will be a problem. After a while, Milian knocks on the door and asked, Lady Karina? While covering herself in warm clothing, Karina replied, Your Grace. He asked, should you be walking around when your fever has just gone down? Karina cheerfully replied, I wanted to stretch my legs a bit because I was in bed for so long. Karina talks in her mind, it has been a week since I collapsed. 2 things have changed since then. The first is that my health deteriorated so much that even walking at a normal pace makes me run out of breath now. Milian walks close to her and puts his hand on her forehead while she is thinking. The second is that the Duke comes by every day and puts his hand on my forehead to check my condition. Milian happily said, your fever's definitely gone down now. But, while Karina is blushing and covering her head with her hands, he said, why are you acting like a scared rabbit? While laughing, he said, don't worry. I won't bite. He asked, have you had lunch yet? Karina replied, no, not yet. She talks in her mind, I didn't want to be a bother, so I tried my best to stay out of his sight, but, while turning, Milian said, I haven't either. Would you like to join me? Karina nodded and he said, all right. Then take your time getting dressed. I'll see you outside. Karina talks in her mind. At first, he seemed like a cold and blunt person, but I soon discovered he was more caring and sensitive than I thought. While walking with Karina, Milian said, that reminds me. I'll be out hunting monsters quite often from now on, so there'll be no need for you to go back to the annex. Just use the main building. Karina asked, would I be a hindrance if I followed you on your hunts? He straightforwardly said, of course. Karina said, I was just joking. Milian asked, anyway, do you like to draw? He said, I noticed that your bag was filled with art tools. Karina said, oh, yes, I do. She thinks in her mind, not even my family has ever asked me about that. He said while pointing outside, then I suggest that you go up to the roof at dawn or sunset to see the view. It's quite the sight. She said, all right, I'll keep that in mind. While turning, he said, but Karina bumps into him. Milian said, oh, my apologies. While rubbing her face, Karina said, no, I'm the one that bumped into you. She asked, but what? What were you about to say? While scratching his head, he said, since you seem quite frail, be careful when you go up there. She said, all right. He said also, it gets very cold in the morning and night here in the north, so make sure to dress warmly. She said, okay. He said, you need to notify me or Fong before you go. She said, okay. While pointing upward, he said, and you must come down once every hour or so to warm your body up. While listening to him, Karina thinks in her mind, I bet his subordinates don't like him because he lectures so much. He said with a serious face, you better remember all this if you don't want to end up as a dry squid. She said, a dry squid? He asked her while turning, huh? Did you forget what you were like at the engagement ceremony? While remembering the engagement day, he said you were practically dragged around by your maids. It was clear from your expression that you didn't want to come. He said if you didn't want to be there that much, you should have said so. While getting sad, she said that was. She talks in her mind, I didn't have a choice. While remembering her parents in her mind, she tells my parents planned the engagement without even asking for my opinion. While remembering Abilia's sick, she tells and they couldn't attend the engagement ceremony because Liao was sick. While bowing her head, she said, I apologize if I had offended you. Milian said, no, there's no need for you to apologize. While closing his eyes, he said, I guess I was also at fault for not asking you how you felt about the engagement. I was too focused on carrying out my predecessor's final wishes. He said, anyway, what I'm trying to say is, if you don't like something, while looking her in her eyes, he said, just say that you don't. Karina thinks in her mind, but I've never been able to express my opinion so openly before. If I had refused to get engaged, Abilia would have been forced to take my place. She doesn't say anything. Milian scratches Hugh's head and then turns and starts walking. As he walked, he asked, what kind of foods do you not like? Karina replied, I'm not good with greasy foods. While opening the door, Milian said, I suppose that's understandable. Come, you must be hungry. While amazed, Karina said, Your Grace, Milian said, this place is beautiful when it snows, but the cold is unbearable. So, I gathered all the experts of the north and had them make a glass dome here. While excited, Karina asked, wow, when will it snow? Milian replied, since this year's been fairly chilly so far, I suspect it'll start snowing early next month, Karina told. It wasn't cold enough to snow back at Leopold County though, Milian said. What an absurd comparison. Of course, the north is colder. Anyway, the food's getting cold. You should eat. Karina imagines Milian saying to maids, don't put any greasy food on that side. She thinks, he's so considerate. Milian then asked, you're not that weak, right? You're not going to throw up blood while eating, are you? Feeling pressured, Karina replied, I'm not that ill. She thinks in her mind, I feel so sorry that he had to go out of his way for me. I thought he was just a cold and mean person. If any problems arise because of me, he'll have to deal with the consequences. Perhaps I shouldn't have come here. While she was busy in her thoughts, Milian looks towards her and asked, what's wrong? Does it not suit your taste? Karina said. Your Grace, he replied. You can just call me Milian. Or Lien is fine as well, she said. Oh, all right, he asked, so why did you suddenly call out to me? Surprised by his question, Karina shakes her head and then replied, I just felt apologetic. He asked, apologetic? For what? She replied. For not notifying you before coming here. I thought you'd say no if I asked beforehand, so, he replied. Of course I would've, he said, but it wouldn't be because I don't like you or find you annoying. It's simply because it'd be dangerous. Forget about what I said to you when you arrived. I'd like to officially apologize for how I acted that day, Karina replied. It's fine. And, she wondered, should I tell him about my illness? Even if I do, the situation won't change for the better. In the worst-case scenario, I may no longer be able to stay here, and, while smiling, she replied, thank you for this meal, Milian said. That's it. Enjoy. The main chef will be sad if you don't, and I'll have him prepare something easier for you to eat next time, she said. Huh? Yes, thank you. Milian asked. How is it? She replied while eating. It's delicious. After a few moments, while walking, Karina thinks, I haven't been this full in such a long time. Our conversation was lovely as well. Looking through the glass window, she thinks, maybe I should go up on the roof tomorrow. Milian shouted. What did I tell you? While furious, he said, did you think I was joking when I warned you about going up there? Karina replied. I'm sorry. Milian said, would you please explain to me why you went up to the roof wearing only a robe over your clothes? I thought you promised me you'd be careful. Averting her eyes, Karina asked. Did I? While Milian glares, she admitted, I think I did. Firstly, I must tell Milian or Fang if I plan on going up to the roof. Secondly, I must dress warmly. And lastly, I must come down every hour or so to warm my body. But, she looks into the hallway and thinks, there's no one here. Are they all asleep? While she dashes, she thinks, I don't think I should bother them. I'm just going to take a quick peek, so I suppose it'll be fine if I go alone. She went upstairs and opens the door to the balcony. She was in awe by the scenery and thinks, I've got to draw this. While she was drawing, just a bit more, someone grabs her from behind and she gets shocked. It was Milian who grabs her. She said, Your Grace? Back to the present, Milian shouted. If you want to turn to ice, just say so. I'll pour ice cubes into your bathtub myself, Karina replied. The thing is, I really had no idea that so much time had passed. I didn't do it on purpose. Looking at her, Milian furiously asked, Are you giggling? Karina gasped and Milian puts his hand on Karina's head and said, Why don't you just turn into a human furnace? It'll save me money on heating this place up, Karina asked. Your Grace, are you cold? If you are, you can take this blanket, he replied. I don't think you're in a position to ask me that, she thinks in her mind. It's been an hour since I've been under these blankets. Milian asked, May I take a look at your drawing? Handing her the drawing, Karina said, Of course. It's not that remarkable, but, Karina tells in her mind, Enfric became a part of the Imperial Order because of his swordsmanship skills. Felden can do anything he's seen once because he's a quick learner. Abilia is a gifted embroiderer who could make intricate patterns with ease. Compared to what they can do, my drawings are far from being refined. Milian looks at the drawing thoroughly and said, Whenever I hear you speak, I come to the conclusion that being too humble isn't good either. While confused, Karina asked, What? Looking at the drawing, Milian said, I'm not that knowledgeable in this area, so I can't give you an accurate evaluation, but this is incredible. Karina gets surprised by his remark and blushed. Huh? Milian continued, I never thought the view from the top of my manor could be this beautiful. Lady Karina, you should have more confidence, she replied. That's the first time I've received such a compliment, he said. Well, I'm dead serious. I can't wait to see the final version, she replied. Thank you for being so generous, but, he said. Generous? I meant what I said. I don't joke about things like this. If I really thought your drawing was horrible, I would have suggested that you find a different hobby. Karina laughs and said, I suppose you're right. Milian said, If you still have trouble believing me, why don't you give me the finished version once you're done? I'll request an evaluation, from an acquaintance of mine who's well versed in art, Karina replied. I will. But as for the evaluation, I don't think it'll be necessary. I don't draw to show to other people, you see. She thinks, I only started art because I was lonely and ended up continuing, but I'm too embarrassed to say so. She asked, Your Grace, can I take off these blankets now? While they were talking, someone knocks the door and said, Your Grace, it's Marius, Milian said. Come in. He came and asked, Your Grace, did you turn this lady into a blanket caterpillar? Milian said. I didn't summon you to hear such nonsense, Marius. It seems as though the long journey here has weakened her health. On top of that, she spent a whole day sitting outside on the roof. Give her a checkup, Dr. Marius said. Ah, I see, he said. Lady Karina, let me take. Yes, he reached out his hand to check on Karina. She hides her head inside the blanket. Surprised by her gesture, the doctor said, Huh? Your Grace? While surprised, Milian asked, Lady Karina, what are you doing? She mumbles from inside the blanket. I told you that I didn't want to see a doctor, Milian said. Well, then you shouldn't have fallen ill. Let him take a look at you, she replied. I'll get better once I get plenty of rest, Milian said. I see I'm not getting anywhere. He lifts her up as he was folding the blanket and said, Come, let's get you to bed. Shocked by his action, Marius shouted, Your Grace, how could you pick up a lady like that? If you're going to move her, you should carry her gently in your arms. Milian puts Karina on the bed and she was also shocked. Milian said, I did carry her gently. While crying, Marius said, How was that being gentle? She's not a sack of potatoes. Your Grace, you shouldn't treat a southerner like you would a northerner. They're not accustomed to our rough ways. Scratching his head, Milian said, Is that so? I apologize, Lady Karina, Marius then said. My lady, please forgive his grace. And would you be so kind as to give me your hand? He checks up on her, as she was breathing heavily. Milian said, How is? Marius cuts him off by pointing with his finger. Sure, he then said to Karina. If you're tired, get some sleep, my lady. Lie down comfortably. As she was lying down, Karina thinks, I shouldn't fall asleep. Marius then examines her with a serious expression. Milian asked, What's the matter? Why do you look so serious? He replied. She seems severely ill, he concludes. Her pulse is unstable and weak, as is her heartbeat. She also has a light spot on her skin. After examining her, Marius said, this illness is rare in the north, but it looks like she has art disease. Milian asked. Art disease? He told. Yes. As you know, the iOS Empire was blessed with art. The north is filled with soldiers because it was recently occupied, but the capital and the south have always been bustling with marvelous artists, Milian replied. I'm aware of that. So, Marius continued, though it's rare, there are some cases where a few artists are overly blessed with the gift of art. They are able to bring about miracles with their creations. Such miracles surpass human capabilities and are even called the power of a deity. Milian, remembering in his mind, said, come to think of it, Ferial's performances have the power to heal, Marius said. That's right. House Carlos is famous for being a family of artists for generations in the Empire. Then Milian asked, so you're saying that this squid, Lady Karina, is an artist that has the ability to bring about miracles? Marius told. Yes. This light spot that begins here under her armpit and continues to the inner part of her arm is one of the symptoms. Milina thinks in her mind, her drawing was enough to impress me, who doesn't know a thing about art. I even got goosebumps. The sketch depicted a familiar sight, and yet, it was far more beautiful than anything I'd seen before. Looking at it made me feel as if I was right there on the rooftop, staring at the view with my very eyes. Scratching his head, Marius replied, well, she's quite weak right now, but with my skills, I don't think I'll be able to figure out what type of art disease she has. Milian asked. Type? Marius told. There are several different types of art disease. The mildest type brings about a decrease in the person's stamina, while another causes the loss of sensation in limbs. And though it is rare, there are also cases where the disease takes away one's life, Milian said. So, what you're saying is, in the worst case, Lady Karina may die, Marius replied. Those cases are very rare, but to put it bluntly, yes, Milian said. That sounds like a rather cruel blessing, Marius said. Well, we are talking about a power that transcends human boundaries. Milian looks towards her and thinks, since she's sleeping right now, I can't ask her anything. He asked, is there a way to cure her illness? Marius replied, as far as I know, there isn't. All I can do is prescribe painkillers for her. Milian asked, so does that mean I can do nothing but watch as she loses a limb or her life? Marius replied, if the artist really wants to live, then they must stop creating art. However, most do not, Milian said. Why not? How hard could it be to choose life over art? Marius explained. Your Grace, if you were ever put in a situation where you would die or lose a limb if you continued wielding a sword, would you be able to swiftly decide never to touch it again? Milina then apologized. I'm sorry. That was thoughtless of me, Marius told. Those who have art disease are usually great masters of their field. It wouldn't be hard to imagine how much they love and treasure art, Milian recalled. She never mentioned this during the engagement ceremony, Marius added. They probably dedicated most of their lives to creating art, Milian then said. Thank you. I'll send a message to Ferial. As he was leaving, Marius said, since she's quite weak right now, please keep an eye on her. I'll leave some medicine that will reduce her fever. As he closes the door, Milian said. All right. After he left, Milian wondered, how long has she suffered on her own? At night, while smoking, Milian thinks she had a long face that time too. He recalled the day of his engagement and tells, on the day of the engagement ceremony, she looked at the spot where only her brothers sat, with such a sad expression on her face. But whenever someone came up to greet us, I was flabbergasted at how she would flash a smile at them like nothing happened. As he puts her drawing in a tube, he tells, I couldn't help but blurt out that she reminded me of a sheep back then. I thought she'd get mad at me, but she only smiled like a fool. Then standing in the balcony, he whistles and a falcon came and sits on his hand. The falcon rubs his head on Milian's face and then flies away. Looking at the falcon going, Milian thinks in his mind, I hope Ferial sends me a reply before it starts snowing. Meanwhile, Nocturne asked the doctor, Sir, are you serious? Are you really going to the north? The doctor replied as he was preparing to leave, I'll leave the clinic in your hands for a while. I'll be back next spring if things end quickly, Nocturne said. But the north is dangerous in the winter, sir, the doctor said. It'll be fine. I'll be cutting it close, but I'll probably get there before winter starts. While worried, Nocturne said, I'm pretty sure it will begin during your journey. But why are you going to the north anyway? Rummaging through his things, Doctor replied. A month ago, a young lady with art disease came by to see me. She didn't have very long left to live. She told me that she was heading north. I got a little worried about her, so I decided to go there as well. The north probably has very few doctors who know about art disease, Nocturne asked. But if she doesn't have long to live, doesn't that mean she has the worst kind of art disease? As he puts on his hat, the doctor said. Well, it was my first time seeing such a type in my whole career as a doctor. I imagine it'll probably be too late to help her, but, Nocturne then asked, then why are you going there? As he was about to sit, he said. It seemed like she was from a wealthy family, but judging by how much her illness had progressed, it's clear that her parents didn't care about her very much. If they had paid a bit of attention to her, her condition wouldn't have worsened to this extent, Nocturne replied. Some parents abandon their own children, leaving them to die on the streets. So it wouldn't surprise me if such cold-hearted and neglectful parents existed either. Sitting inside the carriage, the doctor advised, anyhow, Nocturne, make sure to treat all your patients fairly. If I hear strange rumors about the clinic while I'm away, mind you, I'll be very angry. Nocturne smiles and said, all right. Don't worry. I'll run things as you would, sir. He asked, but what was the name of your patient? The doctor replied as he thinks. What was it again? Lena or something? I don't remember. Well, I'll be heading off now, Nocturne then said. Yes, sir. I hope you have a safe journey. As the carriage was leaving, Nocturne looks at it and thinks, Lena? Could it be House Leopold's? No, Lena is a common name. On top of that, he said that she didn't have long left to live. It couldn't be her, at Leopold household, and Frick asked. Did we get any news about Karina? It's been a month since she left, his father replied. All I received was a report saying that they were still searching for her in the capital, and Frick said, Father, I think it'd be better to make use of the soldiers. As he puts down his pen, his father said, if she has already gone beyond the capital, then it would be unreasonable to send soldiers. It could complicate things if the imperial family were to misunderstand. Showing disapproval, he said, who did she get her stubbornness from? And Frick said, I'm getting worried. I hope nothing has happened to her. His father looks at the portraits of his family members that were on his desk. He picks up Abilia's portrait and wonders, did I not have Karina's portrait made? After a few moments, while walking in the hallway, her father remembers these words. I'm surprised you even knew where my room was, father. Mother, I thought that both of you had forgotten since you never came here to see me these past few years. He stops and looks at the rooms and tells. We gave Abilia the room closest to the stairs so it would be easier for the doctor to find her. And since Enfric has to go to work every day, we gave him the room next to hers. We gave Felden the next room because he's younger. And Karina's room. He looks towards where Karina's room was, and it was at the end in the dark. While walking towards her room, he recalls. What did she say back then? He remembers Karina saying in his mind, Father, I want a room over there as well. This one is too far from the stairs, so it's scary. He tells, I scolded her, telling her not to be so childish because she was a big sister. But now, I see that this room could have been frightening for a child her age to stay in. Standing at the door, he recalls. I remember going to Karina's room to reprimand her when she gave Lia street food. Other than that, I don't remember the last time I came here to see her. He went inside the room and looking at the table, he observes, this table is a bit too small for an adult. If she needed a bigger one, she should have said so. He pulls out the drawer and picks the drawings that were inside there. He looks at a painting and said, was it 2 years ago? Abilia's condition got worse, so we went on an outing to get some fresh air. Did Karina not go with us then? Yes, he was reminiscing. The door opens and his wife came and calls. Cassis? What are you doing in here? He replied, I was just dropping by. What about you? She said. Seeing Karina's empty seat in the dining room made me think of her, but I haven't been to Karina's room in a while, so this feels strange. Looking at the painting he's holding, she asked. What's that? He replied, I think it's one of Karina's drawings. His wife also looks at the painting and said, it's been some time since I saw her drawing. He asked, did she draw before? She tells him. She used to bring her illustrations to show me from time to time when she was little. But she stopped after a while, so I thought she had gotten tired of it, she said. I wonder how she's doing, her father said. She's a bright girl, so she's probably doing fine. I'll send a few messages to nobles that are close to our family. Her mother wonders, she's always been such a good and obedient girl. Why did she do this? She told. Lia keeps asking me when Karina will be back, and Felden says he wants to go look for her. I'm getting worried day by day. Her father said, since Karina's not here, take good care of Lia. Her condition will get worse if she has any trouble sleeping. Her mother said, why don't you try sending a message to the Duke? Her father replied, Duke Pastellio? No, I doubt she went to Zentar. Shaking his head, he said, the road to the north is very dangerous. She couldn't have gone all the way there with what little money she took with her. She's timid and doesn't have the courage to do something like that. She's probably hiding somewhere in the capital. I'll take care of everything, so don't worry. I'll also make sure to ask friends who live near the capital. Her mother thinks, why do I feel frighteningly lonely when I look at this drawing? Meanwhile, Nocturne asked, why the long face, Lia? She replied, did it show? I was just thinking of Karina. It's been 2 months since she ran away. Nocturne remembers Karina Leopold. She was a quiet lady who never stood out. It was easy to overlook her because she had dull brown hair, unlike the rest of her family. But her blue eyes were strangely more beautiful than anyone else's, Abilia said. You know, Karina always stayed by my side whenever I was sick. That's why I never felt lonely, even though I didn't have any friends. While smiling, she told, she would read me a picture book whenever I asked her to, and even sang me a lullaby when I requested it. Hearing her, Nocturne replied, I see. Abilia continued, and if I told her that I was lonely, she didn't go out to meet her friends and stayed right next to me. While giggling, she told, actually, when I was younger, I was jealous that she got to go out when I couldn't, so I made her stay with me a couple of times. But I don't do that anymore. Nocturne smiles and said, Lady Karina must have been a kind sister. He concludes in his mind, though, she may not have liked you as much as you think she did. He then remembers a past incident. Abilia said, I knew you would catch me. Karina said, don't trust me. The words she mumbled at the staircase sounded so sincere that I thought her kindness to Abilia was all an act. And even if she doesn't like Abilia that much, she should have at least sent her sick sister a letter. Nocturne said, don't be too anxious. But if you're really worried, how about you get healthier so you can go and look for her? While rummaging through her things, Abilia said, that sounds good too. Oh, and I also found out something amazing about Karina the other day. Showing him a picture, she said, Tada, look at this. Nocturne asked, a drawing? Looking at the drawing, he thinks, it feels like I'm staring at this scene with my very eyes. It feels so real. Amazed by the drawing, he asked, did Lady Karina really draw this? In disagreement, she said, yes. I took it from her room. I have no idea why she didn't say anything about her drawings when she's this talented. If I were her, I would have run to Mother and asked her to compliment me. Karina's really good at doing things by herself. As she was talking, Nocturne stands up. Abilia asked, are you leaving already? He replied, yes. I just remembered that I had something to take care of, she said. Oh, all right. Goodbye. Nocturne left the room. After closing the door, he puts his hand inside his bag and thinks, could it be? He pulls out a prescription which contents were, name Karina, condition, suspected of having art disease, has 1 year left to live, at most, note, slim chance of living longer. He said to himself, no way. Back at the Duke's manor, Karina opens her eyes and she vavs lying on the bed. She rises up from bed and thinks, I'm thirsty. She extends her hand to reach the jug and wonders, did His Grace leave this for me? She said to herself, I shouldn't have come here. She thinks in her mind, I wonder if he found out about my illness. She said, I hope that he never finds out. When I was told that I didn't have much time left to live, the first thing that came to mind was how my family treated me throughout the years. If I told them I was dying, I thought they would give me more affection and attention. But I didn't want to face a reality where such love would only be given to me when I'm about to die. I felt miserable and disgusted at the thought of trying to seek their attention with my illness, which was eating away at my life like sand escaping through the crevice of my fingers. That's why I ran all the way to the north. My family can't reach me here, and Milian. I thought he'd ignore me because it seemed like he didn't like me. I tried to live as quietly as possible. She then remembers his words. I am the owner of this manor, Lady Karina. Since I accepted your offer, it's all right for you to act like a guest. While crying, she said, Why is he treating me so kindly? It's inevitable for people to have favorites within their family. That's why things are unfair sometimes, because everyone has their own set of priorities. But I'm merely a guest to Milian. I'm not even family. So how can he be so caring toward a stranger like me? While crying, she thinks, I'm going to die, and he'll keep on living. I should have made sure that he didn't develop any feelings for me, regardless of whether such feelings stem from sympathy or worry. If Milian ends up feeling guilty about my death, then she said to herself, I remember reading about a charm that can erase one's memory. She raises her hand as to draw and said, if I had that book with me now, I could probably draw that charm. My ability allows me to create any object I've seen, felt, and understood through my drawing. For example, if I draw the heart of a dead person, I could bring them back to life for a while. Of course, the power wears off as time passes, so a complete revival is impossible. But it's a powerful ability. If I had been born in a family that valued art, I imagine they would have supported my talent in every way they could. But what's the use in blaming my family now? Maybe I shouldn't stay here. Perhaps I should go to a monastery. I'm about to run out of pills, and I don't think I'll be able to go back to the south in my current condition. She then wonders, what should I do? A voice came. Do what? Milian came and said, You're up, Karina said. Your Grace. Yes, he walks close to her, he asked. What type is it? Huh? Milian drags the chair to sit and asked. You seem to be suffering from art disease. According to Marius, there are several kinds of art disease. I was asking what kind yours was. Karina averts her gaze and said, I'm sorry, he said. Don't apologize, just answer my question, she replied. I know that I'm selfish and acted out of line, he said. Lady Karina, I'm not trying to blame you, she said. I'm sorry I barged in here. It was thoughtless of me to do so. Milian takes a sigh and said, I see I'm getting nowhere. Karina asked, Is it too late to pretend that this never happened? With a serious face, Milian asked, What are you talking about? Karina doesn't speak. Then Milian said, Karina Leopold, she replied. Yes? He asked. Is it that difficult to answer my question? Clenching his fists, Karina said, Why, Your Grace, may I please move to the annex so that I won't be a bother to you? You won't even know that I'm there. But if I still end up getting in your way somehow, I'll leave. Then Milian asked, Will you get better if you move to the annex? Just tell me. Are your limbs going to be paralyzed? Or are you going to die? Are you really not going to cooperate? There aren't any doctors in the north that'll be able to treat you. It's also impossible to go outside because of the monsters. Karina shakes her head and said, I don't need a doctor. It's impossible to cure me, anyway. Milian told. Marius said that you'd be able to live if you stopped drawing, Karina replied. Then I will have nothing left. I've been an artist my entire life. If I stop drawing, I'll have nothing else to hold on to. Feeling puzzled, Milian said, Then explain to me why you came here. Was it really because you needed time to yourself? And don't say that you can't tell me this either. Out of consideration for you, I've been holding back for quite some time now, Karina replied. It might take a while for me to explain everything, though. Would you be all right with that, Your Grace? Milian replied with a smirk. Of course. I'm all ears. Karina thinks in her mind, I've never really opened up and told my story to anyone before. Where should I begin? 10 minutes later, while feeling annoyed, Milian said, Lady Karina? Karina said, Actually, I found out that I had art disease a week before coming here. She told, I wanted to organize my thoughts in a quiet place, and I didn't want to stay because I felt like I was being treated unfairly by my family. Milian asked, How so? She explains, Well, for example, I had to spend my birthday all by myself because it was on the same day as my brother's graduation ceremony. I was forced to lend my precious wallet that my mother had gifted me to my younger brother, and I had to watch as my younger siblings were complimented on their smallest achievements, while mine were ignored no matter how hard I tried. She told, I was afraid that I would have to endure being treated like that until I died, so I left. Then she asked, I'm quite childish, don't you think? Milian said with a straight face. Why? Did your lonely birthday party interfere with your brother's graduation celebration in any way? Karina replied. No, he asked again. Did you sprawl on the ground and throw a fit until you got your wallet back? Or did you hit your little brother? She replied. And no, he again asked. Then have you ever harassed your siblings just because you were jealous that they got more compliments than you did? Surprised by his words, she said. What are you talking about? Being childish is being afraid of getting in trouble for spilling water on your father's papers and running away from home for a week. I'm going on a journey, he asked. What's so childish about what you did? You gave in to all of your siblings' needs, Karina admitted. Yes, but yielding to the needs of one's family is a given, he interrupts her by saying. It's a given? Says who? Well, she gets shocked and realized, since when did I start thinking that I should always put my siblings before myself? Milian then said. Lady Karina. He scratches his head and again said. Karina Leopold. While tears fell from her face she replied. Yes. Milian then walks to her and sits beside her on bed. He puts her head on his shoulder and said, Don't hold back and just let it out. Karina raises her head and looks at Milian and said, Your Grace? Milian thinks in his mind, Isn't this how you're supposed to console someone when they're crying? He said, It's okay to cry. You'll feel better if you do. You can finish your story after you're all done. Karina nods and then she puts her head against Milian's chest and starts sniffling as Milian pats her. As she sniffles, Milian thinks in his mind, she's going to be even more stressed if she cries so quietly. After a few moments, Karina puts her head beside Milian's shoulder and thinks, I don't remember the last time I cried in front of someone. Milian asked, Are you all done? Karina gasped and said, Why, Your Grace? She looks at his shirt, which was wet because of her crying. She said, Oh no, your shirt is all wet. I'm so sorry. Milian smiles and said, Then you should thank me for giving you a shoulder to cry on. Go on. Karina looks at him and said, Thank you? Milian said, Don't apologize or say that you're fine so easily. If you keep putting yourself down in front of other people, they'll start taking you for granted. From that moment onward, they'll come to value you less, making you feel more timid and unsure of yourself. But a thank you makes everyone feel good regardless of when it's said. Karina thinks, I've never thought of it like that before. I always said I'm sorry or I'm fine, just to avoid a conflict. But as time passed, people started taking me for granted, and the very words I uttered began suffocating me. Karina then smiles brightly and said, Thank you, Milian. If it's all right with you, please call me Karina from now on. Lena would be fine as well. Milian blushed and said, All right then. Why don't you get some rest now, Karina? As Milian was leaving the room, the butler Fang came holding a letter and said, Your Grace, a reply from Duke Carlos has arrived. Milian looks towards him and said, That was quick. HM? Why are you making that face, Fang? He replied, It's nothing. I only thought that it was very like you to say such things. Milian asked, What do you mean? Hand me the letter. He opens the letter and starts reading. Blah blah blah, nothing important. The content of the letter were, You want me to use my miraculous powers to take a look at someone? You insolent fool. Why don't you learn some manners and ask more politely? Ferio Carlos, while enraged, Milian said, It looks like Ferio may come much later than I expected. He crumples the letter and said, Well, I guess I'll deal with this later. He then asked Fand, By the way, where do young noble ladies usually go for fun? A training hall, he replied. I'll look into it, Your Grace. Meanwhile, the doctor was riding the cart that was going towards north. The cart driver said, You were very, very lucky, Doctor. In early winter, you're rarely given permission to pass through the northern checkpoint because of preparations to subjugate monsters. At this rate, we'll probably arrive at Pastellio Manor before it starts snowing, the doctor replied. I see. I'm glad I came at the right time. Thank you for helping me, the driver said. I should be the one thanking you. You saved my sick daughter. But may I ask why you're sewing a map on that cloth? He replied. This? I'm looking for someone. Back at the Pastellio Manor, Karina tells, I recently picked up a new hobby. Every day, I watch Milian train at dawn and draw him. Unlike me, he's a person who radiates light all on his own. I can't count how many times I was captivated by his movements as he glowed under the soft moonlight. I felt compelled to sketch whenever I observed him. And when I came to my senses, I found that it was already morning. She glances and thinks as she draws, I must remember to write what I want to do. As she was holding a notebook to write, she takes a sigh. She thinks in her mind, I really don't know what I want to do. What should I write down? She said to herself. Should I ask Milian to recommend some famous sightseeing spots in the north? She heard. Sightseeing spots? There's nothing but monsters around here. She was surprised by it. 8. Looking at him as he was leaning on the door, she said, Milian, you should knock before you, he replied. For your information, I knocked more than 5 times. He walks to her. He leans on the table where her drawing was and said, What were you so focused on? She replied. Well. She then suddenly realized she quickly gasped and said, wait. That's not. Holding her drawing, Milian asked. What's this? Karina tries to grab the drawing from his hand. Milian swiftly turns towards the other side and said, I was wondering why you got up so late nowadays. It was because you were busy drawing this at dawn. Huh? Feeling embarrassed, she said. I just thought that the sight of you swinging your sword under the hazy twilight sky was magnificent. Milian blushes and then he puts down the drawing and asked. Really? Karina replied. Yes. Besides, if I capture a scene in a sketch like this, I'll be able to remember it even after time passes. She then asked, Anyway, what brings you here? He replied. I was going to go out on a patrol soon, and I was wondering if you'd like to accompany me. I figured you'd be tired of having to stay indoors all day, she excitedly replied. That sounds wonderful. After some time, after getting prepared to leave, Karina said, Milian. Milian looks towards Karina as she was dressed in fancy clothes. Karina was looking lovely in that dress. Milian also blushed. He clears his throat and told, We're going to take the carriage, then walk to our final destination. Will that be all right with you? Karina replied. Yes, it's fine. Milian then holds her hand and said, Then shall we? The maids bowed their head and said, Please have a safe journey, Your Grace. Sitting in the carriage, Milian thinks, Looking at her like this makes me realize that she really is a noble lady. He asked, Did you learn your etiquette from your parents? She replied, No, I learned it from a viscountess, while the rest of my siblings learned from my parents. He asked, And why was that? She answered, My sister was quite sick then, so I guess they didn't have the time to give me lessons. He concludes, I'd better not probe any further. He then asked, What's that in your bag? She told, It's a notebook that I was going to use to write down the things I want to do, but I'm having some trouble getting started. Milian said, Your goals don't have to be grand. Don't think too much. Just write down whatever comes to your mind. Who says you can only write down what's possible? This may be nosy of me, but I think you often overthink things. Take what you just said, for example. You have every right to be angry or upset about having been taught etiquette differently from your siblings. After the carriage stopped, Milian extends his hand towards Milian and said, Karina, the world is big. Don't let the memories of an unfortunate past discourage you. Asterisk. As Karina grabs Milian's hand, he said, It seems as though Count and Countess Leopold kept a great tree in a small pot for too long. The tree had no choice but to keep growing its roots out in that tiny pot. So even if that tree finally decided to jump out of that suffocating pot, that wouldn't be your fault. After that, as she gets off the carriage, she smiles. Milian asked, Why are you laughing? While smiling, she replied, Well, I just pictured a tree with legs, Milian said. I was being serious, she whispered. Thank you, Milian, he asked. What did you say? She replied. Nothing. The bazaar was bustling with people. One of the vendors calls, Come in and take a look around. Karina looks at the decorated houses and bazaar. A festival? She asked Milian. Is there enough to eat in the north during winter? He replied. Yes. You can eat all the meat you want in this season. He takes a peek towards Karina as she mumbles and thinks she's horrible at hiding her thoughts. Karina mumbles, All the meat you want. Is it to stack up on protein to fight monsters? She asked. What kind of meat do you eat? He replied. The meat of demonic monsters. Surprised by his answer, she asked. Excuse me? Milian explains. The north closes its gates in preparation for fighting monsters, so where else would we get our food from? We kill monsters that come down to the village in search of food, and we feast on their meat. But meat isn't the only thing that's useful about these beasts. Their fur and bones are used to make clothes and ornaments. Karina gets in awe imagining all the things. Karina was looking at a fur. Milian asked, Is it that fascinating? She replied. Yes, it looks so real. It's like it's really alive. He asked, Is there anything you'd like to have? As he was saying, a passerby went past Karina and Milian pulls her towards himself. The passerby said, Sorry there. Passing through. Milian was holding her close to him. Both of their hearts raced. Karina said, And Milian. As she spoke, they heard a bell ringing. Ding dong, ding dong. Karina asked, Milian? He replied, It seems like a monster has appeared nearby. I'll be right back. After a few moments, one of the soldiers called, Have reinforcements arrived? A soldier looks towards Milian and said while saluting, Your Grace. Milian asked, What's the situation? The soldier replied, The advance party is out fighting the creatures. The advance party was fighting the monsters. Afk. Everyone, hold your defenses. Don't let them advance any further. After that, Milian said, Wait here, Lady Karina. He jumps from the second floor to the ground and said, I'll leave her in your hands. Shocked by his action, Karina shouted, Milian! The soldier beside Karina said. Yes, Your Grace, he said. My lady, if you'd come this way, Karina asked. But he just jumped off from here, the soldier explained. He'll be fine. He won't get hurt from something like this. Look. They looks towards Milian and the soldiers that were fighting the monsters. He explains as Milian was fighting, those monsters are called hurtas. They've been sighted often these days. They're so strong that it's extremely difficult to even scratch their skin. I can't imagine fighting one alone. In order to kill a hurta, we need to find its weakness. But it hasn't been easy, so even His Grace has no choice but to settle with chasing them away. Looking at him fighting, Karina thinks in her mind, I wish I could help Milian in any way I can. Suddenly she gets an idea and she pulls out her sketchbook and starts drawing something. She thinks maybe this will, after the fight was over. The soldiers were saying to each other, it's over. The soldier besides Karina said, My lady, please. As he was talking, he looks towards Karina, but she wasn't there. Surprised by his disappearance, he calls, And my lady? Karina was going to where Milian was. After reaching there, Milian was asking the soldiers, Were there any casualties? A soldier reports, Some sustained light injuries, but thankfully, no one was severely wounded. Milian looks towards Karina as she was breathing from running to down there and said, Karina, I would have gone to get you if you just stayed up there. Karina wipes the blood stains from his face and he gets a little surprised. After that, Milian grabs her hand and said, I'm fine now. That's. He stops in the middle after realizing, Karina, why is your hand so cold? Didn't anyone give you a blanket to keep yourself warm? The soldiers that were with Karina trembles after hearing that. Karina replied, I'm fine. It wasn't that chilly. Milian rummaged through his robe and pulls out a pendant. While wrapping it around her neck, he said, Here, it's a gift. The soldiers present there were shocked and said, No way. Hearing that, Milian said to them, All of you who shouted just now, run 100 laps around the training grounds. Karina asked. Is this a rock? Milina replied. No, it isn't. Karina gets the sensation. It's warm. Milian explains. This is something called a heron. It's a rare item that comes out of a slain monster. Karina asked. Why are you giving this to me? He said. Where should I start? It's a northern tradition. We believe that if a sick person carries a heron, it will help them get better. He smiles and said, I hope you recover soon. Karina chuckles and said, Thank you for the lovely gift. Milian then said, Should we head back now? We can enjoy the rest of the festival tomorrow, she replied. All right. As they were walking, Karina looks behind and it was the doctor. He said, You look more lively than when I last saw you. It's been quite a while, miss. Karina calls. Dr. Winston? She asked. How did you find me? He replied. Oh, there's a way. Anyway, may I ask who this is? Milian introduced himself. I'm Duke Milian Pastellio, the doctor replied. Greetings, Your Grace. I'm Winston. The doctor thinks in his mind, I thought his name sounded familiar. So she's a lady of House Leopold, the one said to have gotten engaged to Duke Pastellio. Milian suggests, Why don't we continue our conversation back at the manor? Let's get on the carriage first. At the Leopold household, Ferio went to the Leopold manor. Count Leopold greets him saying, Thank you for coming such a long way, Duke Carlos. He replied, Not at all. Thank you for letting me in despite the short notice. Head of House Carlos, Duke Ferio Carlos, he said. Are all the pictures I asked for ready? The Count said replied. Yes, come right this way. But may I ask why you're interested in them? Duke Ferio said. Well. He remembers a scene from before. As he was eating, the window broke and something snatches was he was about to eat from his spoon. He said, What in the world? A hawk? The hawk came holding the letter that Milian sent. Ferio said, It's all right. It's for me. Will you give me the message it's holding? The maid said. Here you are, Your Grace. Ferio said, I haven't heard from Milian in a while. I wonder why he suddenly contacted me. The letter was, This is a drawing by Lady Karina of the Leopold family. I believe she has art disease. However, she won't tell me what kind of art disease she is suffering from. Why don't you put your powers to good use and look into it? And make sure to find a cure as well. P.S. Tell Count Cassius Leopold that his daughter is with me. Milian Pastellio. He wondered, art disease? This is back at the present, the Count said. To be honest, I was surprised when you asked me to show you my daughter's drawings, he asked the servant. Did you bring all of them? The servant replied. Yes, Your Grace. He flips through the drawings and puts them down on the table. He said, Your Grace is a master of arts, so I'm not sure whether you'll find these meager sketches to be pleasing. Ferial takes a sip and said, I think that you should study art more, Count Leopold. Even a passing layman would laugh at your words. A little shocked by his remark, the Count asked, What do you mean? While shaking, he said, I don't know why you suddenly came here demanding to see Karina's drawings, but I must say that I'm quite offended by what you just said. Ferial thinks in his mind, goodness, he took the words right out of my mouth. I'm offended that he would store such wonderful artwork like that. He tells, I've supported numerous artists for years, so I know for a fact that those with art disease rarely get along well with their family. It was common to see them hide their condition. In Lady Karina's case, it seems like her relationship with her family was so bad that she hid the fact that she did art. Ferial sarcastically said, It sounds like you're not even aware that your daughter is suffering from art disease. Shocked by this reveal, he Count said, That can't be. She doesn't even have that sort of talent. You must be mistaken. And if she was really sick, then how could she have run away? Ferial asked. She ran away? The Count replied. Yes, unfortunately. And we haven't been able to track her down, Ferial said. Aha! I guess going to one's fiancé is considered running away from home here. The very person who sent me here was Duke Pastellio, the Count asked while in shock. Karina's in the north? Duke Ferial said. You don't even know where she is, and yet you claim that she's in good health. It seems like either you or my friend has lied to me. Then the Count said, How dare you make such rude speculations? He stands up and said, If you're done looking at the drawings, please leave. Duke Ferial smiles and said, I guess I will. I don't have anything more to find out here, anyway. He stands up and said, Please excuse me. The Count said, I'd like to thank you for telling me my daughter's whereabouts. I'll make sure to pay you back in some way later. The Duke said, Now that's fascinating. The Count asked, Fascinating? Your Grace, do you find this situation amusing? The Duke replied, Count Leopold, you did not believe me when I said your daughter has art disease. And yet you believed me when I said she's in the north, the Count said. What are you? Duke Ferial said as he was about to leave. It's interesting how you only hear the things that you want to hear. If someone told me that my child was suffering from an illness, the first thing I'd ask is if the child was all right and how ill they were. Well, goodbye then. He closed the door, and standing outside the door he thinks, the subjects of the sketches are missing, and a good amount of the drawings are mostly empty. He speculates, this seems like the miracle of creation. He said to himself, it looks like I may be too late. After Duke Ferial left, the Count was organizing his thoughts sitting there. Suddenly someone knocks on the door. He said, Come in. Enfric and Nocturne came. Enfric said, Father, I came back because work ended early today. Nocturne here says that he has something to report to you, so we came in together. The Count looks towards them and said, I see. How's Abilia? Nocturne replied, She's not very energetic, but she's doing quite well. I think it'd be alright for her to attend tea parties or banquets as long as she doesn't overdo it. Her father said, What a relief. Please look after her. I imagine she must be quite lonely. He asked, What about Dahlia? Nocturne replied, Her ladyship wore herself out because she hasn't been sleeping well these past few days. She'll recover once she gets plenty of rest and takes her medicine, his father said. I see. Then Nocturne bowed his head and said, Then I'll take my leave now. At the door before leaving, Nocturne looks back and thinks, should I tell him about Lady Karina's art disease? But if Lia finds out about this, I'd better not. Dr. Winston's already gone to the north, so I'm sure he'll return with an answer. After Nocturne left, his father said, Just moments ago, Duke Carlos paid a visit. Did you run into him on your way here? While remembering, Enfric said, I thought I saw an unfamiliar carriage. What brought him all the way here? His father said. He said that Karina is at Pastellio Manor. Getting shocked after hearing that, Enfric asked, What? Then we must go right this instant too, the Count said. Lower your voice. He takes pill while drinking water. He said the gates of the northern checkpoint must be closed by now, so it'd be impossible to get across. He puts down the glass and curiously asked, Enfric, when you attended Karina's engagement ceremony in my place, what was your impression of his grace? Enfric told. Duke Pastellio was just as the rumors described him. He was courteous and had an impeccable character, and it seemed like he took good care of Karina throughout the ceremony. Though I'm not absolutely certain, it seemed like Karina liked him as well. His father thinks in his mind. Is this why Karina went to Duke Pastellio? Because she was touched by his kindness? Honestly. He takes a sigh and said, they're not even married yet. How improper. And she didn't even send a single letter to her own parents. What an unfilial daughter. Enfric suggested. Why don't you have a conversation with her after she returns? There could have been a misunderstanding between us, his father replied. But we must meet her first if we want to do that. Just where did everything go wrong? Back at Center, sitting inside the carriage, Karina asked. How did you find me? The doctor replied. I got help from the power of a miracle. Surprised by his words, Karina asked. Huh? A miracle? Showing the piece of cloth, doctor said. Believe it or not, I have a gift for embroidery, Karina said. Goodness, Milian asked. What does that have anything to do with it? Doctor puts the cloth back in his bag and said, well, I can find whatever I want. For example, he demonstrates, let's say I want to find my glasses. I first picture the item in my mind. Then, when I burn my needlework, which has been embroidered with any kind of pattern, I can find out where those glasses are. When I was a sprightly young man, I used this talent to help my town's guards catch criminals. Both Milian and Karina claps. Then Milian asked, I noticed that you used the past tense. Then are you? The doctor takes a glance towards Karina and said, yes, that's right. I'm suffering from art disease as well. And unfortunately, I'm slowly losing my sight. If a deity truly exists, I thought that they are quite cruel. After all, what sort of god would take away an embroiderer's sight? Then Karina asked, then are you unable to see right now? The doctor laughs and said, no. To be exact, I almost lost my sight. I can still see to some extent. I got here perfectly fine, didn't I? Milian asked. Then has your art disease been cured? The doctor shakes his head in defeat and said, to be honest, there's no cure for it. Milian asked. There's no cure? But you can still see, the doctor told. That's because I gave up on embroidery. It was the fastest and simplest solution. Milian asked. Is that the only way? The doctor explains. Yes. To begin with, art disease isn't something that everyone suffers from. Only 1% of artists who can perform miracles have it. Losing one's senses, such as sight, isn't a rare symptom of art disease. The rarest is losing one's life in exchange for a miracle. Karina gets stunned hearing that. He added, of course, such cases only happen once every 50 or 60 years, Milian said. In that case, I guess it's extremely rare, the doctor then said. If you don't have any more questions, may I ask you a few things, Lady Karina? Karina flinches and then said, yes. Would it be all right to discuss it in my room? The doctor replied. I'm fine with that as well. Milian looks at her surprised by her reaction. Her face, after the carriage stopped, Karina stands up and said, Milian, I had a wonderful time today. After getting off the carriage, she looks back and said while smiling, if it's all right with you, please invite me out next time as well. Karina went inside the manor, and the doctor follows her. As they were walking, the doctor asked, does His Grace not know yet? Karina stopped and sadly said, he doesn't? I imagine it wouldn't be very pleasant for him to find out he's living with someone who's about to die soon. She added, I was planning on leaving this place quietly, because I didn't want to hurt Milian. Then she turned towards the doctor and said, but his words of consolation felt so warm that it made me want to stay here a little longer. I'm quite selfish, aren't I? Then they sat down to heave tea. Karina said, I'm sorry I hid my identity when I first came to you. Don't worry about it, Dr. Winston replied. A patient's social position doesn't matter at all. But more importantly, doesn't the Leopold family have a personal doctor? She explained, fidgeting nervously. I didn't feel like I could trust him, so I went in search of someone else. And why was that? He asked gently. She replied. It's a long story, the doctor pressed. Please go on. Anxiety can be the root of numerous illnesses. What happened? Karina hesitated before beginning. Everyone in my family but myself was at the center of my world. I had to be a supportive younger sister cheering on my older brother, who was the successor of the family, and I had to be a kind older sister who gladly made sacrifices for my younger siblings. I didn't have the luxury of demanding things for myself. She paused, memories flashing vividly in her mind. Even on the day I had been upset about having my wallet taken away by my younger brother, she asked her mother, "Can I sleep with you tonight?" But she refused, saying she was too tired from dealing with Felden. She scolded her for making him cry, telling her she should have just given him the wallet. In frustration, Karina blurted out that I wished I didn't have any siblings. That earned her a slap and harsh words about how ungrateful she was. Her mother said, "How could you say something so horrendous and childish? You should be thankful that you're not sick like Liao. And you should be ashamed of yourself for not being kinder to Felden. I couldn't ask for anything more if Liao was half as healthy as you." She continued, "Whenever I said that I didn't feel well, I was accused of lying. My happiness was always compared to that of those less fortunate than me. And my parents once said they'd send me to the slums if I complained again." After hearing that, Doctor said, "It must have been exhausting to live with people who hurt you again and again. You did a good job enduring all that pain until now." Karina sniffled as she heard that. He said, "Compared to your story, mine could seem trivial, but I had my share of pain when I was younger." He began reminiscing. "I loved doing embroidery ever since I was a boy. But people looked down on me and said that embroidery wasn't for boys. My parents wanted me to become a knight and earn a title, but I hated even the idea of it. So I stubbornly continued stitching. Whenever I picked up a needle, all of my worries would evaporate. I suppose you felt that way too." Karina nodded as he said that. He continued, "Then one day, I lost something I cared for greatly but gave up trying to find it. I embroidered that object and set it on fire, just like how people burn the belongings of the deceased after their funeral. And as I showed you before, a miracle happened. Afterward, it was as if I had become a hero. I helped track down criminals and found lost pets or missing children. After years of being ignored, that was the first time I felt like I had accomplished something great. There weren't any words to describe how happy I was. And when 20 years passed, I found that my sight was deteriorating. I couldn't embroider as well as I used to. Then I was diagnosed with art disease. I was told that I would become blind if I continued to sew. I despaired. I even thought of ending my life, so I left everything behind to do just that. But on my journey, I found a new dream. I wanted to help the sick and give hope to those suffering from art disease. That's why I came to find you." Hearing that, Karina smiled and said, "I see." He added, "Also, I want to tell you that you did the right thing by distancing yourself from your family. Some say that confronting your problems is the shortcut to healing your pain, but I think that spending some time away from it is also a way to heal. Since you've escaped your family, try to make new relationships and wonderful memories." Karina concluded, "I thought I was being a coward by leaving without saying anything." As she was busy thinking, the doctor said, "You didn't explain the part about your family, doctor." Karina said, It's quite an embarrassing story, but..." She began recalling, "I think I was about 17 when our family doctor came to Leopold Manor. It was just an ordinary day. I was taking a walk in the garden. Suddenly Nocturne came and said, excuse me. I didn't know there was anyone here." Karina asked, "Who are you?" Nocturne introduced himself. "I'm the new doctor for House Leopold. My name is Nocturne." "Pleased to meet you, my lady," Karina said inwardly. That was how I met my first love. When I first met Nocturne, it felt as if spring had finally arrived. He was a very friendly person and a great conversationalist. I had never felt such warmth from someone before. She felt like wanting to know him more. She went to him and said, Nocturne?" He stands up and asked, "Lady Karina, how may I help you?" She said, "I was just curious about what you were up to," Nocturne said while smiling. "The flowers in the garden were in full bloom, and I wanted to pick one to show someone." Karina thought perhaps he was going to give it to me. Her heart raced at the thought. I had never received flowers from anyone before, so I didn't know how I should react. Nocturne then turned and said, Abelia, look at this flower. Isn't it pretty?" Karina realized, but I was mistaken. Later in the study, Karina was browsing through books. Abelia whined, "Karina, I want to go outside and play." Karina reminded her gently, "Remember what Nocturne said. You need to rest today." Abelia walks close to Karina while saying, "Humph, but he always says I shouldn't go outside if I feel even a little unwell. Even if I act like I'm fine, I can't fool him. That's because he's always looking your way." Karina thought, feeling a pang of upset. Nocturne treated Abelia especially well. He always seemed so protective of her, and I couldn't help but feel overshadowed. Meanwhile, Abelia was saying, He always suspects me of lying and tells me not to do this or that, she muttered while frustration spilling out. Karina was putting the book back and thought, I'm such a horrible sister. I can't believe that I feel jealous of Abilia. Then Abilia comes from the opposite of the bookshelf and pouts. Suddenly the bookshelf tilts and fell. There was a loud crash. Nocturne came burst opening the door. Abilia? He saw Karina underneath the bookshelf while the other bookshelf was holding it from falling on Karina. Abilia was standing beside the bookshelf. Nocturne rushed to Abilia, who was weeping and saying, Nocturne! I didn't do it on purpose! Nocturne rushed over. His concern was entirely focused on Abilia. Are you hurt anywhere? He asked. I'm fine, she replied weakly. Karina, who was still underneath it, felt pain. Ouch. She was about to begin Abel, but got interrupted by Nocturne's yelling. What in the world do you think you're doing? He yelled, his anger directed at Karina. Unlike you, Leah's frail. Karina again tried to speak. But the shelf suddenly. But Nocturne doesn't stop. Thank heavens it fell to your side. What would you have done if it had collapsed on Leah? What were you thinking, bringing her to such a dangerous place? Are you trying to kill her or something? Karina's ankle was hurting and was swollen. She doesn't complain about it. Do you like Abilia? She asked hesitantly. What? No, but I'll do anything to keep her safe. I can't afford to lose someone again, he said firmly. And just like that, he picked up Abilia and left the library without a second glance at Karina. Karina told, I was so shocked and hurt from having all those books fall on me. So I sat there for a while, trying to calm myself down. But he didn't come back to check on me. After hearing that, Dr. Winston thought, Nocturne, this is exactly what I feared he would do. I told him so many times that he should be careful not to project his dead sister onto a patient, and that he should treat all his patients equally. Karina continued, That's when I realized Nocturne, the family doctor, didn't care about me. He was just like my parents. Abilia was his priority, not me. She taked a sigh and said, Even if I was given a checkup and he found out I had art disease, I don't think he would have told me out of fear that the news would shock Abilia. Milian was listening to all of this standing outside the door. A while ago Milian was walking in the hallway thinking, it seemed like Karina was about to say something to me. I wish she should just tell me everything honestly. He suddenly heard. Said that I wish I didn't have any siblings, and that was the first time that my mother ever hit me. Looking at the door, Milian thought, I don't like to eavesdrop, but, now, after listening to everything he was enraged. He said inwardly, This is outrageous, Milian thinks. Now I understand why she smiled like that, and why she was so excited about looking around the market. It also explains why she acted so frustratingly at times. She had no choice but to act that way because of the walls surrounding her life. He remembered her saying, If it's all right with you, please invite me out next time as well, he then said aloud. All right, I can do that. Later at night, Karina was drawing the monster Milian had slain. After drawing his portrait, she looked at it and said, All I have to do is color this. After a few moments she realized, No, this isn't enough. She thought, I feel a bit guilty about trying to use one of my creations, but I want to help Milian in any way I can. He was of the few people who were genuinely worried about me. I don't want him to get hurt, she said aloud. I'm about to die anyway. This won't make much of a difference. She then pulls out her supplies and said, My art supplies are running low. Should I ask Milian to get me some more? She quickly rejected those thoughts. No, I can't ask him to help me. Not when he's already helped me so much. She shakes her head. While thinking, she glanced, and her gaze fell on Heron. She remembered. It's a northern tradition. We believe that if a sick person carries a heron, it will help them get better. She thinks, maybe that's why I feel a bit better today. It's almost like magic. Later, while in Courage, Karina said I could have gone alone. Milian replied, We couldn't look around yesterday because those herders suddenly appeared, and we weren't able to buy you clothes for the winter. Then he asked, Did you sleep in today? Karina was surprised. Huh? Milian said, I didn't feel you watching me this morning. Upon hearing that, Karina gets blushed. While fidgeting, she said, I slept late last night because I was drawing. He replied, Really? Do you need any more drawing supplies? Karina panickingly said. No, I have my pencils. Hearing that, Milian thought, They do say that only a bad workman blames his tools, but, he then said, in the north, it could be a bit difficult to find specialized, high-quality tools that you're used to using. But if we look carefully, I'm sure we'll be able to find something to your liking. Karina beamed with happiness. I'm fine with anything, she chuckled while thinking. I didn't get to use such tools back at home anyway. I was scared that father might find out if I ever bought high-quality materials myself. Milian asked. Do you feel better today? If you don't, make sure to tell me right away, she asked. What will happen if I do? Milian groaned. We'll head back immediately, of course. Isn't that obvious? Karina averted her gaze, thinking. Haha, it's a good thing I got enough sleep last night, then Milian said. Anyway, I'd say you're quite lucky. Dr. Winston came just in time for the winter. I think my friend will stop by soon as well, Karina asked while getting off the carriage. Your friend? They started walking towards the shop, Milian said. He's the head of the Carlos family. He's quite interested in finding new talents. I sent him your drawing a few days ago, Karina jolted. What? You sent that? He replied. Since he knows a lot about art disease, I thought he could be of help to you. They were inside a shop where Milian said to a servant, We're here to buy winter clothes. The servant bowed and said, Yes, Your Grace, Karina said to him. How could you just send that sketch to Duke Carlos? He asked. Is there a problem? Saying that, they started following the servant, Karina said. It's embarrassing. The drawing isn't that good and, he asked. What's embarrassing about your work? She replied. I'm not trying to be humble. I'm just flustered and nervous. Like when someone reads your diary, he said. A diary, huh? I'm sorry. I didn't think of it that way. Suddenly the shop owner came and greeted them. Welcome, Your Grace. We've been expecting you, Milian replied. Yes, it's been a while. Karina, this is Arya, the owner of Chiffon Boutique, Karina said. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Arya. I'm Karina Leopold, shop owner said. Oh, please feel free to just call me Arya, my lady, Milian said. I'd like to see a couple of winter dresses, clothes for daily wear, as well as some comfortable work clothes. Karina gets surprised. That many? Milian asked. Don't you need more comfortable clothes? Karina gets flustered. I don't need work clothes, Arya smiled and asked. What kind of work clothes do you have in mind? Milian replied. She needs them for when she draws. Just bring out all of the expensive ones. Karina stopped her. Milian! Really, you don't have to. He glanced at her hand with which she was tugging her robe. He beamed with joy. Choose as many as you like. Then the shop owner said, Why don't you look over the dress samples first? Then we'll take your measurements and make the clothes accordingly, Karina said. All right. But I don't need that many. Just a couple would do. As the servant was taking measurements, Karina was thinking. I had no idea this was going to happen. I won't be able to wear them for very long anyway. She looked towards Milian. He was staring at her. She quickly turns her head and thinks, What should I do? Later Karina slumped in her seat, exhausted. Then the boutique owner came and said, Lady Karina, now you just need to take your pick from this selection of dresses. She thought, This wasn't my first time at a boutique, but I've never been to one where I was asked so many detailed questions before. Karina, are you all right? Milian's voice broke through her thoughts. She looked up at him and noticed his hand resting on her head. His touch felt cool and refreshing, almost calming. Without thinking, she rubbed her head against his hand. Sorry, she gasped. It felt so cool that I couldn't help but. Do you have a fever? Milian asked, concern clouding his expression. If you're not feeling well, we should head back to the manor, Karina stammered. No, I don't think so. I'm just a bit exhausted, Karina groaned inwardly. I must have been out of my mind. I can't believe I just rubbed my dace against his hand like that. Looking at her flustered, Milian thought. She's terrible at hiding her thoughts. Well, do you see any clothes you like? Milian asked, changing the subject. She admitted. They're all very beautiful, so... Milian cut her off. Oh, really? You like them all? As he stands up, she realized she tried to stop her. Huh? Milian? She stuttered as his expression turned serious. Later, as they were walking in the market, Milian asked, Why are you so sullen? I said I was fine with buying you that many clothes, she replied. And I told you I don't need that many. She was feeling blushed. I've never heard anyone say they wanted to buy everything off the rack, Milian said. Really, think of this as my apology for showing my friend your drawing without asking you, Karina sighed. Honestly, I can't stay angry at him, but I won't be able to wear them all anyway. If you keep the clothes, I'm sure you'll end up wearing them someday, Milian said with a kind smile. Karina thought. His gestures are making me hesitant to leave. How should I repay him? She wondered. Are you sure you're fine? Milian pressed while staring at her. Of course, she replied quickly. He said, The store Arya mentioned isn't far from here. Let's stop by there before heading back to the manor. As Karina doesn't reply, he asked, Karina, are you listening? Karina grabs her hand and squeezes it. Noticing that, he grinned and said, let's go. We don't want to be too late getting back. After reaching that shop, Karina was amazed. This place is filled with the sharp smell of paint. Karina let go of Milian's hand as soon as they walked in. The storekeeper greeted them with a skeptical look. I don't see folks like you often in a store like mine. What brings you here? We're here to buy painting supplies, Karina replied happily. You've come to the wrong place. We don't have any of the high-end stuff you're probably looking for, the shopkeeper said gruffly. Milian grumbled. Are you out of business? Karina quickly stopped him. I'm not looking for anything fancy. All I want are some paints and flat brushes. The shopkeeper then noticed something. He leaned towards Karina and said, May I examine your hands? What are you? Milian began, but Karina stopped her. It's all right, Milian, she reassured him. You're an artist, the shopkeeper said after a moment, releasing her hands. Forgive me. I thought you were just a wealthy lady dabbling in art for fun. Everything's for sale. Take a look around, Karina said. Thank you, the shopkeeper then said to Milian. I'm sorry for grabbing your lover's hand earlier. I can tell whether someone's an artist by looking at their hands. We're not a couple, Milian interjected. Ah, I see, the shopkeeper said. It seems like she's been drawing for quite some time. Does she have an atelier? She hasn't been here that long, Milian replied. But I was about to make one. Bring whatever's needed for an atelier. I'll pay for it all, the shopkeeper replied. All right. We have all of the most basic equipment here, Milian said. I'll send someone to bring everything to you, he then asked. Were you an artist as well? How can you tell just by looking at someone's hands? I was, he admitted. Before I lost my arm to a disease, Milian asked. Are you referring to art disease? The shopkeeper said. You know about it. That's right. He looked at his hand reminiscently began. One day, my fingers started going numb. Then they hardened, and I couldn't move them freely anymore. I tried drawing with my left hand, but the same thing happened. After moving to the north, though, the pain and fever got a lot better. Pain and fever? Milian murmured. He began. Then, but hot interrupted by Karina. I'm all done. She was holding the supplied. Milian. Is that all? Karina replied. Yes, this will be more than enough, she thinks in her mind. I can't choose more when he's already spent a fortune on those dresses for me. Mister, include this with everything else that will be delivered, Milian said firmly. Everything else? Karina asked, confused. Milian declared. You don't have a proper workshop at the manor, right? So, I'm going to make you an atelier, Karina began. Milian, you really don't have to. But suddenly she felt throbbing pain in her heart, and was about to fall. Karina! Milian shouted, enticing her. After some time, it's so hot. I feel like my heart is on fire. Karina gasped, clutching her chest. Her heartbeat was erratic, and each breath felt suffocating. It's so suffocating. I can't breathe, she thought, panicking. She opened her eyes and saw Milian's hand on her head. Milian? He asked, looking concerned. Are you awake? She replied. Yes, I feel much better. I just had trouble breathing back there, Milian said. According to Dr. Winston, it was due to accumulated fatigue. She averted her gaze, saying, perhaps it's because I didn't get much sleep. I'll make sure to go to bed early from now on. Milian's eyes narrowed slightly. Karina, are you being honest with me? Huh! She blinked, startled. He said, When you lie, you avert your eyes and smile just like you did a moment ago. Karina's face flushed. How did he figure that out? Covering her face with her hands, she muttered. Can't you pretend you didn't notice? No, Milian replied. Who knows when you'll collapse again, she then said. Milian, he asked. What is it? Karina began hesitantly. You shouldn't be so kind to me. It'll only make things harder when we say goodbye. So let's refrain from being so nice to each other. 2 guards were on duty at the gate. One of them were yawning, the other said. I won't be surprised if a fly flew into your mouth, the other replied. Well, I'm bored out of my mind. I wanted to go slay demonic monsters too, first one said. It's your fault you always lose bets, the other replied. That's true, but, the first then noticed a carriage approaching. He pulls out a telescope to take a look at the carriage, he then said. Open the gates and let him in, the other guard replied. Right away. But who is it? Can't you tell? It's Duke Ferrio Carlos, came the reply. The other was surprised. Really? The one infamous for being bad-tempered? The first replied. Yes, but that's to be expected of his Grace's friend. Both of them laughed. Back in Karina's room, she struggled to stay still. Haha, I finally managed to get out of bed, she murmured. She remembered Milian saying, "No, you must rest." He hadn't let her move around for 3 whole days. Though grateful for his concern, Karina felt restless. Looking at the canvas of the monster she drew, she picks up paints and brush and said inwardly, "I want to help Milian," she resolved, her determination shining in her eyes. After some effort, she sighed in relief. "I finally finished it. I hope that this will." Her sentence was cut short as the ground began to tremble violently. A foot came out of the painting she drew. She was shocked. "Wait, this is..." Everyone in the manor heard the loud noise. Milian burst into the room. "Karina! Are you alright?" The entire manor is shocky. He saw Karina holding back a monster. "Me Milian!" she cried. He gets ready to hunt the monster. "Karina, get out of the way!" he yelled, but Karina rushed to him to stop. She shouted, "Milian, wait!" He gets surprised as to why is she stopping him. "Karina," she said, "this one is good," her eyes glowing with an unearthly hue. "Karina, the color of your eyes has..." Milian hesitated, concern etched on his face. Karina asked, stepping back. "I'm sorry. It's disturbing, isn't it?" "No," Milian said softly. "I think it suits you. But more importantly, did you just create a miracle?" Karina flinched hearing that. Milian groaned. "As far as I know, art disease gets worse the more you perform miracles. Or am I wrong? So let me..." Milian began, reaching for his sword. "No, you can't!" Karina exclaimed, hugging the monster. "Then let's keep it outside for now," Milian suggested. "Is it dangerous?" he asked. Karina assured him. "No, not at all. At least, I don't think so." Then he said, looking at the mess in the room. "All right." The mess left in the aftermath was overwhelming, Karina said. "I'm so sorry. I had no idea it'd be so big. I promised to pay for all the damages." "There's no need," Milian replied calmly. "You didn't do it on purpose," she began, but Milian stopped her and said, examining her closely, "Are you in any pain? No fever or dizziness?" "We'll talk more after we get that herda out of here," she replied. "Okay." She turned towards the monster and said, "Then, herda, should we head out?" The monster nodded and started walking. He stomped and cracked everything on his way. Karina turned back to Milian and again said, "I promised to pay for everything." "I said it's fine," Milian again said. "The creation growled at birds and different things," Milian said. "That thing," Karina filled in. "Herta. Be good. You could startle people." He stopped and walks to Karina. She patted the monster, seeing that Milian sighed. "This is unbelievable. Aren't you even scared?" Karina replied. "Excuse me?" Milian pointed and said. "Even these trained knights are trembling in fear. But you don't look fazed at all," she replied while leaning towards the monster. "Ah well, I'm not afraid because it knows how I feel better than anyone in this world." After that, as they were walking, Milian thought, "Is she somehow connected to the creatures she summons through her drawings?" he asked. "Karina, of all the monsters out there, why did you summon a herda?" she replied. Actually, I did it to be of help to you." "Would you be angry if I said I did it to find out its weaknesses?" Milian frowned inwardly. "Of course I'd be upset. How could I not be?" he sighed. "But I never asked you to help me," she replied. "I know. But I wanted you to hunt the monsters as soon as possible without getting hurt," Milian said. "Karina, you're not even well right now. There's no need for you to sacrifice yourself for other people," she cut him off. "No. I didn't do it for anyone else. I did it for you," he asked. "What?" she said gently. "Milian, if I've been of help to you, once the monster hunt is over, and we part ways, will you hold me closely? Just once?" she thought. "If he embraces me warmly before I leave this world, I think I'll be able to go happily without any regrets." Milian gets stunned after hearing that. Karina wondered, "Did I go too far? What if he thinks that was an odd request?" she said. "You could think of it as a sort of goodbye present when I leave this manor," he then said. "All right. I will. In return, don't do this ever again. I don't need your help." After hearing that, Karina froze for a moment, then she said, "All right. If you say so. I promise not to do anything." Milian interrupted her. "Karina, what I'm trying to say is..." Suddenly Fawn came and informed, "Your Grace, Duke Ferio Carlos has arrived." Both of them went to where Ferio was. Milian called out, "Ferio!" He turned towards them and said, "You're finally here. I was just about to leave if you didn't show up." It's been a while, Milian, and he stopped as he saw Karina. He then stands up from his place and said, It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady. I'm Ferio Carlos. He extends his hand towards Karina. Looking at him, she thought, He's absolutely gorgeous. She replied, I'm Karina Leopold. She reached out to his hand, but Milian quickly grabs Ferio's hand. He said, It's nice to finally meet you. But I didn't exactly reach out my hand to shake yours, Milian. Milian squeezed his hand tightly and said, I'm just so happy to see you, that's all, he argued. If you're that pleased, then why didn't you run over here earlier? I've been waiting for quite some time. Milian then said, Let's sit down first. Karina was nervously looking at Milian. After retracting their hands, Ferio said, I'll let this one go for Lady Karina's sake. After chatting for some time, Ferio said, You're saying she created a monster that she had seen just once before? Milian replied, Yes. Ferio asked, But why a monster? Karina replied, I wanted to find out its weakness. I thought it'd be useful when Milian goes to hunt demonic monsters. Duke Ferio raised his teacup thinking, so it was for Milian. He then asked, Milian, has that monster disappeared? He replied, No, it's in the training hall right now. Ferio said thoughtfully, I can't say for certain before I see it for myself, but it seems like you have the miracle of creation, Lady Karina. Milian asked, And what exactly is that? Duke Ferio told, It's the rarest and strongest of all miracles. The artist can bring anything to life, as long as they have an understanding of that creation. It doesn't matter whether that thing really exists in this world. You can even create a person. At least, that's what the records said. After saying that, he said inwardly while looking at Karina, This is bad. After meeting her, I'm sure of it now. She's dying. Karina said, turning towards Milian, Did you hear that, Milian? He replied, Yes, I was right next to you when he said it. Ferio then said, I'll explain everything related to art disease soon. But more importantly, Lady Karina, she interjected, Please, call me Karina. He agreed, All right, he said, Karina, I have something to give to you. She asked, What is it? He showed a letter and said, It's a letter from your family. He told, When I visited Leopold Manor, your father asked me to deliver this to you. Karina felt uneasy remembering her father's word. Karina, how could you be such an inconsiderate sister? Behave yourself and stop whining. Karina! Karina! She felt throbbing across her body. She squeezed her hands. Suddenly Milian puts his hand on her head and said, Karina, everything's going to be all right. Calm down. I'm right here. She felt touched. Milian then said, If you want, I can throw this bastard out. After listening that, Duke Ferio thought, Perhaps it was thoughtless of me to bring that letter to someone who wanted to distance herself from her family. But how could he say something so mean? He then spoke. It seems that I've made you feel uncomfortable. Forgive me, Karina, she replied. No, it's fine. I was bound to receive it sooner or later. She opened the letter and started reading. We received news that you were in the north. What do you think you are doing? Even though you're engaged to Duke Pastellio, don't you know what kind of rumors this may stir up? Reading that, Karina said, As I expected, father is more worried about the family's reputation than he is about me. She continued reading. If you were discontent with something, you should have spoken up. How could you decide to run away? Abelia's been so worried about you that she has been having difficulty sleeping and her health has worsened. How could you do this to your sister? Karina replied to the letter inwardly. It isn't as if you would have listened. You never have. Even so, her condition probably isn't worse than mine. She continued reading. I've come up with an excuse for your absence, so don't even think about ruining our family's reputation any further. Otherwise, I'll be sure to disown you. After reading the letter, she stands up from her seat. Milian calls for her. Karina? She thinks in her mind, Father's still not convinced that I'm ill. I suppose he didn't accept it. She burned the letter in fire and said, Because he couldn't afford to be inconvenienced by the truth. She asked, looking at the burning letter, Isn't that right, Count Leopold? Duke Ferio and Milian, who were looking at her, were worried. Milian asked, Karina? Are you all right? She quickly changed her expressions and replied, Should I have asked if I could dispose of the letter in the fireplace? Milian said, No, it's fine. She said, I'm sorry, it's just that the letter contained exactly what I predicted he'd say. She got interrupted by an intuition of Herta. She staggers. Seeing that, Milian shouted, Karina! He rushed to her. Karina said, Milian, the Herta. He said, Calm down, what's wrong? Karina was trembling. Duke Ferio interjected, Perhaps it has to do with her creation. Let's go check. They sprints to Herta. Meanwhile the guards were shouting, "Everyone, get back! The monster has gone berserk! Kill it!" Another shouted, "No, don't attack it! Just defend yourselves!" Karina reached that place, she said, "Wait." But Milian quickly grabs her and points its sword at Herta. She said, "Milian," he said, "it's dangerous, step back." "Karina," she protested, "no, there must be a reason why it's behaving like this. I need to figure that out first." Then Milian frowned at a guard and asked, "What happened?" The guard began, "Well, moments ago, 2 guards were keeping watch at Herta. One of them said, 'Do you think it's alright to leave it be like that?' The other said, 'His Grace gave permission for it to stay here, so I suppose so.' Looking at how Baved Herta was, one said, 'It's so calm. How strange.' One of them reaches for his sword and said, 'Then, should we find its weakness while we have the chance?'" Back to the present, Milian frowned at the guard. "I thought I clearly gave orders to leave it alone." He pleaded, "Forgive me, Your Grace." Then Milian released Karina and said, "Karina? I'm sorry. It looks like my knights caused all this." She said, "It's fine. I'll try to calm it down." Milian began carry, but FOT interrupted by Fariel. "May I interject? It seems as though you've all forgotten that I'm here. Since that's Karina's creation, she should be able to control it. There doesn't need to be any bloodshed. I'm the expert on miracles, so trust me." But Milian was still looking unconvinced. Then Milian ordered, "Tell everyone to step away from that Herta." The guard complied. "Yes, Your Grace." Then Milian gets close to Karina and murmurs something to her. After that he left, saying, "Have everyone be on their guard." Then Fariel comes to Karina and said, "Karina, may I ask you something?" She replied, "Ah, yes." He asked, "How long do your creations usually last?" She told, "They usually vanish after a few hours at least. The longest they lasted was about a day." Duke Fariel then said, "Incredible. Then I suspect that it won't be very difficult to make the Herta disappear." She nodded and then starts walking towards Herta. She went close to Herta and said, "It's all right. Don't be scared." After hearing that, the creation spoke to Karina in her mind. "Karina, you can do as you wish. I'll protect you no matter what." After that, Milian commanded the servants to fix the broken things. He glanced towards Karina's room. She was in her room. She said aloud, "I shouldn't be spacing out like this." She gets determined and starts writing a letter. She thinks in her mind, "Now it's time to put an end to things. I realize something after meeting so many kind people. There's no need to compare my talent with that of others. I have someone who praises my work, saying it's the best. And there's no need to hide my pain from other people either, as I'm no longer alone. I've met those who encourage me to tell them when I'm in pain. I deserve to be loved." After writing the letter, she thought, "Now all I have to do is send this letter." Then Milian came and said, "Karina, I called for you many times, but you wouldn't answer." She said, "Ah, Milian." She turned towards him and asked, "Has everything been settled?" He replied, "Yes, to some extent. More importantly, are you writing a reply?" She admitted, "Yes. I think it's time to really say goodbye," he said. "I see." Looking at the letter, Karina said, "My parents will probably resent me, won't they?" Milian squeezed her hand and reassured her, "Let them. A child can't choose their parents. They're born due to their parents' decision. Therefore, all parents must take full responsibility for their children. Just because a parent gives their child enough food to eat and a warm place to sleep doesn't mean that all of the child's needs have been taken care of. There's more to being a parent than that. So it's okay to complain, Karina. If anyone dares to insult you for it, then I'll step forward and take your side." After hearing that, Karina beamed with joy. "Thank you, Milian," he replied. "Huh, right. Then would you mind sparing me a moment of your time?" Then they went to a room which Milian prepared for her to do drawing. Looking at it, Karina gets amazed. "Goodness, Milian, this is..." She turned to him, and he blushed and said, "I made an atelier for you. It's probably nowhere near as fancy as those in the south, but just think of it as a small gift." Karina remembered, back at Leopold Manor, I didn't even have a proper atelier. My room didn't get much sunlight during the day or at night, so it wasn't a good environment to draw in. But this is everything that I could have ever asked for. This is more precious than any present that I've received so far. She went close to easel and touched it. Milian asked, "Do you like it?" She flinched upon hearing that. She wondered, "So why does my heart hurt so much?" she said. "I told you not to treat me so kindly," he replied. "Karina, this is just a gift." She was feeling throbbing pain but still spoke. "I haven't done anything for you to deserve such a lavish gift, Milian," he replied. What do you mean you haven't done anything? You summoned a herder for me. That was quite helpful, she said. But you said that you'd pay me back for that later. You agreed to give me a hug when we part ways. Besides, the herder hurt people and made a mess. I imagine fixing the damages must have cost you quite a bit. Milian averted his gaze while sweating. Karina kept staring at him. He said, Well, Karina chuckled in turns. She said, I'm just thankful that you exempted me from paying the repair costs. Now I no longer need to worry about running out of art materials. And this room gets so much sunlight that I'll be able to draw whenever I'd like. It's a splendid atelier. It's too precious to be used for just 6 months. Hearing that, Milian said, If it's all right with you, you can stay for more than half a year. Even if you return to Leopold Manor, you may return whenever you want to use it. She was fidgeting while saying, No, I've already promised to stay for just 1 year. And you'll probably find someone else. As a partner, it won't be appropriate for me to come here whenever I please, he replied. Someone else? Even so, you can come. Karina cut him off. Thanks for the offer, Milian. Really, he said, all right. The owner of the art supply store is going to come again tomorrow. If you need anything, make sure to tell him. I'll be going now. After he left, he closed the door. Her words were still rounding his mind. I haven't done anything for you to deserve such a lavish gift, Milian. I've already promised to stay for just 1 year. It won't be appropriate for me to come here whenever I please, he said. There are only 6 months left now. He thinks while walking. Is she really planning to leave after that? She was allowed to stay here for a year because of her promise to break off the engagement. I suppose it's only natural for her to keep thinking about leaving. It seems like she was forced to get engaged, just like I was. Ha! The monster hunt is just around the corner. I don't have time to be thinking about this, he realized. No, wait, but why am I thinking about Karina so much? As he was standing there busy thinking, Ferial came and asked, What's on your mind? You'll get wrinkles if you keep frowning like that, Milian asked. What are you doing here? Duke Ferial shrugged. I came to see Karina, not you. Fawn told me that she was here, Milian asked. Karina? He realized. Is it because of her art disease? Ferial replied. Yes. Dr. Winston told me a few things as well. I wanted to see her condition and her drawings for myself, Milian said. Then I suppose she's in good hands. You know much more about art disease than I do, Duke Ferial replied. Of course. I'll do my best, then Milian said. I'm a bit busy, so I should get going now. After he left, Ferial said aloud, If he's that busy, what is he doing here? Wait, could he be? Meanwhile, in Karina's mind, her own words were spinning. And you'll probably find someone else. As a partner. It won't be appropriate for me to come here whenever I please, she said to herself. Karina, you fool. I was actually really touched by what Milian said. Asterisk. Then she heard knock on the door. She heard, Karina, it's me, Ferial. May I come in? She replied. Yes, come in. Duke Ferial came inside and asked, Good afternoon. How do you feel? She walks to him and replied, I'm just fine. I wanted to thank you for what you did last time, he said. Not at all. All I did was tell you what I knew. More importantly, Karina, she replied. Yes? He said. Dr. Winston told me that you have art disease. If it's all right with you, I'd like to speak with you about it. She gets stunned. Her mind raced. Dr. Winston told him? She spoke. Then, shall we take a seat first? After they sat down, her mind was still at. Did Dr. Winston reveal everything? I begged him not to tell anyone that I'm dying. She squeezed her hands nervously. Noticing that, Ferial said, Just so you know, Dr. Winston didn't voluntarily disclose your situation to me. I pestered him into telling me your condition. That's how severe I suspected your illness was. She asked. How did you? He began. It's thanks to the long-kept records of art disease my family owns. As you know, House Carlos has financially supported artists for a very long time. Among the artists, some had the miracle of creation, like you. After hearing that, Karina said, I see. I wasn't even aware that such a disease existed till 6 months ago, Ferial said. That doesn't surprise me. The miracle of creation is extremely rare. On top of that, your ability seems very close to the power of a deity. She gets shocked. Really? He replied. Yes. Most creations that come to life from a drawing rarely last for more than a day. And there's no record of a creation of that scale, Karina said. I never thought much of my abilities, Ferial. Did all the artists who had the miracle of creation use their life force in exchange for their art? he said. Yes. Artists that had the miracle of creation. I'll call them creators. They all came down with art disease and died before they turned 30. None of them had a strong attachment to life, only their drawings. The more they drew, the more insane they got. They even used their own flesh and blood as materials and had no qualms about sacrificing their lives for their work. Hearing that, Karina said in her mind, "Goodness, but I understand why they would go to such lengths. I don't think I would have a problem doing that either." Fariel added, "Karina, I want to help you. And in order to do that, you mustn't hide anything from me, not even trivial details. So if you have the symptoms that I'm about to list, tell me," she replied. "Okay," he began. "Other than becoming insane, creators grow more neurotic and emotionally unstable, and draw drawing after drawing as if they're under a trance. Some records also say that creators claim their creations are the only ones that understand them, and regard them as their everything," Karina said. "I have all those symptoms. As time passes, I feel more sensitive about everything and I keep drawing as if I've been hypnotized, but I can't seem to stop myself. No one ever cared about my feelings, but my creations knew exactly how I felt. I was so lonely, so that's why." Fariel gets shocked after hearing that. He stands up and said, "Karina, I'm not trying to admonish you. In the end, you're going to be the one that suffers more if you continue running away like that. If you let your anger, sadness, and loneliness take over you as you draw, you'll surely regret it." He asked, "I heard that you don't have much time left. Is that correct?" she replied. "Yes." He asked again, "Do you have any intention of giving up drawing?" She replied while smiling, "No, this is all I have," he said. "I see. I understand," Karina asked. "Really?" he said. "Yes, just as you pour everything you have into your drawings, I myself devote my all to music. When I was young, I played my flute so passionately every single day that my parents even ordered a maid to keep a watch on me. Of course, I found ways to hide from her and kept playing. It's not easy to give up the joy of creation." Karina chuckled. He peeked at her and added, "Anyway, Karina, if it's all right with you, may I ask you for a favor?" she asked. "What kind of favor is it?" he said. "I want to see you draw. To be direct, I want to see you use your ability," she said. Then, I was just about to leave a letter at Leopold Manor. Shall I draw a door that leads to it?" After that, he picks up the paint and brush and stands in front of large canvas to draw. Fariel was standing beside her. He asked, "Are you going to paint without sketching anything first?" She replied, "Yes, I want to paint quickly right now." After she began to draw, Fariel was in awe. "Goodness, this is just incredible. I can't take my eyes off of it. I've never seen such powerful, yet detailed brushstrokes. I feel like I'm standing in the middle of a painting, watching a breathtaking view. Her talent is beautiful and lovely. How can I express this surging emotion to her?" Karina felt pain and thinks, "I feel like something's pressing down on my chest. But I'm not finished yet." She then heard a voice. "Huh! This sound is, Fariel is playing his flute. What a warm and calm melody." She felt refreshed. "It's a lot easier to breathe now. My body feels lighter as well. How amazing! Is this Fariel's healing power? It's a very beautiful and lovely tune." After completing, she said, "I'm done." She asked, "Fariel, what is the name of that piece you just played?" he said. "Karina," she asked. "Yes?" he said. "I think I just fell in love with you." She felt annoyed. "What?" he asked. "How did you like my performance?" she replied. It was exquisite," he said. "I was inspired by the sight of you painting and improvised. I always carry my flute with me." Karina gets surprised and exclaimed, "Are you saying that you just made up that song on the spot?" He told, "Yes, I heard the melody in my head the moment I saw your painting. It was that splendid," she said. "Thank you," he said. "This is just my personal opinion. I hope I didn't make you feel uncomfortable. Anyway, does it take a while for your miracle to take effect?" she said. "Yes, I think that it's activated right after I finish my painting." He stares at the painting and said, Is that so? And you're saying that this door will lead to Leopold Manor, yes?" he thought. "If that's really possible, then it seems she indeed possesses a godly power." She then grabs the doorknob and said, "Yes, I'm going to go now." "Are you joining me as well, Fariel?" he said. "I will." After going inside the door, Fariel looked around and asked, "Is this a spare room in the manor?" Karina looked at, felt relieved. "Nothing's changed," she said. "No, this is my room," he said. "Forgive me. This place is quite different from the rooms of other noble ladies, she said. It's fine. I can understand why you thought that, as the rooms of most young noblewomen are fancy. My sister's room is like that. It's adorned with lace, and the curtains are colorful. She has lots of dolls as well. I'd bet the rooms of most young noble ladies are similar as well. I was too busy looking after my sister that I didn't have time to make friends, so I've never seen them for myself. But I feel a little sad about that because I've always wanted a friend, Ferial quickly said. There's no need to be saddened, Karina. I'm here, he added. We've gotten to know each other, and we've even set out on an adventure like this. He extends his hand smiling and said, Don't you think that this would make us friends? Also, as I know everything about your situation, I can give you advice. As a fellow artist, I can empathize with you, and since I have a lot of time on my hands, I can go with you to various places, Karina said. But I don't know what friends are supposed to do together. Do you still want to be my friend despite that, Ferial? He replied. Of course. Besides, it's never too late to learn about such things, she said. Then, let's be friends, Ferial. She shakes his hand, he said. Of course, then Karina said. Now that we're friends, there's something I want to ask you, he said. Yes? What is it? She asked. How do you know what the rooms of other noble ladies are like? He flinched after hearing that. She nervously asked. Most men can't enter a lady's room unless they're that lady's fiancé. If you have a fiancé, wouldn't me becoming your friend complicate things? He said. I don't have a fiancé, she asked. Ferial, are you? He filled in. Karina, I think you've misunderstood something. I was simply invited to have tea. That's how I know. Really, that's it, she chuckled. Okay, I believe you, he asked. Then are you going to deliver your letter now? She pointed and said. Well, I was planning to just put it here, but as you can see, I have no way of knowing when my family will discover it. I want to leave it and go back in secret, if possible. But I risk being seen because there are so many servants wandering in the manor, Ferial said. I can help you with that. While showing his flute, he said, Karina, could you open the window a little bit? And please cover your ears. Outside the manor, 2 maids were sweeping. One asked, Don't you think the atmosphere is quite tense in the manor these days? The other replied, Absolutely. I can barely breathe. She continued, Have you been in the dining room during supper time? Count Leopold and her ladyship hardly talk anymore. Lord Enfric doesn't even come home, and Lady Abelia has recently become so depressed that she barely eats. And Lord Felden keeps nervously looking around. Just where in the world has Lady Karina gone? She must return soon. One filled in, exactly. Everyone is worried. Suddenly they heard sound of music coming from the room. One asked, Don't you hear music coming from somewhere? Other replied, You're right. That's Lady Karina's room, who left the windows open. After hearing the music they started feeling nauseous and drowsy. One said, But why am I suddenly so drowsy? The other filled in, Me too. This has never happened before. After Ferial put everyone to sleep with his music, Karina said, I never imagined you'd put them to sleep. He replied, It's a trivial trick, compared to what you can do. She denied, No, not at all. He chuckled, Everyone in the manor is asleep. If there's anyone you'd like to see before leaving, you should go see them. Karina said with serious expressions, There's no one I want to see. Noticing her reaction, Ferial asked, Lady Karina, the letter you wanted to deliver to your family. Is it a goodbye letter? She replied, Yes. In it, I wrote that they should stop being concerned about me. She explained, Count Leopold won't believe that I'm sick till he sees my dead body. Only when he sees my cold corpse will he regret his decision a little. But I'm sure that he'll just be enraged soon afterward. Why didn't she tell me sooner? She caused her parents trouble till the very end. He'll raise his voice, saying that I should have said something earlier. But when I desperately begged him for attention, he didn't even look my way once. As they were, she saw Abelia unconscious lying beside a pillar. She calls her Abelia. She gets close to her to check on her. Ferial said, She's fine. She's simply asleep like everyone else. Karina said, Yes, it seems like she is. After examining her, Karina thought, What a relief. She looks healthy. She then said, Ferial, if you don't mind, could you please help me move her? He agreed, Of course, Karina. He picks up Abelia. Karina said, Please carry her to her bed over there. Hearing that, Ferial nodded. After putting Abelia in her bed, he looked around in her room. He noticed drawings lying around. He wondered, What are these? He turned towards Karina and said, Karina, these drawings are. He stopped in the middle as he saw Karina whispering something to Abelia. Then Karina asked, Shall we go now? he replied. Ah, yes. After closing the door, Ferial said, Karina, I thought you were on bad terms with your family. You said earlier that there was no one that you wanted to see. Karina started walking, saying, our relationship wasn't horrible. She said inwardly, on the surface, we were a perfectly happy family. And that's because no one knew that their happiness was made possible with someone's sacrifice. She began, I'm the good, ordinary, and obedient second daughter. As long as Abilia is sick, and Frick always brings good news, and Felden is a troublemaker, I won't be able to live for myself here. So I wanted to spend what little time I have left doing things for myself. She turned to Ferial. You know, Ferial. He replied, yes, Karina? She told, I want to leave my artwork in this world not as Abilia's sister or the oldest daughter in the Leopold family, but as Karina, the painter. And in order to do that, I must first forget everything about this place. Later, when the Count Leopold returned to his manor, a servant informed him. He asked, what did you say happened at the manor? The servant replied, well, a moment ago, something strange happened. The Count asked, strange? Elaborate. The servant said, everyone in the manor, including me, fell asleep for a while. The Count asked, everyone? The servant bowed, yes, please forgive me. According to my investigation, no one remembers anything after hearing a song. The Count said, that's absolutely ridiculous. Then he noticed a letter. What's that letter? The servant said, huh? A letter? No letters arrived at the manor today. The Count picks up the letter and started opening it, saying, So did anything go missing, or did anyone get hurt? The servant replied, we checked, but everything seems to be fine. Looking at the envelope, the Count thought, this seal looks familiar, but there's nothing written on the envelope. Did someone put everyone to sleep to leave this letter here? The intruder went through all that trouble, but it doesn't seem as if there's anything special about this letter here. He started reading the letter. Dear Count Leopold, he realized, this handwriting looks familiar. Whose could it be? The letter continued, if I begin this letter like this, I'm sure that you'll be wondering who I am. He thought, it's as if the writer knows me very well. The letter continued, there are so many things I wanted to say if I had the chance, but they don't matter anymore. I have a terminal illness, therefore I won't ever be returning to Leopold Manor. Reading that, he thought, could it be Karina? The letter my daughter sent was surprisingly short and to the point. She declared, consider this letter my last farewell. I'm going to become famous as Karina, not Karina Leopold. He thought, the tone of her letter was so stern and cold that I wondered if it had really been written by her. She sounded fiercely determined, making me doubt that she had been threatened into writing it. She mentioned that her name would spread from the far north to the central part of the empire, where you live. You always told me not to tarnish the reputation of our family, and I believe I have upheld that principle well, until now. But now, I ask something of you. Do not tarnish my reputation when I become well known throughout the land. She continued, I am done waiting. I am in love with someone who makes my heart flutter. Did you know there's a world out there where I am the protagonist? A world where I am not overshadowed by Abilia, Felden, or Enfric. In that world, no one raises their hand against me or threatens to throw me out of the house. This is because I am loved. No one yells at me or punishes me under the guise of, it's for my own good. Instead, I am gently scolded, treated with care and kindness. Suddenly a servant came and opens the door. The Count was saying, what a wicked, ungrateful child after everything I did to raise her. Noticing his anger, the servant said, my lord. The letter continued, you may be furious at your wicked, ungrateful daughter, who you believe should have said something sooner. But did I truly never speak out? Was I always the obedient girl who never cried? Reading that, the Count wondered, Karina, when did you stop crying? The letter continued, it's not that I never tried to speak. I simply gave up trying to talk to you. If you wish to see me, come to the north yourself. I will not return to Leopold Manor. Feel free to tell everyone that I am dead. After reading that, the Count crumpled the letter and throws it away. He shouted, contact Duke Pastellio immediately. I must tell him to send Karina back at once. The servant hesitatingly replied, but isn't it impossible to enter the north now that the checkpoint has been closed? Then the Count said, it doesn't matter. Something must have happened to her. Karina isn't the kind of person who would say such things. A terminal illness? Telling everyone that she's dead? How could she say that to her parent? He picks up the glass to drink. Then the servant said, Lady Karina really may be ill. The Count stopped in the middle as he was drinking. He said, are you trying to make me even angrier? The servant told, a few months ago, there was a report of her vomiting in her room. The Count asked, "What? Why was I not informed immediately?" The servant replied, "Well, I did. But every time you had other business to attend to and ordered that it be reported later. You told me that there was no need to report something like that every time it happens. You also said that since she is a grown woman who could take care of herself." The Count said, "Even so, I should have been informed." The servant said, "Forgive me, my lord." The Count ordered, "Firstly fetch me some parchment. I will write to Duke Pastellio immediately." Abelia was listening to everything. She trembled in fear, realizing that wasn't a dream. The Count continued, "Once Karina returns, I will speak to her properly. I'm sure that will solve everything." Abelia went back to her room. She was crying. She said aloud, "No, father. Karina isn't coming back." She remembered Karina whispering, "Abelia, goodbye. I hope you stay healthy." She thinks in her mind, "She will never come back." Meanwhile, Karina was rubbing the wallet. She said, "Stay healthy. I must be stupid. How foolish of me to think I could forget it all. Still, I spent the most time with her, so perhaps it's fine." She then walks to the table and said, "I plan to send this letter with this bird, but..." She draws a bird and made it came to reality. She said to the bird, "I trust that you'll follow my instructions." The bird flies away with the wallet. Karina said, "Take this wallet and get rid of it, so I won't ever have to see it again." This is truly the end. At the dining table, Milian calls, "Ferial," he replied. "Yes?" Milian asked. "What are you doing here?" He replied with a smile. "Because I was invited, of course." "Right, Karina?" Karina said. "Yes. I invited him because I thought it would be nice to celebrate our new friendship. I thought you'd like it too, Milian, but I suppose it was a bit thoughtless of me to assume that." "I'm sorry," Milian said with sore attitude. "It's fine. There's no need to apologize." Karina looked at him thinking, "Did I make a mistake? He doesn't look very happy," he asked. "Then what do you plan on doing today?" she replied. I don't have anything special planned," Ferial interjected. "But Karina will be studying with me for the day," Milian said. "I didn't ask you," Ferial countered. "But you weren't asking Karina either," Milian argued. "Of course I was asking her. I don't care what your schedule is," Ferial again countered. "Good heavens, you didn't specify who you were talking to, so I thought you were talking to me." Seeing them bicker, Karina chuckled. Both Ferial and Milian were surprised. He asked, "Karina, what's so funny?" She replied, "It's just, you two seem to be very close friends," Milian said. "We're friends, but not because we want to be," she said. "Ah, I see," Milian said. "I'm being serious, Karina," she again chuckled. "Okay." Milian felt embarrassed asking, "Are we that funny, Karina?" She told, "It's just that. I'm happy. I'm so glad that I'm with people I can talk comfortably to, eat a meal full of laughter with, and share these trivial joys of life. And I'm glad that I'm sharing all these moments with you, Milian." He smiled and said, "Is that so? Well, don't push yourself too much. If you feel unwell, ignore Ferial and come to me." She giggled. "Okay, I will," she said inwardly. "I like you, Milian." She then asked, "What do you plan on doing today, Milian?" He replied, "I'm going to check the information about the herda that you gathered and go on a patrol while I'm at it." She asked again, "You're going to go outside Zentar?" He replied, "Yes, so depending on the situation, I may not come back tonight," she said worriedly. "I see, be careful." Milian blushed seeing that. Karina thinks in her mind, "I wish that he didn't have to go, but subjugating monsters is an unavoidable task, so I can't get in his way." Then Milian tucked her head and said, "Wait here. I promise to bring you a better heron than the one I gave you last time." Karina blushed and turns her head. She said, "Thank you. I think it really does make me feel better." "Perhaps it's because you prayed for me," Milian replied. "Ahem, I'm glad that it's so effective," Ferial, who was watching everything, thought. "Oh? Well, would you look at that? It looks like he's completely fallen for her. I can't believe he's smiling so brightly like that. But that's odd. Didn't they say that they were going to break off their engagement?" Karina then looked towards Ferial and Tuma sipped, thinking, "I don't think he noticed." She suddenly felt throbbing again and felt drowsy. Meanwhile, Milian was asking Ferial, "Why are you looking at Karina with that face?" Ferial replied, "With what face?" Then Karina stands up and said, I'm a bit tired. I think I should go upstairs and lie down." Milian asked, "Do you feel unwell?" "I'll take you to your room," she replied. "And no, it's all right. I feel a bit drowsy because of the warm tea. My room is nearby. so I'll go by myself. I wouldn't want you to leave when tea time isn't over yet, Milian said. Never mind that. Should I call a maid for you? She protested. I'm fine. I'll be going now, Fariel said. Karina, I'll see you later, she said. Okay. After she left, Fariel asked Milian. You seem quite worried about her, Milian asked. When are you planning on going back? He replied. Goodness, what a harsh thing to say to a friend that got here as soon as he could when you asked for his help, Milian countered. Ha! I doubt you came because you were worried. You were probably more curious about who drew the drawings, Fariel asked. Ha! Is that why you only sent me incomplete sketches? You're a cunning one, aren't you? Milian explained. I'm no professional, but even I couldn't wait to see the finished versions of those drawings. I figured you would want to see them even more. Anyway, how's Karina's art disease? Is it serious? Fariel looked at him with disdain, then turned his head, saying, I don't know, Milian said. Fariel, I'm not in the mood for your jokes, he said. I know, but, he remembered his conversation with Karina. She said, I must first forget everything about this place. Fariel, may I ask you for a favor? Please don't tell Milian about how I don't have much time left. I don't wish to become a sad memory to him, he told Milian. Karina doesn't want me to tell you. Milian gets shocked. What? Fariel stands up and said. So I hope you understand why I can't tell you anything more than this, he then asked. Oh, that reminds me. What's a heron? You know, the thing that Karina said made her feel better, Milian replied. It's a special stone from the north which sometimes comes out of a slain monster, he asked again. Aha, but why did you give it to her? Milian told. There's an old northern tradition, a myth of sorts. They say that if you gift a heron to a sick person, it will help them get better, Fariel sarcastically asked. Since when did you believe in superstitions? Milian said ominously. There's also a northern superstition that if you point your finger at someone, it'll get broken. Should I show you how? Before hearing that, Fariel dashes away. As he was leaving, Milian felt annoyed. Anyway, what's all this about suddenly studying something? Fariel peeked and said. That? It's a secret. Later, a maid noticed voices from Karina's room. She opens the door and went inside. She saw Karina sitting on the ground stunned. She asked, Oh my, are you alright? Karina replied. I just tripped. I'm fine, maid asked. Shall I call for a doctor? Karina replied. No, I think I just need to rest, the maid said. No, my lady. His Grace said that even if you were in a little bit of pain, we should call for a doctor right away. Karina was surprised. Milian said that, she said. Then could you call Dr. Winston for me? Maid replied. Yes. After the maid left, Karina said to herself, I'm okay. I'm still okay. When Dr. Winston came to check, she asked, Has my condition worsened? Karina smiled. It's all right. I knew this was going to happen anyway. There's no need for you to feel sorry, doctor said. Right, let's try using a stronger medicine then, she asked. Dr. Winston, will I keep throwing up the food I eat? I don't want Milian to see the awful side effects of this disease, he told. The vomiting will probably continue, but you mustn't stop eating, she asked again. Even if I throw up every time I eat something? The doctor explained. Your body is like a sandcastle that's about to crumble due to the harsh waves. It's constantly being worn down, so you must do everything you can to keep it from falling apart, Karina asked. Is that the only thing I should keep in mind? The doctor replied. There are a lot of things you should be careful about, but above all else, you must have a will to live. After hearing that, she thinks, a will to live? As long as I'm alive, I don't want to spend my days waiting for death, which is how I used to be. I want to treasure every moment and live more joyfully than anyone else. I want to show my family what kind of person I am, and after I make wonderful memories with Milian, I'm going to say goodbye without looking back, she then said. Don't worry. I don't want to burden Milian with guilt, doctor replied. I see. Does it especially hurt anywhere? She replied. My heart. I'd be fine for a whole day, but it would suddenly hurt so much that it gets difficult to breathe for the rest of the day. Sometimes the pain is so great that I wish it would just explode. I mean, that's just how I feel. I'm not saying I really wanted to, the doctor said. No, I understand. When one of my eyes used to hurt, the pain would be so unbearable that I wanted to pluck it out. If the symptoms of art disease were the same for everyone, or if there weren't so many different records on it, then it would have been easier to develop a cure. It's such a shame, Karina said. I feel sorry for burdening you and Ferial. If everything had gone as I planned, the two of you weren't supposed to find out about this, the doctor said with resolve. Don't say that. It's my job to save people. And a doctor that makes a patient hide their disease isn't a proper doctor. She flinched hearing that. She said, I see, Ferial then said. You don't need to apologize to me either, Karina, he said. You didn't look very well back there. I had a question I was hoping you would answer for me. I needed to teach you something as well, so I decided to drop by. Then the doctor said, I see that you already had an appointment. Since I'm done here, I'll get going now. As he was leaving, Karina said, Thank you for coming, Dr. Winston, he said. Lie back down. You need to get rest for now. He suddenly remembered something. But before I go, I must tell you one thing. Don't give up. If you don't lose your will to live, then it'll help you live longer. After hearing that, she smiled. Thank you, Dr. Winston. I no longer want to die soon anymore. Actually, I regret the time I used to think that. If I had discovered a world like this existed a little earlier, I would have escaped that place sooner. But I only mustered up the courage after it was too late, so I feel like a fool. The doctor nods and said, Good. I'm glad you've come to that conclusion. After the doctor left, Karina said, Ferial, what did you want to ask me? He replied, Well, your miracle is completely different from other miracles. Could it be? There was something that I couldn't understand, though, she asked. What do you mean? He pulls the chair to sit and said, Your art disease is getting worse, at an abnormally fast rate. She gets shocked. What do you mean? He explained. Creators die early because they perform too many miracles, despite knowing that it'll cost them their life. But even those that made miracles every day created far more creations and lived much longer than you. So I wanted to ask you this. Are you aware of the taboos regarding making miracles? This came as a shock for her. She replied, No, Ferial said. I see. He thinks in his mind, it's impossible for an artist not to know this. If Karina hadn't been neglected and received the attention and care she deserved, this wouldn't have happened. No, if she had at least a proper art teacher to guide her. She then calls him. Ferial, he began. Firstly, I think I should explain art disease in detail. Many people think that art disease is a terminal illness that people suddenly come down with one day, but it's more correct to say that it's the manifestation of the price an artist pays for creating miracles. To be more specific, it's the price of creating miracles past one's limit. For example, I can't heal seriously wounded people, and I can't treat those who don't want to be treated. But we call those who don't have such limits, and can perform as many miracles as they want as people with art disease. Also, taboos are what artists that have art disease must never do, Karina asked. And what are they? He said with a serious face. First and foremost, you mustn't go against Providence. You must never revive the dead or turn back time to change the past. And secondly, you mustn't create a human. Karina flinched hearing that. Ferial continued. It doesn't matter if you create plants, animals, or monsters, but since only a deity can create humans, that's a line that you mustn't cross, Karina said. I see, he added. Yes, and lastly, you mustn't kill anything or anyone using your miracle. It means that you shouldn't use the omnipotence of miracles to do anything immoral. Then she asked, What happens if you break one of the taboos? He answered, You'll have to pay the price on the spot, and you'll either die or lose a part of your body, she said. If I die, then that'd be the end of me. But if I lose my hand or something like that, I won't be able to draw anymore, he replied. Correct. So, Karina, have you ever tried to do any of the things that I just mentioned? She paused for a moment and said while avoiding his gaze. I haven't, Ferial thought. Well, I guess if she had, then she wouldn't be alive right now, he said. If that's true, then I don't understand, she asked. Understand what? He explained. Your miracles. Considering how many drawings you've drawn till now, your condition is far worse than it should be. The artists that drew more drawings than you did lived past 30. I should look into this matter and see if there's another reason why this is happening, Karina asked sadly. Ferial, do you believe that if you figure that out, I'll be able to get better? She said inwardly. What am I saying? It's not like there's even a cure, she then said. Forgive me, Ferial. I said something rather silly, he replied. Not at all, Karina. It's true that there's no known cure. Even if we discover why your condition is so serious, I can't promise that we'll be able to treat you, but I've thought of one method to slow down the symptoms of art disease, though it's a bit cowardly, she asked. A cowardly method? He said. Yes. All you need to do is this. When you draw something, stop right before you put in the final stroke in your work. Unlike music, which allows one to perform a miracle as soon as they start playing, a drawing requires the finishing touches for a miracle to happen, she replied thoughtfully. You're right. Since the drawing won't be complete if you stop right before you finish, Ferial stands up from his place saying, but if you try your best and hand me the unfinished drawings, then I'll make you more famous than any other artist in the world, just like you requested. With your talent, Karina, it won't be difficult to make that happen. He extends his hand towards Karina. She reached out to his hand and rises up from her palsy. She said, though I don't have much time left, I'm counting on you, Ferial. His heart raced and face reddened. He gets stunned for a moment. Karina calls. Ferial? He said. Ah, yes. Right. And regarding art disease, who says that we can't cure it? Since you've decided to open your heart and strive for your goal, we will gladly stay by your side and support you till the end. Of course, it doesn't mean that we're going to treat you like a glass doll and be overprotective. If you fall, we'll help you stand again. And if you get lost, we'll help you find the way. She asked. But why would you go to such lengths? He told. The sight of a person striving to achieve their dreams and goals is the most beautiful thing in the world. And I love beautiful things. At night, Karina was looking at the sky. She said in her mind, Milian, he's pretty late. I hope nothing's happened to him. Once he officially starts hunting down the monsters in the land, will I have to wait even longer than this? She shook her head. No, this isn't the time to be depressed. She was tapping on the paper with pencil thinking. I must write down the things that I want to do. Thanks to Ferial, I've checked off making a friend. Next is giving a gift to someone I like. Packing a lunch sounds nice too. And hugging. She quickly rejected those thoughts, feeling embarrassed. No, that's not it. What am I thinking? Meanwhile, Milian came inside her room. He saw her sitting at balcony. He said inwardly, I thought she had collapsed because she didn't respond even though I knocked several times. But it looks like. He saw her scribbling on paper and feeling embarrassed. He smiled thinking, so this is what she was doing. How adorable. He then gasped, I sounded like Ferial just now. Karina thought, just imagining things like that is making me blush. Then Milian came close to her and asked, Karina, are you done? She gets surprised. Milian? He added. As always, I knocked, but you didn't hear me, she replied. Sorry. I was lost in thought. Are you done with work? He walks close to her saying, No, I'll be venturing deeper into the forest now. She then asked, You're going to head out there again? Milian replied. Yes, I need to scour the place a bit more before the monster hunt. But I wanted to come see you first. You didn't look too well earlier today. Are you alright? She smiled and said, I'm fine. I was a bit tired, but I'm feeling better now that I've gotten some rest. Dr. Winston gave me a checkup as well. After hearing that, he said, That's a relief. Did you find out more about? He stopped in the middle, remembering Ferial's word. Karina doesn't want me to tell you. He scratched his head saying, Never mind. Don't push yourself too hard and get plenty of rest. If you need anything, tell Fong, she replied. Okay, I will. Please return safe and sound, Milian, he said. Yes, I'll see you the day after tomorrow, Karina asked. What time will you be back? He told. Probably around dinner time at the latest. He was about to complete his sentence, but changed, seeing her hopeful face. He said instead, I'll try to make it back by lunchtime. He thought to himself, I must be crazy. I'm not even sure if I'll be able to make it back in time for dinner. It's so unlike me to lie. But then Karina said, Milian, I'll be waiting. See you at lunch the day after tomorrow. Later at the expedition, Milian was galloping his way. A soldier said to Milian, Your Grace, we're going too fast, he asked. Is there a problem? The soldier told. The knights are having trouble keeping up. We're not in a hurry, so I believe we should slow, Milian said. If we want to make it back by lunchtime tomorrow, we need to go faster, the soldier asked. Lunchtime tomorrow? Milian said. Yes, I'll be giving orders from the front, so tell them to follow me, the soldier complied. Yes, Your Grace. Milian remembered Karina's word. Milian, I'll be waiting. See you at lunch the day after tomorrow. After marching for a while, they stopped at a place. Milian got off his horse and said, This is where we're going to meet. After a light meal, we'll head in as soon as the second party arrives. The soldiers shouted, Yes, Your Grace. Then Milian looked towards the forest and said inwardly, Originally, the northern land belonged to monsters, But God took pity and sent a hero to this world to chase the monsters away. That hero was the forefather of House Pastellio. The monsters that are chased away starve all summer before they go mad with hunger, and come down to the villages to hunt during winter. Fending them off till spring is the duty of northerners, including me, as the ruler of this land. He grabbed his sword and got ready for the hunt. He then remembered Karina's word. If I've been of help to you, once the monster hunt is over and we part ways, will you hold me closely? Just once? Milian grinned and said, I hope I come across many monsters that have a heron. Meanwhile, back at the estate, Dr. Winston asked Karina, Are you waiting for his grace? Karina calls him. Dr. Winston? He asked. Why are you waiting out here in the cold? It's not like you know when he's going to arrive, she replied. Well, I know that he's going to be returning tomorrow at lunchtime, but I couldn't calm down, so I'm taking a walk to clear my mind. I have plenty of blankets, and I'm wearing lots of layers, so don't worry. After hearing that, Doctor observed. I see. You've changed so much these days, she asked. Really? Have I? The doctor said. Yes, you look much happier than before. It's a relief, Karina sighed. You're right. I'm in such a good mood these days that I did something I would have never done before, the doctor asked. You did? What did you do? She told. I sent a letter to my father. I told him not to bother with me anymore. I'm still trying to work this out, but I'm also planning on repaying him. I want to live as long as possible and become famous with the drawings that he and the rest of my family wouldn't even look at. Once I calculate how much it took to feed, clothe, and house me, I plan on paying them back that exact amount. I think that'd show that there's nothing left between us. I won't deny the fact that my mother gave birth to me, and that my father helped raise me. However, that doesn't mean they own my life. Then the doctor said, You're right. Parents are merely their children's guardians, not their owners. Though parents do spend much time with their children, they cannot walk on the same path forever. One day, the child will become an adult, and the parents will have to look at them from afar. That's because the child must start living their own life. But if the child returns one day and holds their aged parents' hands, then that's proof that they were good parents. I'm so sorry that you weren't given such parents. Karina smiled. I'm all right now, she thought. Even if they apologize to me this very moment, that can't make up for all of my lost time. Every passing second is precious to me now. I don't want to spend a single moment regretting the past. I'm going to go forward, she said. Spring has finally come to my life. At the expedition, a soldier shouted, Attention, everyone! His Grace is going to give us orders. Then Milian began. Tomorrow at dawn, we'll be venturing deeper into the forest. As you all know, our first goal is to kill Herdas. A Herda's weak point is suspected to be right under its nails. Only try to attack it there if you can. If that's not possible, aim for its lower belly. The hide is thin there, making it another weak spot. The soldiers shouted. Yes, Your Grace, Milian continued. Our second goal is to monitor the monster's behavior. Do not venture deeper into the forest on your own. If there is a problem, come to our meeting place immediately. The soldiers again shouted. Yes, Your Grace, Milian continued. However, if you feel your life is in danger, prioritize surviving over following my orders. That will be all. Ah, and one more thing, if you discover any herons, bring them to me, a soldier said. Huh! But we need them too, Milian then sighed. No. Now return to your night watch posts. After the briefing, a soldier came close to Milian and said, Why do you need them, Your Grace? You've never been interested in them before. Ah, is it for your? Milian replied. Stop blabbering nonsense. The other soldiers started chuckling. Then Milian glanced around and saw a monster. He drew out his sword and said, It looks like I got very lucky. There was a Herta nearby. He then commanded, All of you, spread out. Surround it. There's only 1 inch, the monster roared. A soldier wondered, seeing that. Is that some kind of call? Suddenly they started hearing loud voices. A soldier looked around and said, What's causing these vibrations? Soon they were surrounded by a lot of monster. Someone shouted, Hertas are charging this way. Back up! Don't let them pass us, a soldier said while trembling. Your Grace. You never mentioned anything like this was going to happen. But Milian jumped at a monster and stabbed it. He said to himself, You rascals! The Herta called for its friends, cutting off our escape route. I didn't think a monster without intelligence could do something like that. However, it's still just a monster. After exterminating all of them, Milian said, I wasn't sure if the weak points we found in Karina's Herta were correct, but it seems they were. He then instructed, Aim for the weak spots I told you about earlier. If you do, it won't be hard to. He wasn't able to complete his words when a herda came from behind. The monster was drooling. Seeing that, a soldier quickly shouted, "Your Grace!" Back at the estate, Karina came to the main gate to wait for Milian. Fang said, "My lady, I'll escort you inside," she replied. "Thank you, Fang. I hope I didn't cause trouble by insisting on coming here to wait for Milian," he said. "Not at all, my lady. I'm sure the soldiers at the fortress will be glad to see you as well. Why don't you unpack your belongings first and wait until His Grace?" Suddenly soldiers started sounding a gong. A soldier shouted, "Hurtas! A herd of hurtas has appeared. Everyone arm yourselves!" Karina gets surprised. "Hurtas?" Fang said. "Let me go and assess the situation. Please wait inside the carriage for the time being," she agreed. "Okay," she thought to herself. "I hope nothing's wrong." As she was getting on, she felt throbbing pain again and staggers. She leaned on besides the carriage thinking, "It's going to be fine. I just need to hang on a bit longer." But more importantly, she heard a soldier shouting, "Damn it! Neither His Grace nor Captain Gordon is here right now. At this rate, our fortress could fall." Karina squeezed her hands while thinking, "Milian will be here soon enough. We need to hold on until then." She looked around saying, "What can I do to buy some time?" Her gaze fell on her belongings. She was still feeling pain but decided to help. "Right, my drawings," she recalled. "I'm sure there must be a drawing of a herda that I stopped right before completing it." She rummaged through and found it. She picked up the brush saying, "All I have to do is color in its eyes." She realized, no, that won't be enough. I need something more. Suddenly she remembered. They even used their own flesh and blood as materials. She then bites her lip. Back at the castle gates, a soldier shouted, "Everyone, prepare to attack! The herders are heading this way. Fend them off no matter what." Fang rushed towards a soldier and asked, "Did you send a carrier pigeon to His Grace?" He replied, "Yes, we just did, but we haven't received a reply yet," the other said. "There are too many herders. We don't have any other options besides holding on for as long as possible." Fang thought to himself, "It's dangerous here, I must take Lady Karina too." Suddenly he heard, "Everyone, get out of the way!" He quickly turned towards the voice and saw a herda holding Karina. A soldier shouted, "Arg! It's a herda! A herda has broken inside the fortress. Attack!" But Karina stopped them. "Wait! It's me!" Fnad was shocked. "Lady Karina?" she said. "This one's safe," she then said to the monster. "Herda, I have a favor to ask of you. Could you fend off the other herdas until Milian gets here?" The monster nods and then jumps outside the castle walls. After jumping outside, he roared and started attacking other herdas. Then Fang called her. "Lady Karina," she replied. "Yes?" he said. "Your hand." Blood was dripping from her hand. She replied, "Ah, I'm fine. It's just a small cut." Then soldiers who were watching that herda attack other herdas said, "What in the world? Look over there! That herda's incredible!" That herda was hunting others. Seeing that, Karina said, "Amazing." Suddenly she heard, "I must." She quickly turned back saying, "Huh! What did you?" She stopped in the middle seeing that no one was behind. Seeing her surprised, Fang asked, "What's wrong, my lady?" she asked. "Didn't you just hear something?" he replied. "No, I didn't hear anything," she again heard. "I must take it by killing them," she wondered. "Wait, was it my herda that spoke?" The voice continued. "If I don't find it, I'm going to die." The herda started eating other herdas. It said, "It's not here. I must eat the other ones. Where is it?" Herda then found something and said, "Here it is, found it." A soldier who was watching all of this said, "Is that herda eating its own kind right now?" Fan filled in. "It looks like it," he asked. "My lady, is that thing safe?" He turned around to see Karina wasn't present there. He asked, "My lady? Huh? Where did she go?" Karina was rushing towards the herda who was saying, "No, I'm different from you all. I have a master of my own. You all cannot escape." When she reached close to herda, Karina shouted, "Herta! Stop! Let them go." The other monster were hesitating to approach herda. Karina asked, "Just what did you eat? What is it that you found? And who is this master you're talking about?" she pestered. "Aren't you going to tell me?" The herda doesn't speak. Suddenly she heard a voice. "Is that the sound of horse hooves?" Milian came on a horse galloping. He shouted, "Karina!" He quickly grabs her and points his sword at Herta. Karina was shocked. "Milian?" Milian commanded. "Soldiers, attack this!" Karina stopped him. "Wait! It's mine!" He was surprised. "What?" He poked at Herta with his sword to confirm. The Herta said inwardly, "What do you think you're doing? Let go of my master." Milian then asked Karina. "What do you mean?" She said, I drew it, he asked, "but the color of your eyes is the same as usual." She gets confused. "Huh! That can't be." Then they went to Ferial, where a servant informed Duke Ferial, "Your Grace, His Grace Duke Pastellio, has returned and is looking for you. He asked you to come to the garden," he replied. "All right, I'll be there soon." He was going to them yawning, he said. He told Karina that he was going to come at lunchtime. So how could he be this late? He gets shocked to see a Herta besides Milian and Karina. He was in shock. "My dear friend, you're back." Then they sat down to talk. No one spoke anything for a while. Karina averted her gaze. Ferial thought to himself, "This silence is suffocating." He began, "Shall we organize what happened?" Karina explained. "Well, as you two know, it was an emergency. I tried to fend them off for as long as I could until Milian got here. But I'm sorry for breaking my promise not to summon anything anymore," she said inwardly. "I probably shouldn't tell him that I used my blood, right?" Milian took a sigh and said, "No, it wasn't your fault, Karina. Rather, I'm sorry for not getting here earlier. If I had, none of this would have happened. I'll be more careful to ensure something like this doesn't happen again." He then asked, "I heard from Fong that you injured your hand. Is it all right?" She replied, "Yes, it's fine." Seeing that Ferial clears his throat. "Ahem," Milian asked. "What do you want?" He replied. "It's just that the two of you look lovely together." No one replied, so he changed the topic. "Anyway, back to the main point. Karina, can't you make your Herta disappear like last time?" Karina said. "Well, I tried multiple times, but I don't think I can control it anymore," Ferial asked. "Then isn't it dangerous?" She replied. "Luckily, it still listens to me, and it promised not to cause mayhem." Ferial thinks for a moment, then said, But do you have any idea how that happened? I've never heard of a creation breaking free of its creator's control." She tried to think. "Let's see, come to think of it, I saw it eat something." As she was talking, she started coughing, and blood splatters on her hand. She was shocked to see blood on her hand. "But I didn't feel any pain." Her heart started beating fast. Seeing that, Milian shouted, "Karina!" She turned towards Milian but couldn't see anything. She gets confused. "I can't see." Chaos erupted in the manor as Milian ordered, "Quick, call Dr. Winston." Servants and maids rushed to help her. Milian asked her, "Karina, where does it hurt?" He complained. "Just when is Dr. Winston going to arrive?" Karina was seeping. She said, "I'm fine." Milian sits beside her and said, "Don't be stubborn. Tell me, do you want to take the medicine you were given before?" But Karina couldn't answer. She gasped and thinks, "I feel like someone is squeezing my heart so tightly that it's about to explode." As she was losing consciousness, Milian said, "Karina, please hold on a little longer." She wailed in pain. "Milian, it hurts so much. I can't die like this." Milian hugged her, saying, "Don't worry. You're not going to die. I won't let that happen. So it's all right to just say you're in pain, Karina." Hearing that, she felt relieved and cried, Milian, it hurts. I feel like my heart is being ripped out of my chest." He said, "Dr. Winston will be here soon. You just need to endure it till he gets here." For a while she kept weeping, then she fell unconscious. Seeing that, Milian shouted, "Karina? Karina, open your eyes." Then Ferial and Dr. Winston came dashing towards them. Ferial showed a crystal and said, "Milian, give this to Karina." Milian asked, "Is that a heron?" Ferial shouted, "I don't have time to explain. Put it against her body." He holds the crystal close to Karina in his grip. Then a black fog emerged from her body. After that, Milian observed, "She's not as pale anymore." Then the doctor said, "Let me examine her, Your Grace." Milian replied, "Right. Please do." Then Ferial said to him, "Milian, let's step outside for a moment. I have something to tell you as well." He replied, "All right." After closing the door, Milian said, "Ferial, was Karina's relapse caused by that Herta, by any chance?" He replied, "Probably. As you know, a miracle comes at a cost. I predict that it took a huge chunk of her life to create the creature." Milian shouted, "Then wouldn't killing that Herta right now fix this?" Ferial stopped him. "Calm down. The miracle has already happened, and the monster is no longer under her control." Milian sighed. "I feel pathetic. Karina's in so much pain, but I can't do anything about it." Ferial then said, "No, Milian. There may just be a way." He asked, "What?" Ferial said, Didn't you see what happened a moment ago? When you gave her that heron, her breathing stabilized. Heron may be a cure for art disease, Milian asked. That stone? Ferial explained. Yes. While you were out patrolling the area, I experimented with a heron, and it resonated with my miracle. It was as if the stone was trying to offset it. And judging by how it improved Karina's condition, I'm sure it doesn't only react to my abilities. On top of that, Fang told me a while ago that the herd of Karina may ate the corpses of its own kind. Milian smiled. Wait, are you trying to say that the herda was trying to eat the heron inside the other herda's bodies? Ferio replied. Exactly. The heron may have nullified Karina's miracle and allowed the herda to break free from her control, Milian said. This is the first time you're starting to make sense, Ferio replied. What a hurtful thing to say. Anyway, this is only a hypothesis, so we need more herons to prove it, Milian asked. How many more do you need? Ferio replied. As many as possible. Hearing that, Milian grinned. Milian told. The coldest part of winter is coming. Starving monsters will swarm down the mountain in large groups, and the monster hunt will begin in earnest. Judging from the size of the herda's leader, it probably also has a huge heron inside its body, he said with determination. I'll make sure to slay it and bring the heron to her, he said to himself. This is all for you, Karina. After some days, Karina was drawing and thinking. Time flew by after my herda wouldn't disappear, and my seizures became worse. Before I knew it, winter had arrived. Though I wasn't used to the cold, I spent my days being overprotected by those around me while continuing to draw as usual. Thanks to that, falling asleep wasn't as scary as it used to be. While lost in thoughts, she completed the drawing. She realized, oh no. I promised Ferial I wouldn't complete my painting. Butte flies came into existence from her drawing and started flying around. She smiled. Guess it's too late now. Why don't you all have some fun since you've come to life? She stands up from her place and walks to the window. She opened the window and butterflies flew away. Seeing that, she said, how beautiful. She looked outside the window thinking, all of them must have gone out. Suddenly her gaze met Milian's. He was staring at her. He saw them. She quickly gets back to her seat. She recalled his face thinking, he looked furious. She flinched thinking about that. She feels like she got caught. She complained. I always end up finishing my paintings and using my powers when I'm not careful. What do I do? Then someone knocks the door. She gulped and gets ready. Milian said, standing at the door. Karina, I know you're in there, so open the door. He opens the door saying. Really, how could you? She pleaded. I didn't mean to. I was just so focused and excited to paint that I ended up finishing the piece. Milian calms down and said. You know that I'm worried about you, yes? She replied. Of course. He scratches his head saying. I know you'll end up becoming miserable if you don't paint, so I also hope that day won't come anytime soon. So please don't strain yourself. She glanced at him. Milian continued. I'd like to be with you as long as possible. She thinks in her mind. Why is this man so kind to me? Later, Milian was in his office. He recalled his conversation with Ferial. Ferial told, no medicine can cure the excruciating pain caused by art disease. It's known to resemble phantom pain. Milian asked. Phantom pain? He said. Yes. That's why there are no drugs that can slow down the disease or alleviate the pain. Hearing that, Milian thought. Is that why the sleeping pills Karina has been taking haven't been working? I can't believe I can only stand by and watch her suffer. He grits his teeth thinking about it. Ferial looked at him and saw how miserable he felt. He tried to comfort him. At least, that's how it's been until now. It's quite ironic that they found a clue for a cure in the north, where there aren't many artists. He speculated, heron could be the foundation of a cure for art disease. Milian replied. Yes, I'll do all that I can to cooperate with your research, so please do your best to find a cure. Ferial teased. I think this is my first time hearing you ask me to do something so politely. He then asked. Are you worried about her? Milian replied. Don't ask such an obvious question, Ferial said. I recall that you thought your fiancé was bothersome not too long ago, Milian said. I absolutely abhor seeing someone die in front of me. Back to the present. Milian walks to the window and watched herda that Karina created. Several days have passed, yet the herda Karina created hasn't disappeared. It's impossible to control, but maybe I should be glad it obeys Karina's commands. Her eyes turned golden the last time she performed a miracle by creating the herda, but this time, they didn't change color. There are several strange things about the recent incident, including the fact that the Herta spoke to Karina. There's nothing I know for certain, but she looked quite happy when I asked her if she was going to attend the upcoming banquet. He smiled thinking about that, Karina said. A banquet? That would be lovely. I'm looking forward to it. I clearly thought she was annoying when she suddenly barged into my home, as she already prepared the documents to call off our engagement. I figured ending it would rid me of a huge burden. But I don't know when I started having feelings for her. I can't help but look at her, and I find myself becoming upset at the thought that she'd be in pain, all alone, if she weren't where I could see her, and I feel the urge to kiss her every time I see her face. He blushed thinking about it. He shook his head to clear those thoughts. How could I think of doing that to someone who's unwell? If we had spoken to each other properly when we first met, would it have changed anything? Would Karina's condition and our relationship be different now? After a few days they went to a lake. Karina was amazed after seeing the scenery. Wow, it's a real lake, Milian said. Of course it's real. Did you think it'd be fake? She looked at it and said, it's so beautiful. And it's fascinating how it's not frozen, despite how cold it is, Milian said. This lake doesn't freeze no matter how cold it gets. But it's still chilly, so you must dress warmly, she replied. Yes, I will. As they were walking beside the lake, Milian asked, is it really all right for you not to draw? I brought all your materials and tools, they're in the carriage, she replied. I'm fine. I just wanted to take a walk with you like this today, Milian. Milian then said, I'm overjoyed to hear that you consider me more important than your drawings, she smiled and said. Of course. Consider it an honor. Milian glanced at her and then said, come to think of it, you said that you don't know much about the North, she replied. Yes, you're right. I'm ashamed to say this, but I'm oblivious about this place, Milian said. Then, you must not know the fascinating stories that exist in the North either. Karina gets intrigued. Fascinating stories? He told. There's one called The End of Winter, which is about the Winter Mountain Range. If you venture deep into a place beyond the point where the sea freezes, you'll find a mountain range there. No one has gone beyond that mountain range, and people say no one knows what's on the other side. There are rumors that it could be a paradise, the demon's realm, or the homeland of extinct dragons. I think the rumors have been exaggerated, because there's very little information on dragons. After hearing that, Karina said, oh, those are some very extreme guesses. But I think that place would be very beautiful if it really existed, Milian said. Actually, it's just a cliff, Karina then said. Anyway, I think The End of Winter is an excellent name, Milian asked. Do you find this interesting? She replied. Yes. Spring comes after the end of winter. Maybe that's what lies beyond. Milian was dazed as to how lovely Karina looked. Spring? Milian thought. The end of winter symbolizes eternal death in the North, because by the time winter is over, there is nothing living in the world. But, I suppose you could think of it like that. Then he said, I want to look at the world through your eyes just once, Karina replied. My eyes? I'd bet it'll be boring, Milian smiled. Even if it's boring, I'd bet it'll be beautiful, Karina asked. Do you think so? Her heart raced at the thought. Suddenly she stopped walking and said, I just remembered. I have a gift for you, Milian, he asked. A gift? She rummaged through her robe and pulls out a paper. Milian grabs it and asked, is it a drawing? He unfolds the paper and saw a drawing. He asked, what's this? She told. This is medicine. He was confused. Medicine? She said. It'll help you recover from wounds. It'll heal any injury, but it won't work on someone who's been so severely injured that they're unrecognizable or dying, Milian asked. Such a thing really exists? First she hesitated, then said, well, I made it. I thought it'd be nice if there really was such medicine, so I pictured it in my mind and created it. I'm not going to give it to you like this, of course. I'll hand you the actual potion once I finish the drawing. I'm sure it'll be very helpful to you, Milian. Milian then said, Karina, I don't need any medicine if you must suffer to make it. His expression was serious. Like I said before, I don't want you to be in pain. In fact, I wish you'd smile brightly like you did today. He raised his hand towards her face but stopped in the middle. He clears his throat and said, anyway, thank you for thinking of me, but what good would it be if you must suffer? She was surprised for a moment, then she said, this doesn't take much energy to make. He asked. What? She explained. Drawing inanimate things doesn't use too much of my strength, Milian argued. I'm strong enough without your help, she replied. I know you are, but I wanted to prepare this, just in case, she asked scantly. Won't you let me? He blushed seeing her plead. Milian said. Such medicine will attract greedy people. Are you aware that you'll be in danger if people find out that you know how to make something like this? She thinks for a moment then said, I've only told you about this, Milian replied. Of course, I'll take this to the grave. But rumors will spread like wildfire if the soldiers find out about your creation, he asked. What will you do when that happens? She replied. I didn't think of that. But will you be angry if I say I'm not that scared because I have you by my side? I'm sure you'll find me bothersome, but… She was fidgeting while saying but Milian grabbed her hand and squeezed it gently. He asked. Wait, what makes you say that? She replied. Well, that's because I'm inconveniencing you, he replied. I don't find you to be bothersome, nor are you inconveniencing me. So you can bother me whenever you like. I don't dislike you, Milian recalled in his mind. At first, she was an annoyance. I hated taking care of someone. Karina Leopold. But soon, I found myself wondering about what you liked to do and what you enjoyed. I was constantly worried that you'd be in pain somewhere, and this surprised me, because I had never been very interested in other people. He raised his hand thinking, I think I know a little now. I can't deny it anymore. He puts his hand near her face, and she rubbed her face against it. He asked, Do you not like me? She smiled. Not at all. I've never hated you, not even once. He also smiled. That's a relief. Suddenly a butterfly came fluttering. She was amazed. Ah, a butterfly, he replied. Ah, yes. There are lots of butterflies around here, she said. So, this is how beautiful real butterflies are, Milian said. I'm glad you think that, she said. I'd like to draw them, the next time we come here, Milian replied. Yes, let's come here again. Then they started walking hand in hand. Later Karina asked Duke Fariel, Fariel, are you really not going to come to the banquet? He replied. I'm fine. There's always a next time. I want to reveal your art to the world as soon as possible, Karina. I must start working hard now, so that everyone will know about you in the capital, Karina said. Thank you so much, Fariel. She then drew a door and said, This door will take you to a street without too many people in the capital. Fariel opened the door and said, Then I'll be back. I hope you have a lovely time at the banquet, she replied. All right. Take care. After he closed the door, Karina said to herself, I don't feel anything. Even if I use a lot of my power, I feel nothing. When I was little, I suffered from the side effects right after performing a miracle. I feel like my health's gotten worse after becoming used to the pain. On top of that, I never imagined, she remembered. Are you aware of the taboos regarding making miracles? That trying to forget about my sadness was a taboo. She then said, Should I paint a bit more? I can't wait for the dinner banquet. After a few moments while painting, her hand started trembling, and the brush she was holding with it fell. She gets shocked thinking, Just now, my hand. She shakes her head and said, It can't be. After that she stands up and started walking. She said to herself, Something was wrong with my hand. I should go prepare for the banquet now. I'm sure it'll be all right, for now. As she was going down the stairs, she started feeling nauseous. Her heart started throbbing. She thought, I'm feeling the pain more frequently. Would it get better if I draw more? She observed, My pain subsides when I perform a miracle, as if I'm being given painkillers in exchange for creating life. She tried to stand up. Milian saw her in that condition. He calls her, Karina? She flinched and said, Milian? What brings you here? He walks to her and asked, Are you having a seizure? She replied, Well, he said. No, you don't have to tell me. Let's go. He lifts her up and started walking. Karina was breathing heavily in his arms. After he puts her in bed, Karina said, I'm sorry. I did all I could to endure it, but… He interrupted her. You don't have to be sorry. It hurts me to see you hide your pain. He stroked her head and said, You can be honest in front of me. Karina wondered, How is he able to detect my suffering so easily, when not even my family has noticed it these past 20 years? She felt touched and tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing that, Milian asked, Karina, should I call for Dr. Winston? Does it hurt that much? She doesn't reply but trembled. Milian hugged her and squeezed her close. Don't cry, she said. I'm fine, Milian complained. You don't look fine to me, he patted her. Like I said earlier, you don't have to hold it in when you're with me. It's all right to let everything out. After a while, Karina said, Thank you, Milian, he said. It was nothing, she thought. I wonder if he would have been this kind, if I wasn't sick. If we got married as planned and lived an ordinary life as a couple. she then said. A lot of my pain went away, she continued. Come to think of it, the banquet is coming up, but your clothes. His clothes got wet due to her crying, he replied. It's fine. I can just get changed. And today's the eve of the banquet, so why don't you get some rest as well? She asked, confused. The eve? He explained. It's a northern tradition. You meet before the day of the banquet and share a few drinks. Karina thinks he's probably being considerate of me by explaining these things even now. I thought I was done imagining what things would have been like if I'd been healthy. He then stands up and said, I'll freshen up and return, so get some rest, she replied. All right. After he left, Karina thought, but still, if I were healthy, would he look at me with affection rather than pity one day? It seems I haven't been able to give up on my dreams, if I still harbor such selfish desires. She then gets back to her bed. Don't get confused, Karina. Milian's being nice to me because I'm sick. When Milian returned alone, Fang said, Welcome. Is Lady Karina? Milian replied. She'll be resting today because she's unwell. And make today the eve of the banquet and delay the event by one day. Fang gets shocked. Pardon? The eve of the banquet? That's unheard of. Milian doesn't stop. Let everyone drink as much as they want, and tell them the banquet will happen tomorrow. Fang tried to make sense. Wait, Your Grace. Milian went ahead and closed the door. Fang stands there in shock. He then said to himself, The nobles will be unhappy with this. What do I do? Fang went and explained to the nobles. Therefore, His Grace won't be coming today. It's the eve, Baron Krember asked. What? Fang bowed. He said that he wants you to drink and enjoy yourselves today, and have the banquet tomorrow. Baron slams on the table. How could he suddenly say something like that when all of us are gathered here like this? I remember him making a fuss because he wanted to end the banquet early last time. Viscountess Ariel chimed in. Baron Krember added. I was just thinking the same thing, Count Leonhard remarked. He's usually bored by such events. It must mean that he's not desperate yet. I suppose we'll be discussing the monster hunt tomorrow. On the bright side, we can drink to our heart's content today, Viscountess Ariel said. I suppose this could be good news for those who like to drink, but isn't this the first time His Grace is postponing a banquet? I wonder what's keeping him so busy. After some time, Milian visited Karina and asked, How do you feel? She replied, I'm much better now. I'm sorry for worrying you, he said. What a relief, he then asked. May I sit next to you for a moment? He sat beside her on bed. She thought he was going to sit in the chair, but instead, Milian said, I will be taking all of the heron from the upcoming hunt, Karina asked. Really? He smiled. Yes. I'm going to tell this to all the nobles who came today as well. So, just hold on for a little longer. Karina felt touched again. Her hands were fidgeting when she asked, Milian, why are you so good to me? I just wish you'd be healthy. Milian continued, I'm not looking for anything in return. I want to see you draw without a worry next year, and the year after that as well. Hearing that, Karina thought, not knowing if you're going to live another year is truly painful. Though Karina knew the truth, she wouldn't survive much longer. His words warmed her. She hesitated, then asked softly, Milian, I have a favor to ask of you, he replied. A favor? What is it? She said. I'd like to accompany you to the hunt. He gets shocked. What? Karina bit her lip. After Milian returns from the hunt, they would only have 1 or 2 months to spend together. She couldn't believe that was all the time she had left with the person she liked. She pleaded, I'm fine with being at the back. I won't get in the way, he replied. No, it'll be too dangerous. If you want to go outside, we can go after I'm done hunting down the monsters. I can't even guarantee that the hunt will be safe for the knights. Karina lowered her gaze. It's all right, I just wanted to spend more time with you. Is that so? Milian stammered, clearly taken aback. Wait, what did I just say? Karina thought to herself. She tried to explain. I feel stuffy from being stuck inside all day, and I don't want to be alone either. I'm sure I'll be able to help you somehow. You don't have to offer your assistance, Milian said gently. But since you say so, I'll think about it, Karina replied. That would be wonderful. Milian's heart started racing. It was beating so fast, he felt like he was about to lose his mind. He then stands up and said, why don't you go to bed early if you feel fine? Karina said. Already? Can't you stay here a little longer? Karina's voice trembled slightly. Milian hesitated, then said softly, This is your fault. I tried to hold back. He leaned and kissed her. As they were having a passionate kiss, Karina thought, I feel so embarrassed, but I can't believe we just kissed. After they kissed, she thinks in her mind, has he come to like me, even a little bit? Or did he do that purely out of pity? I like how Milian squeezes my hand when I grab his, and I like feeling his warmth when he brushes my hair. Have I been acting too casually with him till now? Her heart was racing. Milian has feelings too. If pity or affection for me has budded in his heart. No, I can't let that happen. She then said, Milian, you're a kind person, she said inwardly. This isn't a lie. But I can't have him harbor special feelings for me, because he'll be miserable if he falls for someone who's about to die. He asked. What are you suddenly saying? She replied. This is my first time being comforted like this, but I feel a lot better thanks to you. Comfort, Milian repeated. He thinks in his mind, I acted impulsively. It was my first time doing something like this. She was just someone I had to look after. But before I knew it, I was already in love with her. I used to feel awkward tucking her hair back, but it feels natural now. I've become used to having her by my side. I was never kind and sensitive enough to comfort someone by kissing them. That's why I thought you know how I felt about you, he asked. So, it was an act of consolation for you. You can call it that if it makes you more comfortable. Milian responded with a small smile. But you should know that you're terrible at acting. You look like an abandoned puppy. I think I'll go to bed now, she stammered, trying to escape the conversation. I'm a bit tired, he patted her and said. All right. Get some rest. Call for me whenever you feel unwell, she replied. Yes, thank you. I'll see you tomorrow. After he left, Karina smiled, thinking, he left without getting angry at me. If he had just gotten mad at me instead. He caught on that I was lying but let it slide. She then said aloud, I like you. She then thinks, but he'll get hurt if I become greedy. I'm afraid of hurting him, because we will never live the same lifetime. She said, I like you, Milian. The next day, Milian seemed as calm as always, but there was something slightly awkward in his demeanor. Karina noticed that and was staring at him. Karina, he began. She replied. Yes, he said. You can accompany me to the monster hunt if you'd like. But promise me that you'll stay out of harm's way. You have your Herda, so you won't be needing a guard, she sassed. Then should I make lots of potions and bring them just in case? I'll bring enough for you and the troops to use. Do you think I'll let you do that? Milian interrupted firmly. Also, I don't want you to sacrifice your life just to perform miracles. Sacrifice my life. Her heart sank. She wondered. Does he know about my condition? Milian said, I heard everything from Fariel. Karina thought, I guess Fariel couldn't keep my secret. Milian continued, I'm saying that you must be careful because your life as an artist may be cut short. After hearing that, Karina was surprised. Thankfully, it seems like Fariel made up a good excuse, she said inwardly. Sorry for doubting you, Fariel, she then said. Right. But I thought you'd be upset if any of your subordinates died. I won't deny that, came the reply. Karina said. Exactly. I want to help. You saved me. Hearing that, Milian smiled and said, I'd feel the same way if something happened to you. Karina asked. Pardon? Milian said. I'll be terribly upset if you die. So you mustn't die. Karina was stunned. She thought, I've always wanted to hear those words. But now that I have, I suddenly feel so sad and find it so hard to breathe. Milian added softly. You'll only be able to see spring if you don't die during the hunt. Spring, Karina murmured. She said in her mind. I'll be leaving this place when spring comes. But, later Milian told her, I'll take you to the waterfall in the north when spring comes. The waterfall? Karina asked, intrigued. Milian said. It may be difficult to imagine since it's winter, but it's quite beautiful, Karina admitted. I've never seen one in real life. I'll be looking forward to it. I hope we'll be able to go together. Milian smiled. You'll be able to see summer, fall, and a winter that's different from the one you've seen so far. The north is vast, and there are many things to see. Perhaps I'll end up staying here forever, Karina said with a laugh. She thought, summer, fall, and the winter that will come again. I won't be able to enjoy any of them once the season ends. Karina, Milian called. She responded. Yes, he said. Would it complicate things if I said you don't have to go? Karina froze after hearing that. Milian added. You may stay here, if you want. I wouldn't say it would complicate things. Karina thinks, I can't bring myself to say I have to leave because I feel apologetic about lying to him. Milian added. I'm serious. The north isn't as warm as the south, and there aren't that many delicious dishes here. But I can show you various places for you to draw. Of course, I'm not forcing you. Just think about it. Clenching her fist, Karina said. Thank you, I will, she said to herself. I guess I'll have to keep lying to Milian till I die. How can I alleviate this emotion? I like you. Meanwhile, in the capital, Ferial brought all the paintings of Karina with the help of servants. After examining, he said, It looks like we have everything now. A servant asked. Your Grace, are these all? He replied. Yes. Those are all the paintings that will be exhibited. All you need to do is hang them up on the places that have been marked, a servant observed and said. Though there aren't many paintings, the exhibition hall is quite fancy, so it won't look empty at all. Another asked. Do you think it'd be all right to hang just 3 paintings in such a grand room? Ferial explained. The paintings aren't majestic, but they give a very strong impression. Rumors about paintings made by a painter with art disease have spread all throughout the capital already. The paintings make you feel as if you've centered yourself in the painting. I bet many people will come swarming to see if the rumors are true. Make sure no one responds to those rumors. House Carlos doesn't know anything. Do you understand? The servants replied. Yes, Your Grace, he then said. When the exhibition is over, these paintings will go out into the world as the painter intended anyway, he said to himself. It's time to tell the world about Karina the painter. I'm going to make her the most famous and respected artist in the empire. When Karina's painting were displayed, a lot of people gathered to see them. Enfric was going in a carriage. He looked at the crowd and asked, Why are there so many people? It seems you haven't heard the rumors. His attendant replied. He asked, What rumors? Attendant told. Everyone is talking about the exhibition held by House Carlos. Apparently, even His Majesty is interested in it. Enfric asked. Even the Emperor? What kind of exhibition has drawn such attention? Attendant replied. They say it features masterpieces created by a painter with art disease. The paintings are said to be so captivating that you'll feel as if you're inside the painting itself, Enfric said. Really? The painter must be amazing. Let's take a look as well. He began to get off from carriage. Slow down, my friend. You'll trip, came the cautious reply. The audience was intrigued. Karina the painter. Who could they be? There are many rumors. Some say they're just a child, while others believe Karina is a pseudonym used by an already famous painter. But House Carlos, the family hosting the exhibition, claims to know nothing and has kept silent. Meanwhile, the exhibition was in full swing. One by one, the paintings were revealed. This painting has been sold to Viscount Brent, the auctioneer announced. Finally! I won the bid! Viscount Brent exclaimed with satisfaction. As the next painting was brought forward, murmurs spread through the crowd. House Carlos revealed 6 more never-before-seen paintings during the auction. People speculated that Karina had earned an incredible sum of money, so much that it was hard to believe the painter remained anonymous. Ferio watched with quiet pride. Everything is going smoothly. Everyone is responding very positively. They're even excited about the incomplete drawings, just as I expected, he recalled. Karina, standing beside him, admitted. Keeping myself from adding the last stroke is harder than I thought. Ferial smiled. But Karina, you mustn't finish the painting. Aha! I'll try. Karina replied with a soft laugh. Thank you, Ferial. The auction had drawn significant attention. So many people came, Ferial mused. I'm sure these carefully selected 100 attendees will help spread the word throughout the capital. Then I'm sure news of this will reach that place as well. In Count Leopold's estate, a conversation unfolded. Father, Enfric began. Did you hear the strange rumors circulating in the capital these days? Strange rumors? His father asked distractedly. Enfric said. Yes. I think there was an article about them in the papers too. I don't have time to pay attention to trivial rumors, his father snapped. Look at the state of your mother right now. Even our family doctor is struggling to treat her. Enfric hesitated before responding. Then I think you should pay attention to the rumors even more. His father frowned. Enfric, why in the world are you bringing this up? Father, the rumors I mentioned are about an anonymous painter. Their name is unique, very unique, his father said. Stop beating around the bush. What is it that you want to say? He said. The name of the painter is Karina, his father replied. It could be someone with the same name, Enfric replied. Yes, that's possible. Since their family name wasn't revealed. Just like Karina said in her letter, his father shrugged it off. You're jumping to conclusions. You don't think that painter is your sister, do you? Enfric thinks for a moment and said, Don't you say the same thing when Duke Carlos told us that Karina had fallen ill? He shakes his head saying, Father, don't you realize, that you'll never be able to meet Karina again, if you keep acting like this, he continued. In her letter she said that she would become famous as Karina, and not Karina Leopold. She said that her painting would be remembered by all, his father asked. Then is the painter's sponsor House Carlos? Enfric replied. Father, the painter's sponsor is House Carlos, but they've remained silent and claimed to know nothing. His father remembered the words. I reckon my name will spread from the far north to the central part of the empire, where you live. Father, are you not going to do anything? Enfric demanded. His father thought. That painter is really Karina. What must I do now? Later Karina gets ready for the banquet, she said to herself. It's finally the day of the northern banquet that I've been waiting for. I hope I don't make any mistakes. As she came, Milian smiled and extends his hand. Karina said, Thank you. Then Milian said, Now, let's go in. Milian told. You don't have to be so nervous. Banquets here in the north aren't as formal as the ones in the capital, Karina replied. Is that so? Well, this is my first time meeting the nobles of the north, Milian said. You don't have to feel overwhelmed. It won't even be that fancy? He stammered as he was shocked to see how well prepared everything was. Baron Krember greet 3D them. Ah, there you are, Your Grace. Looking at him, Milian said inwardly. Why is this bastard so dressed up? This has never happened before. Karina was also surprised. Milian controls himself and said, Baron Krember, are you in an especially good mood today? You're even dressed very extravagantly, he told. That's right. I just love the Banquet Eve festival. I'm in a great mood because I can drink as much as I wish. Then Viscountess Ariel chimed in. The Banquet Eve festival? Your Grace, who in the world made such a thing? Milian thought. No one is helping, he said, but Baroness Ariel, you seem to be having a wonderful time. Despite your many complaints, you look like you've drunk a little too much, in fact. He then remembered. Did you do the favor I asked of you? Ariel asked. Favor? Milian said. I'm talking about creating an elite unit that can hunt down herders. You haven't forgotten about it, have you? Ariel showed her disapproval. Honestly, how could you talk about work as soon as you see me? Seeing that, Karina tugged Milian's arm. He leaned towards her and asked, What is it? She said. I'd like to say hello as well, he asked. To those fools? She nodded, saying. Pardon? Why, yes, Milian asked. But why? Am I not enough? I'll keep chatting with you if you're bored. Hearing their conversation, Krember lifts his hand, saying, It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Baron Krember. Lovely miss. Karina greets him. It's nice to meet you. I'm Karina. You can just call me by my name. Then Ariel also introduced herself. You're very polite, unlike somebody. I'm Viscountess Marin Ariel. You can just call me Marin. Looking at Karina, she thought. Is this lady the treasure Duke Pastellio has been hiding? Karina said. Thank you. It's lovely to meet you. Say, you don't normally go to Banquet Eve festivals, right? You must have come because of me, Milian answered. Well, it's just an event for people to have a few drinks. I don't like alcohol very much. Hearing that, Krember whispered to Ariel, Wow, how could he lie without batting an eye? She responded, Leave him be. We don't know how he'll take revenge if we blatantly laugh in his face. Milian then said, Anyway, I was going to give you a tour of the banquet hall, but it seems like it's going to be a bit difficult. It's too crowded, Karina smiled. It's fine. Then, Krember bowed and said, Karina, His Grace seems to be very busy, so why don't you come with me? I'll introduce you to the nobles of the north. Milian began. Who said you could? But Karina said. Oh my, really? She looked towards Milian and asked. Would it be alright if I stay with him while you work, Milian? He smiled. I'm not that busy. Why don't I introduce you to them? She asked. Are you really not busy? She gazed at him suspiciously. Then he admitted. Come to think of it, there is something I must take care of. Karina smiled and said. Really? Milian points towards Krember and said. I think it'll take about 30 minutes, so stay with this baron here, she replied. All right. I hope you come back soon. As Milian was leaving, he said to himself, She didn't tell me to stay with her till the end. Where should I go? After he left, everyone rushed to Karina. First of all, Krember asked. That was amazing, Karina. You were treating him like he was a puppy. Ariel quickly squeezed her arm and asked, How did you ever manage to tame that man? I've never seen him look so nervous before. Karina stammered. I didn't tame him. Then Count Leonhardt came and said, It looks like everyone's gathered here, he said. I heard Duke Pastellio's fiancé was going to be here. You must be her, Karina replied. Ah, that's right. I'm Karina, he replied. I'm Count Julie Leonhardt. Pleased to meet you, she said. Actually, I'm sure this will be announced soon, but my engagement with Milian will be called off, Krember said thoughtfully. Huh! But there was an order to send all the heron we might find during the upcoming monster hunt to the Duchy of Pastellio, Count Leonhardt added. Yes. I thought that order was given for that purpose, because His Grace has a fiancé, Karina replied. Well, he is collecting them for me. But what purpose are you referring to? Hearing that, Ariel said. Ah, you're not from the north, right, Karina? She replied. No, I'm not, she said to herself. I didn't say my family name, so I shouldn't mention the region I'm from. Ariel explained. Herons are rare, so it's common for people in the north to gift the stones to those precious to them. For example, it could be a parent or a close comrade who fought with you in a battle. So giving it to someone of the opposite sex usually means the recipient is your spouse or spouse-to-be. Do you understand? Hearing that, Karina blushed and wasn't able to control her emotions. She thought, a spouse? She shakes her head saying, it can't be. We decided to call off our engagement and, I heard there's a tradition of giving herons to a sick person. That's right. Being strong is very important in the north, so it's conventional to give your spouse a heron you got from a monster you defeated, Karina thought to herself. If that's what that act really means, I'll have no choice but to hurt Milian again, she explained. I have an incurable disease, and the doctor said herons might be effective in treating it. So maybe that's why Milian. After hearing that, Ariel said, I see. She smiled and thinks, how in the world did such a cute lady get involved with that Duke? Then Baron Krember chimed in. It looks like even the ice-cold Duke Pastellio found the perfect match for himself. Now, Karina, since you've met some of the nobles, why don't you take a seat? Later, Count Leonhardt said. The north is quite different from other regions. Have you gotten a bit used to it now? Karina replied. Ah, yes. The culture, food, and lifestyle are kind of different here. But everyone was so kind that I was able to adjust quickly, Ariel asked. Aren't other regions too rigid compared to the north? You're forced to feel like you have to be very formal there, she replied. I know what you mean. Everyone holds up their fans when they laugh, but their eyes aren't smiling. Hearing that, Krember complained. I don't get why they cover their mouths. Karina chuckled. Ahaha. Yes, people from other regions don't usually really enjoy themselves at events, Leonhardt added. Every region is unique in its own way. But the alcohol in the capital is pretty good, Krember asked. Is that the only thing you like about it? Looking at them, Karina thought, they seem like good people. I don't remember the last time I wholeheartedly laughed like this in front of others. As the conversation was going on, Leonhardt looked towards Karina and called her. Karina, she replied. Yes, he said. I don't mean to be rude, but this is my first time seeing His Grace make such a face, even though I've known him for a long time. So I can say with certainty that he did not look like a man whose engagement would end soon. Karina felt panic. Ah, well, Leonhardt added. It's obvious that His Grace adores and cherishes you very much, so I just wanted you to know that. She nods her head and thinks, if I hadn't been so sick, I would have gladly accepted Milian's feelings for me, and told him how I felt as well. If only I could honestly say that I like him. Then I wouldn't have to lie like I'm doing now, and push him away. Then Milian came, and seeing that, Leonhardt looks at time and said, Speak of the devil. He's right on time. It's been exactly 30 minutes. He called her. Karina? She looked towards him and said, Milian. Milian asked, What's wrong? Did something happen? You look, she replied. No, it's nothing. I'd like to get some fresh air, he asked. Oh, did you have a few drinks? She replied. No, it just feels a little stuffy in here. Would you like to come with me? He grabs her hand and said, Yes. I'll follow you to the terrace. Then Milian smirkingly looked towards them and said, Excuse us for a moment. Everyone nods. After they get to terrace, Milian asked, Did you have fun while I was gone? She replied, Yes. Everyone was so kind and told me lots of interesting things, he said. Your face was red earlier, so I was worried. But I'm glad to hear you had a wonderful time, she said. That was because of you, he asked, surprised. Me? She said. You know, Milian, I think I'm a big coward, he asked. What are you suddenly saying? She told. Everyone knew that you look at me in a special way. After hearing that, I felt a little apologetic, Milian asked. For what? She said. I'll be leaving soon. The banquet was delightful, But I feel like I made you misunderstand, he scoffed. Misunderstand, HM? Is this what comes after me comforting you? She told Milian. I don't want you to like me. You're someone who's as warm as spring, so I hope your world always remains warm too. I don't feel like I belong in that world. You're free to do whatever you want, unlike me, he asked. Can't you just stay and enjoy that warm spring with me? She replied. I told you I'd leave when the time comes. I'm not used to being loved. Just think of me as a troublesome storm passing by. Storms never last forever. If you could remember me like that. As she was saying, Milian puts her hand on her cheek and said, A storm leaves many things behind sometimes. Do you know how you look at me? You're absolutely terrible at lying. You have feelings for me too. She was shocked. He kissed her head saying, I'm sure you must be very tired today. It's cold, so go in and rest. Let's continue our conversation tomorrow. I'll make sure to send someone to you. Karina's heart was racing. After leaving her, Milian was walking back. His mind was in turmoil. Think of her as a storm passing by? Nonsense. I have absolutely no intention of considering Karina as someone who will be staying here temporarily. I can't possibly let go of her when I'm certain about my feelings for her. Then he went back to the banquet where Baron Krember saw him coming and asked, Where's Karina? He replied. She seemed exhausted, so I told her to leave early and get some rest. Anyway, what did you talk about with her? He pouts. Nothing much, just that spring has come into your life? Milian chokes him and said, How insolent of you to say so. Seeing that, Count Leonhardt chuckled. She was a gentle and beautiful young lady, and it looked like she was from a fairly high-ranking noble family. Milian replied. That's right, but she seems to have cut ties with her family due to some issues, Count added as he was pouring wine. Even I could tell that she was a young lady who had lived a very hard life. Though she was smiling, her face seemed sad at times. I heard she has an incurable disease. Is it because of that? As Milian was about to drink, he said, An incurable disease, HM? She even told you that? Count replied. People who have many scars are bound to be scared to take a step forward, so I suggest you approach her slowly. I only say this because it appears that you care for her greatly. Milian gets shocked. Since when were you this interested in other people's affairs? Hearing that, Count chuckled. Then Milian added, If Karina has already told you, this makes things easier. I'm collecting herons to treat her disease. She'll be able to get better if a proper cure is developed later. But I'm uncertain whether that'll be possible since she keeps trying to leave. Count asked. She only said it was an incurable disease. What exactly is it? Milian said. Let's just say it's an illness that makes you keep losing a part of yourself the longer you suffer from it. Count asked. How so? Milian fell in thoughts. Come to think of it, what part of her body will she lose if her illness gets worse than it is now? He remembered Ferrio's word. The progression of the disease depends on the person, and the results also differ. Dr. Winston asked, Are you asking about Lady Karina's prognosis? I can't say for certain right now. Karina didn't explain it to me, and I don't think Ferrio or Dr. Winston did either. He spoke. I don't know what'll happen to her either. I can't possibly imagine it, but I suppose it'll be extremely painful. That's why I want to cure her. There's no clear cure for it, but the patient gets better when they stop creating art. Only 1% of artists who can perform miracles have it. The symptoms vary drastically from person to person, so I can't explain them all in detail. The rarest symptom of them all is losing one's life in exchange for a miracle, he mumbled at the end. I doubt it. Dr. Winston said that it was very rare. After hearing that, Ariel thoughtfully said, An incurable disease, HM? Do you know where you'll be able to find more information on it? Krember said. Wouldn't it be best to ask someone who suffered from the same disease? I'm sure you could find at least one person who had it if you search for them, Milian repeated. Someone who suffered from the same disease? He suddenly remembered something. Wait, then perhaps. He quickly stands up saying, I just remembered I need to be somewhere right now. I'll excuse myself first. As he starts wassailing, Ariel asked, What? You're going to leave now? Really? She shouted. But what about the meeting? But Milian doesn't stop and left. Then Krember said, This is the most entertaining banquet ever, Count Leonhardt added. Haha, indeed. He's finally acting his age. After some time, Ferrio came back to the north from the door. Fawn greets him. Welcome, Your Grace. Did everything go well in the capital? Ferrio replied. Of course. It went extremely well. Where's Milian? Fawn said. Something happened in the duchy. so he left the manor for a moment. Should I tell him that you came by? He replied. No, it's fine. I was just going to say hello if he was here. That's why I asked. Did Karina leave with him as well? Fang told. Lady Karina is probably in the atelier. I received a report from the maid that she went there after eating breakfast. After hearing that, Fariel said, Is that so? Then I'll just leave after seeing her. Then he walks towards the atelier. His mind was reflecting. From the art exhibition to the auction, everything went perfectly in the capital. It all went so well that I was busy writing the same reply to all the letters I kept receiving. I'm sure she'll be happy when she hears this news. She'll be more excited about the fact that she's becoming famous, and her work is being well received by people than the fact that she made money from selling her art. He imagined Karina saying, Really? I'm so glad to hear that. He felt pleased thinking about that. He then knocks the door and said, Karina, may I come in? There was no response from inside. He thinks for a moment, then a thought struck him. Did she faint? He felt chills down his spine thinking about it, and panicked. He quickly opens the door and shouted, Karina! He saw Karina painting a portrait of Milian. She was like someone was possessing her. She was smiling menacingly, saying, I'm almost done. I'll be able to perform a... But Fariel quickly grabs her hand to stop her. He said, Karina! Stop! You mustn't do this! Karina shouted. Let go! I must complete it! She was still in craze, saying, Why? No, I must finish. As she wasn't stopping, Fariel shouted, I told you! This is taboo! If you finish this, you'll die? Hearing that, Karina snapped back for a moment. Then she smirked. If I can finish this painting in exchange for my life, it'll become a masterpiece. So let go. She tried to break free her hand. Then Fariel shouted, Do you want a fake version of him? Hearing that, Karina stopped. Fariel added, That fake will never be able to replace the real one. It won't be the real Milian. Then the paintbrush she was holding fell to the ground, and she felt a little calm. She realized, Wait, was I really trying to create Milian? Why? Is it because what I create becomes mine? Is it because I wanted a Milian who looked only at me, like my Herta did? She trembled thinking about it, and said, I'm sorry, Fariel. He smiled. No, it's fine. Have you calmed down now? He patted her, thinking, This is exactly what was written in the ancient texts. No, maybe her state isn't as bad. Artists who create go insane, and in worse cases, they don't hesitate to harm themselves to continue creating art. But I'm glad that saying Milian's name made her stop. He said that fake will never be able to replace the real one. It won't be the real Milian. She squeezed her hand, saying, At first, I simply remembered a conversation I had with Milian one day. She recalled Milian asking, Do you not draw people? Karina replied. People? Milian said. Yes. I don't think I've ever seen you draw people as opposed to scenery or animals. She thinks for a moment. Well, Milian added, You don't really have to draw people, but I'd like for you to draw your own portrait if possible. They're called self-portraits, right? Karina said while thinking. Self-portraits, but I want to draw your portrait more. Milian was surprised, and looked towards her. Mine? Karina nods to him. He smiled, saying, I'll be looking forward to seeing it. Then she explained the reason. That's why. I was going to draw a portrait that I wasn't going to complete. I was planning on giving it to Milian, so I wasn't going to finish it because it would disappear if I did, Fariel replied. And yet, it seems like things didn't quite go according to plan, Karina told. I felt like someone was telling me to finish this painting. The voice in her head was saying, Don't you want to have him for yourself? Then just finish this painting. He'll be all yours. Imagine how happy you'll be. He'll belong to you, and you only. Just make him yours. Fariel asked her. Did you try to stop? Karina felt defeated and said, Yes, but I'm not sure if I really wanted to stop but couldn't, or if I found another excuse to continue. Hearing that, Fariel thought she was about to finish it. That was close. Karina continued, It was a familiar sensation. He asked, confused. Familiar? She explained. Yes. There was a time when I felt something like this. I wasn't able to fight it off then, he asked. When did this happen? She told. When I was little. Fariel was shocked. He asked, Karina, are you saying you've brought someone in your drawings to life before? She averted her gaze and doesn't respond. Fariel grabs her and asked aggressively, I asked you if you've ever created a person using a miracle, she replied, feeling pressured. I didn't know then. Fariel felt regret and thinks, so this is why Karina doesn't have much time left. even though she hasn't drawn that many paintings up till now. It was because she created a person. Creating a human is forbidden. The reason for this is simple. It's because this act challenges God and goes against the principles of this world, Karina added. That's why I said I was going to die. I can't blame anyone for this. I brought this tragedy upon myself when I didn't know anything. Fariel apologized. I raised my voice at you because I was surprised. I'm sorry, he asked. Could you tell me why you did that? She nodded and began to explain. I made my first person when I was very young. My mother scolded me harshly once. She recalled the past. Her mother was saying, Karina, how could you let go of your sister's hand? You're her older sister, Karina replied. I didn't let go. Leah said she wanted to see the teddy bear. Her mother slapped her and shouted, Don't make excuses. Look at Leah's knee. She could have gotten badly hurt. On top of that, she could have gone missing, Karina cried. I am sorry, her mother added angrily. You didn't let go of her hand because she was complaining just a little, did you? Though you're healthy, Leah is. She stopped as Abilia tugged her dress. Then her father said, We got off the carriage to take a closer look around, but we'd better get back on the carriage, Karina requested. No, I couldn't focus and I'll let go. But no one stopped for her. She told, That was the first time my mother hit me. I felt so sad when I returned to the manor. I felt guilty for being born healthy. She was crying alone in her room and then started drawing. Then the voice in her head started echoing. Your parents in this world don't love or care for you. So if you want kind parents, you must. She told, I heard a voice speaking to me. When I came to my senses, I realized I had drawn my parents smiling kindly on a piece of paper. Fariel asked her. You wouldn't have known that was a taboo back then, Karina said. That's right. I didn't know anything. And I spoke to the gentle parents I created with a miracle for only 10 minutes, but I fainted right after that. When I woke up, I found myself lying in bed. Fariel asked. In your bed? She replied. I believe the parents who came from my painting tucked me in. Looking back, I think that's when I slowly began to become sicker, he said. It's not your fault that you didn't know what this would do to you. Don't resent yourself. Karina was feeling down, she said. Of course. I don't resent my younger self, she thinks. If I'd never had that experience, I would have already, Fariel added. But you must never perform a miracle from now on, Karina, she replied. I'll try. Then Fariel said, I'm going to save you no matter what. I'm going to do everything I can to do so. So you must yearn to live as well, Karina, she replied. I want to live. I've never been this desperate. Hearing that, Fariel felt relieved. That's all I need. Then someone knocks on the door. It was Milian. He was saying, Karina? Are you in there? I'm going to go in. He opened the door and saw Fariel kneeling in front of Karina. Milian asked, What are you doing? Fariel thought to himself, seeing the situation. This is going to be complicated. Milian walks to them and asked, What are you doing? Karina replied, Milian. Well, Fariel just returned, so he was chatting with me for a moment. Milian asked, But did he need to be holding your hands while doing that? Fariel awkwardly stands up and said, I was just excited to see her, Karina stammered. All right. It's been so long. Milian stared at them like a wild beast for a moment. Then he snatches away Karina's hand from Fariel and hugged her, saying, I miss you, Karina asked. What? Seeing that, Fariel chuckled, and Milian glares at him. Karina smiled. But we saw each other this morning. Then Fariel chimed in. Are you treating me like I'm invisible? Milian again glares at him. He began. Fariel, but stopped seeing his portrait. That's, he said. So this is what I look like in your eyes. Karina blushed at first, then awkwardly said, Well, I was going to give it to you as a gift, Milian said. This is the first time, Karina asked, confused. What? He said. I've never received a portrait of myself as a present before, so I'm glad. And I'm even happier because you're the one who drew it for me, Karina asked. Really? She thought to herself. I'm glad I didn't complete it. At least I'll be able to leave a trace of myself now. Fariel, who was also standing there, thought. They're really treating me like I'm invisible. He started walking and said, I'm done here, so I'll be going now. Milian called. Fariel, Carlos, he replied. Yes? Milian said. I have something to say to you, he asked, confused. Something to tell me? Milian asked. Do you have time? Fariel felt instinctively. I have a bad feeling about this. After that, as they talked, Milian slapped Fariel. He felt pain and said, What in the world are you doing? Milian asked. Don't you have anything to say to me? Fariel was confused. Anything to say to you? What do you? Milian cut him off. You're more knowledgeable about art disease than I am, Fariel began. What are you suddenly? But again got cut off by Milian. You already know that Karina's dying. Am I wrong? Milian clenches his fist saying. I trusted you. That's why I asked you to help her, Fariel then asked. It couldn't have been Dr. Winston who told you. So who was it? Milian grabbed Fariel by his collar and shouted. Does it matter right now who told me? How could you hide this from me when her life is in danger? Fariel responded. Let me correct you on one thing. I was asked to do this favor, Milian asked. A favor? He replied. Someone asked me to keep this a secret from you. Who do you think that was? Why don't you blame yourself for failing to win Karina's trust instead of blaming others? Hearing that Milian wasn't able to control himself, and raised his fist to hit Fariel, he shouted. You bastard! Fariel covered his face with his arms to avoid hit on the face. But Milian halted in the middle. He stopped for a moment, and then said with serious expressions, Save her, no matter what, Fariel replied. I have no intention of letting her die either. I'm going to do my best even if you tell me not to. He suddenly remembered. The miracle of creation. According to my research, performing such miracles will cost the artist their life. Milian asked. You're not lying, right? The person replied. As far as I know, this is true. I'm not lying to you, Milian said. She's going to die? He quickly stands up and grits his teeth and said, Fariel Carlos. Then Fariel asked, Are you done? I'll get going now, Milian said. I think I need to hit you one more time. Fariel felt annoyed. What? You bastard! Then Milian hit him again. Later Fang knocked the door and asked, Your Grace, are you in there? Milian responded. Come in. Fang opened the door and went inside. As he was entering he was saying, I'm sorry. More packages arrived than expected, so I was late. Milian asked. There were? Fan gets shocked to see Milian's bruised face. He asked. Good heavens! What happened to your face? Milian replied. Don't worry about it. It was just a small skirmish, and I hit him more than he hit me. Fang asked. Who would dare to exchange blows with you, Your Grace? Milian said. He said he wasn't the kind of person who'd let others beat him up, and then he made a counterattack. Fang stammered. Was it Duke Carlos? Milian said. He doesn't even exercise, but his punches were quite strong. Milian recalled the scene. Fariel punched Milian in response and said, You bastard! I'm not the kind of person who just lets someone beat me up. Milian replied. Me either. Saying that they engaged in a fierce skirmish. After a while, both were lying on the floor exhausted. Milian then said, Fariel, did you really not tell me anything because Karina asked you not to? He replied. There's no reason for me to lie about that now. Milian asked. Then why? Fariel said. She's staying at her fiancé's home when she's not even close to him. What if she told you the truth about her disease and got kicked out? Milian questioned. I understand why you wouldn't have told me at first, but you had plenty of opportunities to tell me later on. Fariel replied. I'm not sure about that. That's your opinion. I imagine she didn't want to feel abandoned, even in the last moments of her life. Milian said. Do you think I'll let her be? Never mind. Then Fariel asked. Are you going to tell Karina? Milian responded. I'm not sure. I need to organize my thoughts first, Fariel said. You're calmer than I thought. But I guess that's no surprise. You must be careful about matters like these. Then Fariel looked at Milian and grinned. He thinks, I'm sure you'll be able to realize soon why she didn't tell you the truth. This is a matter that concerns them, so I should leave and let them resolve it. It wouldn't be fair for me to give him too many hints, he then complained. My face hurts so much. This is a one-sided assault. Look at that face. How frightening. He stands up and started walking. I'll be going now, Milian said. Yes, get lost. Back to present, Fang said. You'll have bruises on your face tomorrow. You must quickly get them treated, Milian told. My face looks worse than it actually is, so don't make a fuss. I'm sure the bruises will fade soon. More importantly, did you receive the packages that arrived? Fang responded. Yes, and I put them in your study like you told me to. Milian stands up and said. Then I'll go there right away, Fang asked. Won't this startle her ladyship? Milian replied. Karina took her medicine and went to bed early. She'll find out tomorrow. Then Fang noticed and asked. Is this Lady Karina's painting? Milian said. Yes. That's what I must look like in her eyes. Isn't it amazing? Fang was in awe seeing the portrait, he said. It's magnificent. Then Milian left, and Fang followed him. As he was walking, he was thinking. As Fariel said, I understand why Karina hid the fact that she was dying. Back then, Karina was merely a bothersome fiancé to me. That's why I promised to call off the engagement. But the circumstances have changed. That's why. It truly pains me to find out about this now. I know why Dr. Winston and Fariel didn't tell me. It certainly wasn't because they looked down on me. Karina, you had been thinking about your death all this time. I can't imagine how lonely you must have been as you endured those torturous moments alone. He imagined Karina sitting in front of the window. He remembered her words. This is my first time being comforted like this, but I feel a lot better thanks to you, Milian thinks. I now understand why you made that expression back then as well. He then ordered. Fawn, don't let anyone in here until I call for you. If someone comes looking for me, tell them I went to patrol the duchy. Fawn complied. Yes, Your Grace. Milian sits down and started analyzing the documents. He thought, I must find out more about art disease. Art disease is an extremely rare illness, which is why there is no cure for it. It's probably because there hasn't been enough research on it, he resolved. It's too early to despair. I'm sure I'll be able to find a solution from here. A storm leaves many things behind. This emotion may have been sympathy at first, but I clearly know what it is now. I'm sure you are aware of this as well. Your expression told me everything. But you drew away because there's nothing more cruel than letting someone fall in love with a person who's about to die. Even so, Karina, I'm afraid of living in a world without you now. After some days, Karina was sitting outside thinking, maybe it's because it'll soon be time for the monster hunt, but Milian and I have hardly talked or shared a proper meal together these days. Whenever I asked if he was busy, he just smiled awkwardly. Then again, Milian being busy is probably natural. In fact, it was unusual for him to have spent so much time with me until now. She then realized. I don't think I've seen Fariel for several days either, she said aloud. I wonder if his face has healed. The last time I saw him, his face was badly injured. She recalled the scene. Fariel was covering himself with a robe. Karina saw and gets shocked. Good heavens! What happened to your face? He chuckled. Nothing, really, Karina asked concerned. What do you mean it's nothing? Did you get beaten up by someone? Your face is completely swollen. Fariel scratched his face thinking and doesn't respond. Karina gets shocked realizing. Wait, did Milian? But Fariel shrugged it off saying. We just had a small fight. We didn't really get along when we were in the academy either. Karina prayed. I hope everything is alright. The Herta who was lying on the ground walks to Karina. Karina said. Herta, we're going to go to the forest soon. Do you know that? She extends her hand and rubs Herta. Karina thinks, I can't believe Milian does everything I ask him to do. I've gotten so used to having him be a part of my life. This might make it harder to say goodbye later. Suddenly Dr. Winston came and said, There you are. Karina looked towards him and asked, Dr. Winston? Oh, is it time already? I'm sorry, he replied. It's all right. Shall we go inside now? It's not good to breathe too much cold air, Karina replied. All right. After checking up on her, doctor asked, How have you been feeling these days? She replied, I still have seizures, but I'm doing all right. Doctor sighed. You don't need to lie, then she said. Honestly, I'm not fine. I feel like it'd be better to be dead, but I can't tell anyone about this. These days, I feel sorry for those who became involved with me. Doctor comforted her. You don't have to think that in front of me at least, Karina said. You know, Dr. Winston, I feel like I'm doing something terribly wrong to Milian right now. I wonder if it'll be all right for me to leave. After a pause, she added, Dr. Winston, I'm going to die. My seizures become worse day by day, and the pain is getting stronger. I feel like my end is drawing near, Doctor said. Lady Karina, suddenly someone knocks the door. A maid came in and told, My lady, His Grace invited you to a dinner banquet. May I help you get prepared? Karina replied. Ah, yes. Please come in. She turned towards the doctor and said, Dr. Winston, about what I said today, he assured. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone, she replied. Thank you. After she gets ready, she walks to him thinking, I feel a little embarrassed because I've been thinking about Milian all day long. Milian called for her. Karina, she asked, have you been waiting long, Milian? He replied. No, I just arrived as well. Take a seat. He sits in front of her and said, I thought that dress would look great on you, and as I expected, you look absolutely beautiful, she replied. This dress is so pretty. Thank you, she remembered. Are you not busy anymore? He replied. I'm not. We'll be leaving soon. Karina looked towards the food and said, It feels like it's been so long since we had a meal together. Milian asked. Have you been lonely? Karina blushed. What? Milian teased. Your expression tells me you were, she replied, feeling embarrassed. Not at all. Milian, you're teasing me, aren't you? He replied. No, I'm not, Karina then said. Would it sound strange if I said it's amazing how you've always eaten with me, even though you're such a busy person? Milian said. I didn't find it bothersome to spend time with you, he asked. Is that all you have to say? Karina gets confused. Excuse me? Milian then stands up and walks to her saying, Karina, it's not easy to be honest, so I'll be honest first. He puts his hand on her face and said, I felt lonely because I wasn't able to see you. Karina wasn't able to respond. Milian asked, Is it strange to say that I have been lonely? She replied. No, it's not. I was just a bit surprised. Milian smiled and said, Should we eat first? I have absolutely no intention of starving you because I'm glad to see you. Then Karina said with a low voice, Actually, I've been a bit lonely as well. As Milian was sitting down, he asked, What? She replied, It's nothing. Should we eat now? While they were having dinner, Milian asked, How is your body? Karina replied cheerfully, I'm fine, Milian said. What a relief. Don't hesitate to tell me if you feel even a bit unwell, she replied. All right. Don't worry. Both them stares at each other, then Milian asked, Is the food to your taste? She replied. Of course. After a slight pause, she added, But Milian, he replied. Yes? She asked. Did something happen by any chance? Milian replied. Yes. Something very sad happened. He picked up the glass and began. There was a flower I wanted, so I began taking care of it recently, but I heard it was dying. Karina asked. A flower? He continued. Yes. And when I went to see it, I was told that it had withered and was going to disappear soon, Karina said. I didn't know that you liked flowers, Milian, he continued. It's a very precious flower, one that I've never seen or heard of before. Karina noticed looking at his eyes. He looks sad for some reason. Then she stands up and walks to him. As she approached him, he called, Karina? She stands behind him and tried to comfort him. It's going to be all right. I'm sure you'll be able to find that flower somewhere else, Milian added. Unfortunately, I can't find it anywhere else. And I don't know how long I need to wait to see it again, Karina suggested. Can't you try to bring it back to life if it hasn't died yet? Or maybe a potion? A potion that I make, she asked. Do you think my potion will be effective? I've never used it on a plant, but, Milian asked her, why don't you drink that potion yourself? Won't your seizures get better if it's like a panacea? She replied. The potions that I make don't work on me, Milian said. I see, he wondered. Is the heron my only hope? Karina added. Anyway, what do you say to using the potion on the flower next time? Milian said. Thank you for your idea. He then pulls out a box from his robe and presents it to Karina. Here. This is a gift for you, Karina asked. A gift? What is it? Milian said. Open it. She opened it and said. Milian, this is, he said. They're bracelets and a necklace made with herons. I told them to compress the stones as much as possible so the jewelry wouldn't be so heavy. It did take a while. Karina squeezed the box close and said, Thank you, Milian, he replied. You're welcome, she then joyfully said. I'm really, really grateful. May I try them on right now? He replied. Of course. Looking at her, he thought. I had no idea she'd like them this much, he offered. Karina, may I put that necklace around your neck? He puts it on her and remarked. It looks lovely on you, she replied. Thank you so much, she thinks in her mind. I'm so happy, because Milian gave these to me. She turned her head towards her and Milian leaned towards her saying, Karina, please don't pull back, she said. Excuse me, he continued. And don't die. Later, Karina prepared her luggage for the hunt. She said to herself, this should be enough. They said they'd bring my clothes later. She was happy thinking, I'm finally leaving for the forest tomorrow. The maids offered to help me pack, but I couldn't possibly let them do that after I've been such an inconvenience all this time. Besides, Milian got me everything I needed. She thinks about him, Milian. He didn't hide the fact that he liked me. Whenever I saw his face filled with such affection, I couldn't bring myself to tell him not to like me any more than he does now. The fact that I feel both apologetic and happy because we feel the same way about each other. My feelings for him have grown immeasurably. She remembered the kiss. Stop thinking about it. She shook her head to clear her thoughts. She was standing at the window when someone called. Hey, lift your head, a soldier was saying. Herta, it's our job to keep track of how many you're eating. They were watching her closely. It's hard for us to count if your head is covering them. The other soldier said, that's why you should have counted how many there were before it rushed forward to eat them. I ran late today, he muttered. Karina smiled. Looks like our Herta is doing great. Come to think of it, that Herta seemed to be able to communicate with other Hertas. I had tried to find out more, but I forgot about it. I'd better head down when the Herta is done eating. She turned and suddenly she felt dizzy. She felt a sharp pain and dropped to the ground. She thought, I hate being in pain. No matter how many times this happens, I can't get used to it. But I know it'll continue. The disease will spread throughout my body until I die. As time passes, every part of my body will ache. Eventually, I'm sure I'll throw a violent fit in pain, even if I don't want to. If I end up raising my brush to get rid of the pain and save myself, I'm going to be. Tears started falling from her face. Then a maid knocks on the door and comes in. Excuse me, my lady. The maid saw her on the ground and rushed towards her, calling for her. Karina tried to steady herself but couldn't. As she was losing consciousness, she thought, I must tell her I'm fine. If Milian comes back, he'll worry about me. She passed out. Later, when she opened her eyes, she was in bed. She was blinking her eyes thinking, I need to get up, but warmth surrounded her as she struggled. She turned to the other side and saw Milian. He said, Good morning, Karina. Seeing him, she thought, I remembered the seizure yesterday and the maid who found me. Had an entire day passed already? You sweated a lot at dawn. Are you thirsty? Milian asked, brushing her hair aside. A little, she replied. But why did you sleep in my room? Drink some water first, he interrupted. He poured out a glass and offered it to Karina. She took a sip and began. Milian, I fainted again yesterday, so I'm not sure how this may sound, but it's fine, he cut in with a smile. She asked. Excuse me? He added. You're going to say you want to go to the forest with me, aren't you? She wasn't able to respond. Seeing that, Milian laughed. You're terrible at hiding your thoughts. Don't worry, I won't try to stop you. It's only 9 o'clock. I'm leaving first as part of the advance party, and you can join me in the afternoon with Dr. Winston, Ferial, and the second group. Thank you, Milian, she said softly. He smiled. I need to check the location of our camp and patrol the vicinity. I'll come to welcome you before you arrive. He kissed her. Then Karina said, Milian, you're kissing me so often these days. She stammered, flustered. He chuckled. You may run out of energy and faint on your way there, Karina asked. But it's not like my kiss is food. What does this have to do with energy? I'll see you at dinner, he added, heading out. Yes, I'll see you then, she replied, feeling a flutter of joy. He patted her before leaving. After he left, Karina thought, is it all right for me to feel this happy? Just what kind of relationship is this? Are we merely an engaged pair, or are we lovers? He confessed his feelings for me, but I haven't given him an answer yet. And yet we kiss each other. She then resolved, I'd better finish packing my things, she said to herself. I want to hold on to this happiness just a little bit longer. As they were prepared to leave, some soldiers were organizing things. Oh, that's been already sent with the advance party, another asked. Do we have enough blankets? We need extra weapons on this wagon as well. Karina and Ferial were also standing there. Goran came and greeted. Hello, my lady, Karina replied. Captain Gordon. I thought you already left with the advance party, he said. His Grace ordered me to stay. I'm planning on going with the second party and joining the advance party later, she replied. I see, Gordon added. Anyway, I prepared your carriage, Ferial suggested. It'll be more comfortable for you to ride a carriage than a horse, Gordon asked. Or would you like to ride your Herta? Ferial looked at Herta and said, Ooh, they must have put that bow around it to differentiate it from other Hertas. Then Karina called out, Herta? Herta rushed to Karina and bowed in front of her. Seeing that, Karina said, I love your cute bow. Are you telling me to ride you? Karina sits on its hand, Gordon said. It could be dangerous, so be careful, she replied. I will. Herta puts Karina on its shoulder. Then Gordon said, Don't go too quickly, and don't get into a fight with her ladyship on your back. Herta stared at him and then averted its gaze. He then added, Anyway, we'll be leaving soon, so please wait a moment. Ferial also started walking, saying, I'll be going with the party over there. See you later, then Karina said. Herta, you popped out of my painting, yes? It growled. She added, I'm happy that you're still alive, but I'm curious about how you managed to do so. It spoke. I ate it, instead of your life, Karina asked. What? You ate what? It said. I ate the core, Karina replied. Core? Are you talking about the heron by any chance? Hearing that, she thought. It ate that instead of my life? Why? Then a soldier announced. We'll be leaving now, Karina replied. Ah, yes. Meanwhile, Milian was fighting with monsters. As he sliced another one, a soldier said, Your Grace, I don't think there are any monsters around here anymore, Milian asked. Is this the last one? Check if there's a heron and take it away, the soldier complied. Yes, Your Grace, soldier examined and said. We weren't able to find any herons in the monsters, including the one now, Milian ordered. Then drag the carcasses over there so they stay out of sight. And wipe all of the blood. Soldiers were shocked. One of them asked, Pardon? How are we supposed to wipe all of this blood? Milian said. What if people in the second party see this and become startled? The soldier replied. But we see monster carcasses all the time, so I doubt. He got interrupted by another soldier who whispered. Shut up and just do it, you fool, he whispered back. But why? Others said. Hurry and fetch some water. Then he turned to Milian and said, I'm sorry, Rohan's not a bad person, but as you can see, he's slow to catch on, Milian said. Just hurry up and clean this mess. Then the soldier asked, Will her ladyship be coming with the second party? Milian said. Yes, the soldier replied. Then it looks like we must try to erase this stench as well. Seeing all the marks, Milian thought. I don't think Karina would mind very much, but I just don't want her to see this. Sympathy? Remorse? Love? It's hard to describe how I feel when I think of her. I have no idea what was going through her head when she smiled at me all this time. I wonder how many times I hurt her out of ignorance, but she didn't show that she was upset even once, he said aloud. You make me feel like an idiot. You don't want anything. You have no desires, you never ask for things, and you do not share your thoughts with me. So, I suppose you won't reveal your feelings till the very end. But I have no intention of waiting till it's too late to find out. I won't let you leave me, go off to a quiet place, and die. That's why I must find herons. They could be the only way to save you, he then instructed. We'll call it a day when the second party arrives, then we'll go hunt for monsters at dawn tomorrow. The soldiers complied. Yes, Your Grace. As Milian was walking, a soldier asked, Where are you going? He replied. I'm going to go get some fresh air, the soldier thinks. But we're in a forest. Aha. He's going to go welcome her ladyship. As Milian was walking, he thinks, I imagine she's almost here. Meanwhile, Karina was riding Herta. It growled, so Karina asked, What's wrong, Herta? Are we going too slowly? It growled again. Karina said, Unfortunately, I don't think we can ask the soldiers to speed up. There are too many people to do that. She then called out. Captain Gordon, he replied. Yes? Karina said. It seems like my Herta wants to speed up. So I was wondering if we could go ahead, he asked. Are you saying that you want to go faster? Karina said. I'm with Herta, so I'm sure I'll be fine. On top of that, the advance party has already passed through here, Gordon asked. Do you think that it'll start rampaging if we don't let it go faster? Karina replied. I don't think it will if I tell it not to, Gordon said. I guess I have no choice. As you said, I don't think it'll be very dangerous. But don't stop and join the advance party right away, just in case, Karina agreed. All right. Let's go, Herta. Herta then sniffed and started sprinting, holding Karina. She thought, It's so fast. I can see why it seemed frustrated with going slowly. There's nothing blocking its way, and there's so much open space here. It's so refreshing. She smiled, thinking, This is the first time I've ever felt so free. She asked, Herta, do you feel better now? You've slowed down, so it seems like you do. Herta rushed towards something, then slowed. Karina said, You went so quickly that I'm sure we'll meet the advance party soon. Suddenly she noticed, There can't be a person in a forest like this. But if there is, then. She saw Milian and called out, Milian? He gets surprised. Karina? Then Karina said, Herta, stop for a moment and let me down. Milian walks to her and said, Karina, I told you to travel safely, but it looks like you couldn't help it, she replied. My Herta wanted to run, so, and I was alright with it since I had lots of fun, she added. I wonder if this is what it feels like to ride a horse. I want to try it out one day. Then Milian undresses his robe and puts it on Karina, saying, The winter wind is quite cold, she blushed and said. I'm really fine. I didn't feel cold when I was traveling here with Herta, Milian said. I'll teach you how to ride a horse later, if you'd like. Karina jumped with joy. Really? He said. Yes. The Herta slept near them and started doing off, Karina said. I'd love that, but I'm kind of surprised, because I thought you'd say no, Milian asked. Is that how much you wanted to ride horses? She told. It was on my bucket list, Milian asked. Bucket list? She said. It was very popular in the capital before I left, Milian replied. Is that so? I've never heard of it before. Karina hesitated at first, then added. People eventually die. Milian felt shock. What is she saying? Karina added. But you never know when that will happen. So commoners made lists of things they wanted to do before they died. It was a popular trend. Simply put, a bucket list is a list of things you want to do, Milian asked. What else is on it? She replied. Pardon? Milian said. Your bucket list. What else would you like to try other than riding a horse on your own? She tells in her mind. My bucket list was filled with things like this: prove myself to my family, show the world my paintings, paint lots of sceneries till I die, and go on a trip with Milian. Order all of the cakes I want to try and take only a bite from each one. I want to raise a dog, marry Milian, have a child with him, and shower it with the love that I didn't receive. There are so many things I want to do. But above all, I want to tell Milian that I like him. She shakes her head saying, There's nothing much on it, Milina asked. What do you mean? It's all right, so tell me, Karina replied. It's all for fun anyway. I'm going to do them all one day anyway, so it's fine, Milian mumbled. You're fine with everything? Karina asked. Pardon? What did you say? He grabs her hand and said. Never mind. Let's go now, Karina said. I can walk, Milian said. Your hands are cold. I should have brought gloves. TSK. I wasn't able to think of that, Karina said. Your hands are so warm, Milian, he replied. No, yours are just cold. Then Karina remembered. Come to think of it, it's my first time coming to this forest. It's so fragrant here. So this is what it feels like to be surrounded by the smell of grass and soil, she thinks in her mind. I suddenly feel compelled to paint after realizing this. Milian smiled. Your art supplies will arrive with the second party. Be patient, even if you get the urge to paint. Karina gets confused. Excuse me? How? Milian said. I told you that I can tell what you're thinking just by looking at your face. She felt touched and began. One of the things on my bucket list is seeing you become happy, Milian, he asked. Seeing me become happy? She said. Yes. I want to see you get married and have children. He cut her off. With who? Are you in that picture? She averted his gaze. Oh, me? Milian grabs her hand and said. Karina, you keep feigning ignorance, so I want to make it clear to you. I have no intention of loving or marrying anyone else. I've fallen for you, he thought to himself. I feel frustrated and upset. But Karina, you don't seem to feel the same way. You said earlier that you would do all those things from your bucket list one day. You know that your time is limited, so how could you make that face as if everything is all right? Just how in the world am I supposed to support someone who can smile when she's this close to death? I feel so helpless. All I can do right now is, he said. I've fallen for you. I like you, Karina, not anyone else. She was stunned for a moment, then she replied. What you're feeling is probably pity. Of course, I won't deny that I was also interested in you. But that was simply because I felt grateful. And you're confusing pity with love. On top of that, I told you that I would leave. She looked up at his face full of despair and thinks. As soon as I saw Milian's face, I realized how selfish and foolish I had been, dealing with my pain alone, so I tried to distance myself from him. Milian quickly hugged her and said, Karina, I want you to live. I want you to live and stay by my side. She pushed him and was in shock. This can't be. You knew? How? Milian said. I asked the owner of the art supply store what he knew about art disease back then. And I found out that art disease destroys the part of the body that's in pain. You felt pain in your heart, and it seemed like that pain had spread all throughout your body sometimes. Karina felt regret, Milian said. You knew all of this before you came to the north, she replied. No, to me, yes, she thought. Then my efforts to hide the truth all this time were in vain? She started backing away. Suddenly she started breathing heavily, saying, I'm sorry, I was planning on leaving when the time came. She staggers. Milian rushed to her shouting. Karina! Karina was saying. Don't come near me, Milian said. Damn it! Karina! He hugged her and started patting her. He said. It's alright. Karina, it's fine, she began. I'm sorry, he shushed her. Shh. You don't have to hold back your tears. Cry all you want. Tears welled up in her eyes. Why? He said. I've always wanted to tell you that. You don't have to pretend like everything is fine. Cry if you want to. Say that it hurts when you're in pain. It's alright to shout, she asked. Why are you so good to me? I have nothing, and I can't give anything to you. I don't even have much time left to live, Milian said. You don't have to do anything for me. None of that matters anymore, Karina said. I'm not lying, Milian added. Just stay by my side. No, just let me stay by your side. Even if you leave me, I'll chase after you. You don't have to be alright all the time. Saying that you're fine doesn't mean that you're strong. Saying you're alright doesn't make me worry any less. So don't say you're fine if you're not fine. Tears were falling from her face. She cried. Actually, I don't want to die. I've never been alright. He squeezed her. I see, she trembled, saying. HNG. I want to live, but won't you be happy in the time you have left? Didn't you make memories that were worth treasuring before your death? I consoled myself all this time with such thoughts, she said. Milian, there's something that I've always wanted to tell you, he asked. What is it? She confessed. I like you. Hearing that he was stunned, Karina added while crying. I'm sorry for liking you. After some days, a servant from bank greeted. Welcome, Lord Leopold, Count replied while walking. Yes, long time no see, the servant asked. What brings you here today, my lord? Count looked around and said. I heard that the painting of a renowned painter was being displayed at this bank after it was purchased at a famous auction about a month ago. Servant recognized. You must be talking about Karina's painting. Yes, you're right. It's on display in the innermost part of the bank, but, Count asked. But, the servant said. It's a very famous painting, you see. Many people come to see it even though we've doubled the security, the Count said. How popular could it be? He was shocked to see that many people. Wait, what is this? He saw crows gathered in line to see the painting. He was in disbelief. Seeing that, Enfric said. It looks like that rumor was true. I heard people say that it was difficult for both commoners and nobles to see the painting if they didn't get in line. The servant apologized. I'm really sorry, but please stand in line over here. Then the Count showed his annoyance to wait in line. The Count said while waiting in line. Enfric, I don't believe Karina is that famous painter, Enfric replied. This painter's works became famous after Duke Carlos began managing them, and it's well known that Duke Carlos and Duke Pastellio are close friends. Don't you believe there could be a connection? The Count said. But Karina never learned how to draw properly to begin with, so she couldn't possibly have painted something so famous. This is a waste of time. I feel like a fool standing here. Enfric, let's go back, Enfric asked. Father, are you going to repeat the same mistake again? Count asked. What? Enfric said with a serious face. Your apathy pushed Karina to the limit. Our family was to blame for making her cut ties with us because everyone thought she was alright, he thought to himself. But do I have the right to say this? I felt terribly regretful when I heard that Karina had run away from home. I found myself wishing that she had told us something other than I'm alright. I thought everything would be fine because we were family. I believed she wouldn't leave us no matter how hurt she was, precisely because we were family, and that even if she did, she'd return someday. I thought she was simply becoming more mature, but she was actually closing her heart off, he remembered. Did you know? There's a world out there where the main character isn't Abelia, Felden, or Enfric. There's a world where I'm the protagonist, he wondered. Did Karina see us as the main characters? Then, Karina, what did you consider yourself to be? Looking back, I don't recall buying her a proper present even though I'm her brother. My family probably brought this upon ourselves, his father asked. What in the world are you saying? Enfric said. I'm saying that everything Karina wrote in her letter is true. You, mother, and I have indeed been much too indifferent to her, his father questioned. I'd like to ask how I was so indifferent to her. I would have readily talked to her about this if she wanted me to. And I provided her with more than enough food, clothes, shelter, and pocket money she could ask for, Enfric asked. Do you really think so? I know very well that you thought she was bothersome when she behaved childishly for even a moment, since she usually hardly caused any trouble, his father began. That's because, but Enfric cut him off. Father, I'm not trying to blame you. I'm no different from you or Mother. I'm just saying that we should admit what we did. We were wrong to treat her that way, his father said. Enfric, how could you? Suddenly the servant at the door called out. Next, Enfric started walking while saying, There are people standing in line behind us, so let's go inside for now. I'm sure we'll find out if Karina truly is the one who drew this painting upon seeing it. After seeing the painting, Count said, I feel like I've seen similar sketches and layouts in Karina's room. Is my daughter really the famous painter? Enfric was shocked to see the painting. He said, Father, but Count replied, Yes, you don't have to say a word. It's clear that Karina painted this. Enfric interrupted. No, more importantly, look at that hill. Count recognized. Hill? That looks exactly like the hill behind our manor. And it looks similar to something she drew a while ago. Enfric pointed. Do you see that under the tree? Count turned saying. Under the tree? I can't see very well. Let's hurry back. I must find out more about who hosted the auction, Enfric said. It's us. Hearing that, Count stopped. Enfric said. The people under that tree are our family, Count replied. I see. I'm glad that she hasn't forgotten our home. Anyway, we must meet with her in person and talk to her, Enfric asked. Do you know what that means, Father? Count grumbled. Enfric, what are you trying to say? Speak plainly. I'm getting old, so it's becoming harder for me to understand your intentions if you speak in a roundabout manner, Enfric said. The painting means Karina was home alone while we were enjoying ourselves under that tree. This drawing holds Karina's loneliness. It contains the emotions she must have felt when she watched us from her room, Count said. Well, she wasn't good at socializing, so she was alone often, Enfric said. I felt like I was alone in this world the moment I saw this painting. Hearing that, Count doesn't respond. He thought to himself, Yes. I don't want to admit it, but for some reason my heart hurts when I look at that painting, even though it depicts a warm and happy spring day. It's also stirring up strange emotions within me. The Count spoke, shrugging it off. What kind of answer do you want from me? I think she did a fantastic job of painting that. I had no idea she was so talented. I'm very happy that all of my children are very, but Enfric cut him off. Father, why do you keep trying to deny it? Did you really not feel anything after seeing this painting? Is anger all you felt after reading Karina's letter? The Count said. I felt apologetic that I didn't realize anything till this happened. That's why I'm trying to meet Karina and have a conversation with her. But I'm not so sure about the painting. I've changed. I'm not as emotional as I used to be. Hearing that, Enfric thought. I know it's not easy to change someone who has lived all his life like this. No, there must still be some hope. He's denying it, but I'm sure Father felt something when he saw the painting. Then Enfric said, We must meet Karina as soon as possible and bring her back. Count agreed. Yes, all right, he thinks. I must send a letter to the north and tell Duke Pastellio that I'm going to bring Karina back. At the camp, Milian returned holding Karina. A soldier saw and said, Your Grace, you're here? Milian asked. Are you done setting up the tents? The soldier said. I was told we were almost done, but a nod interrupted him. Set up a bed in a tent at the center. The soldier showed the way. Milian puts Karina on the bed. He remembered her word. I'm sorry for liking you. Then the soldier came and said, Your Grace, I brought a glass of water and a cold wet towel, Milian said. Leave them here and go. The soldier complied. Yes, Your Grace. As Milian started to leave, the soldier asked, Your Grace? Where are you going? He replied. I'll be right back. The air was cold as Milian stepped outside. He started smoking. The smoke from his cigarette curled in the air. If possible, I didn't want to smoke at all. But if I don't do this, I know I won't be able to remain calm. Memories of Karina flooded his mind. I could only console Karina when she cried uncontrollably. I felt so pathetic because... He slammed his fist against the tree. Damn it! I wonder what she was thinking. Why did she nonchalantly think of all the things she wanted to do before dying? After grabbing my hand, he wondered, what should I tell her? He dropped the cigar to the ground, the weight of his thoughts crushing him. Should I tell her that she doesn't have to apologize for liking me? No. It won't matter what I tell her. But I can't keep avoiding this. After that he went to second party. Seeing him coming, Captain Gordon said, Your Grace, Milian called out. Captain Gordon. Gordon looked around and asked, We're all here now, but where's her ladyship? Milian said. She arrived a while ago. She's resting for a moment right now. Gordon noticed how the others deferred to Karina. Herta listens to Lady Karina more than I thought, he asked. Did the advance party find anything? Milian replied. I think we should go deeper into the forest, Gordon said. I see. Then I'll go and finish unloading everything. Milian started walking and said, All right. He went inside the Karina's tent thinking, I wonder if she's still sleeping. When Milian entered the tent, Karina greeted him softly. I was worried you wouldn't come. What made you think I would just leave you here? He asked. He sat beside her. She hesitated. I feel like I acted rather childishly in front of you. I was afraid I had annoyed you by crying too much. Not at all, he said. After that, a silence swept the room. After a few moments, Karina began. Milian? He replied. Yes? She continued. You can forget about what happened earlier if it makes you uncomfortable. I shouldn't have said that. I know I cried so much, but I'm actually all right. Really? After a slight pause, she added. So, you don't have to make that expression. What kind of expression was I making? He asked, his brow furrowing. She puts her hand on his face, saying, It was one that didn't suit you. Then Milian said, I don't know what expression you're talking about. But if I made such a face, it must have been because that's how I felt about you. Don't, she whispered. She retracted her hand, but Milian grabbed it and held it close, saying, You took the words out of my mouth. It's fine to act like a child in front of me, Karina replied. I've already done that plenty of times, because of your kindness, Milian said. That's not enough at all. He sits in front of her on the ground, so Karina gets surprised. He leaned closer and bowed, saying, Show me how you feel, and don't hold back. Don't push me away. Let me stay by your side. Karina gets down from bed and sits in front of him. Karina's eyes widened. Milian, his mind was in turmoil. I thought of coming up with a ploy to coax you, or even threatening you to change your mind about wanting to live. You keep trying to push me away. Don't die, Karina, he pleaded, his voice breaking. Tell me that you want to live. Karina, please. She stared at him. She was about to cry. Why are you looking at me with such a desperate face? Milian said. I love you. Hearing that, Karina hugged him. After some days, Karina was reading a book thinking, I wasn't able to tell Milian that I wanted to live when he begged me to and confessed to me 2 weeks ago. I'm more desperate to live than anyone, but I know I can't say that so rashly. You don't have to answer, he had said. Just become my lover and give me the right to stay by your side until the end. She thought, for the first time in my life that day, I desired something I couldn't have. Milian added, If you are ever given a chance for hope, please promise me you'll do your best to yearn for life. I promise, she replied. She thought it was the best answer I could give him. As she closed the book, Milian came and asked, Karina, did you eat? She replied, Milian. No, not yet. I waited because I wanted to eat with you. 2 weeks have passed since we became lovers, and it's been a week since the hunt began. Milian has been gone often, and in his absence, I've spent my time drawing and chatting with Ferial. My days might seem tedious to some, but they are very precious to me, thank goodness. I ordered the servants to bring some food, he said. She teased. What would you have done if I had already eaten? He replied, grinning. Then I would have eaten 2 servings, she laughed. What are you saying? She added. Good job today as well. Did you get hurt at all? Milian replied. No. I promise you I wouldn't let myself get injured. Really? She asked, her concern evident. He assured her. Yes, I'm really fine. Then he leaned down and said, But more importantly, he was about to kiss her when the servants arrived with meal. Your Grace, we brought you your meal. Excuse me. Servant were surprised to see them. Both of them felt embarrassed. Milian's tone turned sharp. Damn it! Leave it there and get out. Right away! They scurried off. After a few moments they sat down to eat. Milian was thinking, those fools. I didn't like how they smiled at us as they left. Then Karina began. Milian? He replied. Yes? She asked. Will Fong be coming in here again? No, not unless I call for him, he replied. She asked. Then why aren't you doing it? What are you talking about? He said, confused. She said with a low voice. I'm talking about continuing where we left off. Milian froze, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. Am I hearing things? Or am I dreaming? No, you don't have to do it if you don't want to, she said quickly. Let's eat. Milian leaned closer and kissed her. After a pause, Milian called. Karina, she replied. Yes, he said. I love you. She smiled after hearing that. He added, Should we do this again after we eat? Don't make such jokes. She stammered, Her face was heating up. We're going to move the camp deeper into the forest tomorrow, Milian said, changing the subject. So we need to eat a lot, she asked. Really? He replied. Yes. I found a good spot. And though it's a bit far away, you can even see the snow-capped mountains from there. Her eyes lit up at the thought. She said, I bet they'll be magnificent. You want to paint the mountains, don't you? He asked, smiling. Was it that obvious? She replied. Milian's voice grew serious. Did you have any seizures today? Don't think about lying. You promised that you'd be honest with me. She nodded. I had 3 seizures, but they didn't hurt very much. Strangely enough, I think the seizures have become less painful after coming to this forest. Do you think it's because of the heron? Milian wondered. He said hopefully. It'd be great if that's effective. Come to think of it, Fariel told me to bring him the carcass of a monster that had a heron.s. Karina asked. Fariel did? Milian replied. Yes. He said there was something he wanted to check, but the problem is how to find one. Then she asked, and has my herda been behaving? He thought. The herda that accompanied us due to your request was more obedient than we thought. I mean, it went wild when we hunted monsters, but it's getting along with the other soldiers. But, Milian hesitated. She asked. But, he told, that rascal eats herons. It's a bit of a waste, but we're feeding it herons because it won't eat the food we give it. And we don't need herons that have already been researched. She asked suddenly. Is a heron like a monster's core? A monster's core? Milian echoed. She replied. Yes. Herda once told me that it ate a monster's core instead of my life. Milian thought. A monster's core. I feel like I've heard that phrase before, he said. Wait, I'm sure I have. Those words were used a very long time ago in these lands before they became part of the Empire. Karina gets surprised. Was it that long ago? How did the herda I made know that? Milian said. Art that manifests a miracle takes your life force in exchange. But a heron was consumed in its place, she confirmed. According to what my herda said, yes. Then, can a heron be a substitute for the cost of performing a miracle? Milian asked, his tone heavy with curiosity. The creatures I created were intelligent, but not in the same way we think of intelligence. They obeyed my orders and did favors for me but didn't do anything on their own beyond that. However, the herda I made this time was different. I don't know much about my first herda, but maybe it's because I created the second one while in a state of insanity. It was an intelligent being, one that acted on its own desires. Karina said, I wonder what's different about this herda? I know so little about herons, Milian replied. I'm not sure. Either way, I'll need to tell Fariel, she said. I hope this information will be helpful somehow, he said. Every small hint counts right now. You don't have to worry about that, so stop frowning. Yes, thank you, came the reply. Milian added. Now finish eating. You've eaten only a little bit. He offered another plate. Here. She smiled seeing that. Later at the hunt, Milian slayed lots of monster. He was in a trance. While wiping off the blood he said next, soldiers besides him were shocked to see him this fierce in hunting. One of them muttered. How many days has it been? Another replied. His Grace said Duke Carlos would join us to collect more herons. A while ago, at the meeting with Fariel, when he was told the new information about Karina's herda and the herons, he seemed surprised. Fariel said thoughtfully, using a heron as a substitute for performing a miracle? That's something worth researching. More importantly, were you really able to converse with your herda? Are you sure it wasn't just your imagination? Karina replied. Yes. It spoke slowly, but we were able to have a proper conversation, Milian added. Do you think this could be a hint as well? Fariel said. I'd better look further into it. So bring me the whole carcasses of monsters with herons in them. I want as many as possible. Back to present, a soldier shouted. How are we supposed to move all of these carcasses? Another plopped to the ground trembling and said, I'm slowly reaching my limit. He groaned. I'm so tired, Captain. Save us! Someone cried. Seeing that Captain Gordon gets concerned, he thinks, everyone is clearly exhausted. I felt like someone might end up dying at this rate. His Grace seemed drained as well. After observing the situation, he went to Milian and said, Your Grace, I think we should return to our base now. Milian turned towards him and asked, Why? Gordon reported. The knights are tired. At this rate, someone may end up dying. Milian turned and replied, Then let's take a break. Then Gordon added, Lady Karina is probably waiting for you to return. It's been 3 days already. Hearing that, Milian puts his sword in sheath and said, That's true. Let's gather however many carcasses we can and go back, he added at first. Karina, the knights must rest. After hearing that, all the knights were in disbelief. Liar, but these carcasses are going to be too heavy, even if we chop them up, one of the knights groaned. I've never hated a monster hunt this much before, another muttered. I should have signed up to stand guard at a checkpoint. Then Milian called. What's taking you so long? Hurry up, they complied. Yes, Your Grace. After walking for a while, Milian said, Come to think of it. Is there a lake nearby? Goran replied. A lake? Yes, but is there a problem? Milian stared at his blood-drenched gloves and said with a low voice. She probably won't like seeing all this blood, right? Excuse me? Goran asked, confused. Milian tossed his load at Goran and said, Take everyone and go. I'll catch up after washing the blood off. Saying that, Milian rushed towards the way of the lake. Captain? A soldier wailed. We're about to die. Please save us. Wah! Goran shouted, shaking them off. Get lost. Stop clinging to me with those bloody limbs. At the lake, Milian cleaned himself, thinking, Has it been 3 days already? Will Karina really be waiting for me? I can't wait to see her. After slicing up the carcasses and examining them, Fariel realized. Is this how a demonic monster with a heron is born? Suddenly his gaze fell on his reflection. He was shocked to see his haggard appearance. What's wrong with my face? Wait, what day is it? A few hours ago, Goran called out. Where should I put the monster corpses? Fariel replied. You really brought a bunch of them. Line them up at the back of the tent. I'll take a look after a short break. He looked at the pile and said, There were so many monsters I needed to examine. I'd better rest a bit. Then he went outside. As he steps outside the tent, he bumped into Milian. What in the world? He muttered. Milian asked. Where are you going? Fariel replied. Huh! When did you get here? I need to rest as well. Wait, did you already wash up? He observed Milian was looking clean. Milian averted his gaze, saying, Well, Fariel teased. It looks like you're finally becoming a proper human being if you're being considerate of Karina, he added. Let me tell you some good news. I figured out what herons can be used for. Really? Milian asked. Fariel began. Yes. We may be able to save Karina, but the probability is very low, and I'm not sure if Karina really wants that. Above all, there are some very particular conditions we need to fulfill if my hypothesis is correct, Milian repeated. Particular conditions? Fariel replied. Yes, but I'll tell you when I'm sure of it, Milian said. Don't deceive me in any way this time. Fariel started walking, saying, You'll bash my face in if I fool you again, so of course not. As Fariel walked away, Milian thought, I'm sure it's good news. But the fact that he didn't look pleased was unnerving. He rejected those thoughts. No, I'm sure this is great news as well. I'm certain there's a way to boost the probability of treating her. I suppose I should keep this as a secret until it becomes certain. It looks like there's hope, he then said aloud. Then shall I go meet Karina? He tells in his mind. It had already been 2 months since the hunt began. I'd collected so many herons that not even one tent could hold them all. But it was getting harder to find monsters, no matter how much we searched the forest. Everything seemed to be going smoothly until the herd of the leader herder became a big problem. The herd would come to our base and suddenly attack us, becoming more vicious with each passing day. At the same time, Karina's condition worsened. Her excruciating pain and overwhelming desire for art began to consume her, even with a heron placed by her side. She started throwing fits and even hurting herself when prevented from painting. I think she's finally calmed down, someone said. I'm worried because she's getting worse by the day, Milian spoke. I'll be done with the hunt soon. All that's left is the leader herder's herd. We've managed to wipe out half of them, thanks to Karina's herda. We're planning on withdrawing in a few days, Fong suggested. I don't think we should stay in this forest any longer, Milian replied. I agree. Tell Fariel we'll leave the woods within 2 or 3 days. We must move Karina to a more comfortable place, he complied. Yes, Your Grace. After they left, Milian sits at her bed and brushes Karina's hair. He called, Karina. She opened her eyes and said, Milian? Milian asked. Oh, did I wake you up? She rises up from her place and said, No. Milian provided her with a glass of water. She grabbed the glass and said, I'm sorry. I had a seizure again, didn't I? He replied. It's fine. No one here blames you for being ill. Milian? Karina looked at him closely. He kissed her on cheek and smiled. You looked like you were low on energy. I feel like this isn't my body sometimes, she admitted. It's quite funny. I'm addicted to painting instead of drugs, he said. Karina, she replied. Yes? He asked. Would you like to go out for some fresh air? She was surprised. Right now, he said. Yes, right now. Karina nods so Milian puts a blanket around her saying, You mustn't catch a cold, so let's bring your blanket along. He lifts her up with the blanket, so Karina stammered. I can walk. Please put me down. He smiled. No. This is something only I'm allowed to do since I'm your lover. After getting outside in snow, she inhaled deeply. She said, The air outside is so refreshing, Milian said. It's been so long since I've seen that. Seen what? She asked. He said. You smiling. You've been particularly down the past 2 weeks, she told. I hated the fact that I wasn't myself. I realized I was hurting Ferio when I suddenly came to my senses one day, and I found myself scratching you on another day, and then I discovered that I was hurting my own body on yet another day, Milian said. It was beyond your control, she explained. But I feel like I'm slowly going insane. If I were like this back at Leopold Manor, my limbs would probably have been tied to my bedposts. People would have called me a lunatic too. As Milian was walking, Karina said, You know, Milian, I feel like I won't be able to open my eyes one day. Don't think that, he replied. She confessed. I wasn't afraid of imagining myself dying before. But now, you're speaking in the past tense, he interrupted. Do you want to live now? Milian rubs his head with her head saying, If you want to live because of me, then that's enough. She smiled. Yes, thank you. Would you like to go to the end of winter tomorrow? He asked suddenly, though you can only see a blocked cliff and a dark mountain range without an entrance there. Are you asking me out on a date? She teased, he said confidently. Yes, I am. After a few days, all the research went smoothly. Milian provided a constant supply of herons and monsters, and Dr. Winston helped Ferial so he was able to focus on his research. All the hypotheses he came up with turned out to be incorrect. The price creators had to pay was different from that of other artists with art disease. There was no way to recover the life they lost to create art. So Ferial was wondering, does this mean it'll be difficult to save Karina in the end? Seeing him his despair, Doctor asked, It looks like things aren't going well. I'm sorry that this old man isn't of very much help, Ferial replied. That's not it. It's not because you're unhelpful. I just can't figure out a way to save Karina no matter how hard I try. I feel like I'm locked up inside a dark room. What if Karina dies? What if I can't come up with a solution in time, Dr. Winston? Milian would never meet with me ever again. He may even resent me for failing to keep my promise to Karina. Dr. Winston looked at the documents and said, I think you're worrying for no reason. They're not the kind of people who would dismiss your efforts, Dr. Winston assured me. On top of that, there's no need to take on this burden all by yourself. I'm not sure how helpful I am, but I and His Grace are trying our best. And he looked outside. It looks like our herd had just left a wild animal in front of the tent. Ferio began. That's, after a slight pause, he said, I'm in charge of managing herons, so it's probably telling me to give it food. Doctor comforted him. Don't be nervous. I'm sure you'll be able to see a different path after taking a break, Ferio replied. Haha, I feel a bit less pressured now, then the doctor said. I'm glad to hear that. After a moment, Ferio said, Now then, should we prove the last hypothesis? I was curious to know what you'd think about it. He showed it to Doctor. The doctor gasped looking at it. This is, Ferio began. But if this is true, but Doctor cut him off. I think he should quickly discuss it with Duke Pastellio right now, Dr. Winston suggested. By any chance, are you afraid? He asked. You're so quick to catch on. It must be due to your age and experience, Ferio replied with a nervous laugh. Doctor said, As someone who has lived a few years more than you have, let me give you a word of advice. When you grow old, you end up realizing that the things you had been afraid of weren't actually all that special. I'm saying that nothing terrible is going to happen, even if you speak about something you don't agree with, and then get severely reprimanded because of it. Is that so? Ferio asked hesitantly. Dr. Winston said with a smile. It's the privilege of the young to enjoy even fear as an exciting thrill, Ferio noted. I think as if you're young as well, Doctor laughed. Ha ha! I'm so old, it wouldn't be strange if I died tomorrow. Don't say that, and stay with us for a long time, Ferio said earnestly. Meanwhile at Count Leopold's manor, Countess Leopold asked, Are you really thinking about going to the north yourself? What about your duties here? Count replied. I must bring Karina back, and there's no doubt she's in the north. On top of that, Enfric keeps telling me to go, she asked. All right. I heard that Enfric is going to accompany you, the Count said. Nocturne will come with me as well, just in case. I hired another doctor to tend to Lia, so don't worry, he reassured her. Then she turned towards him. My son, you know you're the future of House Leopold. Yes? Must you go? The North's weather is harsh, and the nobles aren't friendly toward the aristocrats of the central region, she insisted. Enfric began. Mother, I cannot stay here and merely wait, because I feel apologetic toward Karina, he sighed. I think it would be better to meet and talk with her in person. Don't you feel this way as well, Mother? He asked. She replied. Of course I do, but how could the head of the house and his successor both leave the manor? The trip will take 2 months. On top of that, I heard that art disease isn't life-threatening. Don't you think Karina lied because she was angry at us? She questioned. Enfric shouted. Mother! I'm aware of that as well. But why would Karina lie about something like that? Even if it's not life-threatening, you could lose your limbs or eyesight. Herwas gets hesitant. Enfric, the Count said. Enfric, that's enough. How could you talk to your mother that way? I'm sorry, he mumbled, the Count said. And your mother is right. I looked into it, and I found out that you can recover from art disease if you don't create art. The treatment is simple. All we must do is prevent her from painting, he added. Hearing that, Enfric realized. They don't get it at all. If the treatment was so simple, why didn't Karina stop painting? It looks like they don't understand the core of the problem. Karina can't stop painting, just like a knight can't put down their sword and a scholar can't stop reading. That's how desperate she is to create art. After they get ready to depart, Abilia called out, Father! Enfric, are you going to go look for Karina? Felden asked. May I come too, Enfric? Hearing that, Count said. It'll be a harsh and long trip, so I can't bring you along. We'll bring Karina back, so stay here. Karina's going to come back, right? Abilia asked again. Yes, she will. We're family, her father assured them. Abilia said. I want to see her soon. I'm so bored without her, her father replied. Yes. Ask her to play with you again when she returns. Looking at them, Enfric said to himself. This is no doubt the picture of a perfect family. No. A family that only becomes perfect when someone vanishes? It doesn't make sense. Karina, if you were here, he scoffed. Do these people really think Karina is going to come back? Then Nocturne said, The horses have arrived at the entrance. Then Enfric said to his father, Let's hurry. We must get going, father, his father instructed. Yes, yes. Protect our home while I'm gone. Say, I heard that your teacher was also in the north, Count added. Ah, yes. He called me because he needed my help with something. This is perfect timing, Nocturne replied. Are you good at riding horses? Count asked. Nocturne replied. I've already learned how, so I'm sure I'll be fine. They gets on horses and then Enfric said, We just need to head straight to the north. Then the Count called out, Let's go. After a few days, Karina and Milian went to their date. After reaching the place and looking around, Karina was amazed. Is this place the end of winter? Milian replied. Yes. It looks grand from far away, but it just looks like a cliff when you stand in front of it. It's incredibly high, Karina asked. May I touch it? He replied. Yes. It looks quite firm. She touched it and felt. How fascinating. It's as if a giant dragon has stiffened like an old tree, Milian asked. A dragon? She replied. Yes. I don't know why, but that's what came to mind. I wonder what's beyond it, Milian told. It's been completely blocked for a very long time, so I can't even imagine what's on the other side. Karina looked towards Milian and smiled. She said, It looks like we won't be able to sleep together anymore once we return to the manor. Milian asked. Huh? What are you talking about? Of course, we need to continue sleeping together once we return, Karina said. But, she said to herself, I don't want him to see me in pain every time I sleep, Milian said. Karina, we're lovers, she replied. That's right, he said. So what do we have to hide from each other? On top of that, we're engaged, she began. I gave you the documents to call off our… But Milian interrupted her. I spilled coffee on the papers by accident, so I think Fang tossed them out, he said nonchalantly. Karina gets panicked. What? Where did he toss them out? How could he do that when we don't know what may happen? What if… Milian again cut her off. No. There are no what ifs. He lifts her up and kissed her. After that, Milian said, You have a knack for surprising me, she nuzzled and said. You told me to do everything I wanted to, he said. You can do more. What else would you like to try? She said softly. I want to try pouncing on you. After saying that, there was a moment of silence. She felt embarrassed. I'm sorry, that would be difficult, wouldn't it? I just read it in a book I borrowed from a library before, Milian said. What a simple wish. But we're outside right now, so that might be a bit difficult. Let's go back to our tent for now, she asked. Pardon? Milian puts her on the horse back and added. Or should we go straight back to the manor? Karina was surprised. She wondered. What is he saying? He said while squeezing her close on horse. I've never had anyone pounce on me before, but I'm willing to try it if that's what you want, he added with a smile. I'm always ready. Hearing that, Karina blushed and thinks. Ready for what? Later in tent, both of them laid down on each other. After a while, Milian said. So this is what you meant, Karina thought. This is how you do it, right? Milian twitched. I wish you'd pounce on me more often, Karina thinks in her mind. Thank goodness. It looks like pouncing on someone isn't as hard as I thought. I wasn't able to finish the book, so I was worried that I was doing it wrong. She squeezed him and said, Milian, if this was a dream, it wouldn't end. And everything would last forever, right? Hearing that, he thought, it'd be wonderful if this were a dream. Then we wouldn't be confined by time and could be together forever. After that, he began. Karina, He got interrupted by Ferial calling. Karina, are you in here? Karina quickly flinched. That's Ferial's voice, Milian, he said. I know. So what? Karina quickly pushed Milian away and said. Yes, I am. Milian got back and groaned. Honestly, you have such horrible timing, Ferial questioned. What were you doing with a lady who's ill? Milian replied. It's none of your business, Ferial added. I had no idea Milian was in here as well. Anyway, I feel like this conversation will take a while. May I sit down? Karina replied. Of course. Please do. After they sat down at a table, Ferial began. Firstly, you'll find your money from the auction bidding once you arrive at the manor, Karina, she asked. Were all of my paintings sold? Ferial shakes his head saying. That's not all, actually, she asked. What? He told. All kinds of bribes are being delivered to Carlos Manor with requests to reserve your paintings. People are saying they're willing to buy any of your artworks. I'm receiving so many letters that I'm about to lose my mind. Of course, everyone must get a fair chance to buy your work at the auction, so I'm turning down all the requests. Hearing that, she said. I'm so happy. Ferial looked at her, and then said. And I came here to talk about you and Herons, Milian instinctively asked. Have you found out something? Ferial said with a serious face. What I'm about to say may be a little bit shocking, he began. I came up with several hypotheses about Herons. I used animals to conduct experiments, but to prove hypotheses that weren't very dangerous, I used myself as a test subject. Karina gets shocked. You did what? He continued without answering. Several were proven true, and some of them ended up being false. Karina slams on the table. Ferial, have you lost your mind? He replied. What? Karina cut him off. How could you use yourself as a test subject? What if something went wrong? Your body is as important as mine. She went close to him and grabbed his hand, saying, Thank you for being so considerate, but I don't want you to sacrifice your body to help me. Then Ferial said, All right. I only did that because there was something interesting I wanted to try. But I won't do it anymore. Karina sits back on her seat. Ferial showed a picture and began. Anyway, there was exactly one hypothesis that I could apply to a creator. First of all, creators offer something that cannot be returned or recovered as the cost of performing a miracle. Helping them recover is different from restoring bad eyesight or senses that have become dull. Hearing that, Milian said, Karina's illness is clearly different from other art diseases. Ferial agreed. That's right. So I found out how monsters with herons here are born, with a few hypotheses and experiments, but... He stopped, and he looked hesitant. Milian said, Stop stalling and spit it out. Ferial blurted. You're so insensitive. Then Karina said, Don't worry, Ferial. I'm ready to hear whatever you have to say, he told. I think monsters with herons have died once already. Karina asked, confused. They died once? He replied, showing the diagram. That's right. A heron is a source of life. I think the monsters here ate something and accumulated herons in their body. And when a monster that saved a certain amount of herons in its body dies, it comes back to life. Then Milian asked. What? Ferial explained. Didn't you think that something was strange? You wipe out a mountain load of monsters every year, but nearly the same number of creatures comes back the next year, Milian thought. He's right. I kill the same number of monsters yearly, but their population always remains the same, Fariel continued. According to my theory, monsters that have herons can be revived, Milian asked. But how could something that died come back to life? Fariel replied. I didn't believe it at first either, but I forced an animal to bear a heron, killed it, and locked it up, Karina asked. Could it be? Fariel told. Its carcass didn't rot, and it came back to life and started moving a week later. This happened 4 times, Karina asked. What? 4 times? Fariel said. And on the 5th time, I made sure to kill it off for good, so it didn't come back to life. After dissecting the animal that had completely died, the heron disappeared. Hearing that, Milian slams his hand on table. You're not asking me to kill Karina, are you? You must be joking, Fariel argued. Does this look like a joke to you? Then Karina grabs his hand and called. Milian, Milian said. Damn it, Karina asked. Fariel, that's the best option we have right now, yes? He replied. It is, she said. You did your best. So why are you hanging your head? Karina said. I'm fine. But I'll think about what you said. I'm sure there's a chance it'll fail, and if it does, that will be the end of me, right? Hearing that, Fariel called. Karina explained. Fariel, I found out what kindness and warmth were for the first time after coming here. I realized what respect was, met a proper adult, and made my first friend as well. The things I only dreamed about all my life became a reality. I'm so happy, and every passing day feels like a dream for me. So, I don't think I can muster up the courage to try your hypothesis. I'm sorry. Then Fariel nods. I understand, he said. Anyway, there's something you'll need if you do want to test this hypothesis later. It'll be a bit difficult to prepare this, though, Milian asked. How so? Fariel told. As a result of analyzing herons, I discovered there are different ranks among herons. The ranks range from rank 1 to rank 3. And this is a rank 1 heron. He showed a heron. Karina stammered. Wow, it's so beautiful, Milian said. It reminds me of an aurora, Karina asked. An aurora? He explained. It's a phenomenon that you can see sometimes in the sky around the time winter ends. It looks like thin, colorful drapes fluttering in the sky. Anyway, this is my first time seeing a heron like this as well, Fariel said. It's very small, so I'm sure it was difficult to find it. I was very lucky to have discovered it at all. The problem is, a heron of this size is alright for small animals, but, Milian asked, are you saying that it's different for humans? How big must it be for humans? He showed his fist, saying, the bigger the better. It must be at least as big as my fist. About this size? Milian asked while showing the heron. Were there any common traits among the monsters you got this from? Fariel said. The monsters that had higher-ranking herons had numerous scars on their body. I think they had suffered lots of fatal wounds as well. I think that the more often they died and came back to life, the more scars they had, Milian said while thinking. Lots of scars, HM? One particular monster does come to mind, Fariel said. Getting a rank 1 heron is our priority, so we must do whatever we can. Then Milian called. Karina, she replied. Yes, he said. I'd better stay in the forest for a bit. Why don't you go back to the manor with Fariel and Dr. Winston, she said. But, Milian said, I felt uncomfortable about letting such a smart monster live. It even suddenly attacked the duchy. I'm sure it'll cause trouble in the future if I don't kill it. Karina hugged him and said, Don't get hurt, and make sure to take my potions, he replied. I won't get hurt, so don't worry, Fariel said inwardly. Someone as skilled as Milian won't get hurt, he said with an annoyed face. But, can't you be this affectionate with each other after I leave? After a few days, Karina was partying. She thinks in her mind, it's been 6 days since Milian and I parted ways in the forest. I must have already gotten used to sleeping with him in the tent every day, because I feel so lonely every time I fall asleep alone at night. But Milian promised me that he'd return safe and sound. I'll wait for him. Suddenly someone knocks the door. My lady, it's me, Fang. May I come in for a moment? She replied. Yes. Come in, he came and said. You know that we closed the checkpoint in the north around this time, yes? She replied. Yes, of course, she said to herself. It's difficult to travel to the north when the checkpoint is closed, so that's why I hurriedly made my way here. Fawn told, the official hunt has ended, so we're going to open the checkpoint again. But, Karina asked. But, he informed, we received a message about a group of people asking to pass through the checkpoint right now. So I came to ask you what we should do, she asked, confused. Me? Fang replied. Yes. His Grace isn't here right now, she asked again. Yes, but why are you asking me for permission? He replied hesitatingly. Well, he said inwardly, because it seems like you'll soon become the lady of the house. Fang hesitated, likely realizing that comment might startle her. He said, I think those who are trying to pass through the checkpoint are coming to see you, Karina asked. Me? Fang told. Yes. According to the report, one of the people claimed that he was Count Leopold, and I remembered that your surname was Leopold. So I came here to ask for your opinion if that's true. This news came as a shock for Karina. She said, Then the man must be my father, she wondered. Father came to the north? Why? She said. Fang, you know that I'm not on the best of terms with my family, right? He replied. I know about it vaguely, she continued. I'd bet Milian would have secretly chased my father away if he found out. Milian's kind, so he worries needlessly about many things. Fang raised an eyebrow. Have the words kind and Milian Pastellio ever been used in the same sentence before? She said. Let those people in. I must meet with them, Fang complied. As you wish. As he was about to leave, Karina added. And were there any messages from Milian, by any chance? Fang informed. No, not yet, but I'm sure nothing has happened to him, so don't worry too much. Then I'll be going now. Saying that he left. As Fang left, she thought to herself. I thought they'd just send a servant or knight on their behalf. I can't believe father is coming to the north himself. Well, I imagine it'd be good to have a proper chat with him once he's here, for my own sake. She paused, her emotions swirling. I wonder if father knows that this is the first time he's ever gone out of his way to do something for me. Meanwhile, in the forest, Milian was hard at work. Milian, Gordon, and Karina's Herda are continuing the search after the official monster hunt ended, but it was frustrating, as it seems like Milian's party wiped out over half of the monsters, but they can't find any traces of that Herda leader anywhere, he said at the Herda creature beside him. Find it quickly. Don't you want to save your master as well? Isn't that why you've been looking for something else to eat instead of her life force? Herda was sniffing something. Gordon studied the creature. It moved with purpose but seemed almost childlike, he said. The more I look at it, the cuter it seems. It's not aggressive either, Milian scoffed. Cute? I doubt it, Milian muttered. Hey, are you sustaining yourself using a heron? The Herda doesn't respond. Seeing that, Milian said, How frustrating. I can't communicate with it. Suddenly, the creature roared and dashed forward. Seeing that, Milian called. Did it find a clue? Let's follow it. As they were following it, he was thinking. I'm sure the Herda leader's heron will be effective. Even if there's only a 1% chance that this will work, I've got to try in order to save Karina. After sprinting for a while, the Herda stopped at a place. The creature led them deep into the forest. Have we arrived? Milian's breath came in short gasps. The air was heavy with the metallic scent of blood. It reeks of blood. Milian's gaze sharpened. I'm sure it's here. The Herda leader emerged, a hulking beast surrounded by the remnants of its battles. Your Grace, let's surround it and capture it at once, Gordon commanded, as the leader rushed forwards. Milian drew his weapon, his voice filled with raw determination. I'm going to kill you, and return to Karina no matter what. Karina fidgeted nervously, glancing toward the door. Seeing that, Fang said, I'm relieved that His Grace had arrived before your family. It had been a week, and finally, she would see him again soon. She asked, May I go greet him now? She asked with excitement. Fang replied, Yes, of course. Karina hurriedly made her way outside, her thoughts swirling. I hope he didn't get hurt. The sight of Milian made her heart race. Milian! She called out. Seeing her, Milian said, Karina, it's cold. Why did you come out here? She replied. I wanted to meet you soon. It looks like you managed to return within a week, she said, her voice filled with relief. I hurried because I missed you so much. Milian replied with a soft smile. You didn't get hurt, did you? She asked, inspecting him closely. He replied, No, I didn't. But, he paused so Karina asked. But, he said, I haven't been able to take a shower for a while now. Can you wait until I wash up and come back? Karina blushed. Ah, yes. Then I'll go upstairs first. I'm so glad you came back safe and sound. He started walking and said, Wait a bit in my room. I'll get ready quickly. Then, with a gentle but heartfelt tone, he added. And I'm home. Karina wanted to embrace him as soon as he returned, but she hesitated. Am I being too greedy? She thought about Ferial's suggestion and the low chance of her survival. If Milian ends up being left behind in this world, she'll regret having been so selfish. The weight of her affection for those around her pressed heavily on her heart. She wondered, what do I do? There are too many people I've grown fond of. It'd be better if they could just forget I ever existed. If only I could take their pain with me when I die. Later, Milian reappeared, his hair still slightly damp. Milian, aren't you tired? Karina asked. He replied, I'm fine. Have you been waiting long? No, not really, she replied, noticing his hair wasn't completely dry. Your hair isn't completely dry. Before she could finish, he stepped closer. Can I hold you now? Karina nodded. Of course. He embraced her gently, his voice filled with regret. I wasn't able to capture the Herda leader. I'm sorry. Milian explained how the Herda leader used the others as shields and managed to escape. I returned for a moment because I couldn't leave the duchy unattended for too long. But I'll go back to hunt it again. Karina smiled softly. Good job. I'm sure I wouldn't have been able to wait if you had come any later, he said. I was planning on leaving right away after taking care of the duchy for a few days. Milian hesitated for a moment. But first, I need to address something, he said. Karina, I received a report from Fang that you gave Count Leopold permission to pass through the northern checkpoint. You heard that? Karina replied, unsure how to proceed. I was wondering when I should tell you. I'm sorry I made that decision on my own. Milian shook his head. No, it's fine for you to do what you want. But why do you want to meet him? Karina said. Well, it was clear that he would forever think I was an ungrateful child if I didn't meet with him. And I have something to give to him as well. I want to properly end things between me and my family, Milian assured. I wouldn't expect anything less from you. Do as you like. Don't mind me, she replied. Yes, thank you. Then Milian kissed her on forehead and said, I wish you could stay by my side like this forever. But the reality of her situation loomed over him. He thought about Ferial's suggestion to make her absorb a harem. Karina asked, Milian, do you want me to accept Ferial's suggestion? Karina hesitated. My days may still be numbered even if we succeed. Yes, even if that's true, Milian said firmly. I still want you to live another day. Her resolve hardened. Although we may not succeed, the memories we've shared are unforgettable. I'm not afraid anymore. Then he kissed her. Meanwhile, Count Leopold grumbled impatiently, waiting. Goodness, the northern nobles aren't hospitable at all, he muttered. We had to wait outside for a very long time before being let in. Well, we're not exactly welcome guests from Duke Pastel's perspective. I'm going to make sure to complain about how disrespectfully we were treated at the castle gate earlier. Enfric sighed. Father, I think you ought to wait for now. Then the Count said. Come to think of it, where did Nocturne go the minute we arrived? Enfric replied. He said he had to meet his teacher. It seemed like that was shy he's come to the north from the start. Then the Count said. Goodness. Everything is getting on my nerves after I decided to come to this place. Then Milian came and said, It looks like I've kept you waiting, her father replied. It's been a while, Your Grace, he said, turning to Milian. We didn't know Duke Carlos was with you as well. Ferial popped out from behind and said, I had some business to take care of here, he said politely. You've come a long way. I'm sure it's been a while since you last saw Karina. Karina stepped forward. Her voice was steady. Hello, father. After that, all of them sat down. The Count began. Firstly, I'd like to apologize for visiting so suddenly, but I couldn't just sit back and do nothing when I heard my daughter was causing you great inconvenience here. Milian replied calmly. Karina wasn't an inconvenience, so you don't need to worry. So, what brings you all the way to the north? You didn't even inform us of your visit beforehand. Looking at him, Ferial thinks he's a good actor. It's been years since I've heard him speak so formally. I'm sure he's absolutely enraged inside, but he's acting like he's not and pretending to be polite. The Count replied. I'm sure you have a hunch as to why I came. I'm here to bring my daughter back. You two may be engaged, but she cannot live with you when you have yet to even marry. I won't allow it. Milian questioned. You won't allow it? Seeing that, Ferial realized, yes, he's mad. Milian asked. Then would us getting married solve the problem? The Count asked. What did you just say? Karina gets shocked. Milian? Milian looked towards her and said, If what you just said is the only problem, then I think marrying Karina will solve it. The Count responded. Even marriages have procedures one must follow. And most importantly, I heard that Karina was unwell. I'm going to take her to the county, to a manor in the capital, to get her treated. So it's too early for you two to get married. Hearing that, Karina thinks. He still doesn't ask what I think. I knew it. People don't change very easily. Then Karina spoke. I have no intention of going to the capital or the county, her father asked. What? Karina replied. Did you not hear what I just said? I said I had no intention of going home or heading for a manor in the capital. Count asked. How dare you talk to your father that way? Karina responded. What do you mean? I'm being very polite. I'm not going. I simply told you what I thought. Seeing that Enfric realized this was what I had been worried about. I must stop him. He squeezed his father's hand. Karina continued. I was the one who gave permission to let you through the northern checkpoint. I was originally planning on making you go back, but I changed my mind. After all, you don't believe in anything you don't see for yourself. I knew you'd interpret things the way you wanted if I didn't tell you myself, and I didn't want that to happen. Hearing that, her father stood up hurriedly and shouted. What? It looks like you've become arrogant while you were here. Enfric tried to stop. Father, calm down, Karina asked calmly. Did you come here because you had something to say to me? Because I remember writing in my letter that you should personally come if you had something to say, her father responded. Of course. How could I do nothing after reading such a letter? No matter how angry you were, how could you tell your parents to treat their daughter as if she was dead? Karina hesitated at first, then smiled. I wanted to hurt you, hearing that, Enfric said. Karina, I understand that you're upset, but don't be like this. Let's have a proper conversation. We came here to talk with you, she replied. Enfric, I think I've already said this dozens of times already. Honestly, I don't have anything more to say, he said. Father and mother were very worried about you, Karina said in her mind. I wanted them to worry about me sooner, even if it was over something trivial. I wanted them to be nice to me, even if they didn't treat me as kindly as they treated my siblings. I wanted their warmth. As she doesn't respond, Enfric began. Karina, I'm sorry. I didn't know. At least, I should have cared about you more. No, saying that I didn't know is an excuse. I only realized that you must have been extremely lonely after seeing your painting that was exhibited in the capital. Then Karina said, Enfric, do you remember what I said before I left the manor? One thing is for certain, I'm not their favorite. I was never loved like you were. I was an outsider in my family, Enfric replied. Karina, that's not true, she told. You were always like that. You always turned a blind eye and pretended like you understood when you didn't. Do you still not know that was the most cowardly thing you could do? I don't want to hate you anymore, so don't say that. Enfric felt regret and wasn't able to respond. Then Karina stands up and said, And father, I've always wanted to ask you this. Did you ever even love me? He replied. You're my child as well. Even if I had been a bit negligent, what parent doesn't love their child? She began. Would you have acted like this if Abelia or Felden ran away from home without saying anything and you heard they were dying from an illness? Would you have doubted the fact that they were sick, taken this long to come find them, and made decisions without asking their opinions the minute you were reunited with them? I'm positive that you wouldn't have done so, he replied. I doubt any child would speak like this just because their parents made a small mistake, he questioned. Have you forgotten how hard we worked to raise you? She replied calmly. Yes. Thank you for raising me till now. You always said you gave me everything I could ask for. Father, I only ordered the checkpoint to be opened this time without Milian's permission because I wanted to tell you this. I'll pay you back for the money it took to hire the nanny who took care of me and all my living expenses. And if you won't take the money yourself, I'll calculate the exact sum and send it to Leopold Manor. Hearing that, the Count shouted. What? How could you say something so ridiculous? She continued. And I want you to either erase me from the family register or report me as dead. I don't want to be your daughter anymore. And lastly, pretend you don't know anything about Karina the painter. While saying that, her hands trembled, she realized. My pain is getting worse. But she continued. I don't want to get involved with House Leopold anymore. These were the 3 things I wanted to tell you. Hearing that, her father shouted. Karina Leopold! And Enfric tried to stop him. Seeing that scene, Karina started losing consciousness. She continued as she staggered. You favored my other siblings more and discriminated against me. She resolved. I must endure it. If I faint now, she added, So please, just accept that. Milian caught her before falling, and shouted, Karina! Then Ferial shouted, Damn it, bring me her medicine! Karina trembled in Milian's arms and was shaking. He shouted, She's having a seizure. Everyone there was worried for her. Karina! Just a moment! Her father stands there watching everything unfold. After putting her to bed, the doctor said, We've given her emergency treatment for now. I'm sure she'll feel better soon. Milian took a breath of relief. Ferial asked, What should we do about the Leopold family? We left them in the reception room. Milian replied, What do you mean? They should just quickly disappear from my sight, Ferial asked. It didn't seem like Karina got to finish her conversation with them either. Are you going to take that opportunity away from her? You were pretending to be well behaved because you were in front of Karina earlier, he added. It was so unlike you. But you actually have something to say separately to the Leopolds as well, don't you? Milian responded. I wasn't exactly pretending to be well behaved, Ferial sighed. Just look at you losing your temper. Well, never mind. Anyway, we must deal with them somehow. Milian agreed. Yes. As Karina was sleeping, Milian kissed her and said, I'll return soon and stay by your side, so sleep tight, Karina. In the reception room, the Count was complaining. How could he tell us to stay here when my daughter fainted? We're her family, so what right does he have to? Suddenly Milian burst open the door and asked, You were still here? The Count said while standing. Your Grace, how could you do this to us? I'm Karina's father. Even if you're a duke, you have no right to stop us from. Milian took a long breath and said, Get lost. The Count was confused. What did you say? Milian replied. Do you have difficulty hearing? Get out of my manor at once if you don't want to die. Then Enfric asked, looking concerned. Is Karina all right? He asked while twitching. What does that matter to you? He replied. Karina's my younger sister. As Milian walks, Count said. Do you realize that you're being incredibly rude right now, Your Grace? How could you coldly chase us out when we're worried about our own family? Milian repeated. Rude? Rude, He sits down and began. Firstly, you barged into my home without permission. And then, you shouted at Karina and badgered her, although she's someone even I treat with the utmost caution because I'm worried she'll break. But it seems that's your idea of what being polite is. You'd better be glad that Karina told me you were coming beforehand, or else you wouldn't have been able to even set foot in this land. Of course, you wouldn't have been able to go home with all your limbs intact either, the Count said. I'm sorry I came here without telling you in advance. But I had no choice since I wasn't able to reach my daughter for several months. I had no idea she was ill either. Hearing that, Ferial said inwardly. This is absurd, he recalled saying. It sounds like you're not even aware that your daughter is suffering from heart disease. Count then responded. That can't be, Ferial scoffed, thinking about it. How can he say that when the very person who informed him about Karina's illness is here? It's just like what Karina said. He only remembers what he wants to remember. Karina must have been disappointed about having a family like that. I'm sure she must have held back her tears and consoled herself thousands of times. She probably felt like a lone island in the middle of a vast ocean. She sacrificed her life and gave up decades of her own lifespan to draw her parents, who could only stay in this world for a short while. And she must have fallen into their false embrace happily because there was nowhere else she could find love. I wonder what it was like to endure everything for so long until she decided to leave her house with hundreds of permanent scars on her heart because she had no one to depend on. Then Ferial spoke. Didn't I tell you about Karina's disease? I believe I did several months ago. Count hesitated. Well, she was healthy, so it was difficult to believe you. Hearing that, Milian said. How fascinating. There aren't many people who make me as angry as you do. Count Leopold, Karina has been far from healthy since the first time we met. She was absolutely pale and always in pain. She couldn't eat properly and wept silently every night. But then again, I doubt that someone who didn't even come to our engagement ceremony could have possibly known. The Count clenched his fists and said, I didn't know. If I had known that it was this serious. Karina never stood out, so naturally, we didn't pay much attention to her. But I thought we had been giving her everything she needed. Milian asked. Do you think saying that you didn't know exempts you from being responsible? The Count said. But since I know now, I'll take her to the south, get her treated, and have a proper conversation with her. Milian replied. I can't let her go. She doesn't have much time left to live, so she'll probably die on her way there. Enfric gets shocked. What do you mean? Then Dr. Winston asked. Your Grace, may I explain it to these two? He agreed. You may. The doctor began. Lady Karina is suffering from the worst form of art disease. Every time she performs a miracle, it eats away at her life. Actually, it's easiest to tell if someone has art disease or not from seeing the miracles they perform, so the patient's parents are the ones who generally find out first. But no one discovered Karina's condition, and she kept drawing without realizing what it was doing to her. Hearing that, the Count tried to remember. Karina showed me a picture when she was little, but I can't remember what kind of picture it was or what face she made at the time, he excused. Parents are humans too. They can't be perfect in every way. Everything is a first for them when they have a child, Dr. Winston argued. Even if you couldn't be perfect, I feel like you should have never given up trying. This was Karina's first time living her life as well, and you were her only parents. She could only be a child in front of you, but you took all of her opportunities away. Then Milian stands up saying, Count Leopold, you turned your back on a child who reached for you several times, and you did that for 20 years. He wasn't able to answer, he gets stunned. Aye. Then Milian grabbed him by the collar. The Count called, Your Grace. Milian leaned close to him and said, Do you even realize that Karina had accepted her death? She laughed and said that it was inevitable. Just how resigned do you think she was to have reached such a conclusion? The Count asked while his mind was in turmoil. Did she really say that? Milian replied. Yes, she said it was all right because she was prepared for her death and that she was perfectly fine. I was only able to finally hear her say that she wanted to live after persuading her for a very long time. So what makes you think you have any right to come here and say you'll take her away? Milian released him and said, Count Leopold, if you have a conscience as a parent, then sincerely apologize to Karina and do as she says. Don't shout at her anymore, and get out right now if you don't think you'll be able to do this. I'll consider you both my enemies if you hurt her one more time. The entire North will be at odds with you and your family, so you'd better brace yourself. Milian left as he said that. As he was leaving, Enfric and Count Leopold bowed. Enfric pleaded, Please, at least let us stay by her side. Milian replied, That's not for me to decide. It's up to Karina, he ordered. Fawn, prepare rooms for them to stay in. Fawn complied. Yes, Your Grace. I'll escort them to the annex. As Milian left, Nocturne was standing outside the room. Dr. Winston called him. Nocturne, he asked. Master, what in the world is? The doctor stopped him. May I have a word with you? He replied. Ah, yes, my lord, I'll follow you soon. After that, Dr. Winston said, Your face tells me you've been well. Nocturne replied, I'm glad. It's been so long since I last saw you. You look like you've become a bit thinner. Doctor replied. I'm quite old, so it shows on my face if I strain myself. Nocturne said. Master, don't say that. Doctor replied. It's been about 15 years since I took you in and raised you like my own son, he replied. Yes, that much time has passed already. I always thought of you as my savior. Then the doctor asked, Nocturne, answer me. Are you the family doctor of House Leopold? Or are you the personal doctor of the youngest lady in that family? He gets confused and asked, What do you mean? Dr. Winston said, Don't even think about playing dumb. I had hoped you'd become a proper doctor. Were you afraid that Lady Abelia, whom you adored, would be shocked by the news? Nocturne responded, No, master. I don't know what Lady Karina told you, but I didn't, Doctor said. Even at a glance, Lady Karina didn't seem healthy either. There's no way you wouldn't have known that. And you should have informed House Leopold if you saw the medical records I left behind. But you didn't, he argued. That's because Lady Karina always told me she was all right. Dr. Winston cut him off. I'll get straight to the point. Nocturne, henceforth, you are no longer my student. Hearing that, Nocturne fell in shock. He tried to apologize. Master, I'm sorry, Dr. Winston said. I told you to treat all your patients equally and not become arrogant, he explained. I couldn't forget my younger sister, who died before my eyes when I wasn't able to do anything for her illness. That's why I treated Lady Abelia especially. But, he dropped to the ground and kneeled. Forgive me. Please give me one more chance, the doctor sighed. I've been patient with you for a very long time, and I gave you plenty of chances. I'm old now, and I don't have any energy left. Return your medical certificate and nameplate. Hearing that, Nocturne shouted, Master. The doctor started walking away and said, I raised you as my son for 15 years, so I'll treat you as my son in the future as well. But you cannot live under my wing forever. You're no longer a doctor, Nocturne. The world is very big. Go out and see the world. And make sure that you mature properly as an adult." The doctor left after saying that. Nocturne was still on the ground regretting his decision. "No, no. Master, please, this can't be." After some time Karina woke up. Milian asked, "How do you feel?" "I was worried because you were asleep for a whole day," she replied. "I'm fine now." He sat beside her bed and asked, "Really?" She replied, "Really. It doesn't hurt as much as it did earlier." She glanced at him and asked, Milian, did you get angry?" he asked. "Should I not have been?" She chuckled. "No, you just look as if you were furious," she told. "Actually, I'm a little bit mad," he asked. "Mad?" she replied. "Yes. I didn't want that person to see my weak side, and I was afraid that he'd try to talk to you later if I didn't have a proper conversation with him," Milian replied. "Well, I won't let him, so don't worry." Then Karina said, "I'm glad to hear that. Did you chase them out by any chance?" He smiled. "No. I didn't think we'd be able to finish the conversation, so I had them stay in the annex for now." He asked again, "Should I kick them out?" Hearing that, Karina giggled. She asked, "Then would it be all right if I met them right now?" Milian poured her a glass of water, saying, "What are you talking about? You haven't even recovered yet," she said. "I want to resolve this quickly," Milian said. "I need time to be with you, not them," Karina asked again politely. "Please?" Milian fell in awe and was dazed seeing her. He agreed. "All right. But more importantly, you want to live now, right?" She smiled. "Of course. I want to live as long as I possibly can with you," Milian said. "Yes. That's the only thing that matters." After some time a maid knocks on the door. Enfric quickly opens the door and asked, "Did Karina wake up?" The maid told. "Yes. She told me to escort you to her." Hearing that, Count said, "Let's go, Enfric." Enfric replied, "Yes, father." Enfric thought to himself, "Seeing Karina faint like that earlier was so unexpected. You always seemed healthy, so I can't believe you were actually terminally ill." They walked to her room and knocked the door. Karina responded, "Come in." As they went inside, Karina said, "We weren't able to finish our conversation yesterday, so I called you here." Her father asked, "No, it's all right. How do you feel?" She began. "I feel a lot better, thanks to the medicine. And I'm sure you heard an explanation of what's going on. I can't live for a very long time anyway. So, register Karina Leopold as dead in House Leopold's records. And don't call me your daughter anymore," her father pleaded. "Karina, please don't be like this. I know I've been very inattentive. This was my first time being a parent as well, so I made lots of mistakes. I thought I was doing a good job, but it seems like I only thought about things from my perspective. I'm sure you got hurt on numerous occasions, but please forgive me." Karina responds, "I would have been so happy if you had said that a tiny bit sooner." Tears started falling from her face, but she continued, "If you had told me that several years earlier, I only found out what kindness and gentleness were, at death's doorstep. This was your first time being a father, but this was my first time living a life as well. I worked hard, desperately wishing you'd look my way. I reflected on myself, pondered, and waited. Have you ever tried to put in an effort like I did? If you had done so before I left home, then I'm sure I would have forgiven you, Count Leopold." After a few moments, Enfric and Count Leopold left. Seeing that, Karina said, "It looks like I really wasn't that important to them." Milian sits beside her and said, "Karina, you're the most important one in the world to me, so don't be sad anymore because of them. My heart aches so much when you're sad." Saying that, he kissed her. She thought, "A part of me hopes that they will become miserable, but another part of me wants them to be happy in a world where I don't exist as well." She recalled the scene before. She said, "Then I'm sure I would have forgiven you, Count Leopold. I'm too exhausted. I'm not sure I have the strength left in me to understand you anymore. Just living each day is so draining that I don't want to think about you any longer." Her father began, "It's not that I didn't love you," but calmed down a little and continued, "It's just, I think it's true that I didn't pay as much attention to you as I did to my other children. I'm so sorry that I realized this only now." Karina replied, "Count Leopold, I'm going to die in 2 months, so you should just think I'm dead right now. Thank you for everything." Karina was sad, reflecting upon what had happened. Milian caressed her and said, "Don't make that face. Should I kick them out tomorrow? Karina chuckled. Haha, really? Milian squeezed her close and said, Of course. Then she said, You know, Milian, I haven't been able to get much sleep in the last few days. He asked. What? Are you unwell again? She rubbed her head against him, saying, It was because you weren't here. Hearing that, Milian said, You're really trying to test my patience, aren't you? Karina requested. So please sleep with me today. He smiled. Of course. The day after they finished their conversation, Count Leopold and Enfric were put on a carriage early at dawn and chased out of the north. Later at dining table, Milian told Karina about his departure. She asked, What? You're leaving already? He replied while eating. Yes. She thinks. It's only been 3 days since he returned, and he's going back to the forest this soon? She pouted. You said that you'd stay for a few days, Milian replied. We nearly got the herd a leader, and we don't have that much time. She asked. When will you be leaving? Milian said. I have something urgent to take care of during the day, so I think I'm going to leave tonight. Hearing that, Karina drooped. Seeing that, Milian said, I promise I'll be back soon, so please wait just a week. She nodded. All right, please don't get hurt, he said. Of course. You told me not to. Looking at her, Milian thought, She reminds me of a sad rabbit. He said, Come to think of it, I believe his name was Nocturne, yes? The strange doctor who came here with Count Leopold. He was still here this morning. Karina asked. Nocturne? Did he come here as well? Milian replied. Ah, he came after you collapsed, so you must not have seen him. Do you know him? She told. He's the family doctor of House Leopold. Hearing that, he said, I see, he thought. He seemed to have something to say to Winston, but I suppose it won't matter as long as his actions don't harm Karina. Karina was looking sad and concerned. Seeing that, Milian asked, Karina, did I tell you? She said. Tell me what? He told. You're my first love, so I want you to be my first for everything. At first Karina's wasn't able to respond, then she averted her gaze, saying, Yes, thank you. There was a moment of awkwardness. Realizing that, Milian recalled. Ferial said that one's lover would like it when they heard this. He remembered. You need to be more honest. Look at the lines from these romance novels. People love it when they hear things like this from their lover, he concluded. I knew it. I bet that bastard tricked me. He looked at Karina, and she was looking hesitant and was sweating. He called. Karina? She replied. Yes? He quickly stands up, concerned, and asked, Why are you sweating so much? Are you unwell? She stammered. And no, I'm fine. He asked again. You're not lying, are you? She replied. I'm not, he asked. Then why won't you look at me? She hesitated at first. Well, then quickly said while panicking. I was so touched when you said that I was your first love, she said inwardly. I feel guilty for some reason, Milian said. I told you this before, but you're a terrible liar. If you're fine, then why are you sweating so much? He asked nonchalantly. Am I not your first love or something? Ha ha, ha ha, ha. As there was no response, he squeezed his hand and asked, Who was it? He stood up shouting. Which bastard was it? Karina chuckled. What do you mean? Ha ha. She thought, I feel like Nocturne will be in danger if I say it was him. She laughed. It was someone I just had one-sided feelings for. One-sided. Milian clenched his fists. What? She replied. Of course, I love you right now, Milian. He grits his teeth. But you were my first. She tried to calm him down. It was when I was really young, he questioned. When? I'll let it go if it was when you were 5 years old at the most, she replied. Are you serious? That's so not fair, he said. Then 7 years old, she sweated. Even 7 years old is, he mused. People can take down monsters when they're 7 in the north, he asked. So who was it? Is he still alive? Karina still sweated. What? Of course he's still alive, she said inwardly. Not only that, he's also in this very building. I'm full, she stammered, avoiding his eyes. Milian stared at me suspiciously. I have something to do with Ferial, so I'll be leaving now. Saying that, she darted off. Karina! Milian called after her. After she left, Milian wondered, who in the world could it be? How dare they be Karina's first love? Fang asked as he approached. You look displeased, Your Grace. Did something happen? Lady Karina is very energetic today, Milian replied, still brooding. Fang, I heard that a woman's first love holds great meaning to her. Is that right? Fang replied. Pardon? Of course. A lady's first love is very important. So you must be good to Lady Karina. Let me ask you one more thing. Milian interrupted. I heard that you can't forget your first love. Is this true? Fang replied. Yes, generally. Then what must I do to make Karina forget about her first love? Milian's tone turned serious. It's not like she'll forget him if I chop off his head and bring it to her as if he's a monster. And Karina would be shocked at the sight, Fang mused. Aha! His Grace and Lady Karina must have talked about their first love, he began. It's simple to forget your first love. All you must do is fall in love with someone else. They say that you can get over someone by seeing another person. Milian crossed his arms. Ahem. What if she's already in love with someone else? Fang continued. Then she has probably forgotten about her first love. The best case scenario would be if she already began a relationship with the one she loves now. I see. Milian's expression softened. Then, go and find out who Karina used to like. Fang was flabbergasted. What will you do if I do? He said. It'd be troublesome if he's alive. After all, he could flirt with her if they happened to meet again. He stands up and said, Find out who it was before I return. The monster hunt had officially come to an end, so the checkpoint was opened. Milian assigned Fang to manage the less important documents. Fang asked cautiously, Come to think of it, does Lady Karina know that you were rough with Count Leopold and his son when you kicked them out this morning? Milian's gaze turned cold. He recalled the scene, crying in pain. You won, Enfric stammered, dropping his sword. Milian said, You dropped your sword. Pick it up. I told you that I'd grant you a wish if your sword managed to touch my body even once. Were you planning on taking Karina away from me when this was all you could do? Your Grace. Please stop, Count Leopold pleaded. Milian replied. Does it hurt? Karina suffered at least dozens of times more. You neglected the daughter you should have protected. Do you think that wounds that cannot be seen are not wounds? Leopold froze as Milian continued. Count Leopold, why were you so cruel to Karina when you knew how to protect your son? He turned and said, Ha, talking to you is a waste of breath. Don't say anything more and leave before Karina wakes up. No. Please let us stay here. Please give us one chance before she dies, Count Leopold pleaded. Milian responded. It's too late. So forget about her. While walking away, Milian said, Well, I suppose she may find out, but I don't want to go out of my way and tell her. After hearing that, Fang replied, I see. Elsewhere, Karina found herself lost in thought. Nocturne. It's been so long since I heard that name. I had forgotten about him after coming here. Come to think of it, I wasn't one of the people that he had to look after as the doctor of House Leopold. I was never a part of my family to begin with. Abilia. I wonder if she's still waiting for me. The Nocturne I know would never leave Abilia behind due to his concern for her. Even if Father had ordered Nocturne to accompany him, I'd bet Nocturne would have tried to return to the south as soon as possible. So why did he stay behind here? More importantly, what if he said something weird to Milian? Karina panicked. Must I go and stop him from saying anything? I don't want them to meet. But then she realized something. How strange. I thought I had gotten over Nocturne a long time ago, but my heart ached every time I thought of him. But the wound in my heart that wouldn't heal doesn't hurt anymore, even when I think of him now. Milian is all that I think about at this moment. She blushed, thinking, I thought that one's last love is more important than one's first love, but stupid Milian. Karina smiled. Milian was cute when he was upset, but I can't let him remain like that. So what should I do? Maybe he'll stop being upset if I gift him another painting, she resolved. Yes, I'll paint the end of winter that we saw together. I should try to remember the aura that I heard about then. She started drawing, a thin, colorful sheet in the sky, and the cliff that looked like a dragon. It sounded as if something moved swiftly through the air. She halted, thinking, come to think of it, why did a dragon come to mind as soon as I saw that cliff? She remembered, it's as if a giant dragon had stiffened like an old tree. She thinks, a dragon, huh? I've never really heard about dragons in the south, and compared to other monsters, it's not a very well-known one either. Maybe it's because Milian told me that extinct dragons, there are rumors that it is the homeland of extinct dragons. They lived beyond the entrance to the end of winter. She drew a sketch and said, but I wonder what a real, living dragon looks like. after scribbling for a while. Huh, Karina murmured. My pencil tip broke. That's a rather ominous sign. Suddenly someone knocks on the door. Karina, are you in here? Yes, Fariel. Come in, she replied. Fariel entered the room, looking exhausted. It looks like you're drawing something today as well, Karina asked. Fariel, you look terrible. Did something happen to you? Is it obvious? Fariel sighed. I was up all night experimenting with herons, so I couldn't sleep properly. She asked. What kind of experiment are you doing that made you stay up all night? He explained. I think herons have the power to cancel out a miracle made by art. If I can find out more about the power that can prevent a miracle from being performed even if a piece of art is completed. You didn't test it on your body by any chance, did you, Fariel? Karina interrupted. Of course not, Fariel stammered. Anyway, what were you drawing? After looking at the drawing, he asked. Is this a dragon? When did you learn about dragons? Karina hesitated. No, this is just. I had a feeling it would look like this for some reason, so I drew it. When I went to the end of winter, the sight of the mountain range crossing another mountain range, it was so grand that it felt like a dragon, Fariel thinks. Dragons are unfamiliar to even the people of the north. I can't believe she drew it so accurately with only her imagination. Karina's imagination exceeds my expectations. I see. Are you thinking about selling this as well? Fariel asked. Karina replied. No, I'm going to give this one to Milian as a gift. Flashback, 5 days ago. Please come back safe and sound. You must not get hurt at all costs, Karina said anxiously. I'll be right back, so wait here and just think about me. Milian nagged. Don't think about that punk who you said was your first love. Karina blushed. I told you that you're all I think about right now. How much longer are you going to mention him? That's enough. I'll give you a gift if you return safely, all right? A gift? Milian's eyes lit up. That sounds wonderful. I can't wait. Back in the present, Fariel sighed. I can't believe Milian's going to receive that rare masterpiece. What a shame, Karina said. I want to quickly finish it before he returns from the hunt. But I can't focus on my drawing for some reason today. Maybe it's because I miss him. It had been 5 days since Milian left the manor. Karina worried. Fariel remarked. He's quite late, then he said. But I just overheard. Milian is on his way back, riding your herda. Really? Then let's hurry and go downstairs, Karina exclaimed. Fariel replied. I can't believe you're telling me to go greet him. You're so cruel, Karina. Suddenly a servant barges opens the door and shouted, Your Grace! Lady Karina! Duke Pastellio has returned. But he's badly injured. Karina's heart sank. The servant added, I think you should quickly come downstairs. As they were rushing, Karina's mind was in turmoil. Milian got injured? His life isn't in danger, is it? I know how dangerous hunting was, but I hoped he would return perfectly unscathed. Perhaps I've been too naive. Downstairs, the manor was in chaos. Hurry! We need more bandages! Bring warm water and a towel! Servants shouted. Someone shouted, Dr. Winston! This way! After reaching there, Fariel asked, What's going on? Captain Gordon began. Your Grace! When the leader herda was cornered, it killed the other herdas and began eating the herons in them. The leader herda suddenly became strong after eating a bunch of herons and… The knight hesitated, guilt written all over his face. I'm sorry. It's my fault for failing to look after his grace. Fariel fell in shock. What? Are herons more than just a source of life? If they have other functions then… He consoled him and said, All right, you seem to be seriously injured as well, so you'd better quickly get treated too. Karina steadied herself, wobbling slightly. Heron! I know, that Milian is collecting herons to save me. But still, there's nothing more important than his own life. It's all right for him to run away if things get dangerous. No one is going to criticize him. On one hand, Karina wondered if herons were truly that important. On the other hand, she knew better than anyone why Milian was trying so hard. She clenched her fists. I can't possibly bring myself to say it out loud. Fariel, she said firmly. We should hurry over to Milian. Fariel replied. He's very strong, so I'm sure he didn't get injured too badly. Despite his words, an ominous feeling gnawed at him. Fariel stepped forward. Karina, I'll go take a look at Milian, so just wait in your room. Suddenly, a panicked voice shouted from the hallway. Hurry! I can't stop his bleeding. Press his wound from the side. Karina dashed forward. Let's hurry! Karina! Ferial called out, but she didn't stop. When she arrived, the sight stopped her in her tracks. Blood pooled around Milian. Her eyes widened in horror. Look at all that blood! Could it be me? Milian? Her voice cracked. The lifelessness in Milian's face sent a chill down her spine. This can't be. He won't stop bleeding. What should we do? Desperation overtook her. Milian, wake up. That's right. Ferial! You can treat him, can't you? You said that your miracle could heal people. Please treat him with your flute. Ferial lowered her gaze. I'm sorry, Karina. I lied to you. Actually, I experimented on my body to figure out how long a heron would prevent miracles. I can't perform a miracle right now. Karina stared at him in disbelief. Oh no. No. She began thinking. Herons shouldn't have existed. Such a rock should never have existed in this world. If we had never known that it had such powers, then Milian wouldn't be in such danger right now. A sinister voice echoed in her mind, snickering. How much longer are you going to blame herons? You already know. Karina flinched as the voice continued. That he became this hurt because you were greedy. Her breaths quickened. No, that's not true. Don't make excuses. The voice sneered. You're the one who led him to his end. Karina Leopold, this is all your fault. The laughter in her mind grew louder, mocking her. He may end up dying at this rate. What do you think? How does it feel to be the one who pushed the person you love to his death? Tears streaming down her face. No, that's not true. The voice cackled. Don't make excuses. You're the one who led him to his end. Karina Leopold, this is all your fault. You did this. Helpless and broken, Karina could only sob as the haunting words repeated in her mind, louder and crueler with every second. Few time ago, Captain Gordon said while examining the herders' bodies, Your Grace, there's another carcass over here. It looks like the guts have been torn out too. Milian said, someone's been ravaging through the nest? Captain asked, this is a first for us. Are the two of us really enough to handle this? What if we reorganize the squad and shut down the checkpoints? Milian said, we don't have time for that. We're already far too late. He was about to say, but suddenly he felt something, this bloodthirst. A herder came in front of them. Not a regular one but a really big one. Captain shouts, it's the head herder. Milian said, so it was that bastard behind the slaughter. There were herons in herder's mouth. Milian said, it was all to devour herons. The herder starts coming towards them while Milian shouts, we can't let it escape this time. Their friend herder crashed with the head herder to stop him. Milian drew his sword out to attack. He attacks the herder. Captain shouts, Your Grace, watch out. Milian lands safely after falling from height. The herder starts eating the herons. Captain shouts, it's eating herons again. Milian shouts, we have to stop it. After eating the herons, the herder become double his size. Captain said, Your Grace, we have to run. That thing is. But Milian was so determined to fight that he didn't listen. He dashed towards herder to attack. We can't stop here. But sadly the herder was so overpowered. Captain shouts, Your Grace. Coming back to present time, Captain said in meeting with Doctor and Ferial. After that, the only option was to urgently escort the Duke back. If I had just pushed harder to convince him, Ferial said, don't blame yourself. It was that foolish man who was being stubborn. Fong said, we'll have to continue monitoring his condition, but thanks to Lady Karina's potion, the worst has passed. The doctor said, it's an effective remedy, but now that I know how it's made, I can't help but feel bad. He recalls the moment when Karina came to them with a lot of potion and said, these are healing potions. She said, if you need more, I'll make as many as you need. So please, please save Milian. He thinks she gave her life to save him. What a cruel reality. Ferial asked, how is Karina doing now? The doctor said she collapsed immediately after that and still hasn't woken up. He said, it must have been a big shock. Let's make sure to keep a close eye on both of them for now. Others said, understood. After a few days, Karina was waked up. But Milian wasn't. Karina thinks sitting next to Milian's bed, how many days has it been now? When will Milian wake up? If he never opens his eyes again, The sinister voice in her head echoed, do you really think a potion like that will bring him back? How many more lives will you sacrifice for someone who's already dying? She touches his face, he feels cold. She leans on him. While hearing his heartbeats, she thinks, Milian's heartbeat. It's slow, but I can still feel it. She thinks holding his hand, he's still alive, but The doctor came and said Duke Pastellio will be alright. I promise. She turns towards him saying I trust you. While she left with the doctor she thinks, after Milian wakes up, he can't keep sacrificing himself for me. If holding on to hope for my survival leads not just Milian, but everyone else, to their deaths then, let them despair. It doesn't matter anymore. While she went upstairs she was lost in her thoughts. She said with a low tone, I must paint. The sinister voice said, yes, that's it. That's the only thing you can do. Come on, hurry. She ran towards her room thinking, Milian won't die. He'll recover. And then what? She thinks, he'll return to the forest again. Then all I have to do is make sure he has no reason to go back there. It'll all be over, if I kill the head herder and all the monsters that follow it. She starts painting while the voice said, move your brush. Faster. Breathe life into the painting. Once this is complete, you'll get what you want. While she draw a dragon, she said, yes, once I finish this, I'll summon a being strong enough to kill them all. The strongest species. That's the answer. There was a strange smile on her face saying this, but then someone knocks at the door. It was Fariel. He came and said, Karina. Milian finally woke, but he stopped noticing Karina. Karina? She said, oh, Fariel. She said, I've found a way to stop Milian. He rushed to stop her while thinking, don't tell me she used the miracle of creation again. He shouts, Karina, no, don't do this. She said, fishing the drawing, I just don't want him to get hurt. It's the first time in my life I've ever wanted something for myself. He shouts, please, just stop. But it was already too late, she said, he's mine. No one can take him away. She completes the painting of the dragon. A bright light appears from the painting. This will grant my wish. Karina collapsed and fell on the ground while Fariel rushed towards her. Karina! The light that comes from the painting went through the jungle and reached at mountains. It reached the body of dragon, which wakes him up. He said, I thought my life had ended, how strange. His heart was restored. He said, I can feel life flowing through me. Who brought me back? Suddenly he felt something, he thinks, a scene of carnage. Am I supposed to kill the demonic monsters of this forest? It must be the wish of the one who revived me. The dragon said, TSK, what a cruel master, to ask me to kill these creatures who are no different than my own children. He starts to fly saying, still, it's time I took back what's mine. At Manor, Milian was waked up. He said, I can move now. Was there really a need to wrap me in so many bandages? Fang said, you say that because you don't realize how serious your condition was. Please bear with the discomfort a little longer. Suddenly a loud roar shocked them. Milian turns towards the voice. What was that? He thinks, this horrifying bloodlust, it's not a beast or a herda. I've never felt anything like this before. Fariel came and said, Milian. He turns asking, Fariel. Fariel was carrying Karina while he said, Milian. He said while tears fell down his cheeks, Karina is dying. Hearing this, Milian got shocked. He rushed to grab her while asking, what are you talking about? Stop with the nonsense. Give her here. Fariel said, Karina's soul. No, her life. Damn it. I should have never let her test it on me. He tells, she performed a miracle. She created something beyond human imagination. She made a dragon. Milian asked, a dragon? But why? Fariel asked, you still don't get it? To her, you're more precious than life itself. He continues, she said she couldn't think of any way to stop you. This must have been the only thing she thought might work, Milian. You, he shouts, you were going to charge back into the forest and risk everything again to save her. Milian got shocked. Fariel said, don't play the fool. Just as you treasure Karina more than anything, she's completely consumed by you. You're the only thing that matters to her. Meanwhile he thinks, neither of them did anything wrong. They just care about each other too deeply. Milian opens her mouth to say something, but a loud voice interrupts them. Milian said, Fang, grab your sword and come with me. Fariel said, don't tell me you're planning to fight. Look at the condition you're in. He left saying, I'm fine. Meanwhile outside the manor, the servants looked up shocked. What is that? One said, there's a hole in the mountain range. Other said, no, more importantly, what is that thing? Fariel and Milian also came out to see. Milian said, damn it, I hoped I was wrong. He asked, seeing the dragon, Fariel, is that the dragon Karina created? He replied, rather than created. It's more accurate to say she revived it. He asked, was there a dragon corpse on your land? Milian replied, I just thought it was a legend. Meanwhile he thinks, I can smell the blood from here. Is it coming from the northern forest? It's overpowering. Ferial said that the miracle of creation grants the artist's wish. If that's true, then maybe Karina's wish was the slaughter of all the monsters in the forest. Ferial said, Milian, if she's the one who brought it to life, it likely won't hurt us. But still, that may have been her final miracle. He thinks she brought back something far too great. If we had a rank 1 heron, we might have a chance of beating it, he mumbles, but we never got one from the head herder. Milian asked Ferial, do you think that dragon might have a heron? Ferial asked, are you trying to sugarcoat a admission? Milian asked, being emotional, then what else should I do? How do I save her? Ferial Carlos. He was about to say, I'll find a way some. But before he could complete, Fong shouts, Your Grace, the dragon. No, the creature is heading this way. The dragon came right in front of them. Seeing it, Milian thinks, so that's the dragon from the legend. Its presence alone is overwhelming. Still, if it truly carries a heron, we have no other option. Milian hands her over, saying, Ferial, first we need to get Karina. But before he could finish, the dragon asked, is that my master? The one who breathed life into me? They both got shocked hearing it. Ferial asked, am I losing my mind, or is that dragon actually speaking? Milian said, I can hear it too. The dragon said, good. At least some of you can understand me. Milian asked, you're saying Karina is your master? He asked, what do you want? The dragon recalled Karina's wish. I want the monsters in the forest to disappear. All of them. Please protect Milian. He said to Milian, so the human in her wish was you. He scoffed, saying, you needn't worry, mere mortal. You have my word that I will not act within your domain. My master's wish was for me to eliminate the monsters and protect you. Milian asked, Karina's wish? The dragon said, yes, the one who brought me back to life made this wish. But in doing so, she doomed herself. He said, her soul was the price. TSK. At most, she has 3 days left. Milian clenched his hand, thinking, are the monsters truly all gone? If so, that means we can no longer get our hands on herons. He drew his sword and asked, if I slay you, will Karina live? The dragon starts laughing. Pwahaha, he said, a mere human thinks he can kill me? How amusing. Allow me to enlighten you. I am the Crimson Dragon, Ajitahaka. I'm not one to be taken lightly. Milian said, answer the question. Ferial said, wait, Milian, settle down. The dragon said, I admire your courage, but to put it bluntly, she cannot be saved. Master already paid the price to revive me. Just as time that has passed cannot be reclaimed, this too cannot be undone. Hearing this, Milian gets shocked. The dragon continues, those blessed by the god of art rarely meet a happy end. Ferial asked, the god of art? Dragon said, indeed. That god has a flawed mindset. They think real art can only be created through constant suffering and solitude. So their chosen ones receive both blessings and the curse of eternal loneliness. You see, most gods tend to be broken in some way. Milian asked, is that why she's dying? Dragon said, don't be so angry. Despite the odds, there are still some artists who manage to live full lives. Dragon said, of those touched by the god of art, the few who were raised with kindness and love often mastered their talents, and even found themselves rising to prominence. Amidst that happiness, those children could learn to harness their powers without sacrificing their lives. Ferial asked, is that really possible? I've never seen a single record of a creator surviving. Dragon asked, well, why would there be? They simply grew up like normal kids, lived as ordinary people, and died as such. Dragon continues, children who were never loved when they needed it most often cannot endure solitude. In the end, they throw themselves into the only thing that understands them, which is art. But those who were truly loved do not need to rely on their art alone. As long as they have something to guide them, even those who fall or become lost can find their way again. They fail and despair, but they rise again. Ferial asked, so you're saying art disease isn't a death sentence then? Dragon replied, well, for the unhappy ones it is. Hearing this, Milian grits and said, Karina never received that kind of love. Her family was selfish and forced her to sacrifice herself. He got furious and shouts, damn it! What's the point of talking about this now when it's already too late? Ferial said, it's unfortunate, but you're right. What's done is done. Milian asked, isn't there any other way to get a heron? Dragon asked, heron? Ferial said, do you know anything about this stone? It's what comes out when a monster dies. Then the doctor shows it to Dragon. Dragon said, I see, It seems that when I died, the mana that flowed out of me slowly hardened into stone. The monsters must have fed on it to survive. Milian asked, "What are you saying?" Dragon said, "It said that dragons are beings just short of becoming gods. But did you know? Due to our natural incompatibility with divinity, our physical bodies cannot endure beyond 10,000 years. When that time ends, we cast off our shells, and only our spirit ascends to the divine realm. In preparation for that lifespan, we accumulate vast amounts of mana, which gradually takes form as a dragon heart." Milian asked, "Dragon heart?" Dragon replied, "It's the source of mana which holds immense life force. The stones you humans call herons are just scraps that broke away from that." Hearing this, a thought flickers in Milian's mind. So the monsters with herons didn't die, because of that life force that was within them. "Then, if we extract the dragon heart and give it to Karina," the dragon said, "calm yourself. I know what you're thinking. Even if you put my heart into Master, her human body wouldn't be able to withstand it." Milian asked, "Then what are we supposed to do?" He got emotional, saying, "Karina is dying as we speak, and if what you said is true, she only has 3 days left." Dragon said, "My heart may be too much for a human, but I can give you just as much mana as what's stored in those things you call herons." Hearing this, Milian got shocked. Dragon said, "Still, my mana won't bring back the dead." Ferial said, "I know. I've studied herons extensively." Dragon said, "My mana is merely energy. It can extend life by supporting the body. But a weak human heart can only endure it once. Forcefully transforming a human heart into something akin to a dragon heart is an incredibly straining process. Also, as I mentioned earlier, a dragon's power is incompatible with divinity. The blessing of the god will vanish, and she'll never be able to perform miracles again." Ferial asked, "You don't mean?" Dragon replied, "Yes, she'll still be able to create art, but unlike before, it won't bring about miracles." Milian fell on his knees asking, "Then, how much longer would Karina live if we do that? Could she live longer than 3 days? Please, if there's any chance of saving her." The dragon said, 5 years? If I said she could live just 5 more years, would you still choose to replace her heart?" Milian asked, shocked. "Wait, 5 years, you say?" Dragon said, "Yes. If I give her the maximum mana her body can handle, she could live for, at most, 5 more years. Milian thinks, no matter what we do, Karina will die. The dragon just confirmed that it is an inevitable fate. It even gave us a specific time frame of 5 years. He grits his teeth, being furious. He thinks, this is driving me mad. He stands again asking, "Why? Why does she have to die?" The dragon said, "That's simply her fate. Without the love of her parents, the blessing of art drove her to madness. It's as simple as that." Milian thinks, "I wanted her to be happy. She's kept her kindness and warmth through all she's been through. I hoped her future would be full and bright. But after facing so much, is death her only reward?" Ferial said, "Ajitahaka, if what you're saying is true, something seems off. Until now, even when a monster's heart was destroyed, they survived as long as they still had a heron." The dragon said, "That's because the core, the heron was still intact." He said, "If a heron remains intact, even a shattered heart can be restored. But if the heron is broken or removed, there's no chance of revival." Milian asked, "Will the same be true for Karina?" Dragon replied, "Yes, it applies to her as well." He continues, "Once the heron and heart are fused, even if the heart is damaged, she'll be revived repeatedly, almost as if she's coming back to life. If a human body could handle unlimited mana, eternal life through herons might be achievable. But human bodies are soft and fragile, and HM?" Suddenly he felt something and thinks, "What's this? I feel eyes on me from afar." He saw someone seeing them from a distance. The person starts running to hide. Ferial noticed the dragon and asked, "Is something wrong?" The dragon said, "No, it's nothing. Anyway, what will you do? If you want, I can share my power." Milian asked, "Do we have to decide now?" The dragon said, "There's no need to rush. I will explore this new world for a while. Decide before I return." He makes a heron using his power. The heron dropped in Milian's hand. Dragon said, "This is a heron? I've cast a spell on it, so just cut open Master's flesh and place this on her heart. By doing so, the dragon heart transformation will begin. No need to decide immediately, but you understand you don't have all the time in the world, right?" Ferial said, "Understood. We'll make a decision. So please," the dragon said, "don't worry. I'll return before it's too late." Saying this, he flew away. Milian turns saying Ferial. He took Karina back from him and thinks, this is the only way to save Karina. Even if it means just 5 more years. He took her inside while still lost in thoughts. Her life afterward will be nothing like an ordinary person's. She will be able to heal no matter how severe the wound. Can anyone truly endure that kind of existence? Would she really want to be saved like this? Ferial asked, Milian, are you alright? He replied, no, I'm not. Please give me some space. Ferial left saying, as you wish. Milian placed her on the bed. He thinks, if I had done this right and gotten a heron, would things have been different? His face was full of tears. Karina. If she resented me for bringing her back, how could I ever face her? He said, please don't die, stay with me. He cried out loud, don't leave me behind. He thinks, Karina, you must have already been prepared to die. You must have known what would happen when you painted that picture. I can't forgive myself for pushing you to that point. The person whose gaze met with the dragon was none other than Nocturne. He thinks, what do I do? Our eyes clearly met. He recalled hearing, if a human body could handle unlimited mana, eternal life through herons might be achievable. He thinks, these so-called herons are something I've heard being mentioned often around here, but no one has ever explained what they actually are. He grabs a maid's hand asking, what exactly is a heron? Everyone keeps talking about it. The maid said, why do you want to know? That's not something we disclose to outsiders. He asked himself, but eternal life, really? They said the Duke was seriously injured, yet he looked completely fine. And now they're talking about saving Karina from dying using one as well. He thinks, is it the ultimate remedy? Is it a means to save someone who is on the brink of death? In that case, could a heron cure Abilia's illness too? He thinks, if I learn how to properly use it, Master might look at me again. He might even give me back the medical license he revoked. He said with an evil smile, I'm sorry, Lady Karina, but isn't it right to put the needs of a child first? He said, I'm sure Master would understand. The one who needs the most help should take priority. No? He thinks, I need to get my hands on that heron. He looked for the doctor's room. Master's room was this way, wasn't it? He rummaged through the bookshelf searching for something. He thinks, on any other day, approaching the main building would have been impossible. But today, perhaps due to the dragon, there seems to be fewer guards around the manor. I can't believe there's a dragon in the north, and it even talks like a human. Anyway, why isn't it here? He said, heron, I need to find it quickly. Suddenly he heard some footsteps. It was Fong. He asked, what are you doing in here? Nocturne said, oh, I came to see Dr. Winston. Fong said, you're lying through your teeth. No proper disciple would go through his master's room in his absence, and as far as I know, your ties with him have already been severed. Nocturne said, it's all a misunderstanding. Dr. Winston is a kind and compassionate man. He just has the wrong idea. Fong said, you're right. He's a man of character. Fong scoffed, thinking, which is why he hasn't thrown out someone as insolent as you. Nocturne said, I am sure that once I cure Abilia and develop a universal remedy, then. Fong asked, a universal remedy? Nocturne said, yes. Even in the north, monopolizing something like that wouldn't go unnoticed by the imperial family. Fong said, I have no idea what you're talking about. Nocturne shouts, don't play dumb. I need that jewel called heron. Fong said, surely you know that's our only hope for saving Lady Karina. Nocturne said, this is the north. If we need more, we can just get another. Lady Karina's younger sister is gravely ill, and there are so many sick in the capital too. If we make a universal remedy from the heron, even Dr. Winston will. Fong said, cutting him off, that's enough. What you mean, plain and simple, is that you want to sacrifice Lady Karina. The heron is for her. Nocturne said, but Fong didn't listen to him and said, I won't stand for any more nonsense. Be prepared to face the consequences of your actions. Meanwhile, Milian sat beside Karina's bed. Suddenly she blinked and opened her eyes. She heard Milian crying, please, Karina. She thinks, Milian, why is he crying like that? I can't move my body. She said, Milian, he gets surprised, Karina? She smiled and said, good evening, Milian. She said, what should I do? I want to hold you, but I can't lift my arms. He grabs her hand saying, then I'll be the one to hold you. He lay next to her. She asked, are you feeling better now, Milian? He said, I'm fine. I wish you'd care for yourself more than you do for me. Tears fell down his cheek. She wiped them saying, it turns out I'm more in love with you than I ever could have expected. I don't want to be apart from you. He grasped her hand, saying, "You won't have to. You'll survive. So don't worry." She asked, surprised, "You didn't get the heron, did you?" He kissed her hand, replying, "No, I didn't. But," he tells, "you revived the dragon that was slumbering in this land." She thinks, "Was that what I drew back then? My memory is hazy." He tells, "That dragon devoured all the monsters in the forest. Was that really what you wanted, Karina?" She thinks, "Yes, at that time, I was only thinking about one thing. Milian," she said, "I never wanted you to push yourself too hard because of me." He said, "Thanks to you, I'm safe now." She asked, "Really? But you were crying." He said, "That's because my heart hurts too much. It's easier to bear physical wounds." She said, "Milian," he said, "Karina, please don't try to protect me. Don't put others before yourself." She said, "You're the only one I'd do that for, Milian. You're the only one I'd give my life to protect." He said, "That's exactly what I wanted to say." She asked, "What happened to the dragon? Did it disappear?" He replied, "No, it's fine. It's still here. We even spoke to it," he said, "and it gave us a heron. It also told me how to save you." "But," she wobbles after he paused saying that. She asked, "Even if I get past this, will I still be destined to die soon?" He clenched the bedsheet, saying, "No, you won't die, although we can't bring back life that's already gone. If we fuse your heart with a heron, you'll live for 5 more years." She said, "That's good news. But why do you look so grim?" He said, "Because in exchange for extending your life, you'll never be able to use the miracle of creation again." She said, "You never liked when I used it anyway, Milian." He said, "That's true, but you do." She tells, "That's because it was the only thing that gave me air when I felt like I couldn't breathe. It held me up when I struggled and comforted me when I cried. It granted whatever I wished for, however I wanted it." She continues, "But that was only possible because I paid a price and made a wish. I asked to be saved from loneliness. But now, you're here beside me, Milian. Whether or not I pay a price or perform miracles, you've always been there. Everything is alright now." He thinks, "What do I do? I can't bring myself to say it." She said, "There's more you're not telling me, isn't there?" He turns towards her. Hearing this, she said, "No wonder you've looked like you're on the brink of tears." She said, "I'm alright, so just say it." He grabs her hand, saying, "Karina, once your heart fuses with the heron, you'll gain a body that won't die, no matter the wound, until your heart itself is destroyed. It's essentially immortality, albeit temporary." He said, "You'll live a life unlike that of any ordinary human." He leans on her, saying, "But even so, I want you to live. Would you resent me for saying that? I know it's selfish of me." She said, "You're telling me to become a monster, Milian." He said, "If it means saving you, I'll take the blame." He drooped his head when she asked, "So, were you planning to give up if I said no?" Milian starts crying again, saying, "I'm sorry, but I can't." She said, "Even if I'd become a monster, you won't abandon me, will you, Milian?" He kissed her, saying, "Never. So let's live on together. Live for me." Right after sharing her thoughts, Karina quickly fell asleep again. Milian leans to check her heartbeat. He thinks, she's still alive though barely. Before falling asleep, Karina said, "See you tomorrow morning?" He thinks, her faint heartbeat is enough to bring me some comfort. But there isn't much time left. I really have to make my decision now. Karina said she wanted to live. If that's the case, then what I must do is... Fang came and said, "Your Grace, everyone is gathered in the sitting room." Milian replied, "I'll be there soon." He kissed her forehead, saying, "Karina, rest for a little while longer. Just a little bit more." In the gathering, Fang tell everyone about Nocturne. "And that's what happened?" he asked. "What should we do about Nocturne?" The doctor said, "It's my fault. I should have cast him out when I cut ties as his teacher." Milian asked Fang, "Isn't he aware that Karina will die without the heron?" Fang nods, replying, "He is, but he seemed to think that another could be procured elsewhere." Milian said, "Banish him from the north, and deal with him quietly. His life is the price for overstepping his bounds." Then he turns to the doctor, saying, "Winston, I'm sorry, but we cannot let someone like that live." The doctor replied, "I understand. We'll take our leave now." After Doctor left, Ferial said, "That settles his punishment." He asked, "So did you ask Karina?" Milian replied, "Yes. She clearly said she wants to live." Ferial sighed, saying, "Then we must begin the preparations at once. Ajudahaka, we don't know when exactly it'll return, but it will before it's too late." Milian sighed and said, "I'm counting on you." Then he went to Karina and called for her. "Karina." She thinks while being unable to wake up, "Is it morning? My body feels so heavy." It's warm, but. She saw a glimpse of Milian while he asked, Karina, how long are you going to sleep? She thinks I want to get up. I want to tell him I'm alright. It's so dark. My voice can't reach him. Just once, please. Milian said, let's see each other in the morning. I'll wait for you. She thinks he wants to see me in the morning. I have to open my eyes. Even if this is my last moment, and all my time runs out, there are things I want to tell him. I want to tell him I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise, but that I was happy with him, and learned how joyful life could be thanks to him. I don't care if telling him these things is the last thing I do. Just once. Then she opened her eyes. Milian asked, Karina? Her eyes was turned yellow now, she said. Milian, he said, Karina, your eyes? But before he could finish she interrupts saying, I love you. She said, all my life, I never surrendered my heart to anyone. Until you. You made me want to live. She holds his hand saying, you are one of a kind. You showed me that life is worth enjoying, and that just opening my eyes in the morning could feel like bliss. Milian said, Karina, I feel the same way. You brought light into what used to be a dull life. Because of you, I decided to live my life to its fullest. He said, thank you. Her eyes filled up with tears. Then he kissed her. She said, I still have so much more I want to say, but there's not enough time. I'm sorry, Milian. I said we'd meet in the morning, but the truth is, I don't think I can keep that promise. She said, if this really is our last moment, I was terrified that the last thing I left you with would be a lie. He hugs her. She pats him while he said, no, it'll all be fine. The dragon will come soon. You'll live. He starts crying saying, so please don't say things like that. Suddenly she dropped down on bed. Karina, she said. Milian, I'm going to sleep for a bit. He said while his eyes were full of tears, sleep well. We'll see each other in the morning. No matter how many mornings it takes. I'll wait for you. If it's difficult to wake up, you can rest. It's alright to take your time. But please be sure to come back. Karina Leopold was dead. Only the northern nobles were invited to the funeral, and news of her passing quickly traveled from the north to the capital and beyond, eventually reaching the south. Among the 4 children of Count Leopold's family, the second daughter, who had always been the most overlooked, was no more. As if that were not enough, news also surfaced about the accident involving Nocturne, their family physician. The Leopold family shut themselves away for a while, and even the management of their estate and county fell into chaos. Nothing came of their belated regret. This much was all the world knew. At Leopold Manor, Karina's mother asked her father, What do you mean? Karina is gone? You're lying, aren't you? He replied. I want to believe it's a lie too. She asked. What are you saying? Why would Karina be dead? Enfric, you even went all the way north to see your sister, so why didn't you say anything? Enfric said. Mother, about that. Karina's dad shouts, wasn't it said that Duke Carlos was ill? I heard he had heart disease and would die soon. I heard the news on my way back here. I was chased away and didn't even get to see her face properly. Her mother plopped down on the sofa saying, This can't be true. She was always healthy. Right up until she left, she was definitely. Meanwhile she thinks, was she healthy? She thinks she would leave the dining table as quickly as she sat down. I thought it was just because she was a picky eater. Did she have a fair complexion, or had all the color long since drained from her face? Her mother asked. If this is true, shouldn't we be the ones to hold the funeral? Why did only you two return? Enfric said. She said she wanted to sever all ties with us, Karina's father said. She told us to handle her death ourselves. What can we do? It's our fault for not believing her, he thinks. What we realized after going all the way north was that it was already too late to fix things. Even if we apologized, she would never look back at us, he said. She said we didn't even have the right, so how could we hold her funeral? Enfric said it's our fault. Her mother tries to say something. But no word came from her mouth. She thinks I never once thought of her as anything but my child. Karina Leopold was definitely my daughter. It's just, she was the daughter who somehow never drew my attention. I thought there was no need to take special care of her. She seemed fine on her own, so I didn't give her the same attention I gave the others. There were so many children to care for, and I gave her less than I should have. The door creaked open and Abilia and Felden came. Abilia asked, Karina is dead? Her mother said. Abilia! Felden, you're here too! Abilia rushed towards her dad shouting. You said you would bring her back. Why did she die? Answer me, Felden asked. Ienfrick. Karina's dad stood still while Abilia asked. Either Karina, nor Nocturne, came back. Why? His face was full of tears. She shouts while crying. Please tell me this is all a lie, her dad said. Ha, Karina! Filled a whole carriage with gold bars for us and said it was the price for raising her. Abilia stood crying. Her dad said she had changed a lot. She looked so much more at ease than when she was with us. It didn't feel like she was nervous. Enfrick said even if she was sick, she seemed happy. Then Karina's dad turns to ask, Dahlia, do you remember the last time that child smiled brightly in front of us? Her mother asked confused. What? Her dad left the room saying, I honestly can't recall. At North, Milian sat on the bed, while Ferial came and said, Milian, the noise has settled down somewhat. He said, I see. Ferial said, just as she wished, Karina Leopold's existence will disappear, and the preparations to bring her back are already complete. Milian said, even though she won't be gone forever, seeing her like this now is unbearable. The doctor came and said, it'll be fine. Ajitahaka has already infused the heron with magic. Now, I will perform the final surgery myself, Milian said. Ah, yes, I'm counting on you, Fawn asked. Shall we step outside and wait? Milian asked. Why should we leave? Fawn replied. Well, if you keep glaring at Winston like that, it'll make him nervous too, the doctor said. Fawn is right. I'll have to ask you both to step outside. I'll inform you as soon as the procedure is complete, Ferial said. Very well. We'll place our trust in you and wait, the doctor said. Lady Karina will be fine. You can leave it to me. Milian turns to leave saying, Ha, fine. Fawn asked the doctor, can you do it? He replied, I must. That's why I'm here. Milian and Ferial stood outside the door waiting. Milian said, it's quiet. Ferial said, it is. Milian said, if we had something to talk about, maybe time would go by faster. Ferial said, honestly, it's a simple procedure, so it shouldn't take that long. But my hands are shaking so much I could never do it myself. He clenched his hand to stop it from trembling. He asked Milian, what will you do when Karina comes back? He replied, marry her. Then he asked Milian, are you sure you won't regret saving Karina? It means she'll be living on borrowed time again. I'm terrified of stepping into a future where the farewell has already been decided. Milian said, you're right. Karina will die before we do. I'll probably regret it hundreds of thousands of times, and live in fear daily. It's even harder because I've been through this kind of grief before. But even so, I want her by my side. I want her to live, and I want the pain she's carried so far to never overshadow the good. There's so much Karina and I haven't experienced yet. He thinks, like quiet mornings filled with loving words, and trips to the sea or the mountains. I want her to experience everything her heart desires. Ferial said, indeed, it would be good to do as much as possible in the time left. Milian clenched his hand saying, we've carved out 5 years together through sheer will. We'll make the most of it. Then the door creaked opened. Fawn came and said, it's done, Your Grace. Milian and Ferial looked at each other and nods. They went inside where Doctor tells, the heron has been secured in her heart. The incision healed almost instantly and vanished. She's still unconscious, but her vital signs and responses are all normal. She may just be staying asleep for now to adapt to her new body, so I think it's best to wait a little longer. Ferial said, that means there's no telling when she'll wake up. The doctor said, correct. We might know if we could ask the dragon. Milian said, but it left after just tossing us the heron. Ferial said, still, she seems to be regaining some color. For now, I think we can breathe a little easier. Milian said, Fang, escort Winston to his room. Good work, both of you. Doctor said, I'll be here to check on her every day moving forward. Milian said, Ha, you've worked hard too, so go and rest for the time being. Ferial said, all right. Everyone left the room, leaving Milian and Karina alone. He thinks, just the fact that she's breathing makes me feel so relieved. My heart truly lies with her. He said, holding her hand, I love you, Karina. It's already been a month since they placed the heron in Karina's body. Time has passed and the calendar has turned to a new page, but she still hasn't opened her eyes. Milian went to her room and said while moving the curtains aside, Good morning, Karina. He thinks countless doctors, including Winston, have come and gone. Her breathing is steady. She seems to be getting enough nutrition too. In the end, all I can do is wait for Karina, and then wait some more. He sat beside her bed and asked, What should I tell you about today? Oh, the first ships will leave the north soon, he said. Viscountess Ariel said that if you get better someday, we should go visit her. You said you wanted to see the sea, right? It feels like the perfect opportunity. He holds her hand thinking, I can feel your warmth, along with the gentle rhythm of your heart and breathing. Milian said, and my beard grew a little today. I want you to fall for me when you wake up and see me looking my best, but I keep neglecting to tidy myself up. It will be spring soon. Even here, in this cold northern region, the weeds have started to sprout. What else? Oh, I'll be busy today, so I won't be able to come in the afternoon. I'll come at night. I hope you're having sweet dreams. Saying this, he left and then came after some time and said, Karina, how much longer do I have to wait for you to open your eyes? He squeezed her hand, saying, I really miss you. I want you to look at me, and I want to hear your cheerful voice. You're lovely even lying here asleep, but I want to see you awake. He shakes his head, asking, I'm being needy again, aren't I? He kissed her hand, saying, I trust you're slowly making your way back to me. It's all right to take your time, but please don't ever stop. Karina in her unconscious heard Milian's voice. It's all right to take your time, but please don't ever stop. She said in her mind, I won't stop, so just wait a bit more. How much time has passed? Every day I hear Milian's voice from afar, but it's like I'm in a deep sleep and can't wake up. If this is a dream, when will I be able to wake? I want to wake up, please. She opened her eyes with a flash of light, but instead of waking up she was in a random place, and some strings made up of light were holding her. She touched one, saying, What is this? String. The string takes her to a memory. Little Karina said while drawing, If I draw well, they'll pay attention to me again. Karina thinks, seeing it, that's from the day of the first miracle, isn't it? Then some more memories came in front of her. I hate my siblings. You're the only ones who understand me. That's the day I got jealous of the twins. I want to be loved too. And this is, the man I'm engaged to must have lived a life of freedom, right? Then in one memory she said, just once, I want to live freely too. In one, Milian saying, I love you, Karina. I love you too. Milian, these are all my memories. I went through a lot of pain and hardship, but experienced happiness at the end of it. Then a voice shocked her. It's a relief to hear you say you were happy. She turns to see, who's there? The art god said, someone who cherishes you more than anyone else. I am the one who gave you the miracle of creation, and helped your art blossom. It's so nice to meet you. Karina asked her, a god. Are you the god of art? The art god replied, yes, that is what humans call me. I've long wanted to look over you in the divine realm, but numerous factors made it impossible to take you there. The god of war and that damned dragon ruined my plans, she said, and on top of that, my dear, I never expected you to give up the power of creation. Karina shakes her head, saying, I didn't need it. But the art god said, impossible. She came near Karina, asking, you used that power to discover happiness and the beauty of art, didn't you? Your loneliness honed your artistic sensibility, and your intense desire even brought a being with self-awareness into existence. That's something few creators achieve. You are truly special. If there hadn't been needless interference, you would have lived out the fate I set for you, she said. You're my precious child, created for art, and fated to sacrifice for it. Karina thinks, this conversation isn't going anywhere. This selfish being is supposed to be a god? Karina asked, is there even a point in saying more? Suddenly her gaze felt on a light behind the god. Huh? What's that? She thinks, is that a door? For some reason, I feel like I have to go through it. She clenched her hand, making the strings broke, and she said, I'm sorry, but I must leave. Someone is desperately awaiting my return. She rushed towards the door, and the art god turned, saying, if you leave now, you'll never be able to use the power of creation again. Do you think you can live without it? Karina said, leaving, yes, I'll be just fine. I've found something more precious than art. The art god mumbles, more precious than me? How cruel. Karina said, also, give me 5 years. The art god asked, 5 years? Karina left, saying, the next time we meet, you'll have to pay the price for having toyed with my life. Meanwhile, Milian stood in hallway thinking, when will Karina wake up? How much longer can I wait before I go mad? He thinks, still, I should appear happy. When Karina wakes, I want to greet her with a smile. He went to her room. Good evening, Karina. Suddenly he got surprised when Karina replied him. Good evening, Milian. He asked, Karina? She said, I'm sorry for making you wait. He runs towards her while his step stumbles. Karina, Karina. He hugged her. She pats him, saying, I miss you. His word stumbles while he said, how? I know, I miss you. She said, I'm back. Milian said, thank you for coming back to me. Sunlight streams through the window, illuminating the scene as Milian takes a shaky breath, held tightly in Karina's arms. MMH, she sighs softly. Milian holds Milian close, her gaze intense. Karina. Karina looks up at him, a question in her eyes. Yes? Milian's eyes soften as he pulls back, and a small box clicks open, revealing a beautiful ring. Will you marry me? Karina stares at the ring, speechless. But Milian. Milian interrupts, her voice filled with emotion. I don't care how much time you have left to live. Be it a week, a day, or a year, the thought of losing you will undoubtedly terrify me. But even so, I love you. I can endure anything as long as I'm with you. Karina mumbled, Milian. He continues, so until you take your final breath, let me be by your side. Allow me to share that time with you. Karina buries her face in Milian's shoulder. You'll worry every time you see me. Milian smiles softly. It's all right. The happiness I'll feel will overshadow my anxiety. Karina shakes her head, still hesitant. You'll feel guilty, watching me go first. Milian takes Karina's hands in his. Even so, I'll stay by your side. I won't give you a reason to be anxious. She asked, Milian, what if life is too tough for us to ever be truly happy? There will be even more reasons for us not to be together. But looking back now, maybe I fell in love with you from the moment I met you and saw those red eyes. Milian said. What an honor, Karina said. A god I met in a dream said I defied fate. Since it's already come to this, what harm could a bit more defiance do? Karina gazes at Milian. I love you, Milian. A soft smile gracing her lips. Let's get married. Milian's eyes widen, and he can only manage one word. Gladly. They exchange rings, sealing their promise. And so at last, the long winter passed, and spring arrived. Slowly, Karina began to return to everyday life. Fariel cried his eyes out when he saw her. Nobles from the north came to visit, and the herd she created was happy to see her. For the first time since before she experienced the miracle of creation, she feel healthy. She don't get winded when she walk fast, and she don't vomit blood or collapse. Every day was precious and filled with so much happiness. A maid, while helping Karina to get ready, asked her, You're not tired already, are you, my lady? The maids are all abuzz with wedding preparations, others said. There's the dress for the wedding ceremony, but we also have to prepare a dress for the banquet afterward. One of the maids gushes. There isn't a color that doesn't suit you. His Grace is so lucky to be marrying such a beautiful lady. Another maid chimes in. Wait, shouldn't we be addressing you as the Duchess-to-be now? The days will start to get warmer soon. Another maid says, holding up a dress. You said you were going to visit Viscountess Ariel this summer, right? You'll need more dresses and jewelry. Is there anything else you need? Karina smiles warmly. No, you always do such a good job preparing everything for me. Meanwhile, she thinks, everyone seems so excited. The maid said after seeing Karina. Goodness, you're absolutely stunning. Karina blushes. Really? Thank you. She thinks, I still haven't gotten used to my new eye color. The maids continue to fuss over her. Now that it's all right for you to go out, why not go on a date with His Grace? Yes, tell him you want to go somewhere. He'll be delighted. A D-date? Karina asks, a blush creeping up her cheeks. One of the maids speaks up. Excuse me. He stepped out early this morning, so he should be returning. Suddenly someone knocks the door. Karina turns, saying, Yes, come in. She turns to see Fang enter. I see you're in the middle of selecting a wedding dress. Yes, Karina replies. The attendants are so helpful that I don't need to do much. Is something the matter? Fang frowns. A red-haired man showed up and asked to see you. She asked, confused. Me? Fang steps forward. He didn't identify himself, but do you have any idea who he might be? Suddenly the person came in and said, There you are. Fang turns and asked, What do you think you're doing right now? Leave this room at once. Ajitahaka strides into the room, his eyes fixed on Karina. You were making me wait so long that I had no choice but to come here myself. Fang bristles. How can you barge in like this? Quick, fetch the knights. A maid rushed, saying, Yes, right away. Meanwhile, Karina thinks, seeing him. Who is he? I've never seen him before. Ajitahaka ignores Fang. Your name is Karina, isn't it? This is probably the first time you've seen me like this. Actually, You've never really seen my true form, have you? Karina thinks, oddly enough, I get the feeling he's not dangerous. Fang warns, Don't go near him, my lady. Karina studies Ajitahaka, suspicion in her voice. I don't think you're one of the nobles I met at the banquet. How do you know me? And how did you know where to find me? Ajitahaka chuckles, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Brave, aren't you? You must be curious about me. But first, let me say thank you. Thank you? Karina echoes, confused. Yes, Ajitahaka confirms. You woke me from my slumber. It's not exactly repayment, but I made you a heart in return. How do you like it? She thinks, what is he saying? He says I woke him up, and he made me a heart? Could it be? Ajitahaka smiles, revealing sharp teeth. Do you know who I am now? I am the Crimson Dragon, Ajitahaka, he said. Nice to meet you, master, Ajitahaka said to Karina. Nice to meet you, master. Karina, surprised, wonders, Are you really the dragon I created? I didn't know dragons could take human form. Well, I'd be too noticeable if I roamed around in my natural form. Ajitahaka explains. Karina turns to Fang. You can lower your guard, Fang. Fang hesitates. But, Karina reassures him. This dragon saved my life. I don't think it'll harm me. Fang relents. Understood, my lady. I will be just outside the door, so please call for me if you need anything. Thank you, Karina replies. Karina tells the maids. I'm sorry, but can we try on clothes another time? The maids eagerly respond. Yes, of course, my lady. We'll bring some snacks for you. Ajitahaka raises an eyebrow. I don't know what all the fuss is about. He scratches his neck, looking unbothered. Karina smiles. Ahaha. Karina muses. Our eyes are the same color. If I truly bear a dragon's heart, then. He leans in, smirking. It looks like there's a lot you want to ask me. Karina gasps. Is it that obvious? Ajitahaka laughs. Honesty isn't a bad thing. Shall we sit somewhere and talk? Is that all right with you? Karina asks. Ajitahaka agrees. Sure. Later, seated at a table laden with delicacies, Ajitahaka remarks. Ooh, the hospitality at a duke's manor is truly unparalleled. Please help yourself, she asks him. So, where have you been until now? Milian's been searching for you, but you simply disappeared. He replies. I expected him to look for me, but I was so busy replenishing my magic that I couldn't think about anything else. She asked. Magic? He said. If the master who saved me died, what do you think would happen to me? Karina listens intently as Ajitahaka explains. Just like you, I fell into a deep sleep and couldn't move. If I hadn't replenished my magic before slumber, it would have all dissipated and gone to some big mountain range. Karina is surprised. I see. I had no idea. I'm sorry you had to hurry over here as soon as you woke, Karina says. Ajitahaka waves it off. I didn't come right away. I wandered a bit because I wanted to see how things had changed. The world has become a better place. I'm glad I have the chance to live in this world again. He gazes at her, thinking. I wanted to come and give my thanks. Karina bows her head slightly. I should be the one thanking you. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. Ajitahaka asks. How are you feeling now? Karina replied, raising her fists in the air. I was asleep for quite a while after the new heart was put in, but I haven't experienced any problems since waking up. In fact, it hardly feels like I died. I feel healthier than ever. You probably fell into a deep sleep because my power and the blessing you received collided, Ajitahaka explains. He thinks. Seeing my magic replenish like this, the fusion seems to have succeeded. Life was fading from her before, but I'm glad now that I see her breathing properly and smiling brightly. He said it took some time, but I'm glad you're safe. Karina smiles gratefully. Ajitahaka, thank you again for giving me this new life. Ajitahaka responds. If you're truly grateful, live out the rest of your life happily. Your heart is my core, so I will inevitably be affected by your emotional changes. Karina ponders. Is that why I instinctively knew you were harmless, even though I'd never met you before? Ajitahaka says. Perhaps. If you compare us to humans, we're bound tightly like a father and daughter. A father and daughter, Karina repeats. She looks at him with hopeful eyes. Ajitahaka, while I'm alive, would you stay here with me? You saved my life, so I want you to be comfortable. Ajitahaka considers the offer. I appreciate the offer, but I want to explore this changed world a bit more. But above all, your partner might not like it, Karina said. Milian? No, I think he'd be happy to have you here. Ajudahaka's eyes narrow. It seems you still don't know him well, master, Ajudahaka warns. That guy is brazen. It makes no difference to him whether one is a god or a mortal. Karina tilts her head in confusion. Huh. Meanwhile, back at the Duke's manor, Milian sweeps into Ferial's room. What did you say you were going to do? Milian declares. I'm going to marry her. Come prepared with a wedding gift next time. Ferial is shocked. Are you insane? Even if she's much healthier now, she was bedridden until recently, Milian retorts. I already proposed while she was bedridden. What's the problem? Ferial said. I thought you called me here for something important. Milian replied. I didn't want Karina to be the one to tell you. Ferial sighs. There's something wrong with you. Milian shrugs. Well, I suppose love is a kind of sickness. Ferial scoffs. Are you serious? You haven't been drinking, have you? Milian snaps. Shut up. Anyway, that's what I wanted to tell you. Ferial is incredulous. I can't believe this lovesick man is a duke of the empire, he asks. Are you really not going to stop joking? Ferial asked. So when's the wedding? Even if you start planning now, it'll take quite some time. Milian examines some perfume bottles. I'll take this one and that one, he said. We're aiming for this month. Ferial is stunned. What? Isn't that too soon? Milian states firmly. Every minute counts. Karina said she'd rather have a simple ceremony and spend more time with me. Ferial scoffs. Pfft. You're way too happy about that, aren't you? Milian smirks. Why wouldn't I be? I'm the person she wants to be with. Ferial thinks back. He used to say Karina was his, but now he says he belongs to her. Falling in love really does turn people into fools. He sighs. Let me know when the date is set. I'll bring a generous gift. Milian nods. Sounds good. Ferial said. I'm going home now. I should really set up a residence in the north soon. As Milian turns to leave, Milian calls out. Ferial. Ferial turns back. What is it now? Just tell me everything at once, will you? Thank you. Milian interrupts. I wanted to thank you properly. Ferial is surprised. You're so blunt. I never thought I'd hear you thank me. He turns to leave again. Milian asked. Are you trying to pick a fight today? A maid peeks out from behind a door. Oh, Your Grace. She enters in the room saying, I see Duke Ferial is here too. Milian asked her, I thought you were choosing dresses today. What brings you here? Did you come out shopping with Karina? She replied. We were planning to browse the shops today, but a man came to see her ladyship. She's busy with the guests. Milian is taken aback. What? His mind races. Could it be someone from the Count's family? No, they wouldn't have the guts to show their faces here again. Who could it be? He grits his teeth. I'm heading back right now. Milian's losing it. Slow down, Milian, Ferial says, clearly concerned. Milian's response? Didn't you say you were going home? Why did you follow me here? He's practically fuming. Ferial's all. Well, I can't help but think something interesting is going to happen when you wear that demon-like expression on your face. He's not wrong. Milian is not having it. There's nothing interesting about this. Ferial tries to calm him down. Anyway, calm down. If something happened to Karina, Fawn would have sent word. There hasn't even been one message. But Milian's pacing is intense. Ferial even points out. You're going to stomp a hole in the carriage floor. And just like that, Milian burst into the room, shouting, Karina, I heard you were here. Only to stop dead in his tracks. Oh no! Because there, at the table, are Karina and Ajudahaka. Close. Very close. Milian's face. He's so shocked. Karina, all smiles, greets them. Oh, Milian! And Ferial, you're here too, Ajudahaka simply says. Oh, hello. Milian strides toward them, and without a word, he hugs Karina from behind, a possessive grip that screams, She's mine! Ferial is immediately on alert. Good grief, you don't care whether guests are here or not, do you? And just as I thought, there doesn't seem to be any danger in sight. Ferial raises an eyebrow. Karina, are you having an affair here at the manor? That's quite bold of you. What? Karina shout. What do you think is going on here? You've got it all wrong. Ajudahaka, trying to smooth things over, says. Affair? That's a new one. Karina said. Milian, this is the dragon who saved me. Milian asked. Dragon? You mean Ajudahaka? He smiles warmly. It's been a while, hasn't it? Karina explains in a defensive tone. He's taken human form so he doesn't attract attention. He was asleep the entire time I was. That's why he's here now. Karina adds. Since I'm healthy now, we were just chatting about. Milian squeezes Karina tightly. Fariel is unimpressed. Don't hold hands with other men. Ajitahaka, standing up, chuckles. Other men, huh? Ha ha! Your desire to protect your partner is admirable. He reaches out and ruffles Milian's hair. Milian is clearly annoyed. Karina giggles. Fariel observes. It's amazing that you can take human form. And of course, your very existence is astonishing. Ajitahaka shrugs. This is nothing. I am the mighty Crimson Dragon, after all. Awe-inspiring, aren't I? He announces. Oh my, would you look at the time. I've seen all I needed to see, so I should be going. Karina is disappointed. Already? You came all this way, won't you at least stay for dinner? Milian turns towards him and said. Oh, how nice of you to excuse yourself. Goodbye now, Ajitahaka said. I'll visit my master often. Before I go, there's something I want to tell you. Come here for a moment. Milian is clearly annoyed. What is it? How annoying. Ajitahaka leans in close, his eyes intense. The time given to my master is but an instant to me, and it's not long for a human either. If you decide to be with her, don't let her go. Artists blessed with creation crave love, so it's hard to win their hearts at first. But if they're ever disappointed by another, you know what happens, don't you? Milian thinks they neglect not only others but also themselves, and sink back into art. Ajitahaka said. However, I'm not worried about you. Your resolve to protect her is admirable. And more than that, you really suit my master. He pats Milian on the shoulder. Ajitahaka grabs his coat. Oh, you created the monster down there too, right? Can I take it with me? Karina asked Herta. Why? He said. If you die, it will die too, Karina said. If Herta's alright with it, fine. He said. Great. See you next time. Fariel chimes in. I'm leaving too. I'll show you the way. Ajitahaka said. Oh my, just look at this hospitality. The door closes. Milian comments. Ha, he's so rude, she said. He has a strong personality. Anyway, did you really think I was having an affair? I would never ever. Before she could finish, he kisses her tenderly. I love you. He pulls her close. She said. Don't try to get out of this. He said. I'm sorry. But more importantly, how are you feeling? Karina assures him. I'm fine. Ajitahaka says I have no health issues, so don't worry. He already checked me earlier. Milian said. I don't feel comfortable with that dragon. But if what he says is true, then I'm glad. Karina perks up. Haha, this means we can go on a trip. We can go to the beach or the mountains, he said. A trip sounds nice. But first, let's have a wedding. Karina is surprised. Are we really going to do it this month? Milian's face drops. Do you not want to? Karina quickly reassures him. Of course I want to. Milian grabs her hand. Then let's do it. Time is not infinite. Everyone feels that way, but time moves especially fast for Milian. You look beautiful. It's perfect. We see Karina in her wedding dress. Thank you. This is only possible because of you all. As her maid adjusts her veil, she complains. Don't keep hiding your face, Karina said. Sorry. The maid retouches her lipstick. I'll retouch your lips. Please stay still, Karina asked. Will Milian like this? The maid said. I wish you could see yourself how others see you, my lady. Other said. Of course he'll like it. Eek. His Grace is here. Karina thinks. Oh no, I'm so nervous. Milian enters. Karina, are you all ready? He stops, completely captivated. You're so beautiful. Karina smiles, her eyes sparkling. You too, Milian. They stare at each other, lost in the moment. We're finally getting married. Karina's heart is pounding like crazy, and she's convinced everyone can hear it. Milian notices her nervousness, telling her, Karina, don't be so nervous. Karina, flustered, denies it. What? I am not nervous. But Milian teases. Haha, as I always say, you're terrible at lying. Well, Karina admits, it's my first time getting married. Milian, with a tender look, responds, it's my first time as well. Karina, still blushing, says, but you're so calm. I feel embarrassed. Milian pulls her closer, asking softly, do I seem calm? His eyes darken, and he confesses, ever since I saw you, I've been forcing myself to hide how hard my heart's pounding. Karina smiles, replying, then we're the same. Milian takes her hand. Shall we get going? And Karina, full of love, answers, "Yes." The wedding guests are in awe. "Everyone, please welcome the bride and groom." "Wow! Just look at them. They're beautiful." The ceremony begins. "We gather here in this noble and sacred place to celebrate the bride and groom." Over at the tables, Fario remarks to Doctor, "You'd never guess this was put together in a hurry." Doctor chuckles, "Haha, I heard the servants stayed up all night to get everything ready." Fario said, "I feel a bit bad for them." But Doctor disagrees. "You shouldn't. You can see in their eyes how genuinely happy they are. You can tell how much they adore their masters." Fario said, "Milian really did become a proper human being thanks to Karina." Doctor, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, says, "I wonder if there will be good news from House Carlos anytime soon." Fario replies, "It's probably too soon for that. By the way, Winston, I heard you decided to stay here." Doctor confirms, "Yes. After supporting Lady Karina for so long, I didn't want to hand over my position as her personal physician to anyone else." Fario observes, "That's good, those two will have a bright future." Viscountess Ariel said, "They said it'd be a modest ceremony, but look at all these fresh flowers. Do you know how rare they are in the north? These must have cost a fortune." Baron said, "With so few guests, it still feels modest enough. I mean, it's the wedding of Duke Pastellio. But not a single noble from the capital was invited." Viscountess nods. "Well, I guess just being invited would have been an honor for most families." The Count is sentimental. "To be honest, I'd been worried ever since the engagement was announced, but they're a perfect match for each other." Baron teases. "You sound like an old man." The Count responds, "Compared to you, I am." "Ha," Viscountess said. "There's nothing to be worried about. Just look at them. They look like they've already got the whole world." The vows begin. The officiant asks, "Duke Milian Pastellio, do you vow to take Lady Karina Leopold as your wife, to love and protect for the rest of your life?" Milian, with a loving look at Karina, answers, "I do." Then, to Karina, "Lady Karina Leopold, do you vow to take Duke Milian Pastellio as your husband, to cherish and love for the rest of your life?" Karina responds, "Yes, I do." The officiant pronounces, "Then I hereby pronounce you husband and wife." As the guests applaud, Fang said, "Congratulations." Fang wipes away tears. Milian said, "Stop crying already." Fang said, "If the late Duke and Duchess were still with us, they would have cried even more than I am." Milian smiles gratefully. "Thank you." The officiant concludes, "May you both live happily ever after." Karina thinks, "There was a time when I had nothing to look forward to, but now, I can finally look forward to the future." Karina adds in her thoughts, "Even if my days are numbered, I've come to realize there are too many things to be happy and hopeful about, for me to despair over lost time. As long as I'm with Milian." The scene shifts to their wedding night. Karina stirs in Milian's arms. "Is it morning already?" she murmurs. Milian brushed through her hairs while thinking, "After the ceremony, we had a small reception." Karina looked happy. "Then we returned to the manor and we… Are you awake?" Karina rubs her eyes. Milian asks, "I am. Did you sleep well? How are you feeling?" Karina blushes. "How am I feeling? Karina squirms in his embrace. Milian worries. "I might have pushed you too hard, so…" Karina interrupts. "I am fine." Milian smiles. "My wife is endearing and lovable this morning as well." Karina retorts, "I could say the same thing about you. Why do you have to look so handsome first thing in the morning?" Milian teases. "Well, I have to make you fall for me today too, don't I?" Karina, with a soft smile, replies, "I already fell for you anyway." The morning light streams into the room as Karina stirs awake. Milian, already up, offers her a glass of water. "Good morning, Karina. Do you want some water?" Karina nods, accepting the water. Yes, please." She gulps it down, clearly parched. Milian watches her, a soft smile on his face. "You look beautiful every morning." Karina giggles, a little embarrassed. "What? Goodness, Milian." She gazes at him, a wistful expression on her face. "It still feels like a dream sometimes." Milian, intrigued, asks, "What does?" Karina smiles. "When I open my eyes, you're always right here beside me. And I'm still alive." They share a tender moment, both still finding it hard to believe their newfound happiness. "I also can't believe that I've been living this carefree life for months now." Milian squeezes her hand gently. "Well, we have some free time these days. Is there anywhere you've wanted to visit? Let's take this chance to go." Karina thinks for a moment, then mentions, I'd like to go to the Northern Sea since we couldn't visit last time. Marin invited us too, so. Milian readily agrees. All right, I'll talk to her about it. Thank you. Karina responds. But soon, Karina's stomach rumbles, breaking the peaceful atmosphere. I think I'm getting a little hungry. Milian said I'll have someone prepare breakfast. He suggests they freshen up together, but Karina quickly shuts that down. No, if we wash up together, we'll never make it out of the bathroom. She gets up and rushes towards the bathroom, leaving a disappointed Milian behind. But Karina soaks in the tub, letting out a contented sigh. Ha! She reflects on how much time has passed since their wedding. It feels like just yesterday we had our wedding, but it's been months already. A thoughtful expression crosses her face. I suppose we should visit the capital at least once. I've never really had the chance to explore it, and we've never gone to see Fariel despite receiving so much help from him. A tinge of sadness enters her voice. The capital, huh? It's a bit sad though. Now that I can't use my power, I can no longer witness the birth of new life. She thinks about the price she paid. However, in exchange for giving up the miracle of creation, I met Milian and many others. When I think of all that I've gained, it doesn't seem like I've lost much. Besides, I can still paint with these hands. She looks down at her hands, a peaceful smile gracing her lips. Right now, I couldn't be happier. After some time, Fawn greets Karina. Good morning, Your Grace. The Duke will be joining you soon. Karina still feels a bit awkward with the formal address. It still feels awkward when you call me that, Fawn. Fawn chuckles. Haha, you'll have to get used to it. You're now the lady of House Pastellio, after all. He asks about her well-being. How are you feeling today? Karina responds. Ahaha, the same as always, I guess. A bit drowsy and a bit hungry. Fawn informs her of the breakfast menu. You've been craving meat lately, so the main dish of today's breakfast is steak. Karina is pleasantly surprised. Thank you. Oddly enough, I've been hungrier these days. I wonder if my appetite changed because of the heron. I used to prefer milder dishes, and I really didn't like undercooked meat because of the blood. Fawn pauses, noticing the change in her preferences. Halt, he observes her closely. Come to think of it, you've been napping a lot lately too, haven't you? Karina shrugs. Yes, probably because the weather's so nice. The north never gets that hot, even in the summer. Besides, I don't have much to do around the manor, so it's not strange that I get sleepy all the time. A hint of worry creeps into her voice. Did you think there's something wrong with me, Fawn? All I do is eat and sleep. Fawn tries to reassure her. Having an appetite is a good sign. It means you're healthy. Still, it might be a good idea to have Winston check on you, she said. But he's been traveling back and forth between Fariel's manor and here lately because of his research. I feel a bit apologetic, Fawn said. Don't, Your Grace. If you feel bad, Winston will only feel worse. Suddenly, Milian appears, curious. Why are you standing out here instead of going in? She turns to Milian, his eyes softening. Milian said, You're hungry, aren't you? Let's eat. Karina smiles and agrees. All right. They head inside to a lavish breakfast spread. Today's breakfast includes mashed potatoes, chicken breast salad, and meatball spaghetti, with steak as the main dish. Karina's eyes light up. It looks amazing. Milian notes. There are a lot of meat dishes today. Karina eagerly cuts into the steak. Nom! The meat's so tender, it melts in my mouth. Milian, concerned, says. Karina, aren't you eating a bit too much? I'm worried you'll get indigestion. You should eat slowly. Karina pauses, surprised. Oh, was I eating that fast? Milian studies her, a thoughtful look on his face. It's good that you have an appetite, but it has increased a lot lately. It's a bit strange to say it's only because of her improved health, since she's been eating normally for the past few months. If this change in appetite is connected to the heron, we might have to check with Ajudahaka. But that damn dragon's been hiding for so long that it's hard to even find him, Fawn observes. Your Grace, I don't think her appetite is abnormal. It's just that she used to eat very little before. That's true. She used to eat almost nothing. Milian chuckles. Ha! Maybe I'm concerned over nothing. Eat as much as you want, Karina. Karina, however, seems a bit bothered by the attention on her eating habits. Milian notices her sullen mood and asks, Karina? She quickly puts on a smile. It's fine. I'm ready for dessert now. But Milian's eyes widen in alarm, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Did I make a mistake? Milian notices Karina seems upset. She looks upset all of a sudden, he thinks. But why? He asks. What would you like for dessert? Karina replies simply, fruit. Milian's alright. I'll have them bring some right away. Karina just stares blankly. The desserts arrive, but Milian can't help but wonder. Did I say something wrong without realizing it? What could have upset her? He replays their conversation in his head. Karina, aren't you eating a bit too much? He had said once. Then later. Eat as much as you want, Karina. He's frustrated. Is she mad because I still don't fully understand her? He thinks. Wrong. I should change the subject. Karina, when would you like to visit Viscountess Ariel? Milian asks. I was about to contact her anyway. She asked. Really? He said. How about around this time next week? We could probably stay for about a week. Karina nods. All right. Milian is relieved. I'll tell Fong to start preparing for the trip. I guess she wasn't upset after all. He thinks. I never thought I'd live to feel grateful to Viscountess Ariel. Karina asked. Milian? Yes? He replies. She said. I'm sorry for snapping at you a few moments ago. He realizes. So she really was upset, he says. Huh. It's fine, she said. I've been getting emotional for no reason lately. Maybe the heron is affecting my mood somehow. Milian fumes. No, you didn't do anything wrong. I'll just be more careful. He imagined a wanted poster with Ajitahaka's face on it. I should definitely track that dragon down. Later, Fong said to Milian. I've located the dragon, Your Grace. Milian is sitting back in his chair. Fong continues. He says it's not because of the heron, so he won't be coming anytime soon. Milian said, It's not because of the heron, huh? Milian thinks. Karina's been eating more and taking naps often lately. I thought maybe she was unwell, but she didn't seem sick at all. Then, could it be? Just then, there's a knock at the door. Come in, Milian says. Winston enters. I've finished Her Grace's examination. Milian rises. How is she? Winston hesitates. She's definitely pregnant. She's about 3 months along. Milian says simply. I see. Winston observes. You don't seem very surprised. Milian replies. I am actually. I just suspected as much. He thinks. A child, huh? I'm sure they will be sweet and beautiful, just like Karina. But for someone whose days are numbered, having a child might be a painful attachment. He asks Winston. How much strain will pregnancy and childbirth put on her body? Winston replies. Her health is currently no different from that of an ordinary woman. Still, no matter how healthy the mother, childbirth always comes with pain and risks. Milian thinks. It's not like I never thought about having a child, but wishing for one with her felt like I was being selfish. Not that it matters what I think. I'll completely support whatever Karina chooses to do. All that matters to me now is her happiness. Milian hardens his resolve. I'll tell her the news myself. He finds Karina and tells her. She asked. What? I'm pregnant? Milian confirms. Yes, about 3 months, apparently. She said I knew I had some symptoms, but in my case, I thought it was because of the heron. Milian is distraught. You must be very shocked. I'm sorry. I should have realized it sooner and had Winston check on you. I was so blind. I can't believe it took me 3 months to notice. Karina reassures him. No, don't say that. The symptoms only started showing recently. Milian is determined. It'd be a lie to say I'm not happy you're pregnant. But I don't want it to be a burden on you. Karina is surprised. A burden? Milian continues. A child is incredibly precious. But it'll tie you down, won't it? Karina says. I don't think so. It's a little overwhelming, sure, but I've always wanted a baby. She looks directly at Milian. This is our child, Milian. Milian said. The child will be a lingering attachment. You won't be able to spend your remaining time just for yourself. And what if you regret that later on? She asks. Despite all those things, wouldn't you like to raise our child? I want to know how you truly feel, he said. Honestly, of course, I want to have a baby with you. I know they will be as lovely as you and bring us so much joy, she said. Then that settles it. You won't be alone after. I'm gone one day. But more than that, I've always wanted a family. Karina smiles. Of course, not that you aren't my family now. Milian asks. Are you sure about this? She replied. Yes. I want to give our child all the love I never got from my parents. I've always wanted to have a loving family. He takes her hand. Then let's build the family you've dreamed about, together, Milian says. Maybe we should postpone the trip to the seaside. Do we really have to visit Ariel right now? Karina replies. But I think the baby would like it. The sound of waves is very soothing, Milian grumbles. Still, she's rough around the edges, both in her words and her actions, Karina teases. Pfft, are you already acting like an overprotective father? She said, holding his hand. Don't worry. As long as we're together, we'll have a wonderful time. Milian is attentive. All right then. If there's anything you want to eat, tell me. Karina has a craving. Peaches? Strawberries would be nice too. And melons. Oh, and grapes. And, Milian declares, ha, I'll turn the empire upside down and bring you every fruit I can find. We believed we didn't have any time left, Milian thinks. But soon enough, we will welcome a small miracle into the world. The carriage rolls along, and Karina remarks, the breeze feels nice. Milian, ever watchful, asks, yes. The trip wasn't too rough on you, was it? She smiles. Not at all. If anything, it feels exciting. It's like I'm setting out on an adventure. Although, I do enjoy being at the manor. He seems relieved. I'm just glad you seem to be in good spirits. But Milian's concern is still there. Long carriage rides aren't ideal for a pregnant woman, so… Karina cuts him off with a playful, no more nagging, please, she points out. You've said that 3 times today, she defends herself. We took breaks along the way, and I slept well at the inn too. I'm fine, really. Then Karina's eyes widen. The sea, Milian announces. We're almost there. It's your first time seeing the ocean. What do you think? She gasps. It's huge. It seems to go on forever. And it feels like it's connected to the sky. The carriage arrives. Well, look who it is. Welcome. It's Marin, greeting them with open arms. It's been a while, Karina says. Marin replies. Oh, there's no need for formalities. You sound way too stiff, she sighed. Oh, you two may be married now, but don't tell me I have to call you something cringy like Your Grace and such. Come on, spare me, Karina adds. I'd prefer it if you just address me as you usually do. Milian asks Marin. We said we'd meet you at your manor. Why did you come all the way to the entrance of the Viscounty? Marin grins. Because it's Karina's first time seeing the sea. I came to give her a personal tour. She pulls Karina into a hug. You've hobbed her all to yourself the whole trip here, so now let us ladies have our time, Your Grace. Milian retorts. You win, I mean Viscountess Ariel, what exactly are you up to? She said, when a man accompanies his wife while she's with her friends, it's a recipe for disaster. Marin teases. Don't you know that's how you get on their bad side? Now, go on ahead to the manor. Karina nods. Marin's right, you should go rest first. Milian looks up at Karina with a pout. But I want to stay with you, she said. But you've been exhausted this whole trip, you even lost sleep worrying about me, she said. It's safe here in Marin's territory. And even if something happens, you know I'll probably be fine, he says. But Karina, she reaches up and touches his face. I promise I'll be back before dinner. Milian relents. All right. If that's what you want, I won't stop you. I'll head to the manor first. He kisses her hand. Okay, see you in a bit. The carriage pulls away, leaving Karina with Marin. Inside the walls of the estate, Marin says, You really amaze me, Karina. Karina asks, Why? Marin explains, I've known His Grace since he was a kid. As you know, the North and my family have had a lot of interactions. Karina gushes. So you saw him as a child? He must have been adorable. Marin laughs. Haha, only when he kept his mouth shut. We've been at each other's throats since forever. Even as a kid, he never got attached to anything. Aside from his parents, he didn't really connect with anyone emotionally. He was like a machine. Marin leans in close. That's why it's so strange. He's still as curt and cold as ever. So what in the world made you fall for that man? Enough to marry him, no less. Karina blushes. Maybe that honesty of his? Marin teases. You call that honesty? You're something else, Karina. Marin's tone turns thoughtful. Anyway, the Duke Pastellio I've seen nowadays is shocking. I always thought he was a workaholic, not someone who'd ever devote himself to another person. He's become more human because of you. Thank you, Karina. Oh, we're here. She points. This beach is one of the few spots where you can get close to the water safely. I've always wanted to bring you here. As they reach the beach, Karina breathes. Wow, she exclaims. It's even more beautiful up close. Marin grins. Right? I knew you'd love it. It's my favorite place. The pirates can be a bit of a nuisance sometimes, though. Marin kicks off her shoes. Walking barefoot on the sand feels amazing. If you want, I'll take you out on a boat later, Karina asks. Do you think I could paint on the boat? Marin replies. Well, if you don't mind a little rocking. Karina smiles. I guess I'll have to try it to find out. They splash in the water, and Marin asks, Karina, I heard you don't have long to live. Is that true? Karina's expression falls. Oh, then she says, Yes, it's true. Marin continues, I see. I figured it was better to ask you directly than just wonder on my own. I'm sorry if that question upset you, Karina assures her. No, it's fine. I wasn't planning to hide it anyway. She thinks, I made a promise with Milian. At the very least, I'll be honest about my condition to the people close to me. They also deserve to have time to say goodbye. Marin puts her arm around Karina. You're an amazing woman, you know that? Karina giggles. Marin suddenly perks up. Karina, there's something interesting about your scent. Karina is confused. Marin sniffs. What? My scent? I swear I showered before coming here. Marin clarifies. No, not that kind of scent. My family's known for having a keen sense of smell. My parents said mastering the senses was part of becoming a proper heir. Marin sniffs again. Karina asks, So you're saying I smell like something? Marin says. It's kind of like the scent animals have when they're preg. Karina gasps. Marin exclaims. Wait, are you pregnant? She replied. Yes. You really are sharp, Marin. I'm a bit embarrassed. Marin smiles. Congratulations, Karina. I'd like to think I'm the first friend to congratulate you. Karina answers. You are, Marin says happily. Good. I like that. She leans in and whispers in Karina's ear. I hope your baby ends up taking after you more than his grace. Karina laughs. Haha, what are you talking about? Marin replies. What, you don't believe me? I'm serious. The golden seaside stretches out before Karina and Milian, footprints marking their stroll. I feel like my stomach's going to burst again today, Karina says, sounding a little too satisfied. Milian agrees. We can get fresh seafood delivered to the estate, sure, but the freshness near the seaside really is something else. A few moments ago, Karina said at the dining table. Today, too, truly amazing. She thinks, at this rate, it's almost like I'm going to become seafood. Marin beams. Here, eat up. Marin explains she personally selected all the ingredients. Milian says, This is the most extravagant hospitality I've ever received in my life. Back on the beach, Karina is pensive. I still can't believe we're leaving tomorrow. Milian asks, You must be really sad about it. She replies, Of course. I should have come sightseeing a little earlier. Milian takes her hand. You can come again next time. Maybe next time there'll be 3 of us instead of 2. Karina's mood shifts. But before that, there's something you need to give Marin a proper answer about. He turns serious, thinking, You really dropped a bomb earlier. At the dinner table, Marin reflects, Not something to bring up during a meal, but I figured I wouldn't get another chance. Karina eats, seemingly unconcerned, as Milian looks on. What nonsense are you spouting again? Marin leans in. Don't you think the 2 children who'll be born will need a godmother? And the perfect candidate is me. Of course. Karina is touched. Marin as our child's godmother. If Karina agrees, I'd be delighted. Karina immediately responds. I'd love that. Marin beams. Then I'm sure His Grace will approve too, right? Milian's inner turmoil is visible. Godmother, he thinks. That's not a bad idea, but don't want to die. But then he looks at Karina's happy face. For me, Karina's smile is far more precious than any petty jealousy or pride could ever be. Back on the beach at sunset, Karina asks, You still don't like it? About Marin becoming our child's godmother. He gives a soft smile. No. If that's what you want, then so be it. As long as it's not a decision that puts you in danger, I'll always go along with what you wish. Karina's face lights up. Really? He confirms. Of course. The right to choose the godmother is yours to begin with, isn't it? Karina throws her arms around him. Thank you, he says. Wait, careful. Karina finds a seashell. This seashell is so pretty, Milian suggests. If you take it and dry it well, maybe you can make a necklace out of it. Karina sighs contentedly. Hee hee. I think I've seen enough of the sea to last a lifetime this week, Milian asks. So you're tired of it? Karina shakes her head, her hair billowing in the wind. Not at all. No matter how much I look at it, I never get tired of it. Especially where the sky and sea meet. It always looks so mysterious, like the sea becomes the sky, and the sky becomes the sea. It's always breathtaking. Milian gazes at her, captivated. Just like your eyes. When I look into your eyes, it's like seeing the sky and the sea together. And at night, you're my only guide in the darkness. She asked. Don't you consider this strange? He said. Not at all. I just wish you'd keep those eyes fixed only on me forever. If those eyes would keep shining only toward me, filled with life, I'd have nothing more to wish for. Milian embraces Karina, his heart swelling with love. My greed keeps growing endlessly. The more time I spend by her side, the more love we share. The more I learn the warmth of her heart. He looks at her tenderly. Karina, let's go to the Winter Mountains anytime you want. Aren't you curious to see what's left where the dragon once was? She asks. Do you think anything would still be there? He pauses, lost in thought. He touches her face as she said, Milian? He pulls her closer, and they kiss. He said, Every moment I spend with you, I feel like I grow a little happier. She said, Me too. Milian reflects on his deep love for Karina. She's the only one who can make me laugh or cry, feel true happiness in my life. Even if this woman someday disappears, I'll cherish this happiness to the fullest, with her. A week passes. The estate is bustling with preparations for departure. The week went by in the blink of an eye. Marin sighs. Milian retorts, Really? It felt long to me. Milian gets playfully pummeled by Marin. Karina observes, Even Milian said it felt short. He's just saying that because he's embarrassed. Marin said, Honestly, your grace always acts so different around Karina. Milian bristles. Different? Marin teases. You obviously didn't like the idea of me being the godmother. But when Karina asked, you agreed without a single complaint. You've already been caught, you know? Milian is silent. Karina gently intervenes. Marin, stop teasing Milian. Marin smiles. Well, it's only natural to want to look good for someone you like. I understand completely. Milian said, still saying useless things, I see. Karina blushes. Hee hee, maybe, but I meant it. Marin said, I guess I got too excited at the thought of being a godmother. Karina said, Marine, next time, we'll come visit together, the three of us. Marin responds, I'm already looking forward to that. Marin has a surprise for Karina. Oh, right. Before you go, I have something to give you. Hold out your hand. She hands Karina a seashell. Here, it's called a conch. Put it to your ear. Karina listens intently. I can hear the sound of the ocean. How did you make this? Marin laughs. Haha, I didn't. Nature made it. Think of it as a gift holding all the time we spent together by the sea. Karina is touched. Thank you. I'll treasure it. Marin said, every time you listen to it, don't forget. I'll be waiting here by this sea. Until we meet again, stay healthy. Milian stood happy seeing Karina as she said, You too, Marine. Marin holds Karina's hands. Partings always hurt a little, but now I know. When there's a promise waiting at the end of it, even farewells can be gentle. Time has flown by, and Karina is already 7 months pregnant. Her body feels much heavier, but she still feels healthier than before. The doctor is checking up on Karina, saying, Your pulse is normal, and you're very healthy. Karina's relieved, admitting, Lately, I feel a lot of thumps and kicks. Everything's okay, right? The doctor reassures her. It's normal to feel the baby's movements more clearly now. How about talking to the baby whenever you feel it? The bond with the mother is a very important factor. Karina said it feels awkward, but I'll try. As long as the baby grows strong and healthy, I'll do anything. The doctor hesitates, then reveals, Lady Karina, I wasn't sure whether I should tell you or not. Actually, a few months ago, I think I had a conception dream about your baby. Karina's taken aback. A conception dream, the doctor continues. Normally, I would have forgotten it quickly, but I still remember it clearly. He recounts his dream. When I opened my eyes, the whole place was a vast snowy plain. It was so vivid that at first, I didn't even realize it was a dream. He had wandered around, thinking, where is this? What is this? A seed? I've never seen a seed like this before. What kind of plant could it be? The doctor thought. I need to find somewhere to put it. If I stay here any longer, I'll freeze to death. Suddenly, golden footprints appeared, and the doctor wondered, "What is this? Footprints, glowing gold." All the snow melted away. He marvels. All the snow has melted. He saw the seeds still glowing gold. Does it mean I should plant it here? He planted it. Instantly, a small plant sprouted, then grew into a massive tree. The doctor was stunned. He thought, "It's so beautiful." Even after waking up, the warmth that wrapped his entire body stayed with him for a long time. He reflects that the tree glowing gold and blue was incredibly beautiful, and the warmth that wrapped my entire body felt so real, even though it was a dream. She said, "Such an unexpected gift." She tells the doctor, "You even had a conception dream for my child, Winston." She continues, "I'm so happy. You are like a father to me now. A child with such a precious conception dream will surely be born healthy. Don't worry." Karina expresses her gratitude. "Thank you, Winston." After some moments, she said, "Hello, Winter." Karina tried talking to her belly, though it still felt awkward. "Then, shall we go for a walk together today with Mom? I'll walk carefully since you'll be born soon. Let's meet soon, healthy and well, Winter." Milian, walking in the garden, thinks of Karina. He enters to ask, "Karina, did the walk go well?" Just then, he noticed Ajitahaka arrives, sitting next to Karina. "You! Finally here! The weather is really nice, isn't it?" He offers Milian some cake. "Here, sit and try this. Your skills are still impressive," Karina says. "I ran into him while walking. I heard you arrived quickly," Karina exclaims. "Ah, Lord Ajitahaka?" Ajitahaka smirks. "Hee, you really have good instincts. I was just about to kidnap my master," she adds. "Ha! Milian might actually believe it. By the way, Milian, I have good news." Milian asks. "Good news?" Karina declares. "Ajitahaka will be the godparent of our child." Milian is shocked. "What? What?" Ajitahaka explains. "It's my master's request, so there's no way I could refuse." Karina said, "Even dragons have the custom of being godparents like us. A godparent can bestow blessings upon the child." Milian in his thoughts imagining Marin and Ajitahaka said, "Both of them, why are they trying to act with Karina where I'm not present? And of all creatures, it has to be some reptile as a godparent." He mumbled, "They didn't come when I looked for them. So why now?" Ajitahaka observes. "Oh, his patience has grown. I thought you'd be mad," Ajitahaka says. "Well, it's nothing serious. I just felt my master's heartbeat was a bit off, so I came back. But it's quite amusing." Karina smiles. "I'm glad you came before the baby was born," Milian says. "If Karina is happy, then so am I," Ajitahaka offers. "One piece of advice, you should go to the temple in the capital soon." Milian is confused. "What do you mean?" Ajitahaka explains. "My master was born with an exclusive blessing from the gods, and even possesses dragon magic. On top of that, you are far above ordinary humans. You are a being born blessed by the god," he tells. "You don't seem to have been injured often, and your senses are sharper than others. Surely, you are a human blessed by the god of war. Those loved by the gods inevitably so not entangle with each other. Usually, gods don't get along that well, and those loved by the gods tend to instinctively avoid each other. Especially art and war? Normally, the two would clash, and a child like this couldn't be born." Ajitahaka continues. "It seems my magic acted as a barrier." Milian is concerned. "Could something happen to Karina?" Ajitahaka reassures him. "No, there shouldn't be much problem for my master. The child already shows so much affection." Ajitahaka asks, "Can I touch for a moment?" Karina replies, "Ah, yes." Ajitahaka places his hand on Karina's belly. Karina gasps. "The baby moved," Ajitahaka said. "It reacted to my magic." The baby really is sensitive to magical energy. This child might take some time to adjust to the world. Normally, a child like this couldn't be born, because it's a being with unparalleled excess. Karina looks on with concern as she hears that. This child will probably need some time to adjust to the world, because they're being born as being far beyond what should normally be born. Karina is startled, demanding, "What does that mean?" Ajitahaka calmly explains. "It's simple. Being sensitive to mana means their 5 senses are more developed than others." Karina worries, but Ajitahaka continues. "With time, they'll get used to it to some extent, but for a newborn human baby, it will be painful." Milian's worried, asking, "Are you saying the child will be in discomfort?" Ajitahaka realizes he may have unintentionally caused anxiety. Oh dear, it seems I scared you unintentionally. I'll explain slowly. He demonstrates with a burst of mana, focusing it into a wine glass. Now look at this, he says. Ajitahaka explains. Let's assume this scarce cup is the average human body. Of course, the size of the cup differs from person to person. Simply put, this is the size of the vessel. He elaborates. Some people are born with a naturally large cup, but it can also grow larger depending on their environment, and inside it, this wine represents what a human is born with. An illustration shows the senses: sight, hearing, smell, touch, taste, insight, quick thinking, and motor skills. Milian interjects. So what about it? Ajitahaka continues. Some people are born receiving them excessively. Like this, the ones commonly called geniuses. They're born filled with their abilities to the limit of what a human can hold. Milian asked, is it similar to Asperger's syndrome? He answers, well, similar, but with a difference. To put it simply, Ajitahaka says, their wine doesn't overflow outside the cup. They possess the maximum ability within the range they can handle. Ajitahaka then adds, but in your case, it's like too much wine was poured into a normal cup and overflowed. Milian looks grave. Ajitahaka continues, meanwhile, your partner, who was born as an average human, but fortunately, their cup was much larger so nothing overflowed. But your child is on another level. What they're born with is so immense, not so matter how large your cup is, it won't be enough. Ajitahaka states ominously. It will inevitably overflow. Karina looks concerned. Are you saying they might develop something like autistic syndrome, or fall ill somehow? Ajitahaka responds. If they grow well, they'll be unusually excessively healthy. But you'll need to keep enlarging the cup to match their strength that grows with them. Every stimulus in the ordinary world will feel far more intense. You should go to the temple. Ajitahaka explains. The temple is filled with humans overflowing with divine power close to the child's, so it'll be better than other noise. Karina worries as he said. I recommend going right after birth if possible. She thinks, but the temple is only in the capital. What if I run into my family? I'm supposed to be dead. Will it be okay? Milian, having been silent, finally speaks. He continues. You're due soon, so we can't travel all the way to the capital. Ajitahaka chimes in. Come on, don't you have a villa in the capital? Ajitahaka offers helpfully. If distance is the problem, I can teleport you there, so don't worry. I was getting tired of wandering around anyway, so a trip to the capital with her sounds perfect. What do you think? Ajitahaka laughs as Milian said. Do you want to die? Ajitahaka said, if you could kill me, it would be the greatest honor. Milian considers. Even if traveling isn't difficult, going to the capital might. Karina might find it emotionally overwhelming. Milian reassures Karina, placing his hand on her shoulder. Karina, you don't have to force yourself. There are many quiet temples here in this province. You can go to those. Karina wonders, putting a hand on her stomach. But what if something happens to the baby? Milian reassures her. Didn't the dragon say it? That the child will be healthy. Ajitahaka said yes, the explanation was long, but in the end, time is the answer. Ajitahaka adds. It's natural that it won't be easy at first, but they'll quickly adjust to their senses and learn to control them. Even among newborn dragons, because their senses are too developed, they often can't handle even loud voices or movements and suffer numerous breakdowns. But with time, they'll get used to it. Your child will too, so don't worry. Karina replies softly. Yes, thank you. Ajitahaka tells her. Whatever the case, they're born with abundant divine blessings, and they're the child of someone who broke a taboo yet survived, a powerful miracle. They'll surely resemble their mother. Karina's eyes widen with realization. Milian looks at Karina and she said, Milian, let's go to the capital. He asked, Are you really sure? The baby is important, but you are also very important to me, she said. But if there's a better way, isn't it unlike us not to try it? Milian nods. All right. Ajitahaka adds, then it's decided. Tell me when you're going to depart. Fortunately, there were no more beasts left to subjugate, so it was easier for Milian to leave his territory than before. And they decided to stay in the capital for a while, the place she thought she would never return to again. The scene shifts to a teleportation portal. Karina, Milian, and Ajitahaka are teleported. After about 2 years since leaving the capital for the north, it was our return. Time flies after Karina arrives in the capital. Days turn into weeks as the numbers peel off the calendar. After gaining the dragon's mana, Karina's body healed, but even so, carrying a life inside of her isn't as easy as she thought. She sighs, holding up a beautiful white dress. I don't think I can wear these clothes anymore. Milian's arms wrap around her from behind. Still, they're just as pretty as ever. He continues. Honestly, I should have gained more weight, but only my belly is sticking out, so I'm worried. She said, everyone keeps treating me so delicately. What are you going to do if you end up rolling around like a ball? Milian nuzzles her neck. It's fine. Better than being too skinny. As the days passed, there was some anxiety. Yet strangely, Karina felt peaceful. Maybe this is the moment they've been waiting for. And then, sounds of labor filled the room. A healthy princess has been born. A nurse gently cradles the newborn. Karina's eyes are filled with tears as she lies exhausted in bed. Milian stands at her side. Karina, you did so well, she huffed while saying, I want to see the baby's face. Milian gently holds his daughter. Yes, hold her. Karina holds her baby close, tears streaming down her face. She said, Mom has been waiting so long for you, my baby. She gazes at her daughter. I want to look a little longer, but for some reason, I'm so tired. Milian is concerned. Karina? She said with a trembling voice. Ah. Milian, he said, you must be exhausted, right? Leave the baby to me. Milian carefully takes baby from Karina's arms. Before she dozed off, she said, I wish I could hold her just a little longer. Karina lies in bed, overcome with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. After giving birth, Karina fell asleep as if she'd fainted. It took a full 5 days before she finally regained proper consciousness. She vaguely remembered waking up a few times to eat or take medicine, but the drowsiness always dragged her right back under. Then Karina wakes up, looking around. Our baby! She struggles to sit up. I'm thirsty. Milian is immediately there for her. I'll get you water. Can you sit up? He hands her a glass. Here you go. Karina drinks deeply, then asks, Where's the baby? Milian replies, Every time you wake up, you ask for her first. You need to pay more attention to your own body. The baby is right behind you. Karina looks at the bassinet. Why is she here? Milian explains. She cries when you're not close by. He picks up the baby. When Milian holds her, she calms for a moment, but when she feels Karina is far away, she cries again. Milian sighs, then smiles. Here, hold her. Karina takes her daughter. Milian observes. Her eyes resemble yours. Karina questions. Mine? Milian confirms. Yes. I've never seen a baby with mismatched eye colors before, but both colors are yours. He kisses Karina's cheek. She said, Her hair. I think she takes after you, Milian. Karina smiles softly. He said, So it seems. Karina looks at her daughter, overwhelmed. She's so small. I feel like I could hurt her with the slightest mistake. He asked, Do you know how I was? I was terrified too. I thought she might break if I held her wrong. Milian continues, And what the dragon said seems to be true. Even when I hide my presence and walk quietly, she notices right away. Her senses are definitely sharp. She said, I hope our voices aren't painful for her. He said, Thankfully, she seems used to our voices from being in the womb. Karina thinks, What must that heightened sensitivity feel like? I can't even imagine. Karina gently strokes her baby's face. Will she calm down if I do this? She covers the baby's ears, and the baby smiles. Milian is amazed. That's the first time I've seen her smile. She must like that you covered her ears. Karina is filled with love. It's really amazing. Milian asks, What is? Karina answers, Her. And I still can't believe I'm a mother now. How could this tiny little being have been inside my belly? Ah, that's right. We need to choose a name. Winter was only her prenatal name. Milian said. Fario rushes over the moment he heard she was born. He suggested, Serenus. He chose it hoping the world she lives in will be filled not with noise, but with calm seas like gentle waves, and that her time will shine brightly. Milian is touched, but amused. Without pointless wars or meaningless fights, right? Yes, he's always unrealistically idealistic. Milian and Karina share a kiss. Karina says, I like it. If you agree, I'm fine with it too. How about Saren as a nickname? He said. As long as it pleases you, I'm happy with anything. Karina smiles. Milian and Karina sit together on the bed, holding their daughter close. Nice to meet you, Saren. After some time passed, Ajitahaka came to meet them. He said, Oh, we finally meet. My little one, Milian said. Seems you don't like that title. This child will one day succeed me as the Duke, Ajitahaka said. Oh, come on, there are things that come before being a mere Duke, Milian asked. What? Ajitahaka retorts. Namely being the eldest daughter of this great body. Wahahaha, Karina said, but somehow, it feels like Saren also knows that Ajitahaka is the matron, doesn't it? Karina holds her baby, Saren, and looks conflicted. Milian said. I don't want to admit it. Turns out, Fawn and Winston have been a huge help, but Saren is so sensitive to even the smallest sounds or touches that she cries a lot, making things difficult, Karina said. Look, she doesn't cry in front of Lord Ajitahaka, Karina observed, stunned. Saren's huge, mismatched eyes stare intently at Ajitahaka. She seems to be staring as if she finds it fascinating. Ajitahaka, smirking, leans closer to the baby. Little one, looks like you're ready to have a staring contest with me from birth, she then asked him. Want to try holding her? Ajitahaka looks a little nervous, confessing. Sure, but how do you hold a human baby? Milian stood nervous staring at them, Karina said. I'll teach you how to hold her. She then passed Saren to him. Ah, look at Ajitahaka cradling baby Saren. He's totally smitten, he said. These tiny, young moments are really short. Just like hatchlings are brief even for dragons. Saren reaches out a tiny hand and grabs Ajitahaka's finger. He asked, Oh, did you see that? This little one grabbed me, Ajitahaka exclaims, clearly delighted. Milian deadpans. I think it's just a natural reflex, Karina said. She seems to feel comfortable with me instinctively. Ajitahaka said, My magic is somewhat similar to hers, so that might be why. You could say our frequencies are in sync. Anyway, as your godfather, listen well, little one. There will probably be many things in this world that could harm you. But I'll do my best to protect you until my life ends, Karina thinks. If I disappear from this world, probably Ajitahaka too. Saren will have many farewells. Milian then muses. Haha, a dragon without a title may not be much help, Ajitahaka said. But at least I can use magic when this little one is in danger. Milian asked. Nothing dangerous should happen, right? Ajitahaka's face is serious. You never know. Ajitahaka smiles. Oh, right, I will bestow the dragon's blessing. And just like that, a golden light envelopes the baby. You'll have to go to the temple soon, but it's okay as a temporary measure. As a piece of breath reached Saren, her eyes began to shine with a somewhat relaxed expression. Gradually, the senses dormant inside the child will start opening to the world. A tiny world was quietly expanding. Time skip. Half a year later, Fariel arrives at Karina's residence. Karina, long time no see, Fariel announces cheerfully. Karina greets him with a simple, Fariel. He immediately asks, What about Saren? Karina replies, Fawn will bring her soon. Want to have a cup of tea first? Fariel accepts, and Karina asks, Is it okay to come without telling Milian? He replies, Milian went to the Imperial Palace anyway, right? Karina sighs. Ah, right, I guess some procedures are needed to stay long in the capital. She asked, How did you know that? He smirks. I used a little trick to enter secretly. Honestly, I think waiting this long was already impressive. Fariel dramatically cries. I can't believe I haven't seen Saren for half a year. I am the one who named her. Not trying to boast, Karina replies. Oh, that's, he said. Of course. Saren cries a lot and is very sensitive to strangers, so I know there have been no other visitors to the mansion in these 6 months, Fariel says. But she's gotten better after the dragon visited and she went to the temple. Milian didn't tell me at all, Karina thinks. Maybe Milian just didn't want to see Fariel pampering Saren. He also told me Fariel was busy, so I didn't know, she recalls. But Fariel retorts, So I came while Milian wasn't around. Karina smiles. Perfect timing. She's eaten, napped, and is now bright-eyed and awake. Fawn appears, pushing a fancy baby carriage. Madam. Fawn, over here, Karina calls out. Fariel tunners with a glow on his face. Say, Severine! Saren, lying, stares up with wide, mismatched eyes, clutching a black cat plush. Aing! She cries. As cute as I imagined, Fariel gushes. Already playing with toys is so adorable, Karina adds. Lately, she's trying to crawl a bit too. Wah! Saren cries. Looks like she wants to move, Karina notes. And maybe thanks to going to the temple once a week, she cries much less now. Saren babbles. Ma! Ma! She doesn't cry at the sound of conversation either, right? Ferial observes. She said. Yes. They said if you block out sound too much, it will be harder later, so babies are exposed gradually to adapt from birth, she explains. Around 3 months old, she was so sensitive she couldn't sleep because of bugs. Ferial asked. Bugs? She said. Yes, even mosquito sounds made her react. Not just nearby. She couldn't sleep until all mosquitoes in the mansion were gone. He laughs. Oh, I can't imagine that well, she said. Makes sense, haha. Ferial then asks, can I touch her a little? Karina, after a beat, replies, ah, yes, you may. Ferial reaches out a hand towards Saren, who stares up at him with wide, apprehensive eyes. The moment Ferial's finger touches her, Saren bursts into tears. Kia! Ferial is crushed. Say, Saren, I'm your uncle. Karina sighs. Still really shy with strangers. Karina then picks her up while she said, Ma! Karina asked, by the way, did you visit the lab today? He replied with tears in his eyes. Well, where I usually am, yes. Karina muses. Then it must be because of the chemical smells in the lab. Ferial, looking at his hands, said, but usually, ventilation is good. And by the time she comes back it's mostly gone, so she shouldn't smell it, Karina said. Her sense of smell is very sensitive, not just hearing. Maybe after washing and changing clothes she'll be fine, Karina suggests. Ferial pouts. What a picky little princess. Karina stands at the window, lost in thought. Would it feel better if I opened the window? She muses, then opens it wide. Saren was in her arms. Moments like this really make you seem like a kid and an adult at the same time, Karina said, gazing at her with so much love. She showers her with kisses. She's such a baby. Karina holds Saren, a soft smile gracing her lips. I wish I could stay with you a little longer. Mom just wants Serenus to be happy, forever. Suddenly Saren points at the door saying, Ba. Karina asked. Huh? Why is the door? Karina realizes what's happening. Looks like Ferial finished washing up. Our Serenus has sharp ears. It won't smell weird anymore. But then the door opens, and Karina's eyes widen in shock. Milian. And there he is, Milian, in all his brooding glory. Oof, that stare could melt glaciers. Milian walks into the room. Serenus is awake? Isn't it time for your nap? He asks, looking at Karina and Serenus. Karina stutters, trying to deflect. Well, you see, first, please hand me the cloak. Baby Serenus babbles, reaching for Milian. Karina mentally panics. If Ferial comes right now, I feel like it'll be really bad. Milian lifts Serenus into the air. Hello, Serenus. You were sleeping so soundly when I left that I couldn't say goodbye. He's completely smitten. Milian notices something amiss. There are 2 teacups. Did you have a guest? He asks, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Karina, holding the cloak, turns away, trying to play it cool. Well, she stammers. Karina gives Milian a knowing smile. Milian holds Serenus, his eyes narrowing. Milian asks, shocked. It wasn't Ferial who came, was it? He thinks, a dangerous glint in his eyes. You little brat! He mentally screams at Ferial. Karina thinks. Not came, but he's still here. If I say that, it'll seriously be a disaster. Karina's scheming again. Ferial's the only one who hasn't met Serenus yet, right? So, he said he wanted to see him. Come to think of it, why did you lie and say Ferial was busy? Milian replied, if you allow Ferial, it'll turn into a chain reaction. Starting with Marine Ariel, all the other northern nobles will line up trying to come to the capital to see Serenus, won't they? But I think Serenus's most important business vision is that we should be the only ones who get to see how cute he is. Karina is speechless, her eyes wide with disbelief. Milian's on the same page. It's not like Serenus wears out from being looked at, and she should meet lots of people too, she argues. Milian firmly says. She wears out. Suddenly, a knock at the door. Oh no, it's happening. Sure enough, there's Ferial, grinning like a Cheshire cat. Karina, I'm all ready now, he says. Hurry and let me hold Serenus, a little. Milian, still holding Serenus, glares at Ferial. You show up at my estate without even a heads up? He questions. Looks like you wish to die. Ferial shrugs. Like that'd stop me. You break into my place whenever you're bored too. Milian said, "You've got ulterior motives." Ferial nonchalantly makes himself comfortable on the couch. "Yeah, since I'm busted anyway, this works out nicely." The audacity. Milian's getting worked up. "What? Are you insane? Get lost." Ferial, looking hurt, clutches his chest. "Karina, I think Milian's way of speaking is a bit too harsh. It hurts my heart." Ferial whines internally, scheming how to get more time with Serenus. "Would it really be impossible to stay just a few days, Karina? I was thinking of playing with Serenus while Milian isn't around," Milian said. "This bastard," Ferial said. "If you don't want me staying, then let me play to my heart's content just for today." Ferial is a master manipulator. "Then I'll go back quietly," he says, but his expression says otherwise. Milian clenches his fists, seething. "Shameless bastard," he thinks. Flashback time. Milian reflects on their academy days. He was like that back in academy days too. When there was something he absolutely wouldn't give up, his obsession was on another level. Milian, looking at a sleeping Serenus, sighs. "If I kick him out now, it feels like he'll become even more troublesome later." He sits beside him and said, "You came prepared, ready to fight me if it came to that?" Ferial said, "If it's a battle of patience, I'm confident." Milian, defeated, says, "Fine." Milian finally relents. "Here, hold her," he says, handing Serenus over to Ferial. Ferial beams, finally getting his wish. Ferial is completely overwhelmed with emotion. "So this is it. I'm finally holding her. I'm moved." Milian watches Ferial, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Ferial said, "But seriously, why were you so set on not showing her to me? At least tell me the reason." Milian deadpans. "Because Serenus is cute. And not just cute, but ridiculously cute. You lose all reason over cute things, so I can imagine how over the top you'd be." Ferial holds Serenus, his eyes softening. "You really have changed," Milian replies. "Is that a problem?" Ferial simply says, "No. I'm just happy." Ferial looks at Serenus with adoration. "Honestly, it hadn't really sunken that you became a father." Milian, watching them, thinks, "This is more than enough. It feels good to come to daddy, right?" Serenus babbles, reaching for Milian. "Bah." Ferial looks at Milian and Karina. "Milian, Karina, I'm glad to see the two of you so happy," he continues. "I've wanted to say this to you both for a long time." "Well then, I've held the baby, so I should be heading back now." Karina, surprised, asks, "You're leaving already?" Ferial adds, "An uninvited guest should know when to go." Milian sits silent, his expression unreadable. "He said Ferial?" Ferial pauses. "What now?" Milian says. "It can't be often, but you're welcome to come see Serenus from time to time." Ferial looks back, a flicker of something in his eyes. "I see. What an honor." Ferial walks away, leaving Milian and Karina alone with Serenus. Ferial walks away and thinks, "Is this what it means to grow into an adult?" Milian, who was once more arrogant than anyone else in his youth, before anyone noticed, has now become someone's entire world. Ferial thinks, "I still have a long way to go to catch up." Ferial walks away. "Winston, are you inside?" Ferial asked. Winston, seated comfortably with a book, replies, "Yes, please come in." Ferial enters but seems troubled. "There is nothing urgent today, so why don't you relax and unwind a bit? I will head back to the estate first." Winston eyes him, concerned. "Did something happen? Your expression doesn't look very good." Ferial waves it off, but something's clearly on his mind. "Ah, that's not it. Seeing a friend who has grown into an adult just made me think about many things. It feels like I have been left behind and grown distant." Winston observes him quietly as Ferial continues musing about adulthood, its challenges and varied timelines. Winston said, "Did you know? Becoming an adult means facing your own weakness, acknowledging it, and in the end, learning to accept it. Physical age alone does not prove that someone is an adult. There are children who are forced to become adults at a very young age, and there are many grown adults who remain children no matter how old they get." He pauses, then adds, "And His Grace Pastellio, and Miss Karina." No, the Duchess had no choice but to grow up quickly. The time to become an adult comes to everyone, according to the pace of their own life, so please do not rush yourself too much. Winston gently places a hand on Ferial's shoulder. "Your Grace will not feel that you have grown distant from Duke Carlos either." Ferial seems touched by the gesture, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Thank you." Fong came in and noticed both of them, then straightens up, changing the subject. Duke Carlos, you are still here. Did you meet Saren safely? Ferial's face lights up. Yeah, she was very cute. Fong beams, relieved. You had been looking forward to meeting her for so long. I am glad. Then are you heading home now? Ferial nods. Yes, I should go. Then with a mischievous glint in his eyes he adds, Ah, right. I will probably be coming by more often soon. Fong raises an eyebrow, curious. More often? Ferial explains. Yes, I spoke with Karina separately earlier, and we decided to put more of her paintings up for auction. Now that the restrictions caused by her art illness are gone, she said she wants to paint freely. Isn't that what a title exists for, to help at times like this? He continues, a smile playing on his lips. She did paint little by little during her pregnancy. This is good news. Though that Milian brat wants to buy everything himself. Ferial waves goodbye. Anyway, see you again next time. Meanwhile, at a gathering, Enfric is being dressed. The scene cuts to a chess game, where someone shouts, Checkmate! That was a bit dirty just now. His opponent, reclining smugly, retorts, What do you mean by dirty? I won, so that painting you got at the auction is mine now. The loser protests, Do you know how expensive that painting was? Honestly. Someone else chimes in. Then why did you agree to a betting chess match? You mean that rookie artist's work? Someone asks from across the room. Another guest replies, Yes. I heard the Duke Carlos family is directly sponsoring them. Since the number of works is so small, it ended up going through second and third auctions here and there, making it extremely rare. They say that anyone who owns 3 or more is considered a recognized art collector. Enfric, overhearing all of this, thinks to himself, No wonder. That explains why the young lady of the Marcella family has been so arrogant lately. It's noisy all of a sudden, someone remarks. His friend observes. Enfric, you really have been living far away from high society. He replied, If it weren't for your request, I wouldn't have come to a gathering like this. His friend admits. True. It's been almost a year since you stopped attending salons. People shouldn't live with only home and work in their lives. Enfric said, It's almost been 2 years. His friend pours him wine. Time really has passed that much. Ever since you were seriously injured a few years ago, it's been hard to see you outside. That's why I invited you, thinking a new place for once might help lift your mood. On top of that, Count Leopold has barely shown his face at the Imperial Palace lately, and there has been no news from the Countess or siblings either. As a close friend, how could I not worry? Enfric responds. Thank you for your concern. There are some circumstances. Our whole family has been distant from high society. By the way, what has everyone been so worked up about since earlier? Do you remember the rookie painter who shook the capital about 2 years ago? Since that painter started submitting works depicting the capital as the background, their value has risen even more. His friend said, Everyone is going crazy just to get their hands on a single painting. Well, I have no eye for art at all. A painter who made a name 2 years ago would be. Painter Karina, you mean? Enfric freezes, his eyes widening in shock. His friend, oblivious, continues, Your deceased younger sister was also named Karina. This is terrible. I was not being considerate. Enfric waves it off. It's fine. Please tell me more in detail. His friend continues, That's all I mentioned earlier. Well, since the shortage of that painter's works is extreme, there are even people trying to slip under the table money to Duke Carlos's family. They had to openly announce that they would not accept such bribes, so the capital is in even more uproar than a few years ago. Unlike before, she recently released portrait paintings as well, and everyone praised the tender image of a mother holding her child. Enfric is lost in thought. By any chance, is there any news that Duke Pastellio of the North has come to the capital? Enfric asks. His friend is surprised. How did you know that? You know nothing about social rumors, yet this is surprising. He has been staying in the capital for quite some time now. He said he is in the capital, and painter Karina's works again, he thinks, it's certain. Karina is alive. He continues, What is going on? I was told she could not escape a terminal life. I was clearly told that a funeral had been held as well. Bolting up, he says, I am sorry, but something urgent just came to mind, so I will be leaving. His friend asks, What? Enfric quickly says, Let's meet again next time. His friend is shocked by Enfric's abrupt departure. You just got here? You're already leaving? Hey! Enfric burst into his father's study without knocking. "Father!" His father, startled, exclaims. "Enfric?" Bursting in without knocking. "Didn't you say you were going to a gathering for once today?" Enfric gasps. "Father, she is alive!" His father's expression hardens. "What?" Enfric blurts out. "Karina, she is alive! It seems she came to the capital together with the Duke." His father is stunned. What are you saying?" Karina, definitely in the north," Enfric says. "I don't know what circumstances followed after that, but these days, the capital is full of stories about painter Karina." His father reflects. "The last time I met her in the north, a vision of a young Karina Leopold appears." His father thinks. "My second daughter, Karina Leopold. After returning to the capital, I tried to understand the loneliness that child must have felt. I even lay down in her room, where no warmth could be felt. Even if it is already far too late for regret." He sits heavily. "I see. She was alive." Enfric kneels beside him. "Father, if you wish to go see her, I will make the preparations," his father says. "No. It is enough that she is alive. As long as she did not die and continues living, if that child is happy, let us leave her as she is. We cannot give her happiness." Enfric looks up at him, worried. "Are you truly all right? Even though you have been living in seclusion, never leaving the estate, despite all this regret," his father said, "if this is the punishment given to me, then I must accept it." His father looks at a portrait of Karina. He thinks, "Karina Leopold is dead. That child should now be allowed to live simply as Karina. I'm glad she's alive. Truly, I'm glad." After some time, at Pastellio Estate, sunlight glinting off the windows, and flowers blooming everywhere. It's a perfect day. Karina and Milian stroll outside with baby Saren and their entourage. Milian's concerned. "Karina, are you really okay not riding the carriage? And Saren is getting heavy too, I can carry her." Karina smiles, holding Saren close. "No, she's not heavy at all. I'm totally healthy right now." But Milian insists. But you have to go to the Imperial Palace soon, so I'll let you have her, Milian." He seems so eager. Sure. You should hold her as much as you can while you still can." Karina is already dreading the day Saren won't need to be held anymore. Karina watches them, a little amused. Well, she's already crawling all over the place. She might stand up and start walking soon. Milian cradles Saren, pride practically radiating off him. "Of course. She's my daughter. She'll definitely walk before 1 year old." Karina teases him gently. "You must have been a baby too, but somehow. I can't imagine it, Milian. Baby, you feel like you would have walked right after being born." Milian laughs, totally not denying it. "Haha, no matter how sturdy I am, I'm still human." Karina chuckles. Hee, that's just a figure of speech. Saren will definitely be super sturdy." Karina's watching Saren crawl at lightning speed. She exclaims, "Say Saren. Her arm strength is no joke these days," Milian says. "She can crawl around the whole mansion without a problem." Karina sighs, but fondly. "She just has too much energy. She whines all the time," Milian playfully said. "Are you going to keep making my girl tired? You little thing," he sighs. "Honestly, it's hard when she wakes up crying or fussing every dawn." He suddenly softens. "But her smiling face is so adorable that I forget it right away," Karina said when I raise Saren. "I keep thinking about my own childhood without realizing it." Karina's expression turns wistful. "I wonder if there was a time when I was held in my parents' arms and loved like this. There must have been a moment when I was their first too. Like when I was nothing more than someone's little sister. Before the twins were born, I must have been the youngest daughter of the family." The memories are broken as Milian calls her name. "Karina." Karina snaps back to the present, startled. Saren glazes at her with a smile. Karina smiles back at her. Karina said, "It really doesn't bother me at all now, so don't worry. Now that I've become a mother, it's just, I understand it even less. If it were me, I wouldn't have left a child like that. I kind of want to say something to my younger self. The child I gave birth to is so lovable just by looking at her." Milian's face is intense. "Karina! Should we raid Leopold?" He's clearly been thinking about this. "We sent them back way too easily last time. I've been regretting it. I'm going to give them a real beating this time." Saren bursts into tears. "Wah!" Karina soothes her daughter. Saren is crying because you're scared." Milian comforts Saren. "I'm sorry, Saren. You were really startled, right?" I will never get angry at you, Saren. Karina playfully chides him. You can't just spoil her all the time. You have to be strict when it's necessary. Milian agrees. You're right. Let's raise her properly into a good child. Later, her little brother watches Karina, Milian, and Saren walking down the street. His eyes widen. So what my brother said was true, Abilia shouts out. That's a lie. He turns to Abilia. Abilia? She shouts, Big sister is alive. You saw it too, right? Let's get off the carriage before we get any farther, he said. Abilia, calm down. We're on our way to the hospital. And we can't meet her, you know that. He sinks back into his seat, devastated. Big sister is no longer a Leopold. She wouldn't want to see our faces. She cries. But Nocturne is gone too, and it's been so long since I last saw her properly. I miss her, he shouts. Abilia? Hey, hurry to the hospital. The scene changes as Karina arrives at the temple. Phew, we've arrived at the temple Saren likes. Daddy went to work, right? The guards say. Madam, we will wait here, so please go ahead. Karina nods. Okay, thank you. Karina carries Saren up the steps. Priest Callan greets them. Lady Karina, Lady Serenus. You've come? He smiles warmly. It's been a week since I last saw you. Have you been well? Karina replies. Fine. Saren has been doing well too, right? Saren reaches for Priest Callan. Karina is surprised. Saren, no. Priest Callan offers. If you don't mind, Lady Karina, I can carry Lady Serenus. Karina raises an eyebrow. I don't mind, but, oh my, does she like the priest that much? Karina thinks to herself. Is it because Serenus likes divine power? She really seems to like the priest. Callan said, Lady Serenus seems very sensitive to divine power. That's quite unusual. I guess so. Karina reflects. I didn't explain everything to the temple, but I did hint that Saren is sensitive in her 5 senses, and that she likes the temple, so she might have noticed something. She thinks of Priest Callan and assesses him in her mind. Priest Callan. He seems to be a fairly high-ranking priest, and he's been kind since the first time we came here. Well, behind that kindness, I can't say the huge donations from the Pastellio ducal house had nothing to do with it. There aren't many people today, Priest Callan says. Yes. We just got some good tea, so would you like to have some together in the main hall? Karina smiles. Hi-ho, that sounds nice. I didn't really plan on praying anyway. Priest Callan eyes her carefully. It seems you don't believe in God, Lady Karina. Karina's expression turns serious. I do. More than anyone, I believe that God exists. And more than anyone, I know God. I know how the God who gave me something so precious can also be so cruel. I have experienced both the dazzling beauty of the art created by her hands, and the cruelty that exists behind that beauty. Priest Callan asks, even though you believe in God, you don't pray. Is it because there's nothing you want? Karina answers, no, I want a lot. I'm very greedy. She thinks, I want Milian to be happy. I want Saren to grow up healthy, without pain, and always be happy. And even just a little, even one more day, it's fine with my child. And with Milian, I want more time together. Her face darkens. But God won't grant my wishes. Priest Callan states. Lady Karina, you resent God. Lady Karina, you resent God. Karina's face is shadowed, a hint of defiance in her expression as she contemplates this accusation. She acknowledges the complexity of her feelings. No, I have gained things thanks to them too, so it is not pure resentment either. Callan, ever the understanding priest, simply replies, I see. I will not ask further. Thank you. He seems to accept her complicated emotions with grace. They walk together through the grand temple, a picture of quiet understanding. Later, inside a lavish room, Callan asks, How is the tea? Karina responds simply, I like it. Karina shifts, and Callan observes. Serenus has fallen asleep already. She said you kept caring for her with divine power the whole way here, so she must have been comfortable. We ended up troubling you. Callan, cradling the sleeping Serenus, reassures her. Not at all. It is only natural for a priest to do this. If anything, I am glad Lady Serenus followed along so well. He smiles gently at the baby. Karina expresses her gratitude. Thank you, as always. Actually, I have a concern these days. Would you listen to it? Callan nods, his expression open and attentive. Of course. A priest always keeps their ears open to the faithful. She said. So, well, he said, any concern is fine, so please speak comfortably. Karina's face darkens with worry. My husband is being far too obsessed. Callan, momentarily taken aback, responds. Obsess. Pardon? Karina continues. He was always a bit overly attentive with the child. Since she is our first, it is true that he is extra cautious. But lately, it feels like he has gone way too far. She then says, You remember what he did to make a rattle that suited Saren, right? He said, yes, he built a toy factory in the capital. Karina's concern grows. That is not all. Saren's favorite fruit is apples. This time, he bought an apple orchard. We see Milian signing the purchase documents with a satisfied smile. Callan's reaction? He burst into laughter, Karina said. I am not joking, I am really serious about this. While laughing he said, I apologize. She said, it is fine. I was dumbfounded too. Karina explains her distress. Saren does enjoy mashed apple baby food. But that does not mean I can feed her only apples every day, right? What on earth should I do? She reflects. It was hard to bring up stories like this to Milian, Fariel, or the mansion staff. He said then, how about this? First, she continues in her thoughts, in front of the priest, the words just keep flowing out somehow. Callan responds, Haha, these are very interesting stories. If I honestly say I am looking forward to what you will tell me next week, would you get angry? Karina smiles slightly. If you listen like you are now, I will not get angry. He said, I will listen as much as you like. Serena stirs in her sleep. She is so cute. Karina notices and asks, Oh my, Saren, you are awake? Baby Saren rubs her eyes. Callan suddenly shifts the subject. Come to think of it, have you heard about the famous painter causing quite a stir in the capital lately? A painter called Karina. Karina, holding Saren, looks surprised. Yes, I have. I did not expect you to know as well, priest. He said, sitting here, I hear all kinds of rumors. She inquires. What kind of rumors? He continues. That the painter named Karina is suffering from artistic obsession, or that she seems to be in the capital right now. Karina thinks to herself, did he realize that painter is me? Well, from the start, I was not even using a pseudonym. If the name is the same, it is natural to be curious. She asks, Is that a problem? He replies, No, there is no problem. I am simply a fan of that painter. I even participated in the auction this time and won one of the pieces. Karina is shocked. A fan. I see. Haha. Callan's eyes sparkle with excitement. He is so thrilled, so, if my guess is correct, could you give me a signature? The scene shifts to a painting. Callan speaks. When I first saw Lady Karina's painting, it was so beautiful that I could not take my eyes off it. A painting blessed by the gods, so the miracle that unfolded from the tip of that brush must have been far more beautiful than the painting itself. Karina said, This is the first time I have seen someone purchase my painting. He said, I want to display it somewhere, but honestly, I was afraid it might cause trouble. Since it is a painting that will never appear again, there must be many who want it. Karina responds to Callan. You flatter me. It is just an ordinary painting. But Callan disagrees. No, your paintings contain tremendous divine power, Lady Karina, she asked. Divine power? He replied, Yes, the miracle of art itself can be considered a blessing bestowed by the gods. I have witnessed countless miracles, but this is the first time I have seen an object so full of divine power. Karina thinks, well, it was a painting where I put the brush down right before a miracle happened, so that makes sense. He adds, and I can also see the divine power surrounding Serenus. I see. She thinks Serenus is a special being, born with magic and divine power intertwined. He pats her gently, saying, She really is a lovely person. Karina reflects silently. She says, Priest, this may be presumptuous of me, but I think paintings are best displayed naturally to truly feel their beauty. Callan replies, I see. I will keep that in mind. He then asks, So, will you give me the autograph? Karina smiles. Gladly. It would be an honor. She then gave an autograph on the painting. She said, Saren is awake now, so we should be heading back soon. He said, Yes, I will see you to the entrance. Your Eminence. Callan's assistant says, Since your long audience has ended, could you please take care of the piled-up work now? Callan sighs good-naturedly. I should. His assistant notices. You seem to be in a good mood. Is it because of Lady Serenus? Or Lady Karina? Callan smiles enigmatically. Both. he muses. I always marvel at Lady Serena's sensitivity, but Lady Karina also carries something interesting within her. I pray that Lady Serena's and Lady Karina will always be filled with blessings. Thank you? A voice in Callan's thoughts says. A person who blocked their own divine power and delayed death. They must have used a force closer to magic, opposing divine power, Callan said. I wish Lady Serena's would enter the temple someday. But his assistant said, that will never happen. Duke Pastellio will not forgive anyone who covets what is his, even if it is the imperial family, Callan said, and I do not particularly wish to be hated by those two either. Callan ponders. Still, I am somewhat curious about Lady Serena's godfather, the one who led the two of them to this temple. His assistant said you could look into it. Callan said, the Pastellio ducal house is extremely thorough with information control. And Duke Carlos's house is cooperating as well. Oh right, what about His Holiness the Pope? The assistant replies. He has been praying all day today, Callan said. I see. Please make sure he does not starve himself too much like last time. His assistant responds. Yes. The assistant hands Callan a letter. And Your Eminence, this is a request for cooperation from the imperial family. Callan takes the letter. A request? His assistant said. It seems impure elements are causing unrest within the empire lately, so they are asking you to attend the imperial banquet. Callan opens the letter, his expression hardening. As expected, heretics. At their manor, Karina asked, an imperial palace party? Milian, looking ever so serious, confirms it's an imperial decree. Yeah, it's an imperial decree. All nobles residing in the capital are required to attend, she said. That's rare, issuing an imperial decree for something like this. Little Saren, dressed in the cutest bear outfit, just babbles away, oblivious to the politics. Milian can't help but smile at his child. Even though the weather isn't great, Saren looks to be in a really good mood today too. He pats Saren, saying, It's been way too long since I came back to the capital. The imperial family seems determined to put me to work. A whole pile of annoying matters too. Karina watches them, a soft expression on her face. She asked, I have to attend that party as well, right? He responds, Well, as a duchess you'll be on the noble registry too. But Milian, ever protective, reassures her. But if you don't feel like going, you don't have to. I'll handle it somehow. Karina insists. I told you before. I don't like causing trouble for you, Milian. She then playfully considers. What if I wear a mask? But then, a more elegant idea. Rather than a mask, how about a veil? Milian's possessiveness shines through. I don't want other nobles to see even a single strand of your hair. He holds her close, adding. Besides, there's bound to be someone there you don't want to see. He clearly wants to keep her safe and hidden away. Karina teases. Honestly, your dad is still so childish, right, Saren? She kisses Milian, and baby Saren giggles in response, absolutely loving the affection. Milian pulls back slightly, his gaze intense. Can you believe it's already been a year and a half, Karina? He pulls her closer again. Time really does fly. It feels like I'm in the middle of a long dream. Like this moment will last forever. He confesses his fears. Sometimes I still can't believe you might leave my side someday. Ever since that day, you haven't had seizures anymore, and you haven't been sick either. Karina looks at him, a silent understanding passing between them. Milian's voice softens. Karina, how have you been lately? Does it still feel like death is right in front of you? Karina gently touches his face, her eyes filled with love. No, she answers softly. Now I only look at you and Saren. But she admits, someday death will come, but the time given to me is too short to waste it fearing a future that hasn't happened yet. This time I can spend with you, this moment where I can hold Saren in my arms is my present and my future. He's determined to cherish every moment they have. She continues, we already chose to step into pain that feels like dying once more, with resolve, and with a promise. She thinks, I already faced death once and came back. Holding someone who must one day leave, and leaving behind someone you love. I know better than anyone how painful this choice is for both of us, but it's a future we chose together, fully resolved. His voice strengthens with determination. Now all we can do is live happier than anyone, and live fully, for the time we have left. Milian nods, his eyes shining. Yeah? They share a tender kiss, a silent vow to make the most of their time together. Milian pulls away slightly, an idea forming in his mind. Karina, if you're okay tonight, maybe. Saren interrupts with a happy Ma! And then, PPA. Milian sighs playfully. Guess it'll have to be next time. Looks like Saren felt lonely while it was just the two of us, she said. Ah, that reminds me. Does Saren have to attend the Imperial Palace party too? The scene shifts to a close-up of the invitation. For now, regardless of gender or age, every noble residing in the capital has been invited. Milian narrows his eyes. That condition is really strange, he realizes. Actually, the purpose of this Imperial Palace party is a warning about the heretics. Karina's eyes widen in surprise. What? A warning? What do you mean by that? The Empire fundamentally believes in a single god, and it is believed that beneath that god stands the Emperor. That's why revelations received from the temple are also executed by the Emperor. Milian continues. Recently, heretical missionary activities have become very active, and apparently their influence has grown quite a bit. He continues. They claim that the god who protected the Empire has grown angry, and that a new god is needed to protect the world. As proof of that anger, they're using the North as an example. The sudden disappearance of a massive mountain range, the appearance of a gigantic monster floating over the northern skies, and the countless magical beasts that once existed in the north. They're spreading the story that all of it is proof of the god's wrath. The gravity of the situation sinks in. They even say that not even Duke Pastellio, the guardian of the north, could escape that hammer of divine anger, and that soon, the god's fury will spread across the entire empire. Milian remarks dryly. Meanwhile, here I am, perfectly fine. Karina, looking concerned, asks, Oh, are there really people who believe something that absurd? Milian says, I thought the same at first, but it seems more serious than expected. Even the capital, under the Emperor's protection, has shown signs of suspicious movement, she points out. If there are that many followers, then there must have been a trigger people found convincing. He adds, Exactly. Coincidentally enough, a completely unfamiliar epidemic appeared, and rumors spread that the heretics' followers went village to village, curing the disease instantly. Sounds like there are quite a few witnesses, too. Salutaris. That's the name of the god they proclaim. They claim he descended to protect the world from the wrath of the angry god, and to drive away all diseases and evil. Milian scoffs. Wait, doesn't that just mean savior in ancient language? Even their naming sense is unbelievably lazy. Karina manages a small laugh. Haha. Milian, however, is serious. Well, when it comes to life and death, people tend to become weak and vulnerable. So I can't say I don't understand, he adds. Anyway, it seems followers have emerged even among the nobility. That's why this Imperial Palace party is being held in haste, to warn them. Since the North is involved, I couldn't exactly refuse either. So, Karina. He turns to Karina, his expression determined. I'll assign Gordon as your escort knight. Even if you go, just stay somewhere inconspicuous for about an hour and come back, Karina replies. All right. But Milian, aren't you in some difficult position, are you? They're not using you as an excuse or anything like that. Milian reassures her. If there's any problem, Ferio will help, so it'll be fine. Karina looks thoughtful. Maybe because our peaceful daily life has started to feel so natural, I can't seem to shake this sense of unease. Milian pulls her close, promising. Don't worry. I'll protect you. Saren too. Neither of you will get hurt. The scene changes. Callan asked, Lady Karina and Lady Serenus? The assistant replied, Yes. It seems they'll be attending the Imperial Palace banquet this time. Considering the Imperial family has issued a summons to all nobles currently in the capital, it appears the heretic issue is more serious than expected. Callan thinks, if the one calling himself a new god is just a fraud, it'll end as a mere incident. But if that's not the case, this could become troublesome. If it's the two of them, with such strong divine power, they'd be perfect targets for the heretics. Callan said, Please respond that we will comply with the request for cooperation from the Imperial family. The assistant replies, Yes, I will do so. Now all that remains is, how to drag the problematic Pope into the banquet hall. The 42nd Pope, Yurgashir Kalim Ripit, asked Callan. The Imperial Palace called for me? Callan said, Well, yes, that is correct. But Yurgashir is already planning to refuse. Then you already know my answer, right? I refuse. Callan said. This time you must attend. There are certain circumstances. The letter bursts into flames, she said. How annoying. Must be another pointless reason. Callan said, it seems Lady Karina and Lady Serenus are also being forced to attend this banquet. She said, another breach of etiquette? The blonde woman sighs. That old emperor must be worried sick about heretics reaching out to them, Callan said. Please, you know this as well, Your Holiness, that Lady Serenus will not grow up as an ordinary child. Oh, so she's the Pope. You mean like me? The Pope asks. Those blessed by God carry dying embers within their hearts, and live seeing and feeling what is not ordinary, regardless of their own will, forever. God's love is truly cruel to humans. They force you to bear what you cannot handle, then call it a blessing. That is why I do not love God, Callan said. Those are blasphemous words coming from a Pope. Please be mindful of your speech while outside, she said. So rigid. You used to be so cute, calling me sister all the time, she teases. Lock yourself in the prayer hall every day, and this is what happens to a person. The Pope stretches languidly. Callan then asked, could you at least use proper language and decorum? She asked, why would I, in front of you? Callan shocked asks, while we're at it, why do you not eat on time? I heard you collapsed again this morning from dizziness. Do you want me to pry your mouth open and feed you myself? If this keeps up, I will have no choice but to assign more attendants, he threatens. Oh, okay already. I said I'll attend the banquet, so stop nagging, the Pope exclaims, Callan said. I'm not even halfway done, but let's stop here for today. I'll bring your dinner, so stay put and wait. He gives in. Left alone, the Pope muses. How did he end up becoming such a stiff person? He was cute when he was little. We then get a flashback to a younger version of him, shivering in the cold. Hey kid, you look cold. Want to come with this big sister? It'll be much better than here. The Pope offers her hand. Young Callan said. I want to go with you, sister. Back in the present, the Pope slams her teacup down. Do I really have to go to that banquet? I hate it so much, she screams. Attending such a trivial imperial game. Guess I'll see that raccoon-like old man's face after a long time, she sighs. Meanwhile, a maid helping Karina to get ready said, Madam, you look absolutely beautiful. Karina said, it's been a while since I dressed up properly. We see Karina applying lipstick. So it's a set with Saren and Mom? Hee hee, how adorable. Ma! Saren squeals. Milian arrives. Karina! Are you all ready? He asks. Yes, I'm done, she responds. Milian is stunned. Karina looks gorgeous. She asks, Milian, how do we look? I matched it with Saren's outfit. Isn't she adorable? Karina asks, beaming. He said, Karina, I'm sorry, but you and Saren might not be able to go to the banquet. What? Karina is shocked. We already finished getting ready though. Did something happen? She asks. Milian looks troubled. What if someone takes you and Saren away? He wonders, his expression dark. What? Karina repeats. Aren't you dressed too beautifully? I mean, if you want to, that's fine, but… Milian stammers, clearly flustered. Saren is also too cute. This is dangerous. What if some house already has their eyes on you? He says. Milian, you really are. Karina trails off. Sorry, but I truly am worried. You're just too beautiful, he admits. Milian embraces Karina and Saren. Of course I am. I endured the discomfort just to show you, Milian, she says. He then kissed her and said, You're beautiful even without that. Always, she said lately. I barely dress up at all. Today is especially beautiful though, right? If your goal is to drop my heart to the floor, feel free, but please hold back a little today, Milian says, kissing her. He then said, and even if you get tired, Saren, you can endure for an hour or two, right? You have to listen to mommy, okay? Milian instructs. Pa! Saren exclaims happily. You said you'd leave first, right? Karina asks. He replied. Yeah, I have something to take care of. I'll come pick you up, so don't worry and come on time. Okay. Say bye-bye to Daddy, Karina says. Milian waves goodbye and left. After he leave, Milian stands alone for a moment, lost in thought. Fawn appears. Your Grace. Are you leaving now? I hope nothing unnecessary gets said, Milian said. If they're not stupid, they already know Karina is alive. But it'd be better to settle things properly before the banquet, Milian thinks. After returning to life, Karina did not change her pen name and continued using it. Perhaps she wanted her family to know that she had not died. Even after speaking so harshly, she ultimately could not bring herself to choose a path that would burden them with guilt for the rest of their lives. Because she is endlessly kind. Finally, Milian declares, "We're going to the house of Leopold." Milian arrives at Karina's childhood estate. He thinks, so this is the place where Karina was born and raised. In a peaceful garden, within a picture perfect home where a happy family lives, Karina endured her loneliness alone. A servant announces Milian to Count Leopold. Milian instructs Fang to wait in the corridor. Fang simply acknowledges, "Understood." He then enters the room where Count Leopold was waiting for him. Milian said, "It has been a while, Count Leopold." Count said, seeing him, "You have come. I was quite startled when I received the letter." The letter requested that Count Leopold not attend the Imperial Palace banquet, wanting to discuss the details in person. Count explains that the letter had no sender's name or seal, which gave him pause and made him cautious. Milian said if a name were written, it might invite unnecessary rumors. "My coming here is also strictly confidential," he then said. "Judging by your attire, it seems you intend to follow my advice and not attend the banquet," the Count replied. "His Majesty has summoned all nobles, but the Leopold family has been distant from high society for some time, so we used convalescence as an excuse. Fortunately, it was granted without much suspicion." Count's eyes narrow as he continues. "Besides, even without the Duke's request, our family is not in a position to attend a banquet at present." He then asked, "Is Karina well?" Milian said, "So you had already noticed." Count said, "Well, rumors about a painter named Karina are widespread in the capital. Anyone who is not a fool would know." He adds, "It seems the child will attend the banquet." Milian responds, "Yes, but the reason I came personally today is, I wish that you refrain from meeting her, not only today but from now on as well." Milian continues, "As you know, Karina Leopold is officially recorded as deceased. A funeral was held, and it was reported to the imperial family. Therefore, I merely married a commoner named Karina." The Count simply replies, "I am aware." Milian thinks, I expected him to demand to see Karina upon arrival, but he has changed considerably from before. The Count elaborates, "However, someone at the banquet may recognize her." Milian said, "The only ones who would bother concerning themselves with the Northern Duke's commoner wife are the central nobles such as yourselves." The Count said, "Our family has no intention of meeting the child, so please do not worry." Milian replies, "You have chosen wisely. The name Karina must never be mentioned within the Leopold household, from now on and forever." The Count remains silent, then says, "Yes. It is enough for us to know that the child we believe dead is alive. If she would only live long and remain happy, we could ask for nothing more." Hearing this, Milian thinks, "Live long. But in the near future, Karina will once again." Milian thinks to himself, "There is no need to tell him that." He then raised up, saying, "I am glad our discussion ended quickly. Karina is waiting, so I shall take my leave." But before he can go, the door bursts open and Abilia cries, "I apologize for entering suddenly, father." The Count said, "Abilia, what is the meaning of this rudeness?" Milian observes while passing by her, "So she's the younger sister who is said to be ill." Abilia reaches out to Milian. "Wait," she demands. Is my sister well?" Her voice trembling. She recalls saying to his brother, "Brother, did you know sister was alive? Why did you not tell me? Let us go bring sister back right now, tell father as well." Enfric replies coldly, "Abilia, Karina will not return. Father does not wish for her return either." Abilia, heartbroken, whispers, Why? Do father and you not wish to see sister?" Enfric asks, "Abilia, have you ever seen Karina smile at ease in this house?" Abilia is stunned. Enfric continues, "That child always sacrificed herself for us, and lived as though killing herself piece by piece. But there, she was smiling more brightly than anyone." Enfric continues, "The place where Karina feels happiness is no longer by our side." Back to present, Milian said, "Yes, she is doing very well. Is that all you wish to ask?" Abilia, tears welling up, she thinks, "In truth, there are mountains of questions I want to ask. But," her thoughts echo, "the place where Karina feels happiness is no longer by our side." She looks up at Milian. "I am glad to hear she is well." Her voice breaks as she says, "Please, make my sister happy." Meanwhile, Karina and her daughter Saren are in a carriage. Karina thinks, "What should I do?" Little Saren reaches for her mother, crying. "Pa?" Karina asks. "Saren, are you all right?" She reflects. "I was told that every noble in the capital would gather at the banquet. I let my guard down. I did not expect there to be this many people. The noise outside is overwhelming. If we go out like this, Saren will start crying." Saren's face is scrunched in distress, tears streaming down her face. Karina covers her ears, saying, "I am sorry, Saren. For now, this is all I can do." Saren cries, and then, suddenly, everything goes silent. Karina is shocked. "What is this?" It suddenly became quiet. The carriage door opens, and there stands Milian. Milian smiles, saying, "Karina, you have waited long, have you not? Let us go." His eyes are filled with determination. Karina thinks, seeing him, "Milian is always the one who saves us in the end." Karina looks at Saren, who's smiling. "Pa!" The announcement echoes through the hall. The Pastellio ducal family has arrived. A bright light flashes, and then we see a sharp black boot step forward. Milian, holding his young daughter, enters while his wife, Lady Karina, stands beside him looking elegant and radiant. Whispers fill the air. "Oh my, the one from the rumors, and I heard she married a commoner, right?" Others remark. "Her looks are no different from any other noble lady," someone recalls. "If I remember correctly, the Duke of Pastellio was once engaged to a daughter of the Leopold family," followed by a whispered observation. "She kind of looks similar, doesn't she?" "Oh, really? Well, since it was a quiet engagement, I suppose the breakup was quiet too." Another voice questions. "Come to think of it, it seems no one from the Leopold family attended today?" Milian turns to Karina with concern. "Karina, will you be okay?" She reassures him with a calm, almost detached smile. "Of course. There probably aren't any nobles here who would recognize me in high society anyway." She then thinks, "After all, the center of every gathering was always Arvelia." Suddenly someone called, "Lady Karina, Lord Serenus." We see Priest Callan, resplendent in white, stating, "The imperial family requested cooperation from the temple. So it seems we've all ended up meeting here." Milian said to him, "You must be someone from there, helping Saren." Callan, as he shakes hands with him, feels something incredible. "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Callan Diam, Your Grace, Duke of Pastellio." Callan's thoughts reveal a hidden awe. The Duke's aura isn't ordinary either. He can feel another divine power, and marvels, "What a family astonishingly loved by the gods." Callan smiled, thinking, "And just as I heard, their possessiveness toward family is immense as well." Milian asked him, "Why are you smiling?" Callan replies, "It's nothing. I'm simply pleased to finally meet you." He continues, "I've heard a lot about you from Lady Karina. Just as I heard, you have a gentle impression." Milian gets shocked hearing this. It's the first time since birth he's been told that he's gentle. Callan's attention is drawn as someone asks, "Callan, what are you doing here?" The response is simply, "Ah." Before the arrival of Your Holiness the Pope is announced, the Pope, radiating a golden aura, looks weary. Going around greeting everyone really is exhausting. Karina steps forward to introduce herself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Karina Pastellio." Milian thinks, "The Pope at a banquet. I heard she doesn't really like going outside," he said. "Milian Pastellio." The Pope glares at him silently, and then turns to Karina. Seeing you in person is certainly interesting," she states with an unnerving calm. "Surviving while forcibly delaying death, how fascinating. Her divine power is draining her life force, but she's barely suppressing it with mana. However, if the moment ever comes when the divine power becomes stronger than the mana, then eventually." The Pope then addresses Karina, her expression intense. "You're making the most of your remaining time, aren't you?" Karina, her eyes fixed on the Pope, simply replies, "Yes." The Pope continues, "Good. Do your best so that you won't have any regrets." She then adds, with a hint of melancholy, "The gods are truly cruel, incredibly selfish. A frail human body like yours could never endure what they call their love." The Pope continues her somber explanation. "Listen carefully. From a certain point onward, your body will gradually start to worsen. At first, it will feel like you've caught a light cold. Then you'll grow more and more tired, as if all strength is leaving your body. If you can run 100 meters now, that will become 90, then 70. It will keep decreasing." Milian interrupts. "Stop spouting nonsense before I kill you." Callan reminds him. We are before Her Holiness the Pope. Please mind your manners. The Pope, with an almost ethereal glow, speaks. O sword stained with blood, she continues, her voice carrying an unsettling weight. No matter how desperately you try to block your ears and close your eyes, this isn't a matter of whether the gods intervene or not. You have already chosen to step outside the guidance of the gods, and miracles do not happen twice. Then the Pope said to Karina, If I could help you, I would, but I am also one who serves the gods. I would only become poison to you. Since this is a fire lit by the gods, we humans have no way to stop it. Karina softly replies. I see. Then, with a resigned tone, she says, It's all right. I already knew it would turn out like this. The Pope, with a determined glint in her eye, declares, Yes, if you must burn anyway, then burn brilliantly, so that no one will ever forget you. So that even long after the flames die out, people will still remember you. The Pope then turns her attention to her daughter. And the child you're holding, may I hold her for a moment? Milian reacts with alarm. What? What are you trying to do? Karina reassures him. Milian, it's all right. Milian, though still tense, murmurs, All right. Her daughter lets out a surprised, "Oh woo!" as the Pope takes her. The Pope holds the baby girl, her expression thoughtful, and remarks, Such a small body, yet it's overflowing with mana. She then adds, Well, it may suffer for now, but once it grows a little more, it will hold a great power. The Pope and the baby share a tender moment, before the Pope states, I've placed a blessing on the child, so at least for the day you're here, it will be comfortable. Karina thanks her. Thank you. The Pope then continues, with a hint of playfulness, And when you visit the church next time, come play in the prayer room. Karina asked, Is that really okay? The Pope smiles. Of course. Now then, enjoy yourselves before you leave. They excuse themselves. Karina watches them go, a complex expression on her face. What a fascinating person. Her thoughts continue, describing someone like warm spring sunlight. Not scorching, not painful, like sunlight that gently melts what had frozen during winter, wrapping it warmly so nothing is startled. Milian asks Karina, Karina, are you okay? She replies, Ah, yes, I'm fine. And, she pauses, her gaze distant. Our family will surely be fine as well. Meanwhile, a different man observes the scene, his eyes narrowed with calculation. My, how troublesome. I seem to have discovered something interesting. He continues, his voice cold. I never imagined such a monster could exist. He then states with chilling intent. It will certainly be useful. I must obtain that. A count said. Pardon? Do you mean the wife of the Duke of Pastellio? The other man replies. No, not that. His gaze drifts back to Karina's daughter. Though that is interesting as well. What I want is the thing the woman is holding in her arms. The man he's speaking to warns. If we meddle carelessly, it could cause serious trouble. But the first man dismisses him. Count, I wasn't making a request. It was an order. He then adds, with a sinister undertone. Don't worry. Salutaris will surely watch over us. After a few moments, Milian said, Karina, let me know whenever you feel tired. It must be Saren's first time around this many people, so she's probably uncomfortable too. Karina said. Maybe it's because His Holiness bestowed his blessing on her earlier, but she hasn't fussed at all and is being so good. Saren, looking adorable with her mismatched eyes, lets out a little bah, and Milian said, Guess the church is good for something after all. Suddenly a voice calls out, Excuse me, Your Grace, Duke Pastellio? He turns a slight on his lips. Joseph Negative said, It is a pleasure to meet you. I'm Joseph Negative. I regularly handle trade and supplies with the North. Milian replies, Ah, Count Negative. Good to see you. Joseph continues, It is an honor to meet you as well, Duchess. And the little lady is absolutely adorable. Karina responds, Ah, thank you. It's a pleasure. Joseph thinks, I've only ever corresponded with him through letters, so this is my first time seeing him in person. He's exactly as I pictured. You can tell just by looking at his face. He's a spineless pushover. Milian asked him, I heard your daughter was severely ill. Has she recovered? Joseph, looking thoughtful, replies, Ah, thankfully, we found the right medicine, and she is fully recovered now. He continues, We were devastated when Duke Piero Carlos, whom you so graciously introduced to us, said her condition was too difficult to treat, but miraculously, we received help from someone else. Milian asks, Is that so? It seems you found yourself quite the skilled doctor. That's a relief. Then he thinks. Someone cured an illness that even Piero Carlos couldn't fix. I've never heard of a doctor with that kind of skill. Joseph then offers. He actually accompanied me to the banquet tonight. Would you like me to introduce you? He adds. His fees are a bit steep, but if you have anyone ailing around you, he would be of great help. Milian considers this, thinking, well, it couldn't hurt. It's never a bad thing to have a skilled doctor in your contacts. He then says, sure, let's meet him. The scene shifts to an introduction. Come greet His Grace, Duke Pastellio, and the Duchess. And then, a new character steps forward. It is an honor to meet you. My name is East. He's quite striking, with his light hair and eyes, saying, please forgive me for not having a surname. I am but a humble commoner. Karina thinks seeing him. He's incredibly handsome, East then said. Is that the young lady you're holding? She looks absolutely adorable. Karina replies. Yes, her name is Serenus. East then addresses the baby. Hello there, Lady Serenus. He moves his hand towards her. Saren touches her hand and a surge of energy filled the air. East said, may the blessings of the divine be with you. Karina seems to be having some internal thoughts. Saren. Why is she suddenly so excited? Karina asked East, do you possess divine power by any? Saren is quite sensitive to divine power, so we have to be careful. East responds. I did walk the path of a priest at a small, no-name temple once. Ever since then, it's become a habit of mine to bestow blessings whenever I see a child. He then apologizes. I apologize. I only meant well, but it seems I've caused a nuisance. Karina is observing East and has an internal monologue. He doesn't seem like a bad guy. But why? This whole situation feels way too natural. It's unsettling. She continues, normally, I would have noticed before he even laid a finger on Saren, but I didn't sense a thing. And then, a chilling realization. Not only that, he touched my child without permission, yet I didn't even feel offended. She concludes, his words, his actions, everything he does feels perfectly natural. Too natural. Am I just being overly paranoid? Is this weird, eerie sensation just in my head? Meanwhile, East is speaking to Serenus. My apologies, little lady. Karina's thoughts continue. Milian is acting strange today, too. Someone touched Saren, and he didn't say a single word. Milian then asked. Anyway, if he's a doctor now, why did he leave the temple? East explains his past. A plague swept through my village. There was someone I desperately wanted to save, so I gave up eating and sleeping just to pray. But the gods never answered my prayers. Once I realized that mere prayers couldn't save lives, I left the temple to walk the path of a healer. He then asks, are you satisfied with that path? East replies, yes. I can save far more lives this way. Karina observes this exchange with a look of unease. Karina gets shocked as Milian said. That's truly impressive. Karina is shocked by Milian's reaction. Milian is actually praising someone so openly? She thinks. Does he really like this guy? She calls out, Milian? But he didn't respond and keeps saying to East, yes, it's quite an impressive. Then Karina pulls his face and thinks, I knew it. Something's definitely wrong. His eyes have been out of focus for a while now. She asks him, Milian, hold on. Are you feeling all right? Milian, looking dazed, mutters, Karina. Then, he snaps out of it and thinks, I feel like I just woke up from a daze. What the hell was that? He then says, ugh, no. I think I just reached my limit with this crowd. Karina, seeing Milian recover, breathes a sigh of relief. He looks much better than a second ago. Thank goodness. She then playfully teases. Hey, you can't be tapping out before Saren does. Isn't that right, Saren? Serenus, happily cooing, seems to agree. East seems to be observing the situation with a knowing look. So manipulating him won't work, huh? They call him the Gatekeeper of the North, the Iron-Blooded Duke. Guess those titles weren't just for show. The moment I looked away, he instantly snapped out of my mind control. East then adds, regardless, this woman, she's better than I expected. She broke free from my ability on her own, and I can feel her instinctively keeping her guard up against me. I wonder how I should bring her down. East with a sinister look thinks, as expected, imperial banquets are always full of useful playthings. East then said, Your Grace, we shall take our leave now. It was a pleasure meeting you. We hope to see you again if the opportunity arises. The reply is a simple, very well. A moment of silence follows before Karina speaks, her voice directed at him. Milian, that person, for some reason. Suddenly, a booming announcement cuts through the air. Their Majesties, the Emperor and Empress, and His Highness, the Crown Prince, are entering. Trumpets blare, and a grand procession begins. The Emperor and Empress, adorned in regal attire, take their seats on elaborate thrones, accompanied by the Crown Prince. The Emperor, his expression unreadable, addresses the crowd. Everyone raise your heads, he continues. I thank you all for attending today's banquet. We are particularly honored to have the temple with us today. He then announces, His Eminence, Cardinal Calandium, and Her Holiness, Pope Yerhasher Callium Repit, are in attendance. He then turns towards Milian. It has been a long time since you showed your face, Duke Pastellio. Milian replies, It has been a long time, Your Majesty. The Emperor's voice continues, You refuse to leave the north despite my calls, yet your child finally brings you to the capital. Milian explains, My child is of weak health, so we are only here briefly for recuperation. We plan to return to the north once the child's condition improves. The Emperor replies, That is a shame. I would prefer it if you stayed here in the capital. Milian then adds, If you can find another family to take charge of the north in my stead, I would have no reason to refuse. A pause, and then a cold addition. Or, well, if you do not mind leaving the north abandoned. The nobles react with shock, indicated by gasps and exclamation marks. The Emperor mutters, Goodness, I was only speaking. Do not be so cold. You will frighten the central nobles. By the way, this is my first time seeing the Duchess. Karina then greets him. I greet the son of the Empire. The Emperor thinks, Now I see the real reason the Leopold family claimed they would not attend the banquet, he said. I wondered what kind of person could melt that iron fortress heart of yours, and she is a truly lovely woman. Ah, and the child is adorable, too. Karina softly replies, Thank you. The Emperor continues his address. At any rate, it has been a while since we held a grand banquet attended by nearly every noble in the capital, so it is good to see such a lively crowd. He then declares, The reason I have gathered you all today is to offer a word of caution, and above all, to once again strengthen our solidarity. As you know, a group of pagans calling themselves Salutaris has recently been unsettling the empire. The biggest issue is that their leader calls himself God and wields a strange power akin to illusions. The Emperor continues, They are already widely known among the commoners, so I believe it would not be strange for them to approach the high-ranking nobility now. Back in the banquet hall, someone scoffs. That religion! Oh my, calling it a religion is far too generous. They are pagans. Karina, her expression thoughtful, thinks, As I thought, he called the nobles together because of the pagans. An official notice regarding this will soon be sent to every part of the empire. But if there is anyone with even the slightest connection to them, they will be dealt with immediately for treason. The Emperor's voice then poses a question, directed at Duke Pastellio. So I must ask, rumors have been circulating that the North is involved in this matter. Could you explain the situation to everyone, Duke Pastellio? Milian said. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall explain everything in turn. First, there was an incident a few years ago where a mountain range in the north suddenly disappeared. But as I reported previously, that massive range. He pauses, then continues. As for the rumors of a giant monster appearing in the skies of the north, though I cannot be certain of the exact cause, it seems the flight of a dragon resurrected for some reason was exaggerated. The nobles react with disbelief. A dragon? One asks. Another adds. I thought dragons only existed in legends. A third questions. Wasn't it a demonic beast? The Emperor interjects. Quiet, quiet. Continue with the explanation. Milian continues. The rumor that I failed to escape the hammer of God's wrath was also false. I was simply caught off guard while fighting a demonic beast and was seriously injured. Finally, regarding the numerous demonic beasts in the north, he trails off, a knowing smile on his face. I suppose nothing I say will matter on that front. He then states, It is only natural, as I do not go around counting every single one while I am slaughtering them. A chilling statement follows. Was that explanation sufficient? The Emperor declares to the crowd. You all heard him, did you not? The rumors circulating about the north have all been proven false. I shall guarantee, upon the name of the Emperor, that there is no falsehood in Duke Pastellio's explanation. He then adds, And this is a word of advice from an elder. Be careful not to let small greed blind you. For a story that is only sweet and convenient does not exist anywhere. The nobles murmur amongst themselves. Milian thinks, so this was the reason. He made me recite everything I already wrote in the reports in front of the nobles. To use me to scare the other nobles. I was used quite effectively. The emperor then lightens the mood. Well, that is enough of such serious talk. Now, everyone, please enjoy the banquet. He then calls out. Ah, Duke Pastellio, a moment over here. The Duke approaches the Emperor. The Emperor states, it is no use telling me how annoyed you are with your face. Milian sighs. Karina said, go ahead. I was actually feeling a bit stifled, so I will be out in the garden for a bit. Milian said, sorry. I will go call Gordon. Karina said, if you mean Gordon. I saw him leaving earlier when the Imperial Guard said they were summoning the nobles as escort knights. Milian thinks, summoning the escort knights. Is there a reason to summon escort knights during a banquet? Well, there is no way to know what that old fox of an emperor is thinking. Milian said to Karina, I am worried, so do not go too far. Stay in the garden directly behind this hall. I will be there as soon as I am finished. Karina said, there are plenty of people around. Don't worry. Karina, in the garden, feels exhausted. She speaks to her child. It was very stifling, wasn't it? I am sorry, Mommy didn't pay enough attention to you. The child, Saren, responds with a simple, Hua. Karina asks, you want to go home soon too, Saren? The child looks up and asks, Ma? Karina replies, actually, Mommy wants to go back the most. Meanwhile, East stood nearby seeing them sitting in the garden. Karina said, thank you for being so patient. I love you, my baby. Karina's expression is filled with a deep love, but there's a hint of sadness, a subtle tension in the air. Suddenly, a sharp sound cuts through the serenity. Karina startles. I thought I heard someone. Did I mishear? Karina tries to soothe Saren, who makes a delighted sound. Ha! Then a defiant. No! Karina asks gently. Saren, are you feeling a bit better, N? But her words are cut short by a chilling presence. Count Joseph, cloaked and with a stern, weathered face, draws a sword, and East grabs Saren from her. Karina gasps. What are you? The cloaked figure speaks calmly. Sure, you need to be quiet. He then menacingly adds, unless you want to show your child something gruesome, that is. Karina's eyes widen in terror, her breath catching in her throat as she realizes. There's more than one. She thinks, seeing East. If I were alone, I could have managed to escape somehow, but Saren is. East speaks with a sinister calm. My, you can put away your sword. He then reveals his true intent. As long as the child is in my hands, you won't be able to do anything anyway, Joseph said. We have to play it safe, after all. East, while holding Saren, murmurs. We meet again like this. To think her affinity for divine power would turn out to be such a deadly poison. Meanwhile, someone else came and said, I apologize for being late. There were many eyes watching, so it wasn't easy to slip away. It was the Crown Prince. Seeing him, Karina thinks, why is the Crown Prince here? She asked. Why would His Highness, the Crown Prince, be orchestrating such a thing? He answers, because he found something he wants. Or rather, our leader did. Karina thinks, he gave me a sinister feeling from the very first time I saw him. But, to think he was actually the leader of the pagans, and for the Crown Prince to be a believer of the pagans as well, what do I do now? Karina said, give Saren back. East said, we can't just return her to you so easily. Do you know how hard I had to rack my brain to get my hands on this? However, I will allow you to follow me, Karina. Karina said, do they even know who this child's godfather is before pulling a stunt like this? The Crown Prince asked. Godfather? Well, it must be Duke Carlos. As long as you follow us quietly, the child will be unharmed. Karina thinks you're wrong. Saren's godfather is. As a Dahaka, he promised that if anything happened to me or Saren, he would fly to us immediately, no matter where he was. Karina said, you snatch my child away and tell me to behave quietly? Her anger boils over as she shouts. You are spouting absolute bullshit, Your Highness. Do you take me for a fool? Stop playing these cheap tricks. The Crown Prince shouts in anger. What did you say? How dare you use such vulgar language? Living in the north must have driven you completely mad. East, grabbing the Crown Prince's sword, said, Your Highness, there is no need to raise your voice. He then casually adds, I'll be borrowing this for a moment. He then points it towards Saren. Karina yells, Stop! But East, unfazed, responds, This is why you should listen instead of being so noisy. he continues, his voice laced with menace. Leaving a scar on this kid's face or plucking out one of her eyes wouldn't be a problem for me at all. He then chillingly states, a little damage won't make the divine power she holds disappear, after all. Karina, her voice trembling with rage and fear, declares, if you lay even a single finger on Saren, I will kill you. He said, we're running out of time. If you refuse to come, we will take the child alone. Karina, looking at Saren and the sword, despairs. What do I do? What can I do to save Saren? What if I grab this sword pointed at my neck and thrust it into my own heart? Then Azidahaka would know we are in danger and fly straight to us. However, she thinks, if my heart is scarred or fractured, the time I have left to spend with Saren will be reduced just as much. Then East asked, by the way, do you mind if I check something on you? Karina cries out, ugh, what are you trying to? He went close to her and touched her heart, saying, actually, I've been curious since the very first time I saw you. Your heart seems to be barely maintaining a balance between divine power and demonic power. I wonder, what would happen if the divine power overpowered the other? He leans closer, saying, looking closely, it's more accurate to say the demonic power is blocking the divine power, as if good and evil were opposing each other. Karina thinks, the calm balance within my body is falling apart. Because of his divine power forcefully forcing its way in, my heart feels like it's about to burst out of my chest. East then said, nothing happened. I thought something entertaining would happen, but I'm disappointed. Then a butterfly appears. Seeing it, he said, a butterfly? Meanwhile, Milian asked the emperor, what is the reason you called me separately? The emperor replies, the crown prince suggested that you might know who the culprit is. He mentioned there might be a connection. I am not doubting your loyalty, but seeing how detailed the rumors from the north are, do you have any idea? Milian thinks, why would the crown prince say such a thing? What is his ulterior motive? He then states, I have no idea. Even if I did, the affairs of the north will be handled by me alone. The emperor asks, I heard your wife is suffering from an illness. I say this out of concern, but do not let greed blind you. When a person becomes desperate, it's not unusual for them to do the unthinkable. Milian firmly states, I do not commit such foolish acts. Suddenly, a loud cry, KYA, echoes through the halls. Someone exclaims, WH, what is that? Another voice says, that's coming from the terrace. A woman, clearly distressed, asks, oh my, how disgusting. Shouldn't we call the guards? Milian thinks, don't tell me, something didn't happen to Karina, did it? Back to the confrontation, East asked, what the hell are you? Joseph on the ground said, you monster. Karina said, East, I'd like to kill you right here and now. I suppose this counts as self-defense, right? Karina stands radiating a surge of energy. She said, this counts as self-defense, right? Meanwhile, she thinks, I can't just let them be. Anyone who tries to hurt what I hold dear deserves to die. East gasps, what on earth is this? Karina's eyes glowing with energy. Meanwhile, a butterfly sits on East's hand, causing him pain. He thinks, these aren't ordinary butterflies. Did that woman create them? What kind of power is this? East shouts, you haven't forgotten that I have a child, have you? Karina shouts, get your hands off Saren. The crown prince said, leader, we have to run now. People might come swarming once they see these butterflies. He's clearly worried about the attention this magical display is drawing. Joseph says, he's right. We're out of time. East, frustrated, mutters, Tisk, things are taking much longer than expected. That woman ruined everything. The plan was to kidnap her and the child, and spread rumors that the missing Duchess of Pastellio was a Salutaris follower. I was going to use that to solidify our position in the Empire, Karina said. Give me the baby, then I won't chase you. I'll even promise to stop Milian from following. Our heroine, looking regal and determined, simply says, hurry. The baby, Saren, looks up at her, a worried, Ma. East, still holding Saren, is urged by his companion. Leader, we can't stay any longer. He then turns to Karina. I trust you'll keep your word, she replies. I will. He then let go Saren and she went straight to Karina. East said to his companions, abort the plan. Let's go. Karina hugs Saren to make her calm. East and his companions left. Karina then said to Saren, you were so scared, weren't you? It's okay now. Everything is okay. Then, a new voice calls out, Karina! And here comes Milian, looking absolutely enraged. He asks, "Are you hurt? What happened here?" Our heroine, Karina, looks distressed and asks, "Milian, what should I do?" She won't stop crying. He takes Saren and said to her, "It's okay. Sure, Saren. No more tears." He then asks Saren directly, "Why are you crying?" But Saren didn't stop crying. Then Karina turns to a familiar voice, "Oh dear. I hope I'm not too late." It's Azadahaka. Seeing him, Karina called, "Azadahaka." He said, "I came because I felt something was wrong with your body, but my little kiss is crying. As her godfather, I can't just stand by and watch." He takes Saren and said, "You must have been so scared, little one." He then said to Karina, "It looks like she saw the divine power trying to swallow her mother's heart." He touches her forehead, and Karina thinks, "The divine power that was overflowing in my body. I can feel it calming down." She then looks at Saren and says, "Here." Saren, now smiling, looks up at her mother and then whispers, "Ma!" Karina then looks at Azadahaka and says, "Azadahaka, I think I used the miracle of creation." She's confused, wondering, "But I didn't even draw anything. How is this possible?" Azadahaka replies, "It's because the divine power inside you went out of control." He thinks, "I've been working hard to suppress it with mana until now, but my master's divine power has grown. Your ability has also grown along with your divine power. It's grown enough to manifest on its own, even without a drawing." He then says, "Let's talk more about this later. Right now, there's something more important we need to handle." Karina asks, "Something more important?" Azadahaka said, "Yes. Who was the one who dared to make my master and goddaughter look so distressed?" Karina told, "Oh, it's a man named East, who I was introduced to at the banquet. He was the leader of the heretics. He can also use divine power. I think he was trying to kidnap us for some scheme. Just in case, I planted a bit of my power on him when he fled." Milian asks, "Can you find him?" Azadahaka replies, "Of course, it won't be hard. My mana is mixed with my master's power." Milian then tells her, "Karina, go back to the mansion with Gordon." She asks, "What about you?" He explains, "The Emperor asked me to catch the leader and pull out the cult's roots. If I work with this dragon, we should be able to finish it quickly. I'm sorry I can't stay with you." "I'm sorry, Saren," Karina said. "It's okay. Just be careful not to get hurt," Milian states grimly. They didn't hesitate to threaten Saren with a blade to her throat. He then vows, "Don't worry. Never again. Will you or Saren have to see that man ever again?" Then Callan and the Pope came. "I came out after seeing the chaos outside. So it was you all." Azadahaka grins. "I never thought I'd see the messenger of God from this close," Milian said. "Pope, we're running out of time. Those heretics are a nuisance to you as well, aren't they?" The Pope agrees. "You're stating the obvious. Then cooperate with me. Because starting now, I'm going to wipe every last one of them out." Milian went to the Emperor and said, "Your Majesty, stop the banquet and seal the hall immediately." Emperor asked, "What is the meaning of this? Does this have to do with the commotion in the garden?" Milian replied, "Yes. A group of heretics caused a disturbance in the garden." The Emperor shouts, "What? How dare they? Bring them before me this instant." Milian kneeled and said, "Before that, I have one request. Grant me the right of summary execution to purge the heretics." It's revealed that with the Church's help, the nobles involved have already been identified. "There's no need for your Majesty to get your hands dirty with traitors. I will handle it myself," the Emperor thinks. "So there were heretics among the central nobility after all," he said. "Very well. I trust you. I grant your request," and with a confident, "Thank you. Just as you wanted," he turns, ready to unleash his power. After tonight, he vows, a dangerous glint in his gaze, "Not a single heretic will set foot on this land again." Suddenly, the lights flicker and die. The music stops, and panic erupts. The lights suddenly. The music too. What's going on? Chaos erupts, as Milian starts striking his targets. "How dare a mere heretic? You'll pay for setting foot in this place," the Pope said. "Good grief, he's making quite a scene the moment I told him who they were." Amidst the carnage, a plea. "Save me!" But it's too late for many, Azadahaka said. "You knew all along. Why didn't you act sooner?" the Pope said. "The Church couldn't strike first, knowing it would cause a bloodbath. All life is precious, isn't it? Even if it belongs to a foolish soul intent on throwing the world into chaos. Help me! A desperate cry is heard. What is the meaning of this, Duke Pastellio? The answer is cold and simple. Cleaning. The ground is stained with blood, bodies litter the opulent hall. It's as if a demon has descended. And then, a chilling warning. You will all regret this to your very core. For letting those filthy things in here, and for daring to try and take what is mine. Your entire families will pay the price for your sins. Milian's gaze falls on another. You're next, aren't you? Milian asks, his voice dripping with menace. Count negative, the man pleads. Ek. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I only did it to save my daughter. But Milian is relentless. You'll be seeing your daughter soon enough. A traitor's family must share the weight of their crimes. The pleading intensifies. And my lord, please, at least spare my daughter. Milian's red eyes flash with cold fury. If your daughter was so precious to you, then you shouldn't have touched my daughter either. The Pope asked. The stench of blood is overwhelming. Are you satisfied now? But the answer is a simple, sharp no. The ones who fled are still breathing. Then the Emperor asked, Duke Pastellio, is it over now? He thinks. To think so many nobles were involved with the heretics. The rot runs deeper than I ever imagined, Milian said. It isn't over yet. I still have to deal with the leadership that fled. And once this is finished, I will return to the north. The Emperor asked. You mean you're leaving immediately? Milian's resolve is firm. Yes. And for the next 3 years, I am closing the gates of the north. No supplies, no people. Tell them not to even dream of stepping foot on my land. The Emperor said. Duke, there's no need to go that far, Milian said. Your Majesty, my wife, she doesn't have much time left. She doesn't have as much time as you and I do. The king simply stares, a silent acknowledgement of the gravity of the situation. Azadahaka then asks, Is everything finished here? Shall we go after the ones who fled? Milian replied. Yes, Azadahaka said. But it'll be hard to use any more gates today. Do you want to ride on my back? Milian responded. I don't care how we get there. Then Azadahaka transforms into his dragon form. Milian sat on his back and they left flying. The Emperor said, To think I'd see a dragon with my own eyes. Meanwhile someone came shouting, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Meanwhile at a distant place the Crown Prince shouts, I knew I should have killed that woman. It's been 2 days, and the ones I sent haven't returned. He said, there were too many unexpected variables. If I had known about her ability beforehand, I would have taken the time to plan more thoroughly. What kind of power was it? I've never seen anything like it before. The prince shouts, Cult leader. Everything is ruined. Who cares about that? Think about what we do now. We can't stay hidden here forever. He said, Be quiet. God has not given a revelation yet, so we must wait. Suddenly Azadahaka and Milian appears. Milian said, hiding like rats. I see. The prince said with a trembling voice, Eek. A dragon? He said, Duke Pastellio. Milian said, Lowly heretics who don't know their place. How dare you touch the people most precious to me? The Crown Prince said, I am not acutely a heretic. I only caused chaos to take the throne quickly. Milian said, I don't need excuses. He said with a trembling voice, No. Please spare my life. Milian said, Shut your mouth. He hits them saying, I'm going to tear you limb from limb. After that they arrived back at north. Milian said, Phew, we're finally here. Azadahaka transforms into human form causing Milian to almost fell. Karina seeing him shouts, Milian! She's beaming, a picture of pure joy. Milian looks at her, his gaze softening as he says her name. Karina! He's home, and the sentiment is beautifully captured as he exclaims, I'm home! Karina rushes to embrace him, her expression radiating warmth and affection. Welcome back! After a few moments Karina thinks, It's already been 4 days since we returned from the banquet. Karina tries to calm Saren. Should we visit the temple today? You like the priests, don't you, Saren? But Saren didn't stop crying. See Saren. Wait a second. It seems little Saren is in distress. Since that night Seer has refused to go to the temple. And she's been crying much more often because of the noise around her. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking, and Karina is anticipating someone's visit. They should be here soon. And then, a polite greeting. Thank you for inviting us to your home. The Pope waves her hand, hello. Karina, however, is still trying to soothe Saren. She said, I'm the one who should be grateful that you came all this way for Saren. The Pope said, I can hear her crying all the way out here. And then, with a determined look, she says, Now, let's have a look, shall we? The Pope pats on her head, and she gets a little bit calm. The Pope then said, There, all done? The priest said. It seems Lady Saren has become extremely wary of divine power. If she's been like this, it's no wonder she couldn't visit the temple, Karina said. I asked it because of what happened at the banquet. She used to love divine power. The Pope muses silently, she notes. The divine power within her body has grown much stronger since I last saw her. Meanwhile, Milian and Azadahaka came and Milian said, Sorry I'm late. How is Saren doing? Azadahaka said. I'm here too. Saren, your godfather is here, Karina said. His Holiness looked after her personally, so she's calmed down, Milian said. Anything else? She's even rejecting the temple, Karina said. The priest said she seems to be wary of divine power. The question is posed, wary of divine power? Azadahaka said. It's only natural. It's explained that Saren witnessed her mother's divine power consuming her, which must have been incredibly traumatic. She saw that power consuming her mother. It's bound to be traumatic, the Pope said. Do you remember what I told you before? About how I could become a poison to you. You probably realized what I meant right away. Milian, concerned, said, Explain it so I can understand. The Pope said, It's exactly as it sounds. The divine power used to suppress Saren's mana is poison to Karina. Hearing this, Milian got shocked. He asked Karina, Is that true? You knew that and still went to the temple. She replied, I'm sorry. I just didn't want you to know, because Saren needs the temple's help. Azadahaka said, and after the incident at the banquet, my goddaughter realized it too, that the divine power she liked could threaten her mother's life. Look, she flinches whenever he even moves, Karina said. So because of me, Saren is suffering in silence? Azadahaka reassures her. That's part of it, but she's enduring it because she can. Don't worry. She's instinctively learning how to control her mana. Soon, she'll be able to tune out the noise whenever she needs to. She'll gradually stop needing the temple's help, the Pope said. Exactly. She's a strong child, so she'll overcome this. The problem is you, Karina, she explains. The divine power in your body went haywire, breaking the balance with your mana. In short, you're like a burst dam. She believes the miracle power within Karina has been constantly evolving. All to overcome the mana that suppresses it. She recalls the banquet, stating, What I witnessed that night was no longer just a painting. It was divine power itself, evolved to consume everything she has left. She warns Karina, Keep this in mind. You must not desire or imagine anything too strongly, because in that moment your miracle power will make it real. Karina responds softly, Yes. The conversation turns to a more ominous note. Well, as she said, the dam burst earlier than expected. Fortunately, it won't change the remaining time I first gave you by much. It would have been truly dangerous if you'd met that guy any sooner. Milian adds, You have about 3 years left, Karina asked him. By the way, what happened to East? He replied. I took appropriate measures. You won't have to see him again. The priest looked concerned as he thinks. So that's what you call appropriate. After executing the crown prince, Milian took his body to the emperor. The emperor shouts, Duke, have you completely lost your mind? To summarily execute the crown prince of this empire without a trial? Do you honestly think this is acceptable? Milian replied, You were the one who granted me the right of summary execution over heretics. I simply did as I was authorized. Besides, the crown prince confessed to me before he died. He admitted to joining the heretics to seize the imperial throne before your majesty's passing. I believe it was a fitting end for a traitor. The emperor is furious. You, how dare you speak to me like that? He's clearly in distress, clutching his head. Your majesty, are you all right? The call goes out. Quickly, call the imperial physician. If Duke Carlos and several nobles hadn't shielded him and persuaded the emperor, even Milian would have struggled to survive this. Back with Milian and Karina, Milian announces, We're returning to the north today. Karina looks at him. So soon? Milian explains their reason for being in the capital. We only came to the capital to seek help from the temple. If Saren doesn't need to go there, there's no reason to stay, the priest said. So you're leaving. That is a shame. Meanwhile, Saren is still upset, calling out for her mother. Karina holds her, whispering words of comfort. While the Pope and the priest was about to leave, Karina called, Your Holiness, Priest Callan. I will never forget your kindness in looking after Saren. I'm not sure when we'll be able to visit the capital again, but I hope we can meet again someday. The Pope agrees with a soft yes. Let's make sure of it. Sometime later, we see footprints. Saren is looking much older. She runs towards Karina. Karina turns back to see who's chasing her. Saren shouts, "Mom." She jumps and hugs Karina. Karina said, "Hee hee, it looks like you had a lot of fun outside." And Saren proudly declares, "I made a castle." Her small hand reaches out, holding Karina's fingers, and she says, "I'm going to show Mom." Karina asked, "Shall we take a look?" For years have passed since Karina returned to the north. Karina thinks, with the gates closed and outsiders restricted. The north felt like a secluded island on the continent. On that tiny island, we spent every moment together, building simple yet precious memories. Saren takes Karina outside. She points, saying, "Over there. Look." She's showing her mother something she built, a miniature castle. The butler asked, "Madam, have you arrived?" Karina, with a warm smile, replies, "You're working hard, Pang." He humbly responds, "Not at all, madam." Saren, beaming, presents her creation to her mother. "Mom, look at the castle I made." Karina, her eyes filled with pride, exclaims, "Wow, our Saren knows how to build castles now. You're all grown up." Saren, looking at her castle, explains, "Hee hee, Mom, Dad, and I can all live here." Karina said, "Thanks to Saren, we have another house now. But it's so small that only you could fit inside." Saren looks up, her eyes wide, and gasps. Karina is looking at Saren, who seems a bit pouty. "She's so cute, I couldn't help her." Karina then asked, "Then, how about this? Since we already have a home, let's give this one to our little friends who don't." She clarifies, "So the ants and butterflies have a place to rest when it rains." Saren's eyes light up again with excitement, her hands clasped, and she asks, "Do you think my little friends will visit the house I made?" Karina replied, "Of course. Look, one is already here by your side." A beautiful green butterfly lands gently on Karina's outstretched finger. Karina said, "See? This butterfly wants to take a rest here." "Whoa!" Saren exclaims, delighted. She then addresses the butterfly, introducing herself. "Hi, butterfly. My name is Saren. I made this house. Do you like it?" Pang stood there concerned, thinking, "Don't tell me Madam used her power." Karina then said, "Now, we've had a lot of fun today, haven't we? It's almost time for Dad to come home. Today, I'll ask him to." Suddenly her expressions changed as she felt sudden attack of pain. Saren, concerned, asked, "Mom?" Karina thinks, "No, I have to hold on just a bit longer." Karina managed to say in trembling voice, "I'll ask him to make Saren's favorite food. So go and get washed up quickly, okay?" Saren asks, "Are you coming too, Mom?" Karina gently deflects, "I need to make sure the butterfly is resting well." Pang, the butler, assures Saren, "I will look after Madam. Go on ahead and get ready before the master arrives, young lady." Saren readily agrees with him. "Okay." Saren then went inside with the maid. But Karina is not feeling good and she sits on the bench. Pang approaches her, concerned. "Madam, please wait just a moment. I'll go get your medicine right away." She replies softly, "Thanks," and then a thought crosses her mind. Am I finally reaching my limit? Still, I've held on much longer than the 3 years I was expected to have. I have no more time left. A heavy, undeniable truth feels like it's crushing her heart. She gasps. The butler returns with medicine, calling out, "Madam, I have your medicine." Her vision got blurry. Pang gave her the medicine. Karina takes the medicine. Pang asked, "Are you alright?" Karina replied, "Yes. I'm sorry for worrying you. Please don't tell Milian." Pang replied, "Yes, madam." Pang thinks the dragon visits regularly to look after her, and thanks to the new medicine Duke Carlos developed, the disease has slowed down, but lately, her seizures have been happening more frequently. Her complexion is getting noticeably worse as well. Karina said to Pang, "For now, you should go to your room and get some rest." Pang replied, "Yes, I'll escort you." She went inside to find out that Azadahaka is waiting for her. "You were just here a few days ago. What brings you back?" he replies. "I'm thinking of settling down here for good. You can find a spot for me, right? I also wanted to see how well my goddaughter is growing up." She smiles and says, "Of course. The servants have been missing her, so they'll be thrilled." Karina looks at Azadahaka. She asks, "Is something wrong?" Azadahaka said, As for Herta, she has returned to the earth. Karina looks shocked, exclaiming, "What? But you were constantly giving her mana. Why would—" Suddenly Karina's eyes wide with disbelief. She whispers, "No way." Azudahaka, trying to comfort her, said, "It's okay. You don't have to be sad." He continues, "For Herta and for me, it's simply time to move on. For Herta and me, it's time for us to leave." And Karina, she's just heartbroken, whispering, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." But Azudahaka, he gently tells her, "There is no need for apologies. My life had ended once, hundreds of years ago." Then he looks at her as she cries, "Oh dear, I've made my precious master cry." Karina looks down, tears starting to fall, and he insists, "Listen to me. If not for you, I would never have seen the light again. You became the first light in my world. You gave me a life where I could see the world and even become someone's godfather. Watching a human child grow up, it was truly a joy, and quite lovely." To a dragon, humans live for only a fleeting moment, yet they share love and build families. I finally understand why they bring children into this world. I'm sure you felt the same way. A time even shorter than the briefest human lifespan. Only 27. Because it was short, she was desperate. She tried so hard to leave no regrets in the time she was given. He whispers her name. "My little master," his voice choked with emotion. "I am sorry I couldn't protect you longer." He then asks, "May I spend my final moments here at the mansion with all of you?" And she agrees. "Yes, Saren will be happy too." He pats her head, and he reassures her. "Speaking of which, let's seek. I think I'll spend some time with my goddaughter." He walks away, and Karina calls out, "Yes, please look after Saren." Milian was standing outside the room, Azudahaka said. "Oh my! It seems we have an eavesdropper." Milian asked, "How much longer does Karina have?" Azudahaka replies, "I do not know." Milian's face turns red. "Tell me." He's practically begging. "I'm begging you." Azudahaka then said, "Let's talk elsewhere." They went to Milian's office. Azudahaka said, "I truly do not know. From now on, it's simply a race against time for my master. However, my mana..." He looks so weary. "I only have enough left to return to my mountain range." Milian looks shocked, and Azudahaka continues, "As you know, I was born by leaning on my master's life. In the creator's weakening, I weaken too. And when her life ends, my life ends too. If I have no mana left, then she also." Milian distressed asked, then in Karina's body, "Can you tell me how much of the mana you gave her remains?" Azudahaka said, "The only thing left in my master's body is her heartbeat." Milian, clutching his head, cried out, "Why? Just why?" Meanwhile, Karina is in a grand room, writing. "I've always tried to prepare myself. I constantly imagined our goodbye, so I could learn to accept it, for the sake of those I leave behind. The last thing I can do is..." Then she heard knock at the door. She said, "Come in." Milian enters, and Karina greets him. "You're a bit late today, aren't you?" He replies, "I had a lot to do, but I got held up. I'm home." She smiles sadly, tears welling up again. "Welcome back." They embrace, and he asks, "How was your day?" She replies, "I had one seizure, but it passed quickly after I took the medicine Pirio gave me." He responds, "I see." She then excitedly tells him, "Oh, and Saren made a sand castle. We left it in the gardens so you could see it. It's so cute." And with that she created the castle using her powers. He then calls her name. "Karina?" She looks apologetic. "I am sorry. I must have imagined wanting to show it to you right away." "Oh no! What should I do? I'm sorry." She tries to clean it up. He stops her, saying, "It's okay to leave it. I'll have the servants take care of it. You don't need to do a thing." She continues to apologize. "I'm sorry." He looks at her, his gaze intense and loving. "You have nothing to be sorry for." He pulls her into an embrace. "But I'm sorry." She holds him tightly. "Milian, I'm sorry," she whispers. Right now, I don't think I can control my power anymore. What should I do?" "I'm so sorry." He soothes her. "I'm okay. It's okay." She continues to apologize. "I'm sorry." He looks at her with such longing. "Karina, please, please don't be sorry." He holds her, his voice filled with regret. "You have nothing to be sorry for. It's me. It's all my fault. I'm the one who's sorry." She looks at him, tears streaming down her face as he said, "If only I had reached out to you sooner." Then, with a heavy heart, If only I had dared about our engagement ceremony. He looks down, his voice breaking. I should have asked if you were okay. I should have reached out my hand to you back then. If I had met you a little earlier, I could have held you and comforted you. He cries out. If only I had! If only! If only I had! The scene returns to them embracing, his anguish palpable. He whispers, over and over. I imagine returning to the day of our engagement ceremony. I tell myself that if I could go back, I would treat you better, he continues, and that things might have been a little different now, but it's all just a fantasy, he confesses. In the end, I can't turn back time, nor can I save you, no matter how hard I try. Karina pushes back, her voice firm despite the tears welling in her eyes. That's not true, Milian, she insists. You did save me. But Milian shakes his head, his gaze distant. I didn't, she replied, but I'm right here by your side. And the three of us, we've been together. She then said, you know, Milian, to be honest, back then, I had no desire to live any longer, because I didn't want to cling to useless hope. Karina's voice breaks through, her hand reaching out to touch his. But you saved me, she continues. I thought I wouldn't regret dying, but you made me want to live. She looks at him with such deep affection. Milian, you were my entire world, she said. You gave me life, you gave me a chance, you gave me Saren, and you gave our family time to be together. Milian looks away, his expression pained as Karina reaches for his hand. So please don't feel sorry. We did our best, didn't we? She asks softly, her eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and understanding. The mood lightens as Karina playfully teases Milian. Heh. They say men become crybabies once they turn 30, she grins. And it looks like you've become one, Milian, he asked. What on earth is that supposed to mean? Karina said. Don't cry, Saren will tease you for being a crybaby dad. Milian quickly retorts. I don't cry in front of Saren. The scene melts into a tender moment, with Karina confessing, I love you, Milian. 3 months have passed since Azadahaka started staying at the mansion. My health had declined, until I could no longer get out of bed on my own. Milian puts her on the sofa and she said, Thank you, Karina said. Peng told me Saren's been acting mischievously lately, he replied. That's true. She's running all over the mansion with a wooden sword, insisting on learning swordsmanship. Karina said, haha, she might just become the world's greatest swordsman at this rate. Milian adds, I'm sure she could if she wanted to. After all, she's our daughter. And she has the power of that annoying dragon inside her, too. Milian then adds, since she's the successor of the ducal house, learning swordsmanship isn't a bad. Suddenly Saren came shouting, Daddy! He beams at her. There's my girl, full of energy as always. Saren, however, seems a bit embarrassed. You promised you'd play with me, but why did you get me this? She asks, looking a little upset. Milian apologizes. I'm sorry. As Saren spent time with Azadahaka, her sensitive senses also gradually stabilized, and she learned to control her divine power to some extent. Karina coughs, her health clearly fragile. Saren looks worriedly at her mother, touching her hand. Mommy, how's your hand? And ever since she learned how to use mana, she often channels her mana into Karina. She thinks, maybe that's how I've managed to hold on for this long. Saren then asked, Mom, do you feel better now? Karina reassures her. Thank you. I feel so much better thanks to you, Saren. Saren giggles. Karina then asked, Daddy was a bit late bringing Mommy back. Did you wait long, my little Saren? Karina smiles warmly at her. Saren said, a little. Karina then pats her saying, Look at you, Saren. You know how to wait all by yourself now. You're all grown up. Saren looks a little confused. Milian asked, Saren? Saren looks up, her eyes wide. No, Saren is still a baby. A shocked expression flashes across Milian and Karina's faces. Karina said, in Mom's eyes, our Saren seems all grown up. Saren said, No. I'm going to be a baby forever. Mommy has to keep holding me. Milian said, Come here. Mommy isn't as strong as Daddy, so she can't. Karina said, Hee, even if you aren't strong, I love Saren more than Daddy does. Milian then says, Oh dear, if you say that, it sounds like I don't love Saren. Daddy loves you too, Saren, she replied. Yes, I love you too. Karina is seen lying in bed, looking unwell. Saren enters the room. Mommy, what are you doing? Karina replied. I was writing in my diary. Why isn't little Saren asleep yet? Saren chose a storybook and said with a smile, hee hee. Storybook? Karina asked. Did you bring one for Mommy to read to you? Saren excitedly replies. Yes. She then reads from the book. When the waves were calm, the sea fairy held a seashell to her ear to listen to the stories of the world. The story continues. The sea remembered them all. Every happy moment they spent. Crying is nothing to be ashamed of. Even the waves make sounds when they're sad. Karina then said. And so, the fairy always gave the crying child the prettiest seashell. Saren exclaims. A seashell. I want to see a seashell too. Karina asks. Did you enjoy it? But you could have brought a thicker storybook, or if you bring a few, Mommy will read them all to you. Saren looks up at her mother, her expression thoughtful. But that would tire Mommy out, she exclaims. Karina asks. Are you picking the thin ones on purpose? Saren giggles. Karina's expression shifts to one of deep thought. She then said, Saren, Mommy is so sorry. Mommy has to go on a long journey soon, Karina said. Saren, Mommy is so sorry. Mommy is going on a long journey soon. Saren said, I want to go too. Karina explains. On this journey, either you nor Daddy can come. Mommy has to go all by herself, Saren said. But you'll be lonely if you're alone. Let me and Daddy go with you. Karina keeps apologizing. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Then, Milian walks in asking, Saren, what's wrong? Saren, with teary eyes, runs to Milian, calling out, Daddy, Mommy says she's on a journey, all by herself, leaving me and you behind. Milian looks stunned, then his gaze shifts to Karina. He lets out a sigh, saying, I see, Milian said. The angel in the sky says they really need Mommy and are calling for her. Saren, still clinging to Milian, whispers, But I want to go too, Milian said. Not everyone can go where the angel lives. You have to be a good child and wait a long time first. Saren asks, Are you going too? Milian answers, Daddy has to protect you, Saren. So, I was asked to stay and punish the bad guys a bit longer. Saren's eyes widen as she asks, Then if I'm a good girl, will Mommy come back soon? They both looked concerned and Karina said, Saren, come here. She then tells Saren, You see, Mommy is… After some time, a lavish meal is laid out on a table. As Idahaka said, Spring is already on its way. He then adds, It's time for me to head back to the mountain range. He looks thoughtful as he says, The time has come. I must prepare for my sleep. Saren asks, Aji, where are you going? He responds, I'm going to take a long sleep, Saren said. Ah, you sleepyhead. When will you be back? He replies, I wonder. A dragon sleeps for such a long time that you might already be an old woman before I wake, my goddaughter. Saren asked, Even when I'm old woman? But I want to keep seeing you, Aji, he replied. If you miss your godfather, come to the Winter Mountain Range. Though I won't be able to answer you while I'm asleep. Saren replied, Okay, I'll definitely go. He pats her head saying, Serenus, I hope you are always happy. Karina said this time, Please, have sweet dreams. Milian adds, Thank you for everything. Azudahaka said, Yes, you too worked hard as well. With a brief farewell, Azudahaka returned to the mountain range. And Karina, too, began to prepare for her final moments, day by day. In a garden, seeing flowers, Saren said, Wow, it's so pretty. Karina said, There are so many flowers in bloom, right? Let's eat this while we look around. Saren replied, Okay. But aren't you eating, Mommy? Karina replied, Mommy feels full just watching you eat, Saren. Saren starts eating, saying, Then I'll eat yours too. Milian said, Eat slowly. Saren said, Wow, it's yummy. Karina and Milian looked each other with a smile. Karina said, I was worried we'd be parted suddenly without a chance to say goodbye. But the weather is lovely today. I'm so glad we came out. A family outing in such a beautiful place. Milian said, Should we come back tomorrow? There's a small lake nearby, so we could go there. But Karina had something else to tell him. Milian, she said, Please keep being like this with Saren. Always smile happily for her. When I woke up this morning, my body felt strangely light. I was worried we'd be parted suddenly without a chance to say goodbye. I could tell by instinct that today is our last. Hearing this, Milian's eyes widen. He's in complete shock. He clenched his fist, saying, I wanted to smile for you when you left. Because we made a promise, he then whispers. So, I practiced so hard. I really did, Karina said. Please don't cry. Milian, with tears streaming down his face, replies, I'm sorry that promise. I don't think I can keep it, he pleads. Karina, please don't die. Don't leave me behind, please. Karina, with a soft, almost knowing smile, looks at him and says, It seems we both broke our promise. She then asks, You know what? And confesses, I'm actually not afraid of dying. But, leaving you and Saren behind is what scares me. She adds, The thought of our loved ones disappearing, it's so terrifying. Milian's eyes filled with tears as she asks, What if one day, Saren doesn't remember anymore? He looks utterly heartbroken. He hugs her saying, She won't forget. She never could. How could Saren and I ever forget you? Saren, looking up at his parents, asking, Mom? Dad? Why are you crying? Karina said. Saren, you know the mountain range, right? Saren replies, Yeah, at Jay's house. Karina then says, Here, come sit down. She cradles Saren, who looks so innocent and happy. Karina said, As at Ahaka's home, they say there's something beautiful beyond the winter mountain range. Like something like this, she created flowers using her power. Saren exclaims, Whoa, it's so pretty. Karina tells him, Mommy made a secret hole in the mountains, so go visit later, with Daddy. Saren replies, Really? Milian then looks at Karina and says, Karina, and she whispers, I wanted to go there too, so I made it. What do you think? He said. It's beautiful. Truly beautiful. Karina said, I'm glad. She then said, I love you, Saren. And, I love you, Milian. I love you. And saying this, she takes her last breath. Saren asked, confused, Huh! The yellow and blue, they're gone all of a sudden. And, he calls out, Mom? Mommy. He then asks, Saren. Milian then says, Mommy. She's already left for her journey?